What's up? What's up?
What's up, man?
Biz Bowles is muted. Who's that guy? Timorical back again, huh?
Oh, dude, yeah, I love this Discord. It's the best. I'm a flat earther today, by the way. So don't don't be uh don't be coming at me with that globe shit. I'm gonna get you.
Anybody know why Biz Bowles is muted?
Oh, he said the Earth is a globe.
Really?
Yeah, he said the Earth is a globe, and they muted him.
I don't think that's why.
Well, I mean, that's what he said. That's what he said he was muted for. He said they won't unmute him.
Really? How are you hearing him? He's not speaking.
He's in a video game that I play. I'm looking at him in the video game.
What game?
Immortal Online 2.
Was that a fighting game or what?
It's like a fighting game. Yeah, see. Oh, I can't share my screen. Oh well.
No, he's open now. Biz Bowles, are you there?
I'll tell.
You're unmuted.
I just told him.
Biz Bowles?
We're converting this guy to flat Earth now in the video game. I think he's already I think we've identified a globe skeptic. Again.
Biz Bowles?
Hello.
You have any questions or?
No, not really. Not right now. It's been like months. I don't know.
Oh,
That's all right. I have a Discord and I have him muted in my Discord too. So
can't even remember what the question was, but somebody didn't like it.
okay. Why is Goose muted? Anybody know?
he was saying racist words, I think.
Did you say racist words, Goose? Yo, Goose.
Yo, what's up?
Why were you muted?
I was arguing with Crit about pancakes, and I got muted. I don't know who muted me.
Pancakes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. It wasn't the other thing.
Why'd you just accuse me of saying racist things? It's like, oh yeah, I think he was being racist.
I don't know, that guy said you were.
People just get muted in here for like arguing.
Yeah. No, I'm here. The reason they get muted is if they ask a question, then don't shut the fuck up to listen to an answer.
Crit,
then they get muted. Braces? If they can't control themselves, they will be controlled.
Crit, do you have braces?
Yes, I have braces.
Okay.
No, Crit, for real though, you do mute people a whole bunch.
Okay, why do you care?
Well, because like you're saying that you don't.
When do I say that? I just told you why I did it. I just said why I did it. I just told you why I did it.
If somebody,
you're getting all amped up, dude.
Asking the question and then not shutting up to hear the answer will result in the mute. Facts.
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
write this
you can't
down.
talk about politics or
You can write this down.
anything
Write
like
it down.
that.
Have like a notepad next to you. Say, if you ask Crit a question and you don't shut up to listen to the answer, Crit will mute you, so you have to listen. If you can,
Right.
basically, if you can't control yourself, Crit will control you.
Crit, when do you get your braces off?
Use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for, then drive on to the point you think you're going to make, which will be no point whatsoever. You've got
No, I'm
point.
just I had
No point.
braces and I was
Who cares?
really excited to get them off. I'm wondering if you get them off soon and
I'll
if you're
always have them.
excited.
I'll have braces always. They'll never come off
Why? Our braces are to
because the Earth is flat.
no braces are meant to
No,
straighten your teeth
that
out.
makes
No,
sense.
they stay on. These are permanent braces.
That's a good point, Chris.
Permanent braces.
Yeah. So on the flat Earth, I'll have permanent braces. On the globe Earth, you'd be able to make some point, which you can't make.
I'm just asking if you're
See
excited.
how I parsed
if
it
you're
out.
excited to get your
Well, there you
braces
go.
off.
You're going to ask a question and not listen. There's a mute. Demonstrated in real time. Perfect. A perfect explanation with demonstration in real time. You just saw it. You just saw explanation, demonstration. Then you could be like, oh, Crit mutes people. I just told you I was going to. I just explained it. Now I just demonstrated it. Do you need further demonstration? Or do you
Suffering
understand?
Succotash, could we get back to talking about the flat Earth and not like?
No, you want
why
to talk
mute
about me.
people?
You want to talk about me. Are we
All right,
done?
but I don't.
we
Yeah,
done?
I'm bored.
Okay, so we're done now, right? Or wrong? You're going to go back into Flat Earth, TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10 Flat Earthers, number one will surprise you? I get it. You guys have the celebrity gossip mindset, complete brain rot. Your worldview is utter brain rot infotainment. It's always about what people are doing, why they're doing it, and how come. And you want to sit there and point and laugh. You're the joke. You're the joke in that.
You're crashing out right now.
Okay, why do you care
He's
what I'm doing?
spiraling.
Well, because I want to talk about flat Earth instead of you.
Well, go to another channel then.
Well, I didn't know this was the Crit channel. I thought we were talking about flat Earth, not what makes you mad.
Yeah, so if you think that, then what would you do? What would you follow your
I'm asking you to talk about something real.
follow your logic. Follow your logic. If the problem of this channel is me and I'm not going anywhere, what would you do?
I just said, re-listening.
What would you do?
Oh, I'll repeat myself for you. I would ask you to change the subject to something.
It's going to be an action. It's going to be an action. You would do what? See, this is going to prove my point here. The contradiction you guys are facing. You're in a contradiction. You're in a deep-seated logical contradiction. The problem with this channel is me. I'm not going anywhere. What would you do?
All right.
Yeah, dude, you're hot micing.
All right. Yeah, I see that. I see the load.
Hey, dude, you're hot micing.
Thank you.
Okay. There's another reason I'll mute. There you go. Someone's hot micing. Explanation, demonstration. I'm not asking you anything, dude. This would be an action. It would be an action. Follow your worldview. Follow it. Follow your worldview. Follow it. Come on, go. Do what you're... I've been in channels before where I knew someone else was a problem. I left. Because I knew they weren't going to... That's their channel. That's what they're going to do. You got a broken worldview here. It's broken. You're broken. And the conversation isn't going to go anywhere. You're broken.
Why so many people sir muted?
Well, one dude's hot micing, another dude keeps asking me about my braces, and some other dude says I'm the problem for why the conversation can't happen. But he wants to talk, but I'm not going anywhere, so I'm waiting for him to leave. Because if I'm the problem, but I'm not going anywhere, like their logic is so distorted. It's problem-solving phase right now. We're inside problem-solving. How do you fix these guys? They got contradictions that they're unwilling to explain or take questions on. So the only thing you can do then is hold their feet to the fire and let's see what happens. Like old boy here, he wants to talk about flat Earth but can't because of me. What would you do next?
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys want to do some sort of weird power play, like you're going to run the show, like you're going to come up in here and tell people who own the channel how to run the channel, you could do this any channel you go to. Try it. Do and see. Fuck around and find out. Go to all the other channels, just pick some random mod and try to take the piss out of them and see what happens. This will be perfect. Explanation, demonstration. Explanation, demonstration. Explanation, demonstration.
Is there anybody in here that's a Glover that wants to have a conversation?
Well, yeah.
Other than the,
Oh, you want to try one of these guys? We'll switch it up.
Not
Switch
the-
speakers.
well, I don't care. I mean,
So
if you got them on the ropes, that's fine. I'll talk to somebody else.
No, we could try it out. Let's see. This guy says he wants to talk, and he goes right back into talking about me, or he'll talk to you. Let's see what happens here. Because you can see in text chat, they're still talking about me, even though they said they didn't want to. They want to talk about the flat Earth, and then you shut their mic off. They still talk about me. Explanation, demonstration. Explanation, demonstration. They can't control themselves, so they will be controlled.
Does anybody have evidence that the Earth is a globe? Instead of having a meta conversation about mods in here? Bueller.
Who?
See, now they don't want to talk. What they do here is like critical mass. It's like a nuclear bomb. You get a bunch of them together, all squawking at the same time, and they go thermonuclear. You isolate one at a time and get them below critical mass, and suddenly now they don't want to talk.
I only got like 10 minutes anyway, so.
We got John Gilman. He's kind of new, I think. Welcome.
John
What do you think
Gilman,
of-
come on down.
Come on down, sir.
Why is Thimoracle muted? He didn't say anything.
He hot mic'd. He was doing some sort of like lunch order or something live on YouTube. He was muted to protect him from his own stupidity. We're live on YouTube, and he's broadcasting personal information. He's too stupid to be part of the conversation. Or he's too stupid to understand how they operate his mic. This is the type of guy that will do a self-inflicted, someone's going to hear him talk, figure out where he's at, and then claim victim status. It's better off just keeping him on mute until he can understand he hot mic'd. He still doesn't get this yet. He could go back and listen to the YouTube, hear himself hot micing, and still won't get it. This is a very key point that he's not understanding. He's hot micing. And not only is he hot micing, he's hot micing as he goes about his day. He's broadcasting personal information across YouTube.
Okay. Is he still hot micing?
Well, he's hot.
Yeah,
texting.
let's move the conversation along now.
Yeah.
So
That'd be great.
it sounds like, yeah, it sounds
No,
like
let's talk about how some guy hot mic'd for 5
Bizboss,
seconds for
shut
20
up.
minutes.
we're moving on past that. Right, Bizboss, did you want to talk about Flat Earth?
I just want to listen.
Well, you said you wanted to. I mean, you got any questions? Like, what do you want to listen to? You want Crit to continue?
No, I don't want Crit to continue.
Well, then shut your damn yapper, dude.
You just asked me. You just asked me a
Yeah.
question.
But if you don't want him to continue, then stop talking about him, dumbass.
They can't help themselves. They're
not.
obsessed.
Are you
Obsessed.
broken, bro? He's going to continue to berate you if you continue to be an idiot. We
Oh,
don't
what
want to
did I-
listen
what
to him
did I say
berate
to
you
him,
because it's
Alpha?
it's pointless, dude. Because if
Alpha.
that's going to happen, I'm going to eject you my damn self. I don't
Okay,
want to
tell-
listen to him tell you that shit all fucking
Okay.
day, dude. You can
Okay.
shut your goddamn mouth.
Okay,
Yeah?
what did I say to him? I didn't say anything
Shut your
to him.
bitch ass up, dude. You're out of here. Fuck you. I'm ejecting this bitch. Well, can we just eject this fucking idiot?
He fucked
Fuck
around
this
and
guy.
found out.
Fuck this guy. Is the BAM thing the same as the other one? Dot
No,
ban.
it's a little bit different. I'll do it for you. Let me. The pleasure is mine.
Thank you.
The pleasure's mine.
Lord have mercy. All right. We can go to, how about Nathaniel? We haven't spoken to that guy. What up, Nathaniel? Everybody's leaving now. Bitch.
Yeah, because they came in like and they wanted to like dominate and bowl over the conversation.
Hi, do you have any questions for the VC about the topic, or do you want to present something? Anything?
Wow, the bot was slow. It didn't activate for like 30 seconds.
How about
I got rid of
Callahan?
him.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck that guy.
Yes, that's fine.
Because all he wants to do is talk about crit, and fucking it's boring. I want to talk to some guy that thinks the Earth's a globe and shellac the shit out of him.
Well, Chris' greatest fan is gone as well, so we won't be seeing him anymore. You know, Star Life.
There's another guy, Crit, that you weren't here, but he came in. Oh, wait a minute. His name is T something. You weren't here. He was looking for you. Again. T-Boz. I don't remember his name. I said T something.
Oh, that guy, yeah, T-Cap or some shit. Yeah.
T-Cap.
Yeah, TCAP,
Thank
TCAP, yeah. Came in here moaning, whining.
That's so many
Where's
people.
Crit? I
He's
want to
obsessed
talk to Crit.
Where's Crit at, man? Give me to him. Give me to him.
Why's Crit such a pussy?
I'm here right now. Where is he? He's not here. Where did he go? I'm like, dude, fuck.
I wanted to be in the record that I called him a pussy. To the left.
Well,
How about
Nathaniel's in. You there,
Oh, yeah.
Nathaniel? You're able to VC it all, man? Nathaniel says, I don't trust NASA. That's a good start. Nobody
he
should
put
trust.
He put an S at the end of NASA, as in plural. NASA's.
Yeah.
I see
wonder if he meant
Nathaniel.
to do that.
Nathaniel, I see that you're friends with Gospel Bear. He's a good friend of us from the 24/7 home server. I haven't seen Gospel though in quite a while though. Anyone heard from him before? Recently, I mean.
Uh-oh.
Nah.
So your mic is open, but we don't hear anything, Nathaniel. We've got some issues with Discord.
Hopefully it comes back. Tell you the only thing these guys come in here for is to just give out some meta conversations and nothing to do with the topic.
That's why I told them when they first came in here. I said, you guys are brain rot. TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10 flat earthers, number one will surprise you. And I was the only one talking, so they decided to make it like all about the crit. And I'm like, sure, let's do it. You want to talk about my braces? You want to talk about, let's do it. Let's go. Let's have at it. Let's have fun. Suddenly they didn't want to talk about it. They actually want to talk about the flat earth. And I'm like, okay, let's test that. Because now I can mute you where you can't talk about it. What do you want to talk about now? And they just went into the text chat and still talked about me. So we had demonstration or explanation, demonstration. Explanation, demonstration. They're full of shit. They're just triggered snowflakes who are very upset that someone thinks the earth is flat.
Oh, he's watching his children. There's too much cussing in here. Nathaniel.
Yeah, guys, cool down. God damn it.
What the fuck? How's there too much cussing in here? I don't get it.
It's like the same retarded playbook they do. They go, you just look at the mod log, you can see they just go from one channel to the next, spazzing out, freaking out. You're like, all right, let's do it. One of them gets booted, they all leave. Because their whole shtick is to try to dominate a VC for a while and then claim victim status like they got muted. And I told them right from the very beginning, if you have questions, I have answers. That means you shut up when I'm answering you. They came in, their first question was, well, Dave McKeegan witnessed the sun not setting. I'm like, well, yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Dave
like,
McKeegan.
How's that? I'm like, well, he said on his Flat Earth model, the sun would not set. He never presented it or demonstrated it or showed it. He just said, here's a globe model, which he didn't show. Here's a Flat Earth model, which he didn't show. He said, on a Flat Earth, the sun doesn't set. On a globe Earth, the sun sets. Like, okay, whatever. Then he goes to Antarctica and films the sun not setting. All right, that's Flat Earth then, right? Yes and no. Huh. Wait, didn't you just say the sun does not set on Flat Earth? Yes. The sun did not set in Antarctica. Yes. Therefore, Flat Earth. No. Huh.
Forum is he on, man? It would be nice to have a chat with him.
What'd you say? You said Foreman?
What forum is Dave McKeegan on?
Oh,
It'd be nice to have a
no,
channel.
those guys never leave their echo chambers. They've got their entertainment categorized YouTube channel that they will not leave. They will not leave any space they don't have full control.
You know what sucks is that he was getting praised by the quote unquote flat earthers that went over there. Like, yeah, if it wasn't for Dave McKeegan, we wouldn't have this like spiritual experience, and it was such a wonderful time. Thank you, Dave McKeegan. And he comes with a shit-eating grin on the camera. He's like, well, you know, we gotta thank God for this, for giving us clear. I'm like, dude, oh, it was cringe, bro. I can't believe it. It was so cringe. All the stuff that was. Oh, man, can't went into that. But whatever. It's like flat earthers went. No, flat earthers didn't go over there. True earthers went over there.
Yeah, if they wanted to have flat earthers, how come they didn't invite flat earthers?
Yeah, exactly. They took the true earthers over there.
I'm here.
Yep.
I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Nathan, welcome. Yeah, welcome, man. Look, we'll make sure no one. Make sure no one swears, so it's all good.
Oh, fantastic! I've got. I don't know why that was giving me so much trouble this morning. I was working fine yesterday and not today. But yeah, well, okay. So I told you my position on it. I guess to be an honest man, I will tell you that I came to believe in a flat Earth, and then I hopefully that doesn't lose me any credit with people who really just go crazy when they hear that. I mean, you've got.
Yeah, we do not care.
Right. Well, I know. I guess you guys wouldn't. I just. But I'll tell you, because I saw. So what happened was, yesterday I was talking to the folks over and learning. I was mostly listening to them, and then they got real. I would say uncharitable with a man just because he was flat Earth, and they knew it before he came in there, so maybe there was some kind of history. But I said to myself, well, that's not the right way. I mean, it's not even like a thing necessary for salvation. It's worth arguing about because it's kind of interesting. I think it lends itself to a lot of holy meditation.
Can I say something about that real quick, Nathaniel?
Yeah.
So I have a different take on that because you remember if you study the Bible a little bit, and I won't get too far into this because it's a bit on biblical topic, but since you mentioned that, do you think that a lie is what separates us from the Creator? Hello? Did I lose everyone? What's going on?
No, I hear you.
We can hear you.
I can hear you now. Do you think? What was the question?
Do you think a lie separates us from the Creator?
Do I think a lie separates us from the Creator?
Yes.
Well,
it's binary. Yes or no?
Well, yes, it does, but everyone believes in lies to a certain extent.
Yeah, but there's no clause here. There's not a clause. There's not an addendum. It's a binary. It's binary. So
yeah, that makes it easy. I'll try to just give you yes or no.
Well, it doesn't make it easy. It's what God doesn't like liars. Yeah, says so in the Word. All right. So if we
think an untruth is not the same thing as a lie. I'll say that.
Let's not try to make it a little softer. God is very clear, right? He's very clear.
Well, NASA means lie. I mean, NASA is.
Yeah, lying. I know that, but we're not even. That's not the point. What I am trying to drive home is that a lie separates us from the Creator. Now, let's look at it in a perspective. If the Earth is not a globe, is that a lie?
If the Earth is not a globe, is that a lie? Depends on who's saying it.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I think we have a different definition of lie.
Well, let's put it this way. The people that don't know it's a lie will still propagate it as a truth, but they don't understand it's a lie. But it will still be a lie. I'll give you another way, right? I'll give you another way.
Sure.
If creation itself is displaying what it is, and we're saying no,
Right,
creation is not what we see, it's something else. So are we now saying that what God created is not what he created? So we're saying essentially, okay, I see all of creation, I'm looking at it right now, but
Right.
that's not what the globe is not what I see. So therefore, it's not what I'm saying God made. So I'm saying, if I was
Go
to
ahead.
believe the earth as a globe, that the earth is a globe, but I cannot see it. So I don't see that in God's creation. However, I am saying that it is because I believe it. So we're mocking the creation that he made. Now I'm giving you this different perspective because maybe you've never heard it this way. But if you were to look at the earth being a globe, it's fantasy. And God's creation has always been demonstrating itself to us as something very logical, consistent. It's very common sense. Like there's no need to think of it any other way than it's perceived to be. So if that's
I
true,
think yes.
and
think
other
that's
people
with
are
the
saying
heavens.
saying that creation is something else, right? Something else. Then
Uh-huh.
that means that whatever it is, whoever says creation is something other than we perceive it, that's a lie. I don't care who says it. You can tell the person that's not true. Creation is not this. It's what I perceive it, right? So when people challenge you, you can say, no, this is God's creation right here. I walk outside and I look at all of God's creation. Now, if you say that's not what it looks like and it's something else, that's a lie. Yes or no?
You said a lot. I think
Well, it's just to demonstrate that
I
everything that
can't
we
say
see,
yes or no to that.
you should.
It's
You
too much.
really should. You know, honesty is another characteristic of somebody who follows after after God. You got to be
Sure.
honest, right? Okay, so if you're honest, right?
Well, I want my
and
yes
all
to
of
be
cre-
yes and
all
my
of
no
and
to
all
be
of
no.
creation, yeah. But
You
think
said
about it.
too many
All of-
things for me to say
no,
yes
I'll
to all
condense
of
it.
them.
Let me condense it. If all of
Okay.
creation is demonstrating itself to us as not globe, and you say Earth globe, that's a lie.
Yeah, if all creation was demonstrating us to not be in globe, yes, you're correct. If that one
All right.
first one's true, I do think.
And my
Go
point
ahead.
is,
no, go ahead. That's fine.
my point is that we're going to come down to where you said this has nothing to do with God, nothing whatsoever. Separate from God, flat Earth and globe Earth discussions can be had, but God is not involved in this. So it's nothing to do with anything that you think God would have. God doesn't care if the earth is a globe or flat. You still go to heaven. It's okay. The lie is okay because it has
Wait.
nothing to do with salvation, because we're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about flat earth and globe earth. But when I just demonstrated at the
I
very
see. Okay.
beginning,
Go ahead.
now you're getting it, right? So the very beginning,
Yes.
we talked about what separates us from God is a lie, and now you say there's little, nuances to lies, little white lies, all right, or perhaps maybe a discussion
what
about
I'm
what
saying.
God. Well, you should put this under a microscope, right? Because
Okay.
if you were the creator and somebody deceived humanity with this thing that's not true of his creation,
Right.
wouldn't that be a blatant disregard to what he made? And wouldn't that be so super offensive? I think.
Oh yeah. Well, the people.
Okay.
Yeah. So people who are portraying, particularly cosmology, the way that they do,
Mm-hmm.
deceive many other people. So the people who do lie on purpose certainly will answer God for that, and their salvation would be questionable.
But not only that. Those people
Okay.
who believe the lie. There's the deceivers, and then there's the believers.
Yeah,
you have people-
it makes salvation harder for them, I would say.
Well, think
Yes.
about it. It's not just harder. It makes it to be where you say, okay, I take man's word over God's word. I'd rather choose man and their intellect and their knowledge and their authority over God. Makes it very clear where you stand.
Okay, I'll wait for you to ask a question. Okay.
Well, no, it's basically rhetorical because you need to realize
Okay.
that
Why don't
when
you
this
start? You
conversation
That's fine.
comes up, when it does pop up, and you're like, well, flat Earth and globe Earth really has nothing to do with God. Nothing was. We can have all the conversations about this, and God is not concerned. He's over there
Oh,
like,
no.
"Oh, yeah,
I didn't say that. I
Nathaniel,
don't believe that's true.
you're still coming to heaven. Don't worry about flat Earth and globe Earth discussion. That's nothing. It's pish posh.
Well, I'm obviously worried about it. Here I am. I don't do anything that's not
Well,
that I don't
and then that's all I'm saying.
sincerely think is about.
I guess I'm making a case. I guess what I'm saying is I'm making a case for that. If God's creation is what we're saying, it's not. Isn't that a mockery of His creation? I just think about it. There's a lot of people like, no. It's fine. If somebody's a globe earther, to heaven they go. Like what I'm saying is, I mean, isn't what a lie is separates us? Anyway, something to think about. But I'm going to leave it there because I got to get going.
Liar.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. All right. I'll talk to you later. It was fun listening to you.
Anyway, yep.
Is that all I should do at the moment, or is there anybody? Am I still here?
Yeah,
you're
there's other
here.
people in here. I just
have
wanted to make that point. That's all.
No, it's a wonderful point. I have a hard time adjusting to different social situations. Sometimes people want you to like explain yourself, and then sometimes people want to explain themselves. And it's tough. There's so many people. There's so little time, and I'm very impatient. I like to just shout people down, and I'm working on that.
So what do you want from this room? What are you looking for?
So from this room, well, I actually just want to ingratiate myself with you guys. I want to have a good reputation with you guys. I'd like to be known as somebody who is reasonable and not at all difficult and just wants to, work together with everybody against the most destructive lies that affect, especially America. But America has an empire over just about the whole world, so really the world, when you think about it. The people who aren't in the empire are still definitely affected because of the size of it.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people say, like, hey, if you really don't love America and you don't love the space program, why don't you just leave? I'm like, I would, but I'd be subject to Americans' foreign policy if I left.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, it's also really hard to leave. I mean, I've got children. I've got a wife. I don't know if anyone's ever tried to travel overseas, but they do all kinds of crazy things to you. You have to consent to things, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not really gay if it's TSA.
Well, it's like you was saying, is a lie going to separate us? It's like, I don't know. St. Charles, I think it's Lubanga, he was martyred, and I've heard two different stories, but one of them is that he was sodomized to death. So he's a holy martyr, though. He is. Pray for us. Sorry to throw that out there if you find that disturbing.
Yeah, I don't know the story there.
He was I think like a tutor or some kind of educated man under an African king, and the gospel came, right, and then they started saying that you can't. You have to obey Leviticus to a certain extent, right? You can't lay with men as in other men. And this king had a harem of boys, and this tutor was teaching those boys was teaching them the gospel. And then because of the rise of the gospel there, the king saw that he was going to lose his particular pleasures and killed him. I read it. There was a different story I read that was more where it said he was just beaten to death with clubs or something like that. Holy man, Is that enough for you?
Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah, I got the gist of it.
I think that personally, I think when I say it's not necessary for salvation, I think that there's like a list of priorities of things that are really, really important. to do for our neighbors, and there are so many lies out there. But I think that if people didn't have to like slave away at a job, come home and have no money, be poor, barely have time for their children, have time to talk to their wife, they get divorced because of it, and their children get into degeneracy because of it. I think if that problem was solved, then everybody would have a lot more time to look into like cosmology and geography and things like that, which would be good for us. I just think so many people don't have time for it. So, like me, I've got to go and try to like build publishing and media company while like watching children, which is challenging. So, but is there anything I can do for you guys? Anything I can help you guys with? I'm a fan. I mean, I'd much rather people believe that the earth is flat the way I did than believe NASA tells the truth. Much rather. And my own cosmology and geography is a little bit more, it's probably closer to a flat earth than the standard one. I see somebody's asked me if I'm Roman Catholic, but I hear silence, which makes me think I've lost connection again somehow. I am Roman Catholic.
No, I hear you.
Okay, good. I am Roman Catholic.
I'm curious.
Yes.
What do you think about the Catholic? I mean, I've talked to a priest. I did this years ago when I was.
Sure.
They really love the heliocentric model, and that they think they invented it. You're like, if you go talk to, I talked to one of them straight up, got a chance to talk one-on-one, and the other one I just asked to give me a pitch for why I should be a Catholic. The one I talked to one-on-one went into full details about how the Catholic Church has always been, involved with science and math. It's been a cutting edge of human and societal evolution. We'd be in the Stone Age without religious beliefs. They take credit for the Age of Enlightenment. They take credit for the heliocentric.
That's funny.
All of it.
Okay.
Like all of it. Okay.
Well,
and then when I asked the priest, like, hey, can you give me a reason to be Catholic? In a gist, he just basically said, we have the perfect worldview that connects mind, body, and soul into a full, to be the best person you can be. And it kind of went on to about the best and the brightest people are Catholics and all this stuff.
Right. Hey, where's your sister? Why is she gone? Sorry. Okay. Sorry, one of my children just disappeared.
Okay.
Let me tell you this. Okay. So I agree with the idea. Okay, so I agree with the fact that Catholics have the perfect model. But the problem is so many people are Catholics. No, stay there. Stay there. I just have to check on her. Go back, please. Come on. Oh, man. There's so many people that are Catholic that you have to understand, like, the Catholic Church in one explanation or one understanding founded the Lutherans. You know what I mean? Because Martin Luther was a Catholic priest. So to say the Catholics believe this or the Catholics believe that, well, I don't know, some of them. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So you run into a lot of Catholics, Catholic priests, everybody, who are wrong. They're just wrong. And that's, it's the largest church. It's the true church. And so that's how it goes. And, and it's hard to even know if I'm right about things. I'll have to come back later because chaos is broken out. But God bless you all. I do hope to come back later. And feel free to, catch up with me or anything like that. If you go to Substack, I love talking to folks. If you go to, in fact, I'd interview a man. I'd interview a flat earther. Okay, the baby's still here. Good. Which is better because I can kind of arrange it around the children's routine. But you can find me on Substack, Taurus Necros. And I might be able to come back in as long as I'm not annoying you guys too much.
No, you're good, dude. Being annoying is not a problem. I don't like to talk about it, but when I first talked to flat earthers, I was pretty annoying. It's one of the things I look back at that, hey, kind of shameful. I should have been more open and more listening.
Well, what I do, yes, I agree with you, sir. I mean, that's the biggest problem. It's just one of those things that people reject out of hand. And it's like, well, the thing is that the world is a big place, and it includes the heavens and the earth. And nobody can picture that in their mind accurately. We don't have the mind to do it. So it's like, what in the world? Like, who do you think you are? You're not God. You just don't know. Now, you guys are good in that you know that people are lying about it. And it's the people who say they know. I even had an atheist who was talking to me about this, because I don't believe in space. So I don't believe in an empty vacuum. And I proved this to him with his own logic, I think. Because I said to him, I mean, he kind of said I was stupid, but I think he agreed. He did agree with me. So I said to him, okay, so space, right, is an empty vacuum. Well, I think it's full of light. I think it's full of objects of a certain type. I think it's also full of life. Do you disagree? And he said, no, it's probably got all those things. I said, well, there you go. So how come the pictures are black, empty, and barren, if we both agree on light, full, and life? Because, like, my worldview would say, I don't know, and then I'll get going. My worldview would say that the objects in there are heavenly objects. Everyone kind of agrees with that. The sun, many other objects. That don't hurt him. Come on. The life in there would be probably angelic life, possibly demonic life, and the light is God's light, or maybe the light from like the empyrean heaven. So it only appears dark under like this fallacious, well, I mean, I don't know, you guys would call it fallacious, the fallacious model of space where there's a vacuum that doesn't reflect the light. But I actually think that the day sky is more of an accurate thing to look at than the night sky. That's my personal opinion. And a lot of people don't agree with me on that. But I know, like, one of the NASA guys, when he came back from the moon, said that. And then everyone, like, corrected him. It's like, no, it's dark, remember? It's dark and pointless and empty, and there's nothing there. Give up all hope. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I sent you a friend request. Like, I can share some more information with you and stuff.
Sweet. God bless you. Let me ditch and try to figure out these children. All right. I really enjoyed talking to you, man. Thank you. By the way, God bless you for keeping language under control. I don't want you to feel bad for that. It's not. I think vulgarity is fine. It's like a mark of sincerity. I'm just trying to keep some of it.
I try to work on it. I don't like how much I swear, and I appreciate when people let me know. I do curse a lot, and a lot more than I like to be zero. I would like to get to a point where I never curse.
It's more complex than people think it is. You know, a Christian man will use a blasphemy. They'll say, "Oh my God," and they won't say, "I love you" or some prayer. And so it'll be a Lord's name in vain, you know. But then they'll like shudder at the F word, you know. Now there's a certain logic to that, because if I have children and they hear somebody say, "Oh my God," they hear that all the time in the form of a prayer. So they're not learning anything new, whereas some of these Viking words they've never heard before. And I just don't want them to. Because it's not very useful to them. Same reason I don't want them really to hear Chinese words, because they're not talking to Chinamen. So. All right. And I'm fine with the Chinese. All right. Well, God bless you. Thank you for the friend request. And,
take care. Talk to you next time.
Like I said, I'm on Substack. You guys keep up the good work. I might try to come back in here once I figure things out around here. Bye. Get out of it. I'm just in here. Oh, there it is.
Hey, DJ.
What's up, man?
Did you listen to that one?
No, I was waiting to for some dead air. So
I could play it in here.
What I did was, Witsit's song, Why Would They Lie?
Uh-huh.
So I took the lyrics from his verse and I and I made him into the song. But like I switched some of the words and shit, but it's pretty much the second half of the song is like on script with his verse. But I just you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I mean, I guess I could play it now if no one... I mean, is there anyone else in here that wants to chat about Flat Earth at the moment, ask questions, provide globe evidence?
Could take an intermission, just like palate cleanser. We had a lot of freak outs and stuff, and ended with a high note with Matthew. So let's listen to some music.
All right, cool. All right, here we go.
A lot of you fellas that choose the path of least resistance. I'm sharpening my teeth before I eat my victims. Pastors heliocentrics preaching kids, it's the demons teaching nitwits. Sadistic scripted as wits, and I'm kidding, you're smitten. No rape hits, it's a religion, it's a decision to use your wisdom for mischief so significant. Calling dudes fake truth that sits when does your word salad need to serve a mixed blend of perverting the heard words of a Christian? And one day he just walked away for a lot of pay-per-view. Maybe you just stopped the danger that an awful stranger threatened to make your life a perpetual pain for all the days of existence, cause all the games and angles of distance outweigh your God-ordained resistance. But I'm sure that the witches deserve not to be victims. Plus the incentives of seeing your pictures on all of the TVs and pixels. DreamWorks and the scripts filled, need work and the rent's billed to your groomers as long as you sit still. I did ill, even writing these lyrics, but I'm like the appearance of lightning and you hear it, striking at your spirit, fighting with your tears. It's trying and so weary, your time has been nearing. Nice try on you staring some of your biggest fans away. Wait, kids, did this display shit? Or has it directly been affected by energy waves? Don't forget to behave, you don't gotta commit to be made into the depiction of a slave. They played your ass, and I don't see any other way but ask, why would they lie? Why would they? Why would they? Why would they? Why would they lie? Why would they not? They trying to ride by watching the Antarctic Amazon sky, and they know it's a mock. Jordan picking both sides. He's got the surface divide, and then they disguise, and now Duffy's devising a plot. You ask why? They lying from behind closed eyelids. They enticing the brightest to get deprived. They contrive confinement. Only way that Austin will survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe him. They enticing the ones with word salad, cause they the brightest. The things they say are chimed in. Pay Paul a cash app, you can buy him. And when confronted from behind, he gets the wine in. But the one time he faked it from the sideline and died by the Zionists. Either that or they threatened his life. And these some treacherous times, and when the mic hits the sidewalk, chalk it up as a lost dog. Your time to shine has passed right by, kid. But regardless of your new assignment, I still love you, Austin. You're a snake just like I is. Wait, did I say snake? I meant a saint. I ain't saying my halo ain't been defiled. It's a fine line between being the highlight and the twilight denialist. Why would they lie? Maybe they don't mind the silence, but the sun seems to be the line that divides the community till they start fighting. And even if you told the truth, the Jews still might not like it. But homie, you still alright, kid. I love your life, Wits.
to me. Is that correct? I just want to make sure we're talking.
Yes, old man. You're fine.
You can never be too careful. You know?
And you
So
can
this
never be
guy's
too old,
saying-
Lance. Hang in there.
He's saying the independent variable is the shape. He's saying that's what the independent variable is.
Yeah, he's fucking retarded.
This is comical. After everything you went over with him,
yep,
I manipulate the independent variable, as in I set the IV to either a flat Earth or a spherical Earth. So you're making the independent variable, whether you make it a flat Earth or a spherical Earth. What?
I know it's kind of hard for you to understand.
Yeah, you can. No, because you're a fucking retard, dude.
What a retard.
And then you said the dependent variable is what you observe in the experiment. You don't observe dependent variables in the experiment. The dependent variable is number one, you fucking retard. Shut your fucking mouth. The dependent variable is the naturally observed phenomena, not in the experiment. That's fucking 3 steps later, you abject idiot of a retard. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up right now.
The situation at
Shut
all.
up.
I understand what
Grandpa, shut the fuck up.
I'm just trying to help.
Shut up. No one fucking asked you. Sonny said, we'll ask you when we need you. Other than that, sit down in the corner and shut the fuck up. Thank you.
I just want to make sure you're talking
Shut
to
up.
the other guy.
Shut up.
Maybe go in the corner. Maybe put on a new Depends or something. Shut the fuck up.
You'll need it. Next.
Grandpa, I'll give you the stage. I'll give you the stage, Grandpa.
Like a museum or something that just is on another gyrometer, so it's not being affected by the friction above, and it's just set to oscillate, and it over a day it oscillates in a circle, a 360-degree circle. It oscillates, and all that's being done by the machinery. Sorry,
does it?
Yes. I'm trying to look at it. Oh fucking hell! What's the name of it? Hold on. Oh, bejesus! What's the name of it?
Sounds like you got fuck all.
Wait, hold on. Like what? Because I'm not omniscient and I don't immediately recall everything.
Sounds like you've got a fuck all pendulum.
Are you saying it doesn't exist before I'm trying to look it up?
No, I'm giving you a clue to the name of it.
Foucault. Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. They have a massive one at it's like a museum or a library or something.
A big ball hanging on a string. Is it a big ball hanging on a string?
Yeah. It looks like that. How do flat earthers explain that?
Explain a ball on a string.
Yeah.
It's a ball on a string.
Yeah.
Why is it turning by 360 degrees over the course of a day? Why do they all do that?
I don't know if that's even true.
Do you want a video?
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thanks. What is it? I don't know. What's the movie? What are we watching?
Do you guys genuinely not have an answer for this?
Well, why do I need one?
Because it implies motion. It's a pendulum. If the Earth's not,
motion of what?
If the Earth's not moving, and all it's the only force it's having done is an oscillation between one amplitude and another, it shouldn't be turning.
Why not?
Because the Earth wouldn't be moving. What would be causing it to turn?
I don't know. That's your claim.
Yeah, the rotation of the Earth.
What starts
what rotation
the
of the
pendulum
Earth?
moving?
Sorry?
What initiates this first movement of the pendulum?
What initiates
That's like circular reasoning to me.
Sorry?
No, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, right, the pendulum has
Does it
its
start
own...
moving by itself, or does someone else starts to push it or cause the movement of its initiation first?
Well, I assume it's attached to like a motor. So that's what causes the oscillation left and right. So you count. So the counter argument
of the Earth.
The counter argument is sound effects.
What motion of the Earth are you talking about? I don't get it.
What motion of the Earth? It's rotation.
What rotation?
What?
What rotation?
So, are you unfamiliar with the globe Earth model that you're saying is a bunch of bullshit?
No, I'm not unfamiliar with it, but I'm saying you haven't proven it. The Earth's rotating in order to claim that.
So why is
it causes this pendulum to oscillate or whatever?
Yes. So why is it oscillating? All right. Why is it?
It's not my burden to explain that. It's not my burden to explain that.
It is when you say the Earth's motionless because you made a claim, and then we provide a piece of evidence that shows that it's clearly not motionless. If it's causing
wait, that's you claiming it is. How is it evidence that the Earth's in motion?
Because if the Earth wasn't in motion, what would the pendulum do? It's just
Don't ask me a question. Don't need to ask me a question.
So I can't establish any information from you.
No, this needs to stand on its own. So if it's true, it's true. It doesn't require me answering any questions. It'll just be what it is.
If it doesn't require you answering any questions, it shows that because the pendulum, right, is just keeping its angular momentum, right, oscillating between one side or the other, the fact it is going round over the course of a day in a 360-degree circle shows that there is some external moving reference frame to the pendulum, causing it to make a full turn in a day, because it's preserving its angular momentum.
And you know that how?
Because that's how gyrometers work.
How do you know that's how?
Sorry?
How do you know that's how they work?
Well, not only did we have kind of a demonstration in a physics class one time, it's how planes work.
Planes?
Well, they use like it's a level gyrometer, but yeah, the fundamental principle is the same.
Okay, so a gyrometer, right, was taken to a place where they know there was no external forces acting on it. They knew, right, that it was it wasn't on any turning reference frame, right? And they saw that it didn't oscillate or precess or change in any way. It kept its momentum. It kept its plane of motion.
Can you give the source?
So they established that, did they? Did they establish that?
Can you give the source?
No, where? Where did they do this? So they obviously took a gyrometer to a place where they knew it wasn't on a turning reference frame, so that they could know that it will maintain its angular momentum. It will maintain the motion in the one continuous plane without oscillation. They've observed that part, right? First.
Who has done this? Who has done this?
Well, they would have to have.
What are you talking about?
To know that it wouldn't do that on a turning reference frame.
What on earth? How are we? What are you supposed to do?
You're the one making this claim that this thing would only do this thing, this gyrometer, this pendulum would only do what we're seeing it do if it was on a turning frame of reference.
Yeah.
Okay. So that means you know that it wouldn't do that.
No, that it wouldn't do
on a motionless reference plane.
Right. When the pendulum is not in motion, when the or when like a gyrometer is not in motion, it will stay on its level. A level in terms of the vector, like towards the ground, when it's not in motion. Right. When it is constantly in motion.
When isn't it in motion?
Well, buy a gyrometer and just leave it on the table. It's going to stay in that position all day.
So it's not in motion. So it's not in motion.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome to motionless Earth.
Right. Why does it turn throughout the day?
You don't have to ask me a question. It's not my claim. It's not my burden to explain anything about it.
So as in your claim has zero explanatory power, is what you're saying.
What am I trying to explain?
Right. Do you claim that we live on a motionless flat Earth?
Yeah, that's self-evident.
That's the claim.
No,
it's
just self-evident. It's an observation.
Right. So observations of things like the Foucault pendulum contradicts that.
Why?
Because it turns.
What did you see? What did you see? Oh, it turns. So the gyroscope turns.
What?
The gyroscope turns.
Yeah,
it turns. The gyroscope.
If you had a gyroscope that was moving constantly, and it's on a free spinning axis, it will turn throughout the day.
How do you know that?
Because we've witnessed it.
On what?
Do you want me to just show you another video?
On what? What was it tested on? Obviously, there's going to be a juxtaposition. There's going to be a contrast. We tested the gyroscope on this thing, and then we tested it on this other thing that's doing something different. And therefore, we know that it does X.
Does it still get it or not?
Right. I'll just link the video.
I'm not monitoring the side chat.
You're not monitoring the side chat.
No, you just need to tell me how this tells you anything about what the ground is doing.
What a
So far, what you've told me is that you're observing a pendulum move, not the Earth.
Yeah. Why is the pendulum?
Don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question.
Then you're not even engaging in debate.
No, you're supposed to be describing to us how this tells you.
I did like twice. I did like twice.
Right. How does it then? How does it tell you the ground is in motion?
You just keep.
So what is it that's moving? What is the thing that's moving? Is it the pendulum that's moving, or is it the Earth?
Both. That's why we have two reference frames.
Oh, we have two reference frames. An inertial and a non-inertial. Is that right?
Well, both. You'd say, yeah. You could describe it as inertial and non-inertial if you wanted.
Okay. So anything that is not part of the turning non-inertial reference frame will show a deviation, will show an apparent deflection.
Yeah, and the deflection is what we see as it turns around.
Does that apply to all things, or just this in this special magical pendulum?
What's magical about it? You've suddenly made the claim it's magical.
Yeah, because you're saying that somehow it shows you the Earth's turning when all you've witnessed is the pendulum turning.
Yeah, that's not what magic is. Give you a definition of magic.
Yeah, it is, because you're saying it somehow tells you that the ground is moving when all you've seen and observed is the pendulum move, not the ground.
Right. Can you give your definition of magic?
No, I don't need to give a definition of fucking magic. All right. So what if something else leaves the turning non-inertial reference frame and enters the inertial reference frame? That would be something that's not attached to the turning non-inertial reference frame, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so do we see that when something else leaves the turning non-inertial reference frame? Do we see an apparent deflection?
What? Can you give an example of what you mean by this?
Like throwing a ball in the air, a drone, a helicopter, a hot air balloon, an aeroplane, a bird, a cloud.
It's going to depend on how much they're subject to the inertial reference frame.
No, they're just in the inertial reference frame because they're not attached to the turning non-inertial reference frame, right?
They are.
They are? How are they attached when they're not part of it?
If you're in the atmosphere, right, and you're not going a certain speed, you're generally going to be within it's a ratio. You're generally going to be within the inertial reference frame.
Oh, but the pendulum isn't.
The pendulum isn't because it has its own angular momentum, and there's nothing disturbing it.
When you're moving with the Earth,
it's moving with the Earth, yeah.
So it's not in the turn. It's not in an inertial reference frame. Then it's part of the turning non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah, because it has its own preserved angular momentum.
So not two separate reference frames then.
You've got a mix. It depends on what type of motion it is.
Well, what's happening with the pendulum? What do you think's happening with the pendulum?
It has its own. Well, what do you mean? It has its own trajectory.
Is it fixed in space?
Relative to its position.
No, is it fixed in space?
No, nothing's fixed in space.
Right. Okay. So it's not in a separate reference frame then.
Yeah, but nothing is absolutely fixed in space, so it's a red herring.
Right. So how are you going to be able to tell what it's doing then, what this is showing you then?
By observing it.
Okay, so you observe it do what?
It processes relative to
processes. It processes. It changes. It's the thing that changes. Okay. Somehow you have to get from it's the thing that's changing, right, to it's not the thing that's changing, it's the ground below it that's changing.
Yeah, that's what. Why do flurfs not understand relative motion? When you say it changes, that thing doesn't changes. They both change with respect to each other.
No,
That's
you've described to me the pendulum changing. It is the thing that processes.
Do you understand relative motion? Because flurfs are really, really bad at this. Like, do you understand?
I'm not going to continue to engage with you if you call me a fucking flurf again.
If I run at someone at 50 miles per hour, do you understand that from relative motion, just in state space, they could be argued that they're moving 50 miles an hour towards me?
No, that's that's stupid.
Right, yeah. You can say it's stupid, it's incredulous, whatever. I don't get it. It doesn't. That is how all our physics is conducted, because the forces are the same. If we both impact, relative to you, relative to me, the forces are the same, and the relative velocities are the same. Now, of course, in colloquial terms,
there is no fucking velocity. If something's not moving, it is not moving. Now you can mathemagic it all you like, where you can divide the velocity of one thing with two things, where one thing is in motion and another thing isn't, like a car and a tree. All right, you're not going to mathemagic me into believing that you can think of the tree as the thing that's fucking moving. No, I'm talking about reality.
Well,
reality.
You can't. This is the thing. Like, if you're not willing to kind of accept principles in physics,
to accept things that aren't reality,
there's nowhere you can go with it. There's nowhere you can go with it because
there's nowhere you can go with it because you're not describing reality.
I mean, you guys are flat earthers. You don't describe reality either.
No, I'm a fucking human being. That's what I am.
No, you're a flat earther.
Don't fucking call me a flat earther again.
Well, it's not mutually exclusive. You're a human being and you're a flurf.
I'm not a fucking flurf. I'm someone who understands. If you want to call me a flat earther, that's fine, because that's a human being that understands the reality around them.
No,
and isn't willing to entertain imaginary bullshit that you can't prove.
No, because if you were right, the thing is, and it's a problem that I keep coming back to. If you were truly skeptical, if you're saying I'm just seeing reality and I'm not making any special pleading or special claims about it or begging the question, do you realize logically you wouldn't be saying the Earth is flat? You would just say I don't know. I just see existence, but I'm not going to make any special claims.
I don't know if what I see is real. No, I'm not going to say that. That's dumb.
No,
tell me. Okay, when you see a bird flying in the sky, right? Do you think, oh, that might not be the bird that's flying. That might be me that's moving and making the bird appear to move. Do you think that to yourself?
I literally just said in common language and understanding, we just say the bird is moving because the bird is the one seemingly exerting like energy to create motion.
No, is it in motion? Is it the thing that's moving? So you understand that you're not the one that's moving, right?
Yeah,
I'm talking moving.
I'm talking in pure state space. If you're talking about velocities, you typically dumb it down to state space. You don't start including for everything going on within reality, because your equations will just become nonsense.
So why is it that you want to say that when you see a swinging pendulum change its plane of swing, that right? Yeah, it's precession, right? Why, just like the bird, right? Why do you want to say that it's suddenly not that thing that's doing that? It's the ground.
Because what's an alternative explanation?
No, not an alternative. I could ask you for the fucking alternative for the fucking bird.
Yeah, but again, argumentum a fortiori, argument from the strongest reason.
You don't have a reason.
I don't have a reason.
No.
So
what difference is there? What different reason do you have for the swinging pendulum than that you don't have for the bird? Why is the pendulum a special case?
Because the bird doesn't have an angular momentum. It's just moving in a direction somewhere.
What are you talking about? Angular momentum?
If something's spinning, right, it has an usually friction will slow this thing down unless there's an external force.
So birds can't turn.
Birds can turn.
Okay. So there's a turning bird in the air. It's in flight and it's turning. Has it got angular momentum?
Yeah, you could say if it's doing a turn.
Yeah, so what is the exception for the fucking pendulum and not the bird?
Because it's not spinning relative to its you'd say central axis. It's spinning relative to
it's still a change in motion. You're just observing something move.
Yeah, but it's the difference.
Change.
Yes, it's the difference in the physical principle applied. So it's not turning relative to its central axis. It's turning relative to some defined circle that you could make out with your finger in the sky and say the bird is generally moving along this arc.
Yeah, and the pendulum isn't.
Right. If the bird does a little twirl, you could say, well, that's a turn relative to its central axis. And if the bird kept doing that, if the bird was just spinning along its longitudinal axis, and that was just preserved, the bird would do the same as the pendulum. But obviously birds don't do that.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the crescendo. This tells you the ground is moving.
Yes, because there is a precession. Because there's a precession. So there must be some other moving reference frame.
Okay, prove it.
That is the proof. It's the explanation.
No, that's circular reasoning.
No, because I'm not starting with the position that the Earth is moving.
Okay, does the precession of the pendulum tell you that the Earth is in motion, or does an understanding of the Earth being in motion tell you why the pendulum precesses? Which way around is it?
It's the first one.
So the precession of the pendulum tells you that the Earth is in motion. So you're saying that the swinging pendulum is maintaining its momentum in the same plane continuously. It's not actually precessing.
In pure state space, it wouldn't be precessing, but it's on Earth, so it does.
No. It wouldn't be precessing. You'd be saying that the ground is the thing precessing, making the pendulum appear to process.
But this is why it's so Yeah, but this is why we talk about relative motion, because to us it appears like the pendulum is processing. We're not wrong.
Right. But it's not
relative-
actually, is it? It's not actually, is it?
In pure state
It's just
space.
swinging back and forth in the same plane.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Right. Okay, so that means that anything else that leaves the turning non-inertial reference frame would display the same characteristics.
Such as?
A hovering helicopter could just go up and hover and wait for the destination to arrive to it.
No, because it's moving with the atmosphere. The atmosphere is pulling the helicopter along. It has to fight the atmosphere to move. If the atmosphere wasn't moving with the Earth, we get hundreds and thousands of miles of wind. So it's obvious that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth.
So what are winds then?
Again, it's the movement of air around the Earth relative to its overall motion.
So it's begging the question that it's in motion to begin with.
You're asking me under this framework what are winds, so it's not begging the question, because if I've established one, it's not begging the question
No,
to say
it is begging the question.
No, it's
assuming
not,
that the bro, does the air move? Do gases move independently?
Do gases move independently? Yeah. You could say generally,
not in tandem with the Earth. Now this is allowing you the fucking Earth to be moving in the first instance. This is stupid. If the Earth was moving, a helicopter would leave that non-inertial turning reference frame. Yeah, it would.
The air is moving.
Like your pendulum.
The air is moving with the Earth.
Yeah, just like your pendulum.
Yeah, it's moving with the. That's why it's processing.
No, the helicopter. The helicopter would process or would appear to deflect.
Why would it do that?
Because it's no longer attached to the non-inertial turning reference frame. It would be now in the inertial reference frame. All right.
It is. It's in the atmosphere, and it's not. The thing is, the rotors spin. The helicopter doesn't spin because obviously it has the rear rotor to prevent it just spinning wildly.
It's the plane of the oscillation of the pendulum that isn't moving with the Earth. The pendulum itself is moving with the Earth.
Yeah, that's what we've established. The thing is, we can't when you talk about winds and you say you're begging the question because you've already said that the Earth is moving at this point. I can't start most facts from zero premises because then I have nothing. If I say I drop this bottle, right? The problem is if I go with zero premises, I'm not confirming anything beforehand. So I can't even confirm that I'm lifting a bottle. I can't even confirm the bottle exists because I'm just starting with zero premises. But if you build a framework, other explanations have to be offshoot. They have to be downstream of that framework. That's how like first order logic, second order logic, third order logic works. You're working towards a conclusion from what you've already established. So when you keep saying you're begging the question, how would I work from zero premises? I can't. right? Or else I can't confirm anything.
Yeah, this argument about a helicopter leaving the Earth, and why doesn't the pendulum? That's a disingenuous argument because nobody's saying the pendulum is leaving the inertial reference frame. It's the plane of the swing.
Well, the thing is, the armature that the pendulum is attached to should be rotating in the direction of Earth.
And it is, but the point at which that bob connects to the armature is freely rotating.
Right, so the armature should be dragging the pendulum from an at-rest position.
No, the Foucault pendulum is on a gyro itself. So it has almost frictionless motion.
Right, and Earth is turning underneath it. Should be pulling the armature with the Earth, and the pendulum from a free hanging string should be catching up to it.
Well, it is being dragged along with the Earth, but the point at which the bob connects to the armature, like that other guy said, it's near frictionless.
Right. So why is the pendulum at rest?
Nobody said the pendulum's at rest.
Well, it doesn't move.
It does
It's
move.
It's in oscillation.
You have to move it.
It's in a but that's how preservation of angular momentum works. We know due to just friction of the air.
Constant angular momentum, though. It's constantly accelerating, changing direction.
No, there's a constant oscillation.
Yes, that's uniform circular motion. It's constant acceleration, not constant speed.
Yeah, but then we're just picking hairs. We're just picking hairs there.
They're two different things. Acceleration and speed are not the same because you have a change of direction with speed, and that causes velocity.
Yeah, you're explaining this to a mechanical engineer. Like, well done.
A pendulum is an accelerometer. A pendulum is measuring the acceleration of Earth.
No, that's the thing you're trying to prove. It does do that. You can't just assert that that's what it's doing. It would be begging the question and affirming the consequence.
How is it begging the question? When we say we're affirming the consequence, what is the?
You're just declaring. You're just setting up this device, watching it do something, and saying that's because the Earth's moving.
What is the alternative? Because
you need to provide one. That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
No, right. You can't accuse somebody of affirming the consequent and then say there's no feasible alternative, or you can't think of an alternative.
Yes, I fucking can.
Right, so can you give me an example?
I don't need to tell you that you've affirmed the proof reversal. I don't need to. I just need to point out that you've affirmed the consequent. If you've affirmed the consequent, you've affirmed the consequent. It's independent of anything that I might add to it or subtract from it.
So I can accuse you of a fallacy then and not explain why.
Let's do it this way. Let's say I got conked on the head and I woke up and I'm in a gigantic room and there's a pendulum hanging from a ceiling and the pendulum is like 300 feet high. Nothing is fucking moving. And somebody comes by and says that Earth is in constant acceleration. Due to uniform circular motion, it's constantly accelerating, changing direction with speed, hence velocity. What evidence do I have that it's doing that? Why would I accept that claim?
With the pendulum that's just sat there.
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't. It's just sat there.
Right,
It's not
because
doing
there's no
anything.
acceleration. There's no change in speed and or direction.
It doesn't have any angular momentum.
I know. Welcome to flat stationary Earth.
Right. The Foucault pendulum is in motion.
No, I wake up in the room and it's not in motion.
How did Oliver affirm the consequent?
They're not going to answer that.
Because it's like this. If Earth is in motion, then I will observe Foucault pendulum precession.
That's what you're testing for. That's what you're testing for. It's not saying I know.
Right.
That's what you're testing for.
Yeah, you're saying if Earth in motion. Well, so which one are you testing? You're testing to see if there will be precession, or you're testing to see if the Earth's in motion?
Yeah, that's whether there's a hypothesis, right? If I didn't right, say I didn't even know.
Precession in Foucault pendulum. Precession in Foucault pendulum. Therefore, Earth in motion.
Yeah,
Just say P then Q, Q therefore P, affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
T-dub. That's a
Don't fucking T-dub me. No, don't T-dub me. Don't ever fucking T-dub me.
That is a deductive argument. A scientist is not making any deductive argument. It is testing hypotheses. Right? They're not doing it deductively. They're saying
That's what a hypothesis test is. It's a deductive test.
No.
You use deduction.
No.
After you form a hypothesis. That's what experimentation is. Yeah. Prior to that, you use induction and abduction to form your hypothesis.
Consequence.
Holy cow, dude. Listen, you can't form a viable hypothesis without doing some abductive and inductive inferences first. And then you form a hypothesis, and then you subject it to deductive testing in logic.
Yeah, that's not how science works. You don't do it.
Yeah, that is a scientific method. I'm sorry. Now, if you could provide some kind of reference quote citation for me to read.
Wait
it says that science does not apply it. Yeah, like you can't prove anything. You can't prove anything without deduction. There's no way you can prove a single thing unless you do it deductively.
Wait, it's a whole other ball game. Wait, it's a whole other ball game if these guys are claiming the Foucault pendulum is a scientific experiment. Are you guys claiming the Foucault pendulum is a scientific experiment?
Thanks for taking it there, T-Dub. Yep. Good transition point.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so it's the DV.
What are
I
you
think we can
guys
start
asking?
there. Yeah, what is the dependent variable? How about nobody speaks until you have an answer?
The dependent variable is what you're measuring, the precession.
Is that a naturally occurring phenomenon?
Right.
It's occurring in nature. It's occurring in nature.
Where?
With the Foucault
before
pendulum.
the construction of the pendulum, where was it occurring?
What do you say is occurring in nature?
That's for you to tell us.
Yeah.
what was
I say
observed.
right. Yeah. I say everything is occurring in nature.
Oh Lord! Yeah, have you never heard the term "man-made," Ollie? Do you live under a rock?
Okay. So the man-made things are they non-natural?
They're not natural. They're happening in reality, but they're not a natural occurring phenomenon.
So when I talk about nature, I'm talking about happening in reality.
Okay, so someone building a swinging pendulum and hooking it to the ceiling of a science building or a science museum wouldn't be that.
No, because it's happening. Yes, because it's happening in reality.
Okay, but it's not natural.
No, everything's natural.
So no wonder why you think the Cavendish shed is also a naturally occurring phenomenon. You guys are bricked. Yeah, Ollie, you were making fun of people yesterday about shit, and you don't even know the difference between man-made and natural?
Yeah, because I don't go off colloquial definitions for argumentation.
So how about a shoe?
What?
How about the existence of a shoe?
Yeah. Shoes.
Man-made or natural? I want to hear you say it.
When we talk about natural, and I'm talking about
Is the existence of a shoe pointing to a shoe? Is that pointing to a naturally occurring phenomenon?
What, as in just subject to if we're talking
shoe, what you put on your foot, Einstein.
I know
your Velcro things.
I know what a shoe is, Einstein.
Okay, is it naturally occurring?
Coming about by processes not human guided.
I love it. You're a silly goof. So neither's your pendulum. You guys have been tricked by parlor tricks. All these things are appealing to dunces like you, and it worked.
Right. Is physics universal?
Right, isn't it?
Hoss, is physics universal?
That's not what we're talking about, bro. You guys have seen a pendulum, and you have this big story and circular reasoning, la Earth Mall.
Hoss, stop spurging. Is physics universal?
Dude. What the hell does this have to do with the price of rice, Ollie?
The laws of physics universal.
Okay, is your pendulum an experiment?
You could call it that if you wanted to.
Okay, but that's you admitting that it's not obeying the scientific method. Thank you.
What would the Foucault's pendulum do if the Earth wasn't in motion?
It would just move along its plane and it wouldn't process.
Show me.
What? Show
me. Yeah.
Take a pendulum, right?
Mm.
And just move it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's not because it's subject also to the forces from say like the what's it called, like apparatus and stuff, and it's not on like a free spinning sort of gyro.
Okay, show me the Foucault pendulum not processing.
What on earth though?
On a thing that's not in motion.
How would I do that?
That's your problem, not mine, man. You're saying it would do this on this thing, it wouldn't do that on this other thing. So show me both.
Right. Should our default be to auto accept baseless claims? No.
No, your counter is show me something that's impossible.
So you just get to say that the reason for the precession is the Earth in motion, even though you've never seen it not process.
Yeah. What precession anyway? Like, I haven't seen reliable test data results indicating that precession even happens the way that they imagine it does. There is precession, but not with respect to a claimed globe moving underneath.
Okay, well, what is it precessing with reference to?
It often has to do with like the tensile strength of the string, the connection point to the armature, the way that the weight was released. There are so many of these confounding variables that also have to be controlled for, whose magnitude of error is much bigger than any claimed Earth curvature rotation underneath, I should add. Very difficult to control.
So
Right.
can
And
you
then
provide the source?
If we were to even accept this as a scientific experiment, which it isn't, you would have to manipulate or vary your presumed cause.
You can't vary it if you're on a spinning, but you can't conduct the same experiment in the same conditions on something not spinning because you're on Earth.
Yeah, so that leaves you with begging the question, affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Right. The conclusion that the Earth's spinning means that it's impossible to conduct the same experiment on a non-spinning plane.
So it's unfalsifiable then.
It'd be the same thing if I said, right,
This is over, dude. You just said it's unfalsifiable. Therefore, this is not a valid experiment or test of any kind to determine cause and effect relationships.
This is over.
Karl Popper would like to have a word with you, mister.
Well, hold on, because you can use the latitude as your independent variable. You can vary and manipulate the latitude at which you precess the pendulum, and that would.
Right, so latitude causes the precession then.
Uh-oh.
No, latitude would cause a change in the time it takes for the precession.
So yeah, Mushkane, how you're wrong is that you just provided what's called a moderator variable, which may be linked to a yet unproven independent variable. It's like saying temperature when the cause is heat or friction, right?
Moderator variable.
Yeah, it's a moderator variable. In an experimental setup, you have moderator variables that can alter the magnitude or direction of an independent variable, which you're testing to see if it exists in the first instance. They're also called modulating factors in statistical tests.
Well, I've never heard of a moderator variable, but I could imagine.
Not my problem.
You know, going, you know, if we said
happy to educate you, right? Flat Earthers educating Globers is what we do. So I appreciate it. Thanks for the feedback.
I mean, you've already been destroyed because you've got no alternative hypothesis or explanation.
That's a burden of proof reversal. Sorry. You're affirming the consequent, reversing the burden. Listen, my criticism of the claim is not a positive claim, dude.
No, it's not.
Yeah. My criticism of the claim is not the claim to make. I'm asking for evidence for you to substantiate your claim, and I'm providing counter criticisms so that you can go provide the evidence needed that you need to substantiate your claim in the first instance, which you haven't done yet.
Yeah, your counter criticisms had zero substantiation. You haven't provided anything.
What do I need to provide? Listen, you haven't provided anything.
Yes, so they have no substantiation.
I'm glad you provided anything.
I'm glad you agree. They have no substantiation.
Excuse me, you haven't provided anything. So
I'm
criticizing your conjecture at this point because you haven't put a claim on the table for us to examine with any substantive evidence behind it.
Yeah.
So where is the test data? Show me the test data of all the Foucault pendulums. There's successes and failures, so I can plug it into some kind of Python analysis or spreadsheet in Excel or something, so I can run the statistical analyses on it. Go ahead.
You can model a Foucault pendulum if you want to.
No, test data, not a model. Like, I'm tired of people offering simulations in place of reality. That's not what we do here. We benchmark our claims to reality, not models. Again, you're affirming the consequent, and you're now committing a concept reification fallacy by offering a model in place of reality for your claim.
I work as a design engineer. Do you
Great,
think
you have no idea what I do because it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Right. No. I'm making a point. Stop spurging out. I'm making a point.
Stop spurging out. Listen, I don't care what you do. So if the next word that flies out of your mouth is something about your profession, you can shove it. Give me the data.
Right. Just chill out. Right. We get data from how to design things and how to optimize things and whether things are safe.
Great. I put you on mute until you provide the data and post it in the chat. You're on mute until you can put up some data, field data, not model data, not simulation data, actual field test data. So these are your conditions to earn an unmute. And if you're muted all day, well, time to get cracking. It'd be unfortunate if you had to step out all weekend because you made a claim and you're unwilling to concede that you're unable to back it up.
Yeah, maybe you could just post some cartoons like Mushkane. Mushkane's already admitted there's no data. Back up the Foucault claim.
Yeah, so cartoon animations again.
Yep, that's all we get. Geez, this Oliver guy's a sucker for punishment.
Yep, so I'm going to post in the back chats to all the moderators that Oliver is to be left on mute until he provides the test data for the Foucault pendulum from the field, including all the ugly warts that come with it, all the times and trials that it failed, not just cherry picking the successes. Okay? Sound fair? Because we're all about data-driven science, right, Oliver? Your words. Anyway, good morning, DJ. Good morning to you, T-Dub, and anybody else out there.
Good morning.
Hey, man.
It's unbelievable how we encounter this from time to time. They want to offer anything but what is needed to substantiate their claims and hope that we in the audience is not keen enough to realize that they're playing a bait and switch. It's the Jedi mind trick. I'm going to bloviate and talk about my profession, about how much I know better, how much I know that data has to drive results. All right. So I'm going to just tell you the story about how empirical I am in my daily job. And therefore, this alleviates the need for me to provide data to back up my claims regarding Foucault pendulum for the discussion at hand. I'm sorry. No, we don't operate like that. I don't care what you do for a living. I care that you back up your claims. So convince me it's possible first, and then prove to me it's done. You're at step one. Like, we can't even move off the convince me it's possible part first, because of the jumbled up reference frames nonsense that these Globers seem to have. They can't figure out Coriolis. It's amazing. No, you don't need 2 accelerative reference frames for claiming Coriolis. You only need 1. You can have an inertial and a non-inertial. I mean, what doesn't work are 2 inertial reference frames, I mean, with respect to each other, obviously. So you need something at rest and something accelerating. So in this case, is Earth a non-inertial or inertial frame of reference, and how do you decide? Oh dear. This is the problem with like Sagnac effect claims and inertial navigation systems using the Sagnac effect too. They have the same inertial reference frame issue. They arbitrarily select sidereal rotation to be a reference frame that is causing the phase shift from the 2 different arms that are shooting lasers out and rejoining them at a photographic plate or sensor, whatever. Why did they choose a sidereal frame? Why not the solar frame? It'd be off, wouldn't it? Or why not the lunar? Why not some asteroid frame? Why choose sidereal? Or how about no frame at all? How about it's just a feature of the world we live in? Could be electromagnetic drag, could also be nothing. Show me a gyroscope, right? A mechanical gyro that is holding rigidity in space inertially with respect to a non-inertial Earth rotating beneath it. Oh, you can't do it. So the same problem exists with this inertial frame of reference versus non-inertial frame of reference in Foucault's pendulum, as does exist with inertial reference systems that are used in ships with mechanical gyro compasses. There's this urban myth that they automatically seek north, and nobody can provide the test data. Nobody can provide field data to validate this. It's a gigantic urban myth. And you go through all the manuals. I have several of them. I've got one from a Northrop Grumman INS that's used in big ships. It's a big old mechanical gyro compass. And they're like, yeah, don't wait for it to seek north. It's never going to happen. Slave it to a GPS device or use magnetic compass or use maps, punch in your coordinates and your orientation, and then go. You can do it dockside. You could do it outside after you leave port. If you sit around and wait for it to do it on its own, you're going to have a bad time. I mean, this is everywhere. It's in the literature. I've got some oceaneering manuals and presentations from various institutions around the world. Some from Norway, some from Indonesia, where they're like, yeah, these gyro compasses, man, you can't really trust them by themselves. You need 2 of them for redundancy, and you want to slave them to a secondary device like a compass or GPS so that you can feed into it updates so it can automatically correct itself.
Well, they got to be calibrated because it depends on where they're calibrated on Earth. So that's kind of further evidence.
They got to be calibrated. Even a gyroscope has to be calibrated. Like,
well, yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, but it's not with respect to Earth curve, right?
Well, it's respect to where on it has to do with gravity with the gyroscope. It depends on what latitude on Earth you're at where you calibrate it.
Oh, that's begging the question, though. If you have to tell it where it is on Earth because it can't detect where it is on Earth, then you're caught in the same circular logic as before.
Yeah, but there's no way to get out of that, because if we're on Earth, and I mean, the only way to do that would be to leave that reference frame, correct? I mean, there's no,
Yeah,
that's
well,
not.
No, wait. Isn't that what a Foucault pendulum's claiming to do? When it processes.
Well, no, it's not the pendulum that's doing it, though. It's just the plane of the oscillation. It's that inertial.
It's leaving that reference frame, isn't it? That's the claim.
Yeah, you're saying it's independent of the non-inertial reference frame.
You can't have it both ways, Mushkane. I mean, Coriolis screws you guys up like nothing else. It's amazing.
Well, the inertial and non-inertial reference frame, this is the silver bullet to the whole argument. There's no getting past it. So that's why it's just lacking the data. All we need is the data. And
We've been waiting for it, dude. It doesn't exist. We claim it doesn't exist because nobody's been able to present it. And hence, that's why we say it's an unverified claim. It's a baseless claim. I'm not going to auto-believe baseless claims. Urban myths are one example, like of gyro compasses and Foucault pendulums and Bigfoot. Giant urban freaking myths, dude. Just like Coriolis and snipers and Coriolis and artillerymen and all this other stuff, baseless. The data does not show that it is there. And if it were to be there, then it's hiding within margins of error that can't be meted out or sussed out. Nobody seems to have the precision that's capable of identifying it.
Well, yeah, the only way to do that is to construct a Foucault's pendulum. You can claim the sniper thing, but that's, like you said, the margin of error, it's too small.
Right.
If Foucault pendulum, I was just going to say, if a Foucault pendulum, if the swinging string and weight is maintaining its motion in the same plane, then show me that. How can you say it does that if you've never seen it do that?
Well, I have seen it do that. I could post a video of that right now.
You're saying it does, but you're saying it processes in the same breath. And you're saying you're just declaring that it is. I want to see it maintain its plane.
Well, I could post a video of a pendulum on a rotating base, and you'll see that it maintains its plane.
Yeah, show me the data. I want to see the trials and errors, and I want to see what they did to overcome their errors. Okay? Because we've already looked into this, and we've got a nice little library of such. Like Antarctic geologist research scientists going to the South Pole and setting up their Foucault pendulum, declaring victory, and somebody realizing later that it's processing in the opposite direction the whole time. Like, we have stories like that we just kind of hold back in abeyance. So, why does it take flat earthers to do this kind of research? I just don't get it.
What's the topic, Amish?
Very broadly, it's Coriolis.
It's a bunch of globers making claims about pendulums and then not being able to present any data to back their claims up.
Ah, yes. Who's on deck?
Well, we had Oliver, and I asked Oliver to post the data that he said must exist somewhere. And instead of offering data, he wanted to give us stories about how he uses data in his job effectively. So I put him on mute, and I put into our mod back chat that he'll remain on mute until he either concedes that he doesn't have it, or presents the data that we can review together. So then Mushkane over here, I mean, Mushkane, you've been honest, okay? I tip my hat to you for not losing your mind like a lot of these other folks that come in. But Mushkane is putting up some of his arguments for the Coriolis, for precession and other things too, which so far have been acknowledged to be unfalsifiable and without merit.
He kind of took over Oliver's point, right? Sort of. Took it a bit tangential, but
Yeah, sure.
okay. So looks like Oliver dipped. He's not here anymore.
No, he just wanted to tell us how good of a mechanical engineer he is. Like, great, irrelevant. You don't know what I do or T-Dub or anybody else does in here for a living because it's not relevant.
I just I posted a video that shows the pendulum maintaining its plane of swing with a rotating base.
Yeah, okay, so now it's on a rotating plane that's on a rotating object.
Yeah, we understand the principle is true. Okay, the Coriolis effect itself is true. It can be observed. What is in contention is whether or not you have Earth-based Coriolis.
Yeah, how do you figure that out, Mushkane?
You have to set a properly constructed pendulum in motion and then observe it process.
That's wrong. Okay, when you're seeing something like this, you see that thumbnail? It shows that merry-go-round.
Yeah.
You can see the entire thing moving. Yes. Am I mistaken? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're doing an observation first of all, right?
Yeah, it's an observation.
Okay, we do see things spinning around. That merry-go-round spinning around. That's obviously true, right?
Yeah.
So when do you see the Earth doing that?
Well, you see the stars. That's what first brought the question up.
No, that would be if you had looked at this from the angle of what you're talking about using that thumbnail. That would be you standing inside of that merry-go-round, looking up.
Yeah.
That's what you think it is. Now, in this case, we can identify something is moving. That merry-go-round. Now, when we say something is moving, the Earth, just like the merry-go-round, do you witness that?
Well, you witness the stars move.
Well, we understand what Coriolis is to identify how to appropriate that term. Now, if we're saying that we're witnessing the Earth do something, like we're witnessing the merry-go-round do something, well, that would be okay. But if you don't see, let's say you didn't see the merry-go-round, you don't know where you are, you had a blindfold, and all you could see was up. How would you know you're on a merry-go-round if you couldn't see it?
Well, the only way to do that is you'd have to set something up, but you couldn't get away from affirming the consequent on that.
Right. Thank you. No further questions.
That's an honest. Yeah, exactly. Honesty. I mean, and that's what we appreciate. It's difficult. Listen, Mushkane, like, you're not alone in this. Like, mainstream physicists have been wrestling with this. People at Caltech, like in their forums, students and stuff, talk about this kind of thing. It's the conversations we're having here is by far not just relegated to flat earthers on Discord.
Yeah, I just want to bring this forward into the minds of people that are trying to figure this out from a more technical standpoint. I think you're missing the forest to the trees, right? You can't see it because you're only focused on one thing. And that's an effect. But if you don't know the cause for the effect, then you're just going to be affirming the consequent, just like you said. That's all you're doing. See how easy that was, Mushkane?
Join the dark side.
It didn't take me like an hour and a half to belabor the point. I just got right to it. If you're witnessing something like that, we understand Coriolis what it is, but you're thinking that's what's happening on the Earth. Well, it would be the same if you were on that merry-go-round and you didn't know you were on one. You would be affirming the consequent. That's right.
It's funny, like if you take this whole thing out of like Newtonian and Galilean reference frames and just go to like straight up relativity, Einstein's like, well, all of these reference frames are valid. Haha, Einstein equivalence principle.
Yeah, there is.
So,
you can
why
never
argue
ground
with us at
yourself.
all? Mm-hmm. There's no argument then. Like if you're, I mean, you could like thermodynamically diagram a system to see where work and energy is flowing from and into, and you can figure out which is which. But I mean, according to Einstein and astrophysics and stuff, like they have no way to do any of that because they're relying on gravitation, which isn't a force, has no thermodynamic properties.
Yeah, and I appreciate Mushkane posting that. That's kind of what I was asking for. But now I have to assume that merry-go-round, that's not on Earth.
Why would you need to assume that?
Because the rotation of the Earth would affect that pendulum now as well. But it's not.
Well, because it's a very small pendulum. The reason they make the Foucault's pendulum so large is because to measure an acceleration so small, you need that long oscillation. But with a shorter oscillation, it's not going to pick up the change in the reference frame.
It's gotten to the point, Mushkane, where they claim that no pendulum is long enough to really detect it unless you have one that is the length of Earth's radius.
Mushkane, you're going hard in the paint, dude, with this affirming the consequent business.
Yeah. I'm just kind of wondering how much distance you think Earth has covered in the time it takes the pendulum to swing from one side of the circle to the other side. How much distance do you think Earth has covered in that small amount of time?
Oh, that's a really good question. We could figure that out. Hold on.
Don't forget about orbital as well, and the sun's rotation around the galaxy and the galaxy's motion through the universe.
Yeah, on that note, related. You know, it's funny, Mushkane. Like people don't think about this globe or flat very much, but if Earth is a spinning globe that has an orbital velocity of about 66,000 miles an hour, with the rotational velocity of about 1,000 at the equator, it means that at nighttime you are accelerating into the direction of Earth's orbit, and in the daytime you're decelerating, plus 1,000 miles an hour, minus 1,000 miles an hour over a 24-hour period. Nobody's detecting
pushed
that.
along and then pulled along.
Nobody detects that oscillation either.
Wait, can you repeat that?
All right, so Earth is spinning on an axis, right? It's got a rotational velocity, tangential velocity, rim velocity, whatever you want to call it, of about 1,037 miles per hour at the equator.
All right.
This is compounded. There's compound motion here because Earth is also traveling at 66,000 miles per hour in an orbital circuit on average. So it's spinning and moving with respect to where it was in an absolute frame of reference. So if at nighttime you're on the dark side of Earth, away from the sun, and Earth is rotating towards the daylight. So if you're looking from the top, it is turning in a counterclockwise fashion. So if you're on Earth at the equator, you're accelerating into the direction of Earth's orbit. And then once daybreak happens, you're decelerating away from Earth's orbit. Like a teacup, it's compound motion. So when you start adding these velocity vectors up, right, it's like, okay, what do I need to detect this? I mean, I tried to source some accelerometers, highly sensitive ones, using industrial applications that that should be able to detect this, and they cost like $700. I'm not made of money, but it'd be kind of fun to set one up and show up. Doesn't detect anything. How do you calibrate it? Right? You need to calibrate it based on latitude and time of day. Like, and time of day. Does it need to be constantly recalibrated over the course of a day?
Yeah, what time of day do you need to calibrate it at?
And at your latitude, yeah. Do you calibrate it when you're decelerating or when you're accelerating? Do you calibrate it when you change from 45 degrees north latitude all the way down to 0 degrees equator? I mean,
You'd have to leave this.
You have to move.
You'd have to leave this place to actually get a 0.
Yeah.
So there wouldn't be any movement. But then the Earth would leave you behind.
But according to Einstein, right? How do you have an absolute 0 reference frame? You don't. All reference frames are moving with respect to each other. So you got this big problem on your hands. It's unfalsifiable garbage, top to bottom.
Even if you were to leave the Earth, there'd be other forces that would be, on you. Other gravitational force, like in the globe Earth paradigm, leaving the Earth just to get that 0, you'd have like other gravitational forces to contend with. So you never could be like in a place where you're not moving. Everything would be moving, always.
Right. So then they explain this away with bendy space-time and say, well, you're within the frame of reference that's being bent. So everything looks straight to you and is and measures as such, but it's really curved if you leave that reference frame. So Earth looks flat, measures flat, observes flat, seems motionless. You can only tell if you leave that reference frame. Okay, show me the goods.
Hey, just to answer T-Dub's question earlier, I think when you talked about how far it's moved, I remember looking up like since the beginning of creation, and their science, by them saying it's this many light years, expanded or whatever, and the total like movement, like the galactic traveling of Earth in their paradigm is 23 quintillion miles, 18 zeros. How they come up with that number? All math. It's just all math, bro. But that's what they believe.
Do you have anybody else? Except for Mushking? Oh. Good morning to everybody. You having a good morning?
Yeah, it's a good morning.
It's a beautiful morning.
I shaved my head, cutting my nails, just getting ready.
For what rally? I'm just kidding.
We're gonna go get it.
He's like, I shaved my head. Yeah. Let's go, brother.
Getting ready for war. For Mother's Day. Getting ready for Mother's Day. Gonna celebrate it today.
How does Mother's Day work on a globe?
Well, that's how we know it's a globe, because there's a Mother's Day. That's some dumb shit they would say.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, dude, some of the comments on my TikTok are retarded, bro. Like, we know it's a globe because of blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what in the actual... this guy serious?
I don't know when he's going to want to do it, but Overlord got the ability to host, live TikToks. So I don't know what he's planning to do with that. But I got to get another account up on there. I got an Alpha Veritas account over there. I need to get up on some.
You gotta get the followers. I know I could do live streams too, because I have more. You have to have more than 1,000 followers.
Yep.
And once you just put the right video, dude, and you'll get a lot. You get a lot of followers quick.
Yeah, I know. It's all on how I'm gonna do this whole thing.
Oh, you know what I got? Oh, you also, I think, to speak, you have to have so many followers. I think.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you could, like, if you only have like 2 followers. Like I don't think you could join a conversation. You have to have 1,000 followers too, I think.
It's funny. Oliver's asking a question that he wouldn't even be able to answer if he was in here. Look at 27 minutes after the hour.
What it looks like.
That question right there, he thinks he knows because he has a map projection. Another affirming the consequent. Dude, it's like this whole morning's filled with affirming the consequent.
Yeah, so I don't know if he's equipped to go into a discussion about how maps are made and coordinate reference systems are made.
I bet you he's not ready for that one. And he's basing it off of like the cardinal direction. How cute.
Yeah, so that's not even in accordance with Latin longs.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, man, these guys, they really think the Earth's a globe based on what they've been shown. Kind of funny. The extent of their critical thinking goes so far as to only the things they can recall from a knowledge base that's been given to them, instead of being able to critically think how it's possible. How is it possible? These methods or operations that happen on the surface of the Earth to detect anything about it being a globe is just non-existent. See, and that's what usually people say. Let me see if we can. Oh, he can't come to the call, right? I was gonna put join the call, but you have him on. You're holding him to not speak. Sporadic.
Yeah, he wants the data. He wants the all the data for the Foucault pendulum, or every single Foucault pendulum test that's been done, every failure, every so-called success.
He's on a tangent point, so he's going to come in hot and heavy on that tangent point and not answering his other previous point, which is disingenuous.
Yeah, and to be pedantic and clear, I don't want all of it, right? I want to see enough. I want to see enough that allows him to substantiate his claim. And I want to see the good stuff and the bad stuff, trials and errors.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, wherever the data was recorded, like that, should be good enough. Obviously, like there's people have said to have like performed this in their own home, right? Which kind of contradicts what Mushkane said about, well, the reason they make them so big.
You definitely can't do it in your own home. There's this guy, Peter Lean, who's been working on his own Foucault pendulum for like a year now. And yeah, he hasn't worked it out because his scale is too small.
Kosho, are you listening? I hope you're listening, Kosho. You shitting on your test you did, bro.
In Columbus, Ohio, there's a science center they set up in Columbus, Ohio, in like 1992 for a bicentennial thing called COSI, COSI. It featured a big Foucault pendulum when you walked in. It never worked. They never had it running, ever. And I remember once going in, they did have it running, and it was not working right. Like it was swinging way too fast, and they had to mess with it. I think they had to adjust its height or something. I don't know what was wrong with it, but it just wasn't working. And they're telling everybody, yeah, don't bother like correcting us on this. We're just doing a demonstration.
It's funny though, man. Every time they talk about Coriolis, they doublespeak. They're like, well, yeah, something that's not attached to the surface will experience a Coriolis effect. And you're like, okay, so let's talk about how balloons go up and they're not moved by the fact that the Earth is spinning underneath them. Well, that's because the Earth is spinning with the balloon spinning with the Earth. They switch it up, dude. Just back and forth from both the Coriolis effect is being noticed and then it's not. Well, of course that wouldn't happen. Duh. The balloon is spinning with the Earth.
We know
conservation of momentum. Duh.
That's why we don't detect any movement.
Yep. Speaking of two sides of their mouth, dude, they want to have it both ways. You can't. It either is when something leaves the floor, you're going to experience Coriolis, or you're not.
Well, I brought up the hovering helicopter, right? And Oliver said, no, the air's moving with the Earth.
Well, see?
So
how the fuck do you know Coriolis is going on? You don't. You wouldn't be able to.
He's throwing all the claims of the weather patterns, your hurricanes and that. He's throwing that under the bus.
It's kind of like with refraction, right? Refraction only exists if we can see too clear and too far.
What are you going to say, Mushkane? I know you're coming in like trying to smooth the point, but you're just going to be train wrecked, dude.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to try to smooth the point. You said something. It was when you said, okay, you were talking about how Globers are talking out of both sides of their mouth when they say, when something leaves the surface of the Earth, it's still in the reference frame or not. Like it's either or. But that's not at least what I was saying. What I was saying is that whatever object it is that's not in contact with the surface of the Earth, it needs inertia. So like a bullet flying, a sniper bullet going down a path, that's inertia. Or a pendulum, once you release it, then it has inertia. But a helicopter, a drone, something like that, that's itself moving massive amounts of air. It's not. It doesn't have.
Okay, how about the helicopter? How about the helicopter hovers and moves back and forth?
If it's decelerating, then is it really resisting a change in velocity? So, Mushkane, in your point about the bullet, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, this is. I mean, it seems funny to say. It sounds so confusing. Like I hang out with engineers. I have these fun discussions with them too. And like, do you really mean inertia?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean inertia.
So shouldn't a hovering helicopter at least be at the end of hovering in the air for 5 hours, 6 hours, however many hours, should be facing a different direction?
Well, according to him, he says if it's moving massive amounts of air, it wouldn't feel the effects. You got to move enough air. You got to move enough air so that you don't experience the Coriolis effect.
Well, right, yeah, but shouldn't it at least be facing in a different direction?
Oh no!
Well, yeah, no, because somebody's controlling that. Somebody's controlling that drone.
Someone's holding it steady. Obviously, we're fighting against the Coriolis effect. Yeah. Well, that's true. Mushkane says that, so it must be the case. So, hot air balloons, the same. Somebody's controlling it. They're fighting against the Coriolis effect.
Well, yeah, there's other forces other than when you release
other forces.
Yeah,
what are the forces? What are the forces?
Well, so with a drone, it's the propellers. That's
what is that a force?
Well, the propellers itself, if it's creating the force.
Okay, and what force is that?
What would you call that force from the propellers? That would just be a
propeller force.
I don't know the name. I don't know the name for it.
What's
but
it
it's not.
to?
It's not just inertia.
What is it?
So there's other forces acting on it.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because just that's how a helicopter or a drone stays in
That's
the
just
air.
how it is? Is that just how it is? Well, it's just how it is.
It's not just.
How did you make the distinction that's how did you parse it out that there's other forces that are causing the Coriolis effect to be nullified?
By the fact of something keeping itself in the air, it has to maintain that.
Yeah, I know that sounds like you're not understanding what's going on here. So how did you make the distinction that it's nullifying the Coriolis effect? How do you know that?
Well, I'm not.
Oh,
because
you're
well,
not.
in the first place, you have to assume.
Just say because it's not being affected.
Yeah. We'd have to maintain inertia, and in so doing against an accelerated frame, you have to expend work, and you should be able to measure that.
Yeah. And so, Mushkane, how do you know that the propeller force is not affecting the Coriolis force? How do you know that?
Well, I mean, that would be an assumption, I guess.
Ouch. Ouch.
Whoa.
That hurt me way over here on the flat earth.
Could you show that on your little merry-go-round like you did with your Foucault pendulum?
Yeah, we know it's an assumption.
That's got to sting a little, dude.
Yeah.
Just a little.
The reason they know is because it's acting as if the Earth isn't moving.
Mushkane, come on, brother. Put my arm around your shoulder, bro. I'm like, come on. You don't really buy into this, that what you're saying.
You know, at this point, you start to wonder, like, is the whole world really this dumb?
Yeah, because
yeah, it is.
Yeah, they're hypnotized.
It's not what you think, bro. This is the cultist mentality. You're not a cultist. You would like that the Earth would be a globe and all that kind of stuff, but it's not the case, bro. Sorry. I mean, you at some point you're gonna have to wake up. Santa Claus isn't real, nor is the Easter Bunny, nor Tooth Fairy. All that stuff is just made up gobbledygook. The globe is a part of that too. It's fantasy, bro. Why are you defending it? I just asked you very specific things. You didn't understand how you could parse out whether or not Coriolis was nullified. You're just assuming it because you're clutching your pearls tightly. You don't want it to be the case. You're going to wake up and the Earth is not a globe.
It's harder to believe that the world is mad with this globe delusion than it is to really accept the world that you directly experience and can prove. This is one of the biggest sticking points with people too. I mean, a lot of times, especially the anti-flat earthers, right? I mean, they're like, well, why would they lie? How could everybody be wrong and you guys be right? They're having that realization. It's bananas.
Yep.
Well, yeah, that is pretty crazy. If you think about it, it would be harder to believe that everybody is deceived than the Earth is
But
flat.
just think about it. Yeah, I think you're going hard in the paint with that idea. Just think about it like this: everybody believes Santa Claus, Christmas, and all that stuff, because the young people they can't discern from the reality that Santa doesn't exist, because everybody's making it look like he does. That's what's happening here. The same thing with the globe. The young people of the world think that there's a Santa, because everybody's making it look like that's the case, right? But just because everybody gets all crazy at Christmas time and makes it look that way doesn't mean it's real. You know, that's the same thing with the globe. You have everything, even the vernacular, right? People are talking about globalist this and globalist that. And then, you get hit with the globe, at school, and you're talking about the planets. So your mind has so much information about it, like just topical information, not that you can, source anything with physics. It's just, it's a fantasy that you want to perpetuate. You don't want to stop believing that the Earth is not what you've been told. It's really just psychological, Mushkane. That's all it is. You're fighting against a belief. That's why you're coming in here every day trying to figure out if You're gonna give something to us that's gonna make it be like, oh, okay, Mushkane, yeah, we were wrong. You're right. It's Coriolis. Yep, you got us, bro. That day will never come, Mushkane, ever, bro.
You know, Alpha, just like I like to ask people to consider for a moment, even if they don't agree with what we're saying, suppose we are right. We know we're right, but suppose in your world that we're right because we think we're actually wrong, but suppose we're right. What does that mean? What does it mean for institutions, for states, for governments, and all the people that work in them, all the credentials, all the awards that have been given for discoveries in physics and everything else? And what does that mean? And then you look at what Congress is doing to us on social media.
Yeah, that's the big point, Sporadic Key. That's what does it mean? For if what you say is true, then what does that mean? I mean, that implies a lot.
Yeah,
I know.
It's amazing.
I know.
It's the biggest revelation of my entire life. I still, like when I'm driving home from work and I have a calm moment to myself, I ponder these things. And I look at the sun and the moon and I say, what really is this place? Because I know for a fact it can't be what they told me.
Right. Even in an Enochian standpoint, like where the way because people even in religious circles want to talk about, well, we got the keys to decrypt, understand Enoch. No, you don't. There's no possible way on earth you could tell me what all of what he said meant. You could hear what he's saying, but you can never say that you know from a perspective that it's exactly how it is. The cosmology Enoch spoke of is not anything like something that you could describe, because he was basically saying what he saw is how the mechanical operations of the earth are looking like. It has nothing to do with our concept of what they are within a understandable like physics and science, and nothing could describe what he was describing. Like we couldn't do it, not on earth. So you'd have to be in a different location to then look back at what we're, the whole earth and the way it operates, to make a very clear distinction of what things are happening. So I'm just saying, like, nobody can do that. Nobody's ever given that like perspective. So yeah, everybody's getting accolades and they're getting pats on the back and celebrated and all this kind of stuff because they're big brains and contemplating complex theories, all this kind of stuff, right? But so what? If you can never provide evidence that what they're saying is true, it's just a big circle jerk, bro. Giant, huge circle jerk. The sooner you're accepting that right there, then you can realize, yeah, well, so what about these awards? That guy won a fancy award for contemplating gravitational theory. Yeah, but he's just talking a whole lot of nonsense. Which, of course, they even say, well, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, which means he disproved somebody else. So that means that in the future, somebody else will come up with a better idea. That's how science works. So what essentially they're telling you is just somebody's going to replace that story with another one.
We get maligned for being like anti-science and stuff when it's from our perspective the exact opposite. We're not throwing anything from applied physics out, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
It's all the theoretical mumbo jumbo that we question.
Yeah, the causation for the effects that we experience.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, we're probably not the same as these TikTok flat earthers and Twitter X-based flat earthers out there posting all kinds of ridiculous flat earth science fiction, making bold positive claims about things that are ludicrous. People come into here and they're used to seeing all that, and they talk to us. They find out, wow, these guys are different. They can't be real flat earthers, can they? It's like, no, we're actually the real ones. I mean, unfortunately, our community spawned a lot of the trash that you see out there from people that we ejected because they wanted to promote some brand of occultism or whatever the case is. And
Yeah,
we've
facts.
maintained higher standards.
Yeah, Bev, try thinking. Oh my God.
Yeah, Bev
Sorry to
tries
say,
the
but
globe now.
Some of the people that were really close with us, yeah. We started off all together. It just they splintered off into wanting to have these big brain discussions. For what? So they can wax philosophical in front of other people and tout their knowledge as like saying big verbose words and just come out sounding like, oh, well, that guy knows something. Yeah, no, he don't. He's doing exactly what globe earthers are doing, dude, and just saying more gobbledygook. Nothing that can be. There's no cause for an effect, dude. You don't. That's the hard part for people to actually get over.
Oh yeah, like gravitation. Is it the cause of the effect of the cause of the effect?
Yeah. It's a big Russian doll.
DP or IV?
It's a big Russian doll like test. Oh, well, we found something else is underlying that thing, and the thing is supporting the other thing. It's like you'll never get to the bottom.
It kind of paints a picture where there's like a bifurcation of technological progress and scientific discovery. We've had amazing technological feats with the internet and all kinds of other things existing independent of people's cosmological beliefs about the systems in the greater world that surrounds them. And they believe that the first is inextricably linked to the second, when it's not. We're actually still using the same base like physics that was around during the first industrial revolution of the early 1800s, further developed by the later 1800s and second industrial revolution. We really haven't left any of that. We've just gotten better at scale, better at application.
Yep. So, I mean, in regards to the type of technology that we're utilizing right now, you still haven't found out the cause for effects of things. Like you can utilize light in many very different applications, right? Fiber optics and all kinds of, it's crazy, right? But yet when you sit down with the people that are utilizing it and tell them, hey, what is light? What do you think you're going to get?
Audio, what are you talking about?
Oh, gosh.
The conversation of the shape of the earth or the lack thereof. So,
But I ask you this question every day.
Same with electricity and magnetism. Like, what is a magnet? Like, people don't really know.
Yeah,
what does a magnetic field do? Like, why does it exhibit certain behaviors? People can describe what's happening at like a quantum level, great.
Yeah.
But descriptions are just that. I mean, you have the what, but you don't really have the how or why.
And I think everybody's working within that particular framework. Yeah, you are utilizing this and every day, and you're being able to use the effect and quantify it and say, oh, well, this thing has this much, so forth. But you never get to the part where you're talking about what's causing that to be what it is. What made that to be like the way it is? Cause for the effect. So that's creator territory right there. So no one, think about it, man. The mysteries of the world.
What's going on, chat?
All my fellas.
All my fellas. That's a huge channel. What's going on?
Yeah, we got Kevin Caslano with the cope coming in, licking his wounds from yesterday.
Kevin, you just gonna sit there and take that, dude?
Obviously. We got deleted account to just join our chat.
I see Mushkane. I see Hush. There was that Jeet that popped in there for a second. I think he bounced though.
This guy.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you were, you had a good night's rest and you slept and you had a dream, Kevin, that you were cooking me, but it didn't happen in this. It didn't happen in this chat, bro. Because in this chat, dude, you got roasted.
That's what you believe in.
You got roasted, dude.
But this is a no belief panel. We don't do beliefs.
Yeah, you got so frustrated and angry, you started ad homing me. Bitches and hoes and all kinds of stuff. I'm like, Kevin, come on.
What?
What?
Oh yeah, he went all
Why would he
out,
do
dude.
that?
He was because he's little Kevin. Like little Kevin doesn't understand things.
Like from Home Alone?
Yeah,
I haven't seen that movie.
he
forever.
says. Yeah, so I gave him ample opportunity to go ahead and describe his cultist globe ideas, but turns out he doesn't
What were the main
know.
points that I gave?
He said, "I know." I don't think. I don't believe. I know the Earth is a globe. That's what he
Oh,
said.
dude, that's a big claim.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
That isn't a big claim, but that's what I said.
That isn't a big claim. He says, "Oh, really? So you still know the Earth is a globe, Kevin?"
Of course, 110%.
Holy shit! So
It's
he's
not possible to be 110%, Kevin. It can only be 100%.
Alpha, come on, guys. Guys, calm down. This could be the proof we've been waiting for the last 10 years.
It could be, but
Let's give him a shot,
want
right?
to
Let's give him a shot.
I just want to confirm, though. I just want to confirm. He doesn't think he could be a brain in a jar.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Choose your words carefully here, Kevin.
Is he on Discord?
Oh, yeah, the 99% test. That's a good opener.
Yeah, what do you think, Kevin?
I know I am on Discord.
Yeah, I know, but are you 100% sure you're on Discord?
I am 100%. I know I'm 100% on Discord.
Excellent. So
That's
is it
rare.
possible? Is it possible in this reality that you could be Don DeMarco? Is it possible in this reality that you could be schizophrenic?
Well, are you a psychologist?
I'm asking you a question.
What kind of question is that? You're not a psychologist.
Well, it's like this, right? You can answer the question: is it possible in this reality that you could be, as in possible, you could be schizophrenic? Is it possible?
We need to test that, though.
No, I'm asking you. Just answer. It's a closed-ended question. It's either yes or no. Is it possible that you could be schizophrenic?
No.
Okay. So is it possible that you could be, a brain in a jar?
No.
Oh, we got somebody who's standing by principles of logic. The principles of
He's got
logic.
bigger guts than anyone else who comes in here.
Okay.
Yeah, sporadic. He might
Now,
be the one.
now we've grounded.
It's time
we've
for the
grounded.
globe proof, guys.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to move into that. So now
Sorry.
We've logically grounded ourselves. We know now that Kevin's going to talk about the physical and natural world in a logical sense. So we don't need to concern ourselves with Kevin wandering off into speculation land. Okay, go ahead, Kevin. Give us your evidence that the Earth is a globe. We're ready now.
Can I grab the pictures and then we can
Grab
talk
whatever
about
you like, dude.
All right,
Bring
let me
whatever.
mess
Bring your friends over here. Like, let them witness this. We're about to get
Grab
the
it.
globe evidence. That's what we're going to get.
Everybody
You know what
get
happens, Kevin, if you present this? You know what happens? We go away. We issue a public apology. 24/7 Flat Earth shuts down. Discord gets deleted. Our presence on social media goes away. We all become Globers.
You would single-handedly bring down one of the biggest groups of flat Earth.
And here we go.
Exciting times, Kevin. Everybody's got their popcorn.
The male version of a Karen is Kevin.
There'll be a parade.
Clipcord, where you at, brother?
It's going to be magnificent, man.
Yeah, we need Clipcord to be standing at attention for Kevin's response.
Clipcord, where you at, brother?
Man, I'm so excited. I got to go in a minute, guys, so I'll be around later.
All right, brother. Catch you after a while.
All right. You don't realize how iconic you are, Miggy.
Dude. Well, Clipcord is still missing in action, so we got to get him back wherever he is. So.
Shout out to Clipcord. No, literally, Clipcord, where you at, brother?
Yeah, I did saying that, dude. I'm like, oh, man. We were saying that before. Look at Helio's got his popcorn. Dude, you better brush your teeth and comb your hair, man, because this thing's going to be amazing. You better be ready for it.
It's nice knowing y'all.
I know, right? Yeah,
Are we
sorry,
saying goodbye
guys.
already? Like, okay.
Let me get the violins out already. Holy.
Yeah, it was a good run. I mean, Helio Stream on May 10th, 2025. We'll stop broadcasting. Yeah, go ahead and take your time, Kevin, with that information. Just hurry the hell up.
Where did that saying chop chop come from? That's so funny, Platter. Nice
It's
one.
kind of
dude.
old, actually. It's a bit old.
Yeah. That's a good one though. Chop chop. Like who started that? That's funny. So like
More like a what
is
late
it a
80s,
shop-
early 90s reference.
Oh, I thought it was French from the guillotine days.
Oh no, I don't know.
Damn, Tito,
Was it
you're
I don't think it
savage.
came from there. I don't think it came from there, dude.
You are a
well,
savage.
okay.
I thought it was like it's like a chef thing. Like hurry up and cut those onions.
Yeah,
Chop chop.
yeah. I think it's a reference to like chefs. I do think. All right, well, let's look it up.
All right, let's check it out.
Chat GPT, where you at, brother?
Ethergris should get on that, but I don't think he's here. I'll check it out.
Clipcord, dude.
Friggin'
Yeah,
Clipcord.
we miss you, homie, wherever you are. Hopefully, you're having a good time. Like knowing
Tios
the
UK
homies.
too. He was a good clipper. Wherever you are, Tios UK.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think I pissed him off, low key. Sorry, chat.
My arm's still just up in the air, waiting for Clipcord's dap, dude. Like I'm waiting for that
I
dap.
know.
He's like
Yeah.
leaving me hanging, bro. Like I'm like, bro, who are you? You ain't supposed to leave homies like this.
Dude, we need Indio in here for this. Like, this is it, right? This could be the end of his server.
Oh yeah. Hey, you need to go to your wardrobe right now. Bust out the Sunday best, dude. Yeah.
Someone needs to say his name 3 times and do a circle so we summon him.
Indio.
Yeah. It's gonna be those those guys carrying that coffin dancing. That's what Kevin's gonna do for the flat earth.
Yeah, like Black Masons or whatever.
Yeah, he's gonna be dancing, carrying the coffin, squatting up and down.
So what are we waiting on? Glow proof?
Yeah,
Dang, I
Kevin.
need to
He says I got the proof. I'm collecting it. I'm putting it together.
All right, my hair is combed. I'm ready.
You brush your teeth though.
Let me do that real quick.
Okay. Yeah, because
This is a huge panel, man. What the heck?
Platter. Kevin.
The chat is going crazy right now.
Kevin. Oh shit.
Sweats,
Yeah,
dude.
really. That's where we're gonna be, dude. Once Kevin drops the bomb on us, Amish is just gonna be looking at that the nuclear bomb just come towards him and close his eyes and just accept it, dude. A refreshing nuclear holocaust. Well, it was good. Either that or Kevin's all talk. Oh shit! There he comes. There it is.
There he goes. That's the evidence.
That couldn't be more.
Yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
What is that? Not this again.
Yeah, round of applause, everybody. This is what Kevin Kozlana put up yesterday.
Oh man.
Thanks for that,
bro. What the fuck, man? This. Oh my god.
Nah, bro. Like,
why did you edit out the table being curved?
the kid's sporadic.
What the? Oh my god.
Do we really want to talk? Yeah, the table's curved also. Look at it.
But it was outside.
Kevin,
Isn't that
why is
what
the table-
matters if it was outside? Since it was outside.
Kevin, come on. I thought this is the globe evidence. Look at everybody's already looked into this. DJ's put an image
It's
up.
not curved. It's
You're getting cooked by the chat, bro.
It's outside.
Dude, you're eviscerated, dude. Like the chat's just gonna take care of it. I mean, we could really talk about why you even put that in there.
I'm not looking at the chat right now.
Do you need to? What do you mean
What do
you're
you
not
mean?
looking at it? You posted something and the chat's responding to you.
Yeah, I'm shooting some zombies. Can we talk about the picture that I just posted?
We
Oh,
are.
you mean the doctored image that you put in there that I said it was doctored and you admitted to
not
yesterday?
doctored, it's in real
No, it's not
life.
doctored. It's not
We can
doctored.
go
Is that
with
what
it.
you're gonna
We can do
say?
it together. Just
Okay,
make sure
check
you
this
shave
out.
your bald head
Kevin
off.
Kozlana says that image is not doctored. What's the panel's
It is in
reaction to
real
that?
life. I just told you it's in real life.
Really? It's not real life, bro. What's wrong with you, Kevin? Are you sick? You must be, dude, because your fever and stuff is just causing you to be delirious.
Like H2O delirious.
Kevin, the bit that's cut out of the photo.
Yes, DJ.
Right? Yeah. Hey, Kevin. Yeah, the bit that's cut out of the photo, right? The table, it's curved more than the horizon.
Kevin.
But we already agree what the horizon.
Yeah, shooting all the zombies in the world in your little game there, Kevin, it's not going to help this be evidence for the globe. It's not. It just really isn't.
Well, I'm gonna.
You should stick to what you know, and that's being an ignorant globe cultist and shooting zombies in a game instead of inserting your opinions in a intellectual forum such as this.
But the room is flat and it's a game.
Well, see how you're diverting away from the fact that you didn't put any globe evidence, Kevin?
But we're still talking about flat.
Once again? Ah.
Dang.
You make this too easy for us, Kevin. Sorry. You see, I didn't even cook you this time. The chat did.
Okay.
Look at CB. Dude, oh my goodness.
But Kevin, why is the table curved?
I didn't post a table. I posted
Yes,
two
you did. Yes, you don't even know what you posted?
No.
Let's scroll up again. Let me see.
We've
Okay.
seen this a gazillion times, dude. You posted a curved table. Do you have any tables in your house that curve like that?
Oh no, the tables are not curved. It's the it's
Why
a
is it
pressure
curved
from
then?
those two things right above it. Those red pipes.
The red pipes.
Because of gravity.
Gravity?
Those are curved too. Dude, you're an idiot. Planks.
The table's curving because of gravity?
No, I think the table is curving because of gravity. The weights that's being pulled down because they're dense, in the planks, is what makes that shape.
Do you have any tables that do that in your house?
Tables that I know that do that in my house. No, I'm talking not the table. I'm talking about the wood plank that's above
I'm
the
asking you
table.
about the table.
The tables?
Yeah, the table. The green table.
All right. Let me take a
Why
look.
is it
Look,
curved
Sasha
like
put one in there.
Did you try to claim that the wood plank is the only thing that's bending and not the table?
Yeah, look at it. It's making that curve. But yeah, the table is pretty flat.
Look at it, it's making that curve.
The table's not flat. The table is not flat in the image.
Look at it, it's making that curve. Tables are making curves, Kevin.
Well, why would you make a table that's curved like that? That doesn't make any sense.
But I still see the curve of the water there, the body of the water. So
Oh, you do? Well, is that because the image is doctored? I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
unless you're gonna assume and believe it is fisheye lens, and that's
No, it's
your
not,
belief.
dude. The image is doctored. So we don't need to assume there's a lens that's fisheye because the image is doctored. Kevin Kozlana, do you know that or
You
not?
define doctrine. I just want to know how you define doctrine.
Somebody took the original photo and played around with the settings, and now it looks different than the original photo.
And who was that?
I just told you what it is. Don't tell me who did it. You freaking crazy guy.
We already established what it is. I'm just asking.
It's a doctored image.
Who did it?
Yeah.
Who did it though? It's like if I'm asking
you agreed
who was the person in the crime scene.
Yeah, I don't care if you know. It doesn't matter if Sylvester the cat did it. Like, it doesn't matter. The thing is, it's a doctored image. You agreed to it yesterday. It was a doctored image.
I did not.
Oh, you're denying the fact. Why don't we? Dude, there was witnesses here. Why are you lying, Kevin? You said yesterday it was a doctored image. I told you from the original image, it's been doctored. Now it looks this way. Come on, Kevin. Everybody knows it's doctored except you denying it right now. Why are you denying it, Kevin? It's so much better when you don't fight. Just accept.
Hello, Jared. How are you? What are you talking about?
Oh, we're talking about the flat earth. Yeah. All right, so, Kevin, this is a doctored image, yeah?
I didn't agree to that yesterday, nor today.
Yes, you did. Oh, yeah, you did.
No,
yes, you did.
Can we talk about like reality here? About the body of water?
We're gonna talk. We're gonna stay right here and talk about how it's a doctored image, Kevin. Until you give up the ghost again.
Can we talk about Indy?
Oh, don't you worry.
You gay.
We will get back to your point, sir. Kevin, you have to realize this is a doctored image, man. You cannot continue.
Do you think North Korea is the center of the world?
I don't know why you're asking this, sir. Do you not see a map? I don't think you've ever seen a map.
But the supreme leader Kim Jong-un has his own map.
Yes, but are you following Kim Jong-un, sir? I don't think so.
Yes, he's powerful leader.
Okay, then. Take your happy ass off of this forum, sir. You don't belong here.
This is a no Jeep panel.
But
Kevin, it's a doctored image, dude. We all know this. And the sooner you accept and believe that you understand, as soon as you understand, I believe. As soon as you understand that's true, then yeah, we'll be happy.
What are you talking about?
Kevin Castellana has a doctored image, sir. And he thinks it's a globe, but it's not.
I work with retards.
But I think, what do you think?
I think you're throwing your bodies into the gear so that Kevin doesn't get roasted. But he's getting roasted right now.
But he's not roasted. He's not a chicken.
Or he's been roasted. He's a chicken. Yes, he is. All right, Kevin. Your little friend here is not helping, so.
What time is over here in India? Just kind of curious. Jack?
Yeah, we're not worried about Jack. Nice diversion. You can't shoot zombies, talk to Jack, and then accept that you've been defeated all at the same time. You gotta choose one of them.
Hold on a second, Alpha.
Pick one.
Do you realize over on Discord, I can see who's talking right now. Right now, Batman.
Yeah. So, are you going to realize that it's a doctored image?
Those people are not taking any money.
Shut up.
All right,
are you going to realize it's a doctored image?
Well, I'm asking you who did the doctored image, if you claim so. That you made a claim right now. Who did it?
Is it a doctored image from the original photo that everybody can see wasn't the original?
Now your head is in a John. Damn, that sucks to be you, right? Yikes. Let's start with again. Who did it? Is it not hard to say who did it?
What difference does it make? The original photo's not like this.
You're making a claim right now.
It's okay. It's okay. You know what? It's like this. It's obvious that it's been doctored.
It's obvious. So you're making a claim. You believe in it.
It's not a claim.
It is.
Well, the claim is that it's doctored, but the point is that it's not. It's validated because the original image is not like the new one where you have side by side.
Well, then post it in the chat.
You did. You posted it. I'll do it again. You want me to extract your?
You're making a claim that it's doctrine. But I'm asking you.
Let me go back up to your image, Kevin, because you think that this point is a one you can stand on. You're just a fool. Here, let me see. I'm just gonna get your image. How about that?
All right. I'm just asking who did it.
I don't need to know that, Kevin. Here.
Are you sure you're 100% sure you're sitting on a chair right now?
Here, right here. There you go. Look.
Why is
Look at
Kevin
that.
spiraling again?
You see what I just posted?
Okay, but I'm
Yeah.
asking.
You see the look at the one on the right. Look at the one on the right. Look at the one on the right. That's the image. That's the image. The one on the right is the image. The one on the left is a doctored image. Yeah.
Right, but who did it though?
Right.
That's
Right.
what I'm asking.
You said right. I got him. Got him, boys. Right. That's all I needed was a concession. Thank you. I got you, Kevin. Yeah. You were trying to avoid the fact that it wasn't doctrine, and you just said
And then he
right.
said and. He just said and.
Yeah, like he's whistling past the graveyard, like and because you were saying that it wasn't doctored, and I got you to admit that right, it is doctored.
What is
Thank you,
doctored
Kevin.
here? I'm asking who did it though.
Go shoot zombies, dude. You gave up the ghost again, right?
And you failed miserably. Go play your video games.
Yeah. Thanks
All
for
right.
that.
Oh, gaslighting. Wait, what if I rejoin the server?
Oh man. Hey, he's been fighting so hard that it wasn't doctored, and all of a sudden, when I put that image back here, look, I'm gonna put it again in chat. This one right here, and I demonstrated to the audience that he's on the right is the image, and on the left is a doctored image, and he says right. That's what he was fighting this whole time against.
Oh, you're cherry picking my words, but okay.
Right. That's what you said.
Yeah,
right.
then you said so and. Yeah, that happened.
That just happened, Kevin. Isn't that fun? How wrong you are.
Do appreciate the gaslighting.
I appreciate the gaslighting. I appreciate the concession. I got an image for you. Right here.
What concession?
Look at this image. That was you standing in one of those pairs of shoes right there. All you gotta do is just be honest, Kevin. That's all you gotta do.
Appreciate the peer pressure, but you're not going to get anything out of me.
Peer pressure. Play your game. Let me talk to somebody else. Hey, we got
304 in the panel.
Who's that?
Pissy Missy number 1.
What? Pissy Missy. Number 1 Transformer. I mean, yeah, do we have anybody in here that wants to go ahead and tell us how the Earth is a globe? This is an open panel. You can go ahead and chime in.
Wait, how what?
How the Earth is a globe.
Is it glow?
Globe. Globe.
Oh my God!
Oh, are you guys like? Are you guys like flat earthers?
We're not like flat earthers. We are flat earthers.
Do you know where you are right now?
Wait, and this is like live streamed?
Yes, on YouTube.
We are
every
live.
conversation.
Like
and then we
every
get
day?
reactions. We get reactions from the panel. It's pretty cool. Yeah, subscribe to Helio Skeptic on YouTube. Go ahead and drop him a like and a follow.
So do you get like a lot of hate as a flat earther on YouTube?
Oh yeah, for sure. Facts. And on here too.
They think that flat surface is flat.
That's pretty amazing revelation. I can't speak this morning. Pissy Missy left. Bye.
They left?
Yeah. I don't know if that's a baby there, but you know.
I know, right? I don't know what that was.
We also got Hush in the channel. He's a fairly decent glober.
Thought he was a new flat earther.
Nah, is he? I don't know. Nah, he's got a little planet next to his name, so he's putting it out there. We got a disingenuous troll, Pads, in the chat. He never usually likes to chime in. Stays in the shadows.
I thought he literally was a new flat earther.
Yo, how's it going, boys and girls? I always chime in, bro. What do you mean?
Well, no, I haven't heard you.
I speak
lately.
too much. How have you been, though, Arthur? You good, mate? How shit, bro?
Oh, shit's amazing.
Nice.
It is amazing. How about you?
Amazing.
Living on the other side of the conversation. Mr. Cogdis, Imagination, Globe Cultist. How's it feel to be on the losing side? Feels great? Okay. Good to hear. I've been waiting for the evidence for the Earth as a globe, but 2025, all we got is Kevin Caslana posting images that are doctored. That's all we got. I mean, what are we going to do with that, chat? Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely.
I missed some of the convo. Who posted that like ping pong table originally? Was it that Kevin guy?
No, ping pong table. What are you talking about?
It's not a ping pong table. One sec. This one here. What is this? I just tagged it. It was Shaz, I think, who posted it.
Oh, yeah.
Was you just memeing Shaz, or?
Yeah. He's memeing.
Oh, okay. All right,
that's a meme.
Yeah. I thought.
No, that's not.
That genuinely.
No. But this is what Kevin posted right here.
It's a sport, man. You had also.
Yeah, that's where I joined. Yeah, that's where I joined when you were on about that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what Kevin posted. So he posted that image that you see on the left and on the right. So the right is the image that was taken. On the left is a doctored image, which Kevin was saying
you would never ever see that on the left. Why?
No. He said it wasn't doctored though. He was standing by that.
Doctored, bro. Like.
No. He said it's not, and I'm like, dude, all you gotta do is just say that it's doctored. I mean, it's fine if you stick by that the Earth is a globe, but dude, you just gotta be honest with the chat and tell everybody. And of course, everybody's showing the image, why it's and how it's doctored. And he's like, well, if you can't tell me who doctored it, then you don't have a way to say it's doctored. I'm like, bro, like we can all see the original photo and then the one that's been doctored. Duh. Like we don't. I'm like, okay, man, what territory have we came in? We're just. Did he run away? He's not even in here anymore.
Oh, he left.
He slid out the back door. We're having a conversation with someone else. Poor little Kevin.
But yeah, I've been away out for a few. I heard you mention you've not seen me or spoke to me. I've been away on and off. Is there any like new things emerged for like the last month or anything? Anything flying around the community? Any new info or anything?
Well, I'll tell you something that has been not updated, but we've been talking about a little more. We brought forward that the container argument. I don't know if you've heard the argument.
Yeah, I know. Well, unless it's been updated, yeah.
Well, it has, is what I'm saying.
So not recently. I've not heard to.
Okay, so allegedly, gas pressure without containment, right? That was the argument and the stance. Because there's said to be lower pressure values up by where the Kármán line is and low Earth orbit and all this kind of good stuff, right?
Yeah.
According to the Globe, your rockets are going to this place where, now they're going to enter into low Earth orbit and the, you got the ISS going around the Earth every 90 minutes. It's 255 miles above the Earth's surface, going 17,500 miles per hour in a sine wave pattern. But now, if this is true, right, and it's supposed to be in that area where the super low pressure exists, and the pressure values at that region are said to be in the ballpark of 10 to the negative 2 to the negative 6, pressure. And it's so like, if we're talking about how that is up there, the way it's supposed to be, the question should be, how do people know, or how has it been verified that the pressure values are measured to be that consistent in that region? How were they measured? So even before we talk, even before we have this would be the prequel to the container argument.
I was gonna say, yeah, it definitely seems like something we should already fucking know, really, bro.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, this was like the back and forth between the argument. The argument was to be had of how you need a container for the pressure because you have a vast pressure differential. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that the argument?
Yeah, like a gradient, isn't it?
Well, no. I mean, the gradient is apparent, right? From where we're at and where things can be measured, up into I think what it's said to be where things can be measured. And I'm only using this in the terms of the globe so you can understand, so you don't get too confused, right? But up into the stratosphere. So right above the troposphere and the stratosphere is the highest that the measurements for the air pressure values can actually extend to.
Measured. Yeah,
measured. And we have confirmation from meteorologists that come through here. We got Brendan, who is a very knowledgeable person about meteorology. And he often comes in and we have conversations about this, but he's like, nowhere in academia can you find resources that show it's been measured any farther past that region. So up into the mesosphere and stuff, it's just calculations and inferences. So I'm asking now this way that before we have the container argument, right? Because that container argument is the thing after this. Once we establish the pressure values, then we can talk about vast pressure differentials.
That's fair.
You follow?
Yeah, that's
right. I think it's fair too. So what I'm saying is, if we're going to have the argument, let's build the foundation. So what we're establishing is, how do we know the pressure values exist in the way that they do? And this is the task for the globe earther. You're going to have to find out how space, according to the vacuum of space, the way they propose it, has been said to be, with the pressure values right at the Kármán line, to be what they are. Because they categorize space as the place right outside the Kármán line, which is really just an arbitrary place that they put it. Now, the Kármán line, I'm just going to say, the Kármán line exists in a place where they've arbitrarily put it, because it's now at a different place. It's like, I think, 55 miles above the Earth's surface, where it was like 62, I think it was, and they moved it to 55.
Probably probably going to change as technology allows us to detect and measure more smaller, like.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care about that. Yeah. Like, that doesn't matter to me. But they're defining space by anything that's outside of that. Or
right, that's more political than anything else, honestly. If you look at the
low Earth orbit. Sorry, low Earth orbit. Go ahead, Amish.
Sorry, didn't mean to butt in. I lagged, but yeah, that line is actually politically negotiated.
Yes, I think interesting. But the interesting part, right? Yeah, of course, right. But the thing we're saying is that because we're already into the container argument, we've bypassed the grounding information of like how people know the pressure values are said to be measured at those altitudes. And this is important because if we don't have them established, the argument is not valid. So in other words, I have to validate, or at least not me, the globe earther would have to validate the vacuum of space being the vast pressure differential so in other words, who has to talk about a container would have to be the glober. Because I don't need to produce a container if there is nothing to substantiate the pressure values being what they are.
Okay.
You get me?
Okay, yeah, no, I definitely see the need as to why you've formulated that argument.
Yeah, it would have to.
Questioning for evidence of a container?
No, well, I mean, yeah, that's the step after we establish, because then we would still have another argument on top of that one, is if, let's just say, okay, now we've established the pressure values. Well, how do you have gas pressure without a container? So all this stuff is afterwards. So it's not, I don't have to produce the evidence of a container, the glober would. Because you're going to have an issue once you say, oh, we've measured it, this is the way we've done it. But the problem is, it's never been done. This is the update. I think most people that should get along with this argument would find out, you could still even engage in that, but then the glober would have to produce how they've measured it. and the exact instrument that was used to measure it. And a measurement is not inferred.
And
It's
not
directly
calculated,
it's
like an
directly
actual
observed.
measurement. Yeah, like an
It's a
actual
space-
measurement.
Space
Not a
gyroscope.
calculation.
Hold on, Sasha. What'd you say?
Oh, not a calculation, like you said, like an actual measurement, like an actual reading measurement. Yeah.
They do that. They do that with balloons. They send up into the thermosphere and the upper parts of the thermosphere, and then the stratosphere, of course. That's it. So if they measured that high, but no further, then what are we doing with the further?
Well, that's what we consider the space, isn't it? Like you say.
No. The further than stratosphere is mesosphere. Then you got the thermosphere. So there's parts above that haven't been measured. And the question is, how can you propose that the vast pressure differential at those altitudes are said to be, because there's the values they put it at.
I get it, yeah.
You get me? But there's no way
I
to
get it.
verify. There's no way to verify that the pressure values exist in the exact pressure values that they're giving us.
Like you say, so far. So obviously, with this, then what's the research? Because obviously, to counter any argument the Globe is going to present to us, we need to know their argument. So what
Present to us? What do you? You're not a flat earther.
I'm telling you, he's a flat earther, man. I knew it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Right, well,
He's transitioning.
No. Well, if that's the case, that's fine. I'm just saying what I've noticed is that you've been vehemently against flat Earth. In the chat,
I just don't follow.
You mock it. You do everything you can. You go out of your way to make it like distracted. So like the container argument, I think, is what you were giving. I'm just telling you what I've seen.
I mock idiots on both sides, bro. There's idiots on both sides. I'll mock the individual, not the community. You know.
All right. Well, let's just. Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. What I'm only concerned with is the fact that these arguments that people have, they need to be substantiated by information that would support them, right? So if you're saying that we're going to have a container argument, okay, is it established, this is a true or false? Is it established that the pressure values are said to be what they are when somebody says they go to space, which is beyond the Kármán line? Are the pressure values established as measured? I'm asking the room. I'm not you, Pads, but the room. The room now. Are the pressure values measured so that we can have the argument at the place where they say space is beyond the Kármán line?
Negative.
Nope, they're not. They're inferred. Just ask Brendan, the meteorologist who comes in here. He talks about it all the time.
Yep. So this is a key factor to why the container argument, even though we can still have it, let's just say that even if they take it to, it's been measured. Okay, fine. A step above that would be now you're going to have to produce a container for that they do, not us. So burden of proof is going to have to be even theirs when it comes to the container argument, not ours. See how amazing that works? Because they just now said, well, it's been measured to be this. Well, you just made a vast pressure differential, sir. That's what you've done. But if it hasn't been measured, space is fake.
And it's definitely not been measured. Obviously, I get this Brendan character might be, have some sort of credentials, but your own research,
it does.
Your own research. So what are the arguments Globe is going to present? So obviously they're going to say shit like gravity acts as a container and shit like that.
Yeah. But okay. Hyperspecificity, right? How do we know the vast pressure differential, at least the pressure reading value, the pressure value is said to be what it is right at the Kármán line. To then say when somebody goes to space that the pressure values are what they are. Do you get it, Pads? I don't think you get it.
Yeah,
I think the long pause is showing me that you don't understand what I'm saying.
I just don't want to keep asking, making you repeat yourself, bro. I fully get it, bro. I just feel like we're hogging the room with it. Yeah.
Well, what did you say, Sasha?
No, I wanted to tell him, if you have a cold, let's say, weather on Antarctica, and if you measure with the thermometer minus 70, then you have the instrument what measures the temperature in Antarctica, and that's the same thing with the pressure in the, let's say, whatever altitude.
The vacuum of space.
Yeah. Plus, when you speak about that, Miggy, it's problem. When you say stratosphere, mesosphere, and all other spheres. You know.
Yeah. No, I know that. I know what I'm saying, and the reason why I'm using it colloquially is so that we don't we highlight the issue, right? Because for the globe, these terms are the way they see the Earth. So to them, they're going to have to show how at the altitude that they're talking about, you know, where the ISS is and all that, that those vast pressure differentials exist as a measured, value.
Yeah.
And it's not. This is what I'm telling you. There's no instrument that's measuring this. You could search online for it if you'd like. I mean, where else can you try to figure out if somebody actively measured that vast pressure differential?
Well, that's what I was just asking, just to save myself a massive research. You sound like you've been on it, so that's what I was asking. So far, what has the research yielded? Absolutely nothing.
No. There's. I'll tell you. There's a couple of satellites. What was the name of one of them?
Just a rough guide, bro.
It's like GoSat or something. I might get that wrong, but the satellite is not
sounding rockets. Since the Cold War and stuff, they've launched sounding rockets up.
Yeah. Well, the satellite's using infrared, right? And they're using that to measure the cloud tops. The cloud tops, and according to what Brendan was talking about with infrared, you can infer like a lot of things from that, but nowhere near is it a direct measurement. So these inferences they're making with satellite infrared technology has been only put forward to say that from the cloud tops you can have, I think he said, a certain range of temperature, but you're measuring something different than air pressure. So they're not measuring air pressure is what I'm saying. And there has been some instances where inside the cabin of specific, like, I don't know, either ISS or, satellites, to say that the pressure inside the cabin is measured to be something, not outside. That was brought up, I guess, in another instance that somebody was having a discussion with me about it. I was like, yeah, but you're not, what instrument is measuring the outside pressure? We're looking for outside pressure. And nothing so far. And that's not to say that there isn't anything that is out there that's not measuring. It's just there isn't a device that could. And I asked a question to Brendan. I'm like, dude, why? I was kind of curious when I first started down this path. I'm like, why? How come? He's like, because at some level, you're beyond the stratosphere, it doesn't work. It does not work. That's what his answer was. And he deals with this equipment. Of course, he talks about it, but he's like, yeah, we don't have anything to measure that. Isn't that curious? Doesn't that get the juices flowing? You're like, dude, are you serious? So what do you mean? Everything beyond a certain point, everybody's just guessing that's what it is? Wow, that blew my mind. I was like, so the whole container argument is based on the fact that there's a vast pressure differential from the surface to that place that they say space begins, and we're basing it off of like a Glober argument, thinking that those pressure values are something measured. Bro, it blew my mind. I'm like, this is not, we can't even have the pressure argument. The container argument. Because the container argument is based on the high pressure differential. But if it's not nowhere measured, then what do we have? Space being fake? Ooh, man, that's a whopper right there. So the Glober's going to have to produce the evidence. So it's worse than before. The Glober had at least to contend with the container argument. It's a little bit worse than that. A little bit, a lot. Now the whole idea of a vacuum of space is now in contention. When at first we were like, okay, well, you say there's a vacuum. Go ahead and show how you can have pressure, with that vacuum existing next to it. But if you can't even produce the vacuum existing, oh boy. How you like them apples? And that's not to say you cannot have the argument for the container. What I'm saying is they can't even show the vast pressure differential to have it. All I'm saying is show. Just show. If you know, then it's been measured, and show us. What instrument? How did they do it? Hopefully I put some people up on game and they start researching this, because it's just going to blow your mind even more. You're like, dude, we are so freaking fried from the globe. Like,
but Miggy, can I put some another logic? That when they explain the gradient, they want to put inside the gradients. You must know that things, it's not moving, it's static. Do you understand me? That's what they're explaining. It's static. It cannot, because in their system, the sun and earth, it's moving together with atmosphere, however you want to call it. But that would means that if you want the same altitude, that means that earth, it's linearly, does not change the altitude in the space. Do you understand me? And the vacuum of the space, that trouble, what it's doing, it's always the same, that vacuum, whatever it is, it's always that pressure. You don't have altitude in the space, if you understand.
No, I don't. Not really sure where you're going with that, Sasha.
Alpha, have you heard of? Oh, go on.
How you have altitude if you have? What is your reference point? If your Earth is a sphere and it's moving 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, what is your reference point for the altitude in the space for the globe?
Oh, I don't think that was my.
No, I know, but I'm telling you that when they are describing the gradients, they need to think about something static, not something what is moving.
That could be a tangential point, but I don't think it's related to mine.
I know there is no machine to measure the pressure. I think you can find out it's not even that low pressure on 30, 40 kilometers or whatever. That's what.
No. Yeah. I guess if you weren't following what I was saying, according to the globe, right, they have these layers of atmosphere. The layers of atmosphere, when they're proposing it to everybody, is troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere. And as far as the balloons can go and measure, they go as high as the stratosphere. So that's an altitude range. It's a range. But beyond that would be the mesosphere, and you can't measure beyond the stratosphere. You can only measure to the stratosphere. And of course, because people are concerned with the weather on the surface, so you're really only going to really need the troposphere measurement. But beyond that, it's not measured. I don't know if you're following what I'm saying, but it's not measured, Sasha. It doesn't have a measurement, and there's no way to do it because there isn't a device that can measure the air pressure in those regions. So when you start getting high in altitude, your equipment will not function to measure pressure.
So, can we open that to debate? Is that true, Alpha? With that,
yes.
I don't want to challenge.
Yes. No, what I'm saying is there isn't any information in academia to support the case that it is measured, or in some device that can do it, because you can't produce measurement. In other words, because the argument would be people are not concerned with trying to measure beyond that, because the weather really happens only at the troposphere level.
I mean, obviously, you've just introduced me to this argument. I've just been quiet for 5 minutes, so I'm not going to act like a fucking don on it.
No, I don't care. If whatever you come up with has to be something that argues for the global stance. They don't have a.
Well, I'm a flat earther at this stage, bro. But this is a space. Not. I consider it slightly different to the shape of the. For me, this has got nothing to do with the shape of the surface, personally. But whatever. So
it has to do with space.
Do you know what ionization gauges are? Or gauges?
Ionization gauges? No, put that in the text.
So the instruments specifically used to measure pressure in extreme orbits, bro, essentially.
No. That's not what I. Yeah, you could say there's a lot of fancy things you're trying to introduce. I want you to show. This is the thing what's in contention is the pressure values where they're said to reside satellites and all that. So I need that information. Support what the argument would have to be, not that some certain technology exists, that they're utilizing it for pressure readings at those altitudes. That's the argument.
That's what they do, yeah.
No, that's not what they do. Show.
Just Google.
No, I'm not going to Google it. It's not up to me. It would have to be up to you. You need to post all the information that's relevant to this.
Sure, I've said sure. One sec. So, I mean, you mentioned these things don't exist. I'm not being a cunt. I've just thought, well, let's.
No, I'm saying what I'm telling you is that if you say they exist, are they utilizing them to measure the pressure readings?
Just take a minute to read what I posted. I know you don't want to do your, you asked for it. I posted it. If you want to take a minute. It could be not to do with what you're saying, so.
Yeah. Nope.
If he's measuring,
no, those devices have an altitude where they work in, and then beyond that, they're not able to recognize pressure readings.
So these altitudes will only work at extreme altitudes, bro. Like the vacuum space.
No. That's not represented in that link that you gave me. What you just said, that's not represented in the link you gave me.
Well, I've been reading for 5 minutes, so I will give you the benefit of the doubt. I have only given you 20 seconds, to be fair. But
dude, you need to produce. Okay, so we're talking about 62 miles above the Earth's surface. Show where it has the correlation to that. Do it.
Probably better off if we just went away for 5 minutes.
No, because you should have waited until you've actually. This is the problem with people who are anxious to put something in there to show.
Just take a few minutes to read.
No, I don't need to. I need you to show how the pressure values at 62 miles above the Earth's surface are being read. How are we measuring there? I guarantee you, this is an argument it's not winnable, dude. Nothing you can produce is going to show an instrument that can read that pressure value.
I think if we just spent a couple of minutes.
No, I don't need to. It's not up to me. It's up to you. If the argument's coming from your side, you need to do the research.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you there isn't. And if you say something, if the flying spaghetti monster exists, then it's up to you to produce the evidence that he does.
So ionization gauges, they do.
Yeah, so they do is not, and they do is not evidence that they do. Sorry, that's not acceptable.
What is the range from this pressure to this pressure?
He doesn't know. He's he's shooting from the hip.
What do you mean? Well, I'll go away and I'll get it and come back.
Yeah, go away and tell us the altitude. You had better come with altitude.
Okay.
All right,
1 minute.
Not even that, Miggy. The instrument must have some kind of possibility that can measure the low pressure.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for, Sasha. Or he is.
Yeah,
anyway.
But does he know that we can produce the vacuum chamber of 10 to minus 6 torr on the air, but we have the measurement of the 10 to minus 70 torr in the space? That's something like a 1 billion times stronger.
Yeah, the problem is there isn't something that's going up there to measure those pressure readings.
Of course.
I don't care if we're doing it on the surface. What I'm telling you is, how does that device go up into the air and altitude? Okay, can you guys see what I'm proposing here? Is the chat getting lost with this?
Yeah, 1,000%. I get it. They don't have the measurement to. They don't have the device to measure those claimed sphere differentials or whatever they call them.
Yeah,
they don't have the device to measure it, so they need to provide the evidence for the containment to measure it in the first place.
Yep. Yeah, exactly, Sporadic. That's what I'm trying to... Pads, he advocates for globe he does that, dude. He likes doing that. So he's not a glober.
No,
I've already said that plenty of times. He wants it to be a globe, of course. He doesn't want to live in a world where the Earth is flat. So he will do the best he can to advocate for globe. I already know this. This is who he is.
Well, I'm away collecting the data, so just give me a pass for a couple of minutes because I don't want to keep getting into
No,
it.
I want to talk about this while you're doing that. So just do whatever you do. I do what I do. How about that? You don't need to come in and chime in and give me a commentary. Just go do what you do. Find the information, come back, and then show.
No need to mention me for a few minutes.
Oh, what are you talking about? No need to mention you. I'm going to talk. You're the one that's coming against this, so you're going to have to support your claim.
Jesus, I knew it weren't worth trying to.
Well, yeah. See, this is why. This is why you need to be prepared, Pads, when you actually argue against something. You need to have all relevant information to support your claim. You don't have that. Yeah, so your frustration is coming from the fact you were ill-equipped to have this conversation.
One of us is going away and doing active research, bro. One of us is not doing that and kind of.
No, one of us is shooting from the hip, like you.
One of us is making a claim without any evidence to back it.
Yeah,
I just gave a link and said, "Look, rather
no, a link does not support the altitude ranges." Pads already told you. The device that you think is
used on satellites, bro. So how high is it?
Really?
Yeah.
So let's talk about the altitude then. How do you know they're being? How do you know that the pressure readings are being utilized at the altitude support?
How do I know?
Go on.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you do. Yes, you do. You know what I mean, Pads. You know exactly what I mean.
I don't know.
You know that the pressure readings at the altitude that they said to be residing in, low Earth orbit, how are they measuring those pressure values? I'm still saying the same thing. I haven't changed. I'm not changing what I'm saying.
Oh, right. Okay, so the actual physics behind it, like the actual, like how the instrument works. Is it like how?
No. Okay. How is it working in the altitude that it's said to reside in? Right.
So,
evidence, please.
So you have
No, I don't want you. I don't want your explanation of what the device is. I want the evidence that there's one there, dude. I don't care about your explanations.
I've given you the link, bro. Like,
no, it's not. That doesn't help. That doesn't help. That doesn't help.
Okay.
That doesn't help.
Okay. Better question. What do you need from me
I want to know how we're getting the pressure. I'm repeating myself at this point.
Yeah, and
I want to know how the device at the altitude it's supposed to be in is reading the pressure values. What device is it? And tell me how it's being utilized to measure pressure values. Go.
That sounds to me like how does the device work, bro?
Oh my God! In the region that it's said to reside in. That clear enough?
Kind of.
Okay, then go away and go find that. Meanwhile, I talk about you not finding it.
I think I already know the answer, to be fair, bro.
You go find it. If you think it exists, go and find it, because this is just a stall tactic.
Well,
no, I'm not going to hear any more, Pads. Go and find it. It was you. You task yourself with this, so go find it. Go.
I'm trying to explain.
No, you didn't present any. No, not what I asked. What I requested was not what you provided.
Okay.
Go find it.
Well, there's the link for this.
Off you go.
I'm trying to explain how it works.
Off you go. Off you go.
I've been away. I'm kind of confident if you'd let me.
Are you giving up? Are you giving up?
No, I'm specifically asking to speak.
Okay, so either you find it or you give up. One of the two.
God, this is
this is truth coming at you at light speed. Truth is coming at you at light speed, and you can't defend yourself.
So, I mean,
it's frustrating, isn't it, Pads?
You know, if you want to spend 2 minutes reading the link,
I don't need to spend 2 minutes reading the link, dude. It has nothing to do with my question.
Okay.
Dude, go away and research. Yeah.
You keep doing that like I'm stuttering.
Yeah, you are, because you're trying to find a way to validate this, and there's no validation. Simply not.
You presented a point saying there is no instruments. Yep. I said there is an instrument.
That validates. You changed what I said. You changed what I said. That there's no instruments. No. Is there an instrument that's reading the pressure values at the altitude that they say they're in, where the vacuum of space resides, which is above the Kármán line? Now go and find that. Yes is the answer. Now show. Yes is the answer. Now show.
Okay, perfect. So if you look into the chat, you'll see a link.
This better not be the same one.
Of course it's the same one.
Oh, you shithead. I'm not asking for that information. I'm asking for how it's being measured in the satellites or wherever. I don't know what technology they're using. You seem to show that there's something there. Show that they're using it in that region. That's not. That's what this link is not showing us. That Pads. This link is not showing us that.
Well, it's a big article. Like I said, spend 5
Well, really? So where does it say that? Where does it say that in the article? Where does it say that in the article? If it's a big article, where does it say that?
It is a big article. Would you like me to reiterate?
No, I already skimmed through it. I didn't see anything.
Christ.
Yeah. He's not going to help you. He doesn't help liars. So, sorry.
No, I think I've done everything I need to do.
Yeah. Well, then you didn't do enough. Let's put it that way.
All right.
So it still remains.
Yeah, this article doesn't describe any actual measurements. It just describes theory.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says, yeah. he's confirming the fact that it's not measuring. How cute.
No.
Which my point still stands, Pads. How you like them apples?
Making me look bad, Pads.
How you like them apples, Pads? Dude, all that egg
You
on
are
your
a
face,
flat
you don't
earther,
listen.
Pads, man.
Why must you resist, Pads? Why must you resist? You are not a flat earther, bro.
Ionization gauge.
You're not a flat earther. You gave up the ghost here, you'll do it every time we have a conversation.
It's nothing. This is nothing.
You make this so easy, Pads. All you got to do, is produce the evidence that counters what I'm saying. You can't do it because it doesn't exist. And you fight so hard. You don't need to, bro.
Sporadic, bro. Just Google it, bro. You'll find so much.
Just Google it, dude. It's that easy. You can't do it. You can't do it. Why do you expect somebody else to do it? You can't do it.
Because I'm encouraging people to go and find.
No, you're not. You're trying so hard to validate a point that has no validation, bro. Everybody can see right past through. I say I can. I know you're not a flat earther. 100%.
This has nothing to do with the shape of the surface, in my opinion. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Yeah, the vacuum of space doesn't exist like you think it does, Pads. Ouch.
What's
that
got
hurts.
to do with the shape of the surface? I'm sorry. Like, you keep mentioning.
Well, right now, what's in contention is the cosmology aspect of the idea that the Earth resides in a vacuum of space with all planets doing what they do. So guess what? If you can't produce, if you can't produce, we're gonna do what I'm saying we're gonna do because I'm the one that's driving this car, not you. So if we're showing that the vacuum of space doesn't exist, yeah, you're in the passenger seat, bro, just going along for a ride. So the problem is, dude, where are you going, bro? You don't leave the vehicle. This Uber hasn't finished reaching its destination. All right, so what we're doing right now is showing how the vacuum of space, according to the cosmological idea that we're floating around as a ball, doesn't exist, because how can they even know what the pressure values are said to be beyond the stratosphere, because the mesosphere, the thermosphere, the exosphere pressure values are not being measured. So there isn't any way they can exist in the physical natural world, because first of all you have to substantiate the claim that they exist. Yeah?
Yeah.
We got satellites.
Okay, so go ahead. That's you as a Glober gonna have to produce that evidence. Otherwise, you got a fantasy claim about the vacuum of space existing. You are a passenger and not a driver. Somebody's chiming in.
bro. Yeah, satellites are in the stratosphere. So I don't know what you mean by we have to substantiate that.
You're riding
satellites
shotgun,
wouldn't be
Pads.
floating up there. We wouldn't have cell phone signals without them. They're in the stratosphere.
What the fuck? Cell phone?
Yeah, go look it up, bro.
Everyone's on about though. Like, we're not always on about that. He's not saying that.
He just said that we have to substantiate the stratosphere existing. The stratosphere exists. Now what?
Oh shit! That's what he said. Then
that's a whole different
we're
argument,
using
bro.
devices right now that wouldn't be able to function without the stratosphere existing.
Like your
Explain
cell
that.
phone. Cellular
Yeah,
phone.
seriously. It's called science and physics.
Telecommunications are done primarily on the ground, Bowie.
No, they're.
You know that?
Oh my God, you're
Say that again.
What?
Cellular phone.
What? Are you denying the fact that telecommunications are happening primarily on the ground? You denying that fact?
What this is what look this up.
Primarily happening on the ground doesn't disprove the fact that we have satellites
100%.
in the stratosphere that provide us with
100%.
telecommunication signals.
Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah,
That's
your
another
cell
point.
phone. You got to look this up, okay? This is a 10% rule. You have to at least be 10% as smart as a person who invented it to use it. If you think your cell phone...
That is so brain dead. That is the most brain dead take I've ever heard.
If you think your cell phone is using satellites, turn it off right now.
Dude, Bowie, come on.
What do you think GPS is, bro?
I can't believe that you just appealed to GPS when you didn't substantiate the claim that telecommunications are primarily happening on the ground, Bowie.
That's crazy. You guys have an object in your hand, and the code in your hand.
Bowie, I need you to realize
are in the fucking sky.
I need you to.
You're saying those things are real.
Yeah. No, wait a minute.
That's crazy to me. You think satellites don't exist, bro?
All these towers built for 5G in last 5 years. What was that?
5G isn't the fucking satellites, bro.
No. Wait. No.
Existing doesn't disprove
Bowie,
the satellites.
listen, man. Telecommunications primarily happen on the ground, bro.
That doesn't disprove the satellites, though. There's still fucking
Wait a minute. Are you agreeing that that's true?
Yes.
Okay, so then why would you
I never said it wasn't. You saying one true thing doesn't disprove my true thing.
You were saying that all of telecommunications happen because we have satellites.
That's one of the reasons we have telecommunications. Yes, crazy.
No, it's primarily why are you switching back to that, dude? It's primarily the towers on the ground.
Some like nitty gritty detail when the whole
this isn't nitty gritty, dude. This is how this technology.
To change the fucking topic. Explain
this is how
satellites.
the technology.
Explain
Bowie,
satellites, Mr.
You're way too hot under the collar for this, man.
Explain satellites.
You won't be able to listen to people if you're really excited.
You keep trying to talk about the ground and talk about telecommunications on the ground. I brought up satellites, and you're trying not to talk about them. That's all. I'm saying.
So the fact that telecommunications are
we
primarily.
going to talk about the satellites or telecommunications? The point was satellites.
Because that's what you came in with. You were leading with.
I came in with satellites. I'm waiting.
No, you didn't. You said phones are using satellite technology.
The whole point of that was satellites.
Phones are using satellite technology. That's what you said.
You don't want to talk about the point. I get that your entire strategy relies on not talking about the topic, but we're talking about satellites.
Dude, your tangential point that now you're changing.
It's not tangential. The whole point was satellites, and you're talking about telecommunications. I'm waiting.
Yeah, because that's what you were saying the cell phone uses.
In the stratosphere.
You were saying that the cell phone uses satellites.
Explain it.
To communicate.
Stop talking about cell phones, bro. We don't care about cell phones.
You're the one that brought it up.
Dumbass that came in here with cell phones.
Last 5 minutes.
No, you weren't, dude.
What are you on? Everyone can hear me talking about satellites. Satellites. Now, don't talk about telecommunications.
You were. Just you, dumbass.
Let's go. Satellites.
Just you, dumbass.
Just me? Yeah. I've been talking about satellites this entire time.
So can you, before we move forward,
Only you, yeah.
But if we are going to say that you're conceding that primarily telecommunications happen on the ground, then we can move forward.
I've already said this is true, bro. That's crazy.
Okay.
Let's talk about satellites.
All right. So what other? Okay. So what do you want to talk about with satellites? In regards to satellites, what is your question or what is your point?
You said the stratosphere doesn't exist.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh my! You literally said that.
I didn't say the stratosphere does not exist. You came in.
You can't substantiate the stratosphere existing.
Hold on. Maybe that's a miscommunication. That's a miscommunication on your part. All right. So here's what.
You're the one who fucking said it.
Because he talks more than he listens, and he won't let you
just listen, dude.
Alpha, maybe.
I'm going to tell you what I said. All right. You don't have to think about what I said. I'll tell you. I told the gentleman, right, pads, that when you're trying to get a pressure value. Pressure values can only be, as far as the globe Earth is concerned, because I'm only going to speak to you from globe Earth perspective, right? So it goes troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere, right? And we're talking about these like altitude layers, right? There's ranges that they supposedly are, right? So within the thermosphere and the stratosphere is the highest pressure readings that you can get from any technology that we can send up on balloons. Now this is already well established and understood, right? So we don't have to discuss that. What I'm saying is, beyond that, there's supposed to be air pressure values that are read at different altitudes. Now, those pressure values that we have been given from the globe Earth are said to be what they are, but based on calculations and not measurements. So the argument to everybody was, how can you verify that the pressure readings are said to be what they are at 62 miles above the Earth's surface? That would be right around the thermosphere. I think lower parts of...
62 miles?
Yes. That would be right around the thermosphere, like lower parts of the thermosphere, in that range. And then for that to be substantiated as when you pass that Kármán line, because it's just an arbitrary line that they put up there, it's really political than anything else. So when they say that you pass that, you're going into low Earth orbit. That's what the vacuum of space is considered, right? So in order for us to say that the pressure readings are what they are in that location, that we have to know beyond the stratosphere where pressure readings are measured, how do we know the pressure values exist the way they do from those regions beyond the Kármán line? That's the question that was on the table that was going back and forth. You came into the middle of it where you heard something that you thought it was me saying that the stratosphere doesn't exist. That's not what I was saying. What I just told you is what I was saying. So we can take it from there if you like.
I mean,
or
sure, but
if you have
I don't
another
really
point.
understand your question still.
The pressure
You're asking
readings.
for a very specific measurement is what I'm.
Yeah, so not just that, because they're telling all of humanity that the pressure readings are said to be a specific reading from beyond the stratosphere, and that's just
sure,
not
it's
true
all
because
based
you
on
can't.
that. I mean, I know the math
Yes,
you're talking about.
I get it, Bowie. That's my point, though.
Mhm.
You're saying exactly what I'm saying. We're not disagreeing. What I'm challenging. Go ahead. Did you want to say something?
No, I was just gonna say I haven't disagreed with what you're saying yet. I'm just I'm trying to figure out what you want, if that makes sense.
I'm waiting. Okay, what I'm waiting for, and anybody who thinks the Earth is a globe, is that there's certain pressure values that are supposed to be a highly vast pressure differential from the surface, or at least from what we can measure from, to know that the pressure readings are said to be what they are at the regions where they said to be in low Earth orbit or the vacuum of space. According to these pressure readings, this is something that's been substantiated, and I'm asking for the substantiation of it being measured. That's what I'm asking. The measured values for low Earth orbit. You can look it up. I don't care if people take their time doing this. It's been a challenge ever since I started getting into this argument. It's been a challenge for people to actually look this up and try to figure out how they're doing it. So you don't have to answer right now. It's a bit rhetorical, I think. I'm just putting it to the audience that this has been a challenge. So it's not a new argument for flat Earth, but I think it kind of is, because we never really talked about it in this way. I'm just kind of elucidating the fact that we're taking that information for granted and just automatically putting that the pressure values are said to be, a specific negative pressure reading, right, within the Tor value, right? So we're saying that they are specifically a certain value where the Kármán line is, but we're saying that as flat earthers, and what I'm saying is it's never been substantiated. So we're using an argument that's said to be from the Glober side of things.
Well, yeah. It's the reason why I brought up satellites is because they're able to use the drag on the satellites to determine what the air pressure is.
Okay. Well, do you have any information to substantiate that claim? Here's a challenge, though. We need either
just really
source
before you hold on. I just want to clarify. When you say substantiate, do you? Because from my perspective, the satellites being able to fly up there substantiates it, because they would have to know the drag and be able to calculate for that to be able to stay in the air in the first place. So, this is something that they have to take into account and calculate while they're trying to launch the satellite.
That's like saying, I know Santa Claus is real because they made a song about him.
Yeah,
no, we literally have satellites in space right now that fly.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. If you say if you say that's the reality that we live in, I'm asking for the pressure readings in that region. Pressure readings, which would equate to things that are being measured, not calculated, not assumed. We're not assuming or inferring. We're not inferring anything. We're actually directly observing pressure values.
It's not
directly observing pressure values.
Well, it's derived from a calculation, but
yeah, I know that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that. So that's the argument is, I know that.
But it's how do I put this?
I don't know. Try to put it. There's a meteorologist, Bowie, that comes in here and has already given us the information I wouldn't be having this argument if this didn't come from information that was backed up by academic resources, dude. People that have studied this. This is a field that they're very knowledgeable in, and he's a good friend of ours. He comes in here and he's a glober, but not like some people that advocate for the globe, but he will say like there is no way to measure this. The instruments won't work in those regions.
Well, because they don't like if you're trying to measure it like in the same way we measure air pressure here on like the ground, it wouldn't work. You're correct, right? Because there's not enough like air molecules up. There's not enough, not air molecules, but there's not enough different.
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Up in the atmosphere, which is why it's easier to calculate the air pressure based off of drag.
Yeah,
because
dude. But what I'm
particles
I know
horizontally than
I know. No, but this is the thing though. The issue has been, or at least for the argument to stand, that things already understood to be established, but not by empirical means. It is like outside of that. They're inferences. That's the argument. At least I'm proposing, and it doesn't seem like from the. I'm saying do the due diligence, man. Look into this. Come back in a couple of weeks or whatever. I don't care. Come back and substantiate that. All right, if anybody else is in here, I think that's been the argument. And it's otherwise, I'll put it to you this way: space, as you might know it, with the pressure readings, it's fake. It's not substantiated, and I'm gonna stand by it until a glober comes in here and says, "Look, this is the way we measure it. This is how it's measured. We can measure beyond the stratosphere into the meso, and so on." So I'm waiting for that.
They can only really measure in places where the satellites are flying.
Let me see, what do you got?
Like satellite drag literally makes it so that the satellite will crash. They had to calculate for it actively they have to measure it and calculate for it as they're flying the satellite.
No, that's
the air
not measured.
pressure.
It's not measured.
What do you mean it's not measured, bro?
It's inferred, dude. It's inferred.
It's
that's what I've been saying.
It's inferred, bro. When you're flying in a plane and you have drag on the plane.
What's the instrument?
That's
what's the instrument that's
on
used?
the plane? You can measure and you can account for.
What is
it's
the
the
instrument
same with the satellite.
Used? What's the instrument that's used to measure the pressure
What do you mean?
reading?
What instrument, bro? It's the whole thing.
Measuring the pressure
air
reading?
Particles. That's the whole device is encountering the fucking air pressure and the atmospheric pressure.
That's an inference.
It's no paperwork.
How is that an inference, bro? It's encountering the exact thing that we're talking about.
How do you know how many air molecules it's colliding with as it's moving through there?
Because it fucking stops moving a little bit. It encounters more drag because it's running into more fucking particles.
And how much particles
is measured?
Works, bro. How much particles is measured to be there?
Oh my! Do you think they're fucking taking a fucking net, like the same thing that they used?
Yeah, this is my point, though, Bowie.
What was that?
This is my point.
The satellite. Do you think that they used the same technology as they did on Osiris when they were trying to collect material from the sun?
I'm just saying.
They went into the fucking low Earth orbit and were like calculating. We need to find out exactly how many oxygen molecules and nitrogen atoms we're running into. Like
you've already admitted the very thing that I'm telling you.
Why don't we do the same thing with our planes then, so we know exactly what the air pressure is on our
It doesn't matter how much energy you have, Bowie, in this conversation.
Plane engines.
It doesn't matter how much energy you have, dude. It doesn't matter how much energy you have, dude.
That level of specificity when encountering or asking for empirical evidence.
So we don't need that level of specificity.
That something that is taken as factual is now inferred.
It's not facts.
That's crazy to me, bro.
It's not facts. Yeah, it is inferred.
They literally have to account for it to fly the fucking satellites.
Really? How do they measure
the? It's the active forces acting on the satellite that they're taking into account. Yes, active forces, not inferred, dumbass.
Active forces.
Yeah, show. I want the pressure value.
I fucking linked the NOAA article. You can go
satellite
read how
drag.
Satellites fly,
yeah,
bro.
Satellite drag is not showing how the pressure readings are meant to be what they are.
Dude, if you don't have pressure, are you gonna have drag?
Then show the instrument that shows that that's the case. Show the instrument that shows that's the case. Go.
You must be.
Show the instrument that's the case. That's all I'm asking for.
On an airplane, it's
a satellite, not an airplane. That's what's in contention right now. You brought forward this information.
On a satellite, the entire satellite is encountering.
Yeah, the entire satellite is not the instrument, dude. You don't get a pressure reading from a satellite moving through atmosphere. Yeah?
Homie,
No, I'm not your homie, bro. You need to understand this.
Drag.
No. How do they know the pressure values are said to be what they are?
Draft.
How do they know the pressure values? No.
You can fucking measure it.
That's an inference. That's an inference. You're not measuring. It's an inference. You're inferring.
It seems like you're asking him for something very specific, Alpha, and he's just spiraling out of control. I don't get
That's what he's doing.
you guys don't understand how satellites fly, and that's complete.
No, yeah, it's not about how they fly. That's not what's in contention. What's in contention is the pressure readings from that location. Yeah? Follow, please. You're losing the plot.
And I'm not losing anything, bro. You don't understand drag.
It's not about me understanding drag. It's producing the evidence that the air pressure values are said to be what they are in that region. You don't have a device that shows
it is about drag because you...
No, it's not. It's not about drag. It's about how they're reading the pressure values.
You're going to let me talk or just keep muting me in the middle of my point?
I have to redirect you to the point.
No, you keep muting me because you don't want me to finish. Yeah. It's very clear, bro. Let me fucking finish. No, shut the fuck up really quick.
No, we don't play that game around here. We don't play that game. So it's just produce the evidence, dude. That's all we're asking for. Other than that, it's just you getting hot under the collar because you can't say what you want. And you've already said, you posted a link, we've seen what you put, and it's just inferred if you're saying the satellite's moving through air molecules which are not being understood to have a pressure value that's being read. You don't know what the pressure value that satellite is in. You don't know that. It's an inference.
He's just a story believer, pretty much.
I'm a story believer, bro. You guys literally don't even know what infer means. You think?
Oh, really? So you don't think they're inferring?
No, don't let me finish a point really quick.
No. It's either an inference or they're actually measuring it. Well, that's fine. You can dip out of here.
Evan, what happened to your boy Cooking Alpha? It looks like he just quit.
Was that his dude right there?
Yeah, he's all cheering him on.
He kept changing the point. Like, it's not about what you think, how much pressure the satellite's being put on it as it's moving through the vacuum of space, which you still don't know is a vacuum because you haven't produced the evidence that it is in one. So I want to know how you know that's true. And he kept diverting away from that.
No, Alpha, then you stopped, reiterated. He sounded humbled a little bit, and then he spiraled out of control again.
Well, he gave the clue. He gave his clue, Alpha, that what he is saying, taken as fact. That's the clue right there. So yes, it's an inference taken as fact.
That's
true. Yeah.
He's a bit excited, because he thinks that it's going to lead him to the place where he knows that it's the case that it's been measured, but it's not. I mean, you could see in that article that he posted, it's nowhere shown there. Let's see, he's back.
It's the same. So it's the same verbiage as pads.
Hold on, Bowie. Go ahead, Roto. Finish what you're saying.
Just saying it's the same verbiage as pads. There's a comfortability in vagueness, right? It's comfortable to be inexact, right? Instead of being held to details.
Yeah, he said specificity, and that's what we want. We want the specifics on how this is being read. And it's not an unreasonable ask. It's something that should be already well established, and it should be given in a way that we know there's a device that takes care of this pressure reading. And it sounds like he's talking about the whole entire satellite. No, we're talking about something that we're directly observing pressure values at that altitude. Go ahead, Bowie.
Yep. So when you have drag is caused by molecules in the atmosphere bumping into you.
Still drag, not an instrument.
You have less drag. You have less molecules you're bumping into. Therefore, ergo, less fucking pressure. It's not that fucking hard. It's not inference. It's fact. You're bumping into less shit. There's less fucking pressure.
Now, what is the pressure reading? What is the pressure reading using that method?
It's based on the fucking drag, dumbass. It's right.
Well, show me how.
They're directly correlated. They're directly correlated.
Instead of getting upset, show me how it's being
Don't
read.
act like they're not directly correlated. They are directly correlated. Don't.
All right. So show me the pressure readings from this particular type of method.
Homie, it's calculated.
I'm not your homie. Just show me the pressure reading of how this is being done by the method. The outcome
calculated based off the drag.
There you go. Way to go. Calculations, not a measurement. Thank you, sir. That'll be all, Your Honor. I'm going to unmute you now, but if anybody else wants to talk to you.
What do you think calculations are? What do you think measurements
They're not
are?
measurements.
Calculations, you dumbass.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. What do you mean? No, they're not. What is a measurement? What are you doing when you measure something?
You're directly observing something.
No, you're not. What are you doing when you measure something? All of our measurements are based off of fucking structured breakdowns and metrics that we calculated, dumbass.
Really?
What do you think the fucking Planck length is? How do you think we derived the Planck length? We calculated that shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Measurements are not
You don't know
calculations,
math.
dumbass.
You don't understand science. What the fuck is this?
This is you being wrong.
Can you calculate
Me being wrong? You think drag means nothing to air pressure? Drag is fundamental to air pressure.
No, we're going.
Air pressure directly correlates to drag. So drag is empirical evidence of.
No, it's not. It's inferred that you're saying that the pressure readings, because I asked for the method, you didn't produce that. And now you're saying that calculation is the same as a measurement. You're wrong there.
Is this a 12-year-old?
Yeah, he's just hot into the. He's really excited. That's fine.
I'm really excited. I'm excited because you're brain dead. Holy shit, bro. You don't even understand basic math.
He might be 11.
You don't understand basic facts.
Have you produced any math?
Fucking physics.
Have you produced any math? What's the math, sir? Let's see you produce the math. Since I'm basic and you're not, what's the math?
Would you understand it if I produce it?
Yeah, go ahead. Show.
Because you couldn't even read an O article.
Go ahead
and understand that. Could
post it? Yeah, post it in the text chat. Post your math in the text
He's
chat.
done. He's not going to do it.
It's calc level math.
Yeah, well then post it. Show.
Yeah,
we got some people that know that. Post it in the text.
I got you.
Okay.
Why are you doing that?
Go ahead.
Please give me something so I can show people in Discord.
Hey, Bowie, how tall are you?
Well, let me calculate.
He needs to ask his brain in the jar.
Exposes dumbass.
Yeah, ChatGPT is getting an upload right now. How can you measure the pressure values at...
No, he wanted to burp in the mic like a 11-year-old. I'm sorry.
Right, y'all sound brain dead. I really don't give a shit. My IQ is probably higher than all y'all.
Oh, he doesn't have anything.
Now, what do you mean, bro? Shut the fuck up.
You're not taller than anyone.
Just posted a fucking NAS. Go read it, bro. The
Post your math.
calculation's right fucking there.
Alpha,
They use the same thing for fucking airplanes every day.
You hurt his
It's not
feelings?
fucking hard.
Why did you hurt his feelings, Alpha? You broke him, I think.
I broke him, bro. Go look at the fucking article, but you're not
Here,
gonna read
I'm
it
gonna
because you
post-
can't. You don't understand math. I get it.
Yeah, calculate your height.
The equation's right there. It's real
Just
shit.
calculate your height, man, and everything is fine. Just calculate your height. Go in your front of your computer and calculate how much your height.
All right, let's confront.
Yeah, sporadic.
Hold on, I have
Keep
to.
mocking me for fucking reading.
I have to pause him. I have to pause him for now. Hold on, Bowie. Let's look at what he posted for everybody. I can post the here. I'm just gonna take a screenshot of the top part of this. We'll do a little examination to what he posted. I think it's good, right? We'll bring it up. Let the audience look.
Oh, bottle rockets, guys.
Here you
Nice.
go. I'll post this. There you go. Everybody can click on that image. It's a drag coefficient. Let's see here. The drag equation.
Calculation. It's the calculation.
For an airplane? Is that for an airplane?
Yes, and not a satellite.
Okay. That's what I was wondering.
It looks like an airplane right there. I mean, that's what I can see. I don't see a satellite there.
Not a satellite then.
Oh, man.
Y'all must be really brain dead if you think drag changes based on the shape of the fucking craft. It does, but you can still calculate it the same way, retards.
Yeah,
The
aren't we
fucking
talking about
equations and math are
satellites
all
though?
still the same. That's the beauty behind math.
Yeah,
It's
so
like-
here's the beauty behind math. So we're talking about if you think that the pressure values, because we can measure pressure values where the airplanes fly. So I could see how you're putting that there, that math to support that. We're talking about where planes are not flying, where satellites are. And that's said to be pressure values that should be understood where we're not reading. We're reading the pressure values where airplanes are. We're not reading pressure values where satellites are. That's the problem. Get the issue?
Like he didn't hear it the first 20 times. You reiterated it.
Yeah, well, I just didn't want to link the complex math because you guys wouldn't understand it. Or if you guys are doing like this next thing about satellites, you'll see it's the same fucking equation.
Let's take a look.
Crazy.
All right,
Wild, bro. It's all the same shit. Who would have fucking thought? You can go read this.
This
fucking
PDF is
PowerPoint.
like lengthy to upload. Hold on, takes a while.
You don't have any math, dude.
Now I'm gonna look at everything he's throwing at this. I think it's good. All right, give me a second. Grand Challenge, University of Colorado, Boulder Space Weather Center, satellite drag, aerodynamic forces, and LEO, low Earth orbit, which is what I was saying. Okay, so let's. Here, I'm gonna post the image of what the PDF that he put in here.
And you have this one, which goes even further. They actually have.
Well, let's just use. Hold on, let's just use one at a time. We gotta put things in the chat.
I'm just saying this next one's fucking good too. They have tons of shit on this, bro.
Oh, here we go. I posted an image. That's what we're looking at.
Not seeing any math here.
Look through it.
Also,
How
they
many
have
pages is
accelerometers,
this?
tracking systems, and fucking processing systems on the ground to calculate.
I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm actually just gonna quickly go through this because you didn't show specifically where in the PDF. So it's basically you hurled an elephant at us.
Oh, hell
now
yeah.
we got to do your work for you.
Good. You guys should read more. Reading's
No, I think you're just assuming.
You didn't even read
Okay,
it.
okay.
No, I didn't. You're so right.
Here's what we got.
Face.
Here's what we got. I found something. I'm gonna post this and then you guys look through this and tell me. Give me a second. I'll put it in the text chat. This was within the first link of the PDF that he sent. Atmospheric winds.
Satellites aren't in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So
which is
they're
why
not
they're
they're
able
not
to measure
orbiting.
low
So
Earth
they're not
air
orbiting
pressure.
around the ball. So they're not orbiting around the ball. Then.
No, they're not. The ISS isn't in space either, technically.
Oh shit!
Oh wow!
This is a hell of a
The
concession
ISS,
from a
the
Glover.
ISS isn't in space either, technically.
Golly.
They're both still orbiting, just not in space.
Where's Clipcord when you need him?
I know, it's what I'm trying to tell you, man. We're missing all the juicy tidbits here. All right, hang on a second. Let me look through some more.
He said they're not orbiting. He said, no, they are. Which are they?
Yeah.
Orbiting or not orbiting?
They're orbiting, bro.
You just said they weren't orbiting. I said, so that means they're not orbiting.
No, I said they weren't orbiting in space. They're orbiting in low Earth orbit.
Oh, how do they keep going? What keeps them going?
Actually, they have to fucking use like air jets and shit to keep them in the air. They have to readjust.
So that's not orbit.
Yeah.
Like, bro.
I'm posting some things in the chat. This is from
everything in orbit slowly
from the
falls
PDF.
towards the object. It's not like in perfect orbit.
I'm just going through the PDF. I'm showing people what. Just look at the wording there, guys. Pour yourselves through the wording. Never be afraid to investigate claims that are being put forward as what evidence is. Because usually in the things that they post, it's going to say right there whether it's measured or calculated. But I'll let you guys be the judge. I want him to at least do his best to post information, and then we're going to look through it to see if it's a calculation or a measurement. Then, of course, you guys can come up with I'll let chat look into this.
It's not.
I want to break open the word orbit.
Let's see here.
Yeah, like pitch data for that. I was also thinking of the Hubble Space Telescope, how it doesn't have anything on its schematics to indicate that it does station keeping, yet it's subject to drag.
Come on, bro. It uses air blasters, bro.
So what we know about aerodynamics, right? So we have a craft, a man-made craft. It's going to have a density. that craft is going to be in the air of less density. So aerodynamics, when you put something of density in a lighter medium like air, it will fall. So we have to keep it afloat. So it's either buoyant with like a gas, like a balloon, or it's a propulsion, like a jet. We can glide like a piece of plywood, but we're going to need air. So the thing is to stay up orbit. What orbit is claiming to do is put density into a very light medium and have it float without propulsion, without gas. That's what the claim of orbit is. I want to see that. I want to see that craft.
You're forgetting the motion, the
I
centrifugal
posted two
motion.
satellites, one looking at another one. Go ahead, tell me how that orbit works. Tell me how that orbit works on the picture I posted. Those two satellites, one's following the other one, or keeping track of each other. What's that orbit look like?
You're claiming free floating without propulsion or gas of a density, a metal.
I already clarified that they use fucking things, propulsion systems to keep them in the air. It's not perfect orbit. Not a lot of our shit's perfect orbit. I don't think any of it is.
Does it require propulsion?
Most of the time, yeah, to keep it in the air. Like they have to constantly.
So without propulsion, it would fall. Correct.
Correct. Yes.
So it's subject to aerodynamics.
It's
not in orbit. So it's in flight, not orbit.
No, hold on. Yes. Hold on. I want to clarify something. When I say orbit, I simply mean the motion. Gotcha, bitch. When you gotcha, bitch, bro, shut the fuck up. This guy is like actually
he's crying now.
and actually fucking talking and saying shit. Anyways, what's it called? I'm referring to simply the motion of going around the Earth. Not like orbit in the same sense that like the moon is orbiting the Earth.
Right. So we're not putting anything into orbit, are we? Where they're free floating.
If we want to be like really technical about it, yes, we're not putting anything in orbit.
Yeah, we do.
It requires propulsion.
Holy smokes, dude!
Hovering above the Earth.
Do you think the Earth is a globe? It doesn't sound like it from the way you're speaking.
Yeah, it is a globe. That doesn't.
All right, here's another image for the chat. I'm posting images from the PDF. I'm looking through while you guys are talking. I put it in there. It says high accuracy satellite drag model. Model? Wow, that's weird. Why do you need model? Wouldn't it be direct, empirical?
Yeah, it would be a measurement and a tool for the measurement.
Yep. Doesn't look like anything that's measured to me.
I didn't even
that's
read it.
because you provided a model. I didn't say anything was measured in the model. I said things are measured, and there's models. There's two things.
Yeah, well,
you can have models.
Okay. So if you're just proposing the model here, I don't want to see that. I want to show the measure. I want to see the measurement. Show me the measurement.
In the second link I provided, they used.
All right, let's take a look.
They used devices.
Did you read it, Kevin?
And they
this first link was bogus.
It's the.
Where's the second one? 27 minutes after the hour.
Syndrome.
Is that where you posted it? 27 minutes after the hour. Oh, yeah. A critical assessment of satellite drag and atmospheric density modeling. Bro.
I'll repost it again, too.
It's right in the title.
Dang, modeling in the title.
I reposted the link that I'm talking about.
All right, here's the other thing he posted. I didn't even start reading it yet, but look. I posted in the chat the image. I'm going through your stuff. Look at the very top page.
Estimated calculation. No device used for measurements at all.
Yeah, that's crazy. Go click on the link above that image that you just sent, because that's not the same.
Hold on a second.
I did. I just read it. It says the same thing.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about?
Okay. Hold on a second. Yeah, he's correct. Hold on. Let me post it. I'm taking images of everything that you're posting, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the same thing he said. Drag torque estimation. No device used for measurements at all.
What do you mean? They literally list the fucking devices they use for fucking percent.
Yeah, we're gonna look because this here shows localized in situ. Let's say this right here is what Brendan was talking about. Remember, we're asking the question: what does it mean by in situ? So, and of course, localized. We want to know what that means. Let me look into this article. This is far beyond anything I would be doing, but since we got some time and this guy's willing to be here, we'll go through it. He's actually put forward a bit more effort, so we'll give it a bit of due diligence. Even though, like I said, it's an elephant hurling fallacy, he'd have to point out within the PDF where it says what would validate his claim, but I'm giving him a pass. Yeah, it'll be tedious to do that. So let's see here. Oh. Here's this. Let's see. Orbital forecasting is an essential part of precision satellite operations. Okay, that's just what they're saying that the satellite's going to do. Okay. So it says here, and I'm just going to read a little tidbit of it. It says, orbital forecasting is an essential part of precision satellite operations. The largest contributor orbital propagation error in low Earth orbits is atmospheric drag, which varies widely due to altitude, latitude, and solar activity. Accurate in situ measurements would enable improved orbital forecasting, but conventional methods for density measurement require precision accelerators, tracking systems, or processing on the ground. This work introduces the novel satellite producing aerodynamic torque to understand LEO atmospheric spatula concept. I think that's an acronym there. And provides supporting preliminary simulations. Provides supporting preliminary simulations of a 1, density recovery capability of spatula satellite, and 2, the efficacy of estimating a global density map via a spatula constellation. It says here, results suggest that spatula CubeSat would provide measurement capability or on par with current methods in both error and bandwidth using commercially available sensors. This measurement is enabled by considering drag torque instead of drag force. Measuring in this domain eliminates many sources of perturbation and leverages a large body of pre-existing attitude sensors for small satellites to achieve a density measurement with root mean square error of, and it's showing the equation here. The high accuracy and low expected cost of this method would enable a constellation to estimate a high order spherical harmonic global density map in real time. Let's see here.
In the summary,
still no measurement. I'm near the bottom and still no measurement. Just calculations.
So
there's a nomenclature here that shows
this is a satellite that they designed to measure air pressure, air density in low.
Yeah, I know, but we're looking to see where it's measuring it. That's what I'm looking for.
What do you mean? The entire process they use for measuring it in low Earth orbit is described above. That's what the entire.
You guys can continue. I'm going to keep reading this. So,
also at the bottom there in the summary, excuse me, it lists off 2 satellites that they currently already have in orbit, Grace and Champ. That not I'm not sure if they're theirs, like this company's, but they're like scientific satellites that are currently in orbit that measure atmospheric conditions.
How do they stay up there?
Yeah, you're still talking about orbit. You're still talking about torque and drag.
We still getting hung up on the semantics of the speech I use when we.
No, I mean they're said. Here's a claim though, man. Here's a problem, right? That without the fact that there's a high vast pressure differential where there's less air molecules, where propulsion would even be something considered, this drag coefficient couldn't operate the way that it does. There needs to be something to push off of.
Torque. The act of pushing the stuff out of the engine is the push. That's where the force is generated. Push up force.
You're not in orbit.
No, you're not in free orbit. Correct. It's not free orbit. I've said
so.
That
You're just flying around. So you're flying around. So you notice pressure. So you notice pressure differences. So
yes.
What?
That's why the satellites are able to measure them.
What about it? What are you trying to say about the satellites? They're in flight.
That's
They're
Alpha's
in
entire
they're in
argument is that we
propulsion.
can't measure the atmospheric conditions and pressure in that
Right.
space region, but we can, and we currently fly satellites based on that math and measure that currently with
I found
satellites.
something. Here, let me see if I can highlight it. Shoot, it's a bit lengthy. A couple of sentences. Thus, the greatest errors in real-life orbit prediction often come from the uncertainties of atmospheric drag effects. Though there are many models used to predict these, often to great precision, accurate real-time measurements could provide better input to orbit propagators and provide the basis of new improved thermospheric models, as well as decrease the error included in orbital propagation by unpredictable weather and space weather events. Solar particle events, solar flares, and solar cycle greatly affect the overall atmospheric density in LEO, low Earth orbit, and dynamics such as tides and waves within the atmosphere can cause further local deviation from expected values. However, these measurements are very difficult to make, especially in situ. Due to the very low densities being measured, high vacuum gauges often coupled with the measurement with gas temperature are also very difficult to predict in the free molecular flow region considered, which would be in the thermosphere, said to reside where the Kármán line is. Thanks for playing, Bowie. It's nothing new. This is something that Brendan was already saying. There's no way to measure this.
Hasselrod, bro, you not understanding the difference between low Earth orbit and orbit isn't my problem.
I just finished saying that's what I wanted to know. That's where they're saying that they.
I heard you. I'm just replying to that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that the argument is it still stands. There's nothing that reads that pressure value, and this actually goes into that. It says it right there.
This satellite's designed for, and there's other satellites that are designed for measuring this.
Oh, so this isn't your princess is in another castle? This wasn't it yet.
Cool.
So we got another. Okay, well then this isn't going to get us to the end.
It didn't say that they don't have the measurement.
Yeah, it did. It just said it right there. I just read it.
No, it didn't. It literally said
okay,
that
let's
we
go
have
over this,
precise
Bowie.
calculations and we have precise
Dude, a
measurements.
meteorologist told us. Are you a meteorologist? He said the very same thing I just read.
Bro,
same thing.
I'm gonna just head out. You guys not understanding it, that's not my problem.
Okay. You're dip skis. Okay. Well, nice try, Bowie. See ya.
Oh, man.
Oh, he's gonna leave after he got cooked.
After I got cooked, bro, if the Earth was flat, if the Earth was
Bye,
flat,
Bowie. We're gonna
selling that shit.
We're gonna get a reaction from the panel now.
The edge of the Earth would be an attraction.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for playing. Take your consolation prize and leave. Well, that's a waste of something. No, that's exactly. See, what I just read here, in this particular, and let me see if I can highlight it. That's what Brendan was saying overall. Let's see if I can. Right here.
Isn't that great? You read his own citation. He's like, well, not that one. Well, why'd you post it?
Hold on, let me see where we at here. Right here.
You're not supposed to actually read what I posted.
All right, I'm going to post exactly what I just read where it shows right there. You can click on that image. But it starts where it says solar particle events, solar flares, and solar cycle greatly affect the overall atmospheric density in LEO, low Earth orbit. That's where I was talking about. And dynamics such as tides and waves within the atmosphere can cause further local deviation from expected values. So they don't know what values are based on these calculations. However, these measurements, are very difficult to make. So how can you measure something that's very difficult, especially in situ? Due to the very low densities being measured, low densities, not when there, but high vacuum gauges, like the actual thing that's measuring, right? High vacuum gauges often coupled the measurement with gas temperature, also very difficult to predict in the free molecular flow region considered, which would be in low Earth orbit. There's no way to measure, is what they're saying. So they're saying measurement, but we're not measuring. Oh shit.
And you see how they also conveniently changed from measure to predict?
Yeah. It's going back. The wording here is disingenuous.
Oh man, poor guy orbited right out of control, bud.
Nice. See what you did there. I wanted to chime in when he was like, "You calculations are measurements." He was doing this again. We just had this conversation like a few days ago.
Yeah.
Okay, how tall are you? I don't know. I'm like 5'5". Did you measure that or calculate it? Cooked.
Yeah, check this out. Given the incredible low densities on the order of grams per kilometer cubed, it is effective to increase the measured quantity by taking advantage of the high orbital velocity to produce a drag force orders of magnitude higher than the density alone. However, taking these measurements in real time is difficult due to the number of perturbating forces with a greater effect than that of drag. So even the drag that he was talking about would be nullified by other forces. You couldn't measure it. Shit, dude. Look at this. It says, however, taking these measurements. Oh, I already read that. Let's see. Figure 1A shows the worst case of magnitudes of the different perturbation forces and torques in Leo. As normalized, the effects of drag. Figure 1, it can clearly be seen that the drag force can be overwhelmed by gravitational potential terms and third body effects. It could be lost without proper compensation and prediction.
Huh. Meaning flight.
Yeah.
And I saw that same intro at the beginning of a Star Trek movie.
Gobbledygook. Where did Pads go? Wasn't that his man?
So guys, seriously, your orbit, right? The concept of orbit. If I aim a cannon straight up vertically, right? What it's saying is if I shoot a cannonball with enough force straight up that instead of falling back down, because of the ball's density, as we know, things go up or down because of the density differentials between the object and its medium. But orbit is claiming to break that. What's known here on Earth, the way that we experience anything going up of density, right? In a less dense medium, that is, it comes down. But what it's claiming is that cannonball gets to an altitude where it breaks free from wanting to come back down in a very light medium that attains free float, right? It doesn't have to come back down anymore without propulsion, without any aerodynamics, just free floating orbit. Of course, yes, circular, all that, whatever. Nevertheless, without propulsion, without what we know of aerodynamic flight. So that's what its claim is it breaks those rules that we know about flight. I mean, low Earth orbit may be of an altitude where it pushes the limits of aerodynamic flight. Yet, do we still have to adhere to the rules of flight, like propulsion or gliding on air or balloons to go up?
I like how the guy was denying space as well. He's like, well, they're not in space. Well, duh.
It just seemed like a really inappropriate time to leave, you know? Like, you guys can't even read. Here's all these links. You read it. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye. Really? You
I
got
don't think he
slow.
was expecting Alpha to read it.
Oh no.
Bro, he didn't even read that shit.
Exactly. I think he was surprised.
Yeah, within this, it doesn't describe how they're measuring in Leo. It says that there's problems. They're using high vacuum gauges, and they're not able to produce the element of measuring. It's not doing that. It's not possible because using this is a difficult task. Apparently, to these guys, they're trying to figure out how to do such a task. It says here it's really expensive. Let me see. It says here the performance of these systems is excellent, but the high precision accelerometers used are very specialized, expensive instruments, unsuited for small satellite use. The data must be processed on the ground to yield useful estimates. Spatula aims to produce measurements of similar quality, but estimated on board and performed by a CubeSat with commercially available sensors. They're trying to attempt to do the thing that I'm saying that they're not able to do. Leo has been mentioned here more often in this particular article, which is what I'm saying is in contention. So it says high vacuum gauges. I'm just reading a little bit because I think this is important, right? I want to go through the information. In order to have a sound argument, you have to be able to look at the other side. If they're producing anything that's anyway near close to something that can be substantiated, which in the article I just posted right there, high vacuum gauges. Measurement of the drag force is not the only way to measure the density in LEO, low Earth orbit. Many vacuum gauge technologies have been developed that are capable of detecting pressures in LEO. For example, the Tithe et al., I think that's the way it's pronounced, has demonstrated a cold cathode discharge vacuum gauge in orbit. The gauge is on the ram face of the Columbus Laboratory on the ISS. This gauge is easily able to measure the pressure in orbit, as well as the diurnal variation. However, this pressure data cannot be simply converted directly into the density measurements. The instrument shows a strong dependence on attitude, experiencing a difference of multiple orders of magnitude when the station reoriented to face the instrument in the anti-ram direction. Additionally, the diurnal pressure variation is not just function of density change. Pressure is coupled with a temperature variation caused by solar heating. These effects, combined with the large size and expense of the precision gauge, make this type of measurement unsuitable for low-cost small satellite missions. So it's telling you a lot about what they think it's doing, but I don't see it actually producing the results of the measured pressure values. This is what I'm asking for. And this is what's not being produced. It says that one's on the ISS, according to this. But as far as like what we're seeing, the pressure values being measured, well, that's a bit of like finding a ghost in the dark. So I'm looking for the cowbell. I don't see it.
Yeah, why would it not be there?
Yep.
Is there a reason there's no precision instrument readings?
Well, it says here, it says this shows the value of constellation in measuring density, but also emphasizes that the need for the satellites involved to be low cost due to the large number of required satellites. So you'd have to put this really high, expensive equipment. It's too costly to be mass produced. And that's kind of like it's a cop out, isn't it? Like you hear that, you're like, dude, that's a cop out. So you're saying that we don't have satellites that have this technology that ISS has, These effects, combined with the large size and expense of the precision gauge, make this type of measurement unsuitable for low-cost small satellite missions. So none of the small satellites that everybody claims are out there measuring anything as far as the atmospheric pressures. It says that the ISS has one, according to here, but I don't see what it's doing and how it's doing, because it's even saying that it's very difficult for that specific instrument to measure pressure readings. So it's almost like it can't do the thing that it was designed to do.
Well, we know it wasn't in free fall.
Oh yeah. Whatever the thing is that they see up there that they call the ISS, it's not a free fall. It's not in a decaying orbit.
Yeah, man. When the rubber hits the road, that's when they run.
It's all calculations, estimations. Yeah, they're not measuring anything.
It's hard to look at. They have to account for it when they look at it. Yeah, keeping it vague it's an art.
Yeah, so long as you're not ever held down to a point, I think that's where they want to be at.
Imaginative and subjective. It absolutely breeds wiggle, and that's where it thrives.
Yeah, what up, panel? What's going on, guys? I don't think we have anybody else in here. What did you think about that interaction with that guy? Like I said, I wouldn't have got in on those elephant hurling, fallacies, but
You guys believe in a lie.
yeah, right.
Show your work.
Let me save you guys.
I think it was great, Alpha, to answer your question before sleepy time gets in here.
Spitter of Truth is my name.
We got SDFGH, whatever your name is. You think the Earth is a globe, sir?
Yes, dude.
All right.
No, I don't think. I know. I know.
Oh,
it's a
I
globe.
like the confidence. So how do you know it's a globe?
Because of NASA.
Because NASA. All you had to do was say how it's okay. So, how did anyone measure the surface to have the curve that they say it exists? Who measured that curve?
Wait, why would we need to measure if there's pictures from outer space showing it's a globe?
Well, we're talking about the origins, right? Where did this all come from? Who started to contemplate?
I don't know, and I don't care about where the origin is. I'm saying NASA has pictures.
Okay, so the picture that they show you, it looks like a sphere, yes?
Yes, it's a globe, yes.
Yeah. Well, they're telling you, well, not they, but you think it's a globe based on the image. But when you go outside, you don't see the thing that they're showing you the image of. It's not represented in the world you see outside.
Have you ever read the fine print on those images? How it says that they're CGI
Yeah, that's great. No, I want him to realize he doesn't notice that globe anywhere.
Cool. I was just asking if he read the subtext.
Sounds like bro has the standards of a Bigfoot believer.
Yeah, just images.
Yeah.
Did he leave?
Yeah.
They left. Damn, the drive-by. That's crazy. Why did he leave, though? That's crazy.
He's hurt. His feelings are hurt.
Are they still here, Alpha?
No.
She left.
Oh my God! They were so confident they didn't even spend 3 minutes to prove their point.
Well, duck.
He got caught lacking.
Exactly. Duck, goose. That's funny.
Earth is a globe because of NASA. We've never heard that before. Ever.
Took him less than 30 seconds to verify his globe.
Unfortunately, that does it for a lot of people.
I'm telling you, this argument's got legs, man. I'm telling you. The people that are trying to say that the vacuum of space exists like the way it does need to provide evidence that it does in the way that they claim that the pressure values exist. So if they can't show you that in any measurable way, what does that mean? That they still are residing within the realm that has air pressure. That's what the only thing he was showing us was that. That's what we were looking at. Like, yeah, it was more evidence that there's air pressure than not. We're looking for the not, bro. Did you notice that? Everything he was posting was everything to show how there's drag?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about I'm not sure about the rest of you folks, but when I see a vacuum chamber like contained the way it is to be a vacuum chamber, and I try to think to myself, how could I get into that vacuum chamber from the pressurized system I'm standing in? I just can't think of anything. There's no way I could penetrate that barrier and get inside that vacuum.
And it's more gobbledygook when you see these papers where they're like, oh, we could measure it, but there's a lot of confounding variables. It makes it difficult. And you're like, dude, how did you come up with it in the first place, bro?
Yeah.
We want to know that. Like, we got people believing in the vacuum of space, and there's no evidence to follow that up. We have a problem. So yeah, the container argument is superb, right? But we can't even get there unless they show how they know that the vacuum of space exists, specifically how they tell us. You understand the weight of this argument? It's
long overdue.
Yeah, and it's proper good, man. I mean, it's really, really amazing. When I started getting into it, I was like, dude, this could be the thing that actually gets them to realize they can't even put the argument for container anymore. Like, because it's their argument, by the way. You do realize that, right? When you ask them to show how the air pressure values are said to be what they are, even if by some miracle they produce that evidence, then they're going to have to contend with how do you have gas pressure, the high pressure differential from the Kármán line to the surface. Go ahead and show that. Then they have to produce the evidence that there's containment. Other than that, they haven't done so. So we're dealt with, with whatever they're going to tell us.
They are working on it. They are crafting, the next stage of this, which is the gravity barrier.
Yeah, but we still have to get
as the working container.
Yeah, but they have to get through how they have the pressure values measured to even substantiate that it is the case that the vacuum of space exists. Yeah, this is a monster.
I would add to that another factor, huge, weighty factor in this is the supposed movement and the rate of movement through the vacuum of space. While while having containment.
We could couple that in with the pressure readings at those altitudes. Couple that together. It's the impossible task. Because even those guys in that article I was reading are saying, dude, there's variables, bros. There's no way we're going to be able to tell you exactly what's going on. As we're dealing with too much. Well, that's just sounding like you are not in the place you think you are. To me. That's kind of funny, isn't it? We've gotten all this far, now it's like morphed into them not even having space being what they think it is. It's just, higher altitude, that's all it is. But you're not leaving anything. Not going out there into the vacuum of space.
That's right.
Because he was denying, he was throwing it. Yeah, they're not going into space. Dude, that's the whole argument. You're going into space. Oh, shit, if we're not doing that, then we're still just flying planes and whatnot. Technology is above our head.
Yeah, just doing it above the clouds.
Yeah. That's it. Which everybody here can get on board with. They were like, yeah, so what? Who cares about that? We're talking about beyond the place where people say they can go with the super low pressure values. It's bad, isn't it? When you take stock of like all the things that, considered, you're like, oh man, these guys got it. They got it bad.
Oh, it's domino effect bad.
I've been working on this angle for quite some time, but like now that it's coming time to push this out, dude, now it's just, you guys can see the weight of this argument. It's so good. I like it.
It's so good because it resonates with the listener easily. I think it's the ease that it does so that makes this so good. It helps that the Globe representatives are doing a shabby job.
Exactly.
Right? Exposing themselves.
I think at one point of the argument, he was saying the measurements are calculations. He was bothered by that, which is another point of contention. I mean, there's so many different directions. When they offer themselves up in the argument like that, we can take our pick. What do you want to go with? Do you want to harp on the fact that he's not given the pressure values as a reading, empirically? Or do we want to go with his non-understanding of what a calculation and measurement are? So you can take it in many different ways, right? But they're all valid to have. At that point, you have just, you can pick and choose which direction you want to go.
I find it super interesting how all the Globe defenders are regular, average, everyday Joes, and they don't really have anyone with any sort of field experience coming in to back them up, whereas we as truth and knowledge seekers have on camera more than one pilot professing that it's flat and stationary. Pilots are in the field, out there, flying the planes, doing the shit. We at least have that to back us up.
Yeah, I'm like, if you think this is true, show me. Show me the evidence. Show me the work. Show me the measurements. Go ahead and prove it. And just like I know Pads is not a flat earther. He's not. He got really bothered by the fact that he couldn't produce the evidence that there's any pressure readings in low Earth orbit. And he was trying to make it sound like a different argument, but it's the same one.
You guys believe your bullshit.
Thanks for that. You're going to just keep running away from the chat, dude, so why engage with you? Just stay in the chat if you're going to have an argument.
Who the fuck is running away? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you left when we were talking to you, so why are we going to engage?
Away? I had to go. That's why I'm back now.
Do you got time to talk or no?
Yeah, I do. That's why I'm back.
All right, so
don't ever say I'm running away. That's crazy.
So produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Give us evidence for that. You said NASA pictures?
Okay, let me go ahead. I always do this. I always provide.
That's good. one, either it's going to be a meme or his attempt to produce something is going to be something.
It's going to be a meme when it's provided by NASA? Are you
No,
serious?
I'm saying usually it's a meme because somebody says, "Hold on, I'll get my evidence." Usually it's a meme or it's a something that people just believe that is.
This is what I've always provided. Look.
All right, how do you know that's what the Earth looks like?
Because NASA said so. What do you mean? They went to outer space. They took a picture.
Trust me, bro, doesn't work here. I want to know how you know that's what the Earth looks like.
It's not a trust me. They went to outer space.
How do you know that's what the Earth looks like?
That's the picture. What do you mean?
Yeah, okay. So I can show you a picture of a flying spaghetti monster. Are you going to believe that too?
No, because that's not from NASA.
Okay. So, really? So if NASA was to show you a flying spaghetti monster, you would believe that?
First of all, that doesn't exist.
Answer the question.
That's not NASA's objective.
Answer the question. If they produced a flying spaghetti monster, would you believe in that too?
I believe NASA if they provide me a picture of a flying spaghetti monster.
So you can't in any way go outside and detail to me that the Earth looks like that thing that you're pointing at to say that's the Earth. Because when I say that's the Earth, I'm pointing outside. When you walk outside, that's the Earth. That, sir, is a cartoon. I don't point at cartoons when I tell you what the Earth is. You're pointing at cartoons. I'm pointing outside. That's the Earth. This isn't the Earth. This cartoon?
You do
that's not
the reason
are you aware that the individual...
Excuse me, I could only talk to one person at a time. Stop it.
No, you can. You can listen to more than one person. Pay attention.
Oh my God.
Are you aware that the individual who created that image himself tells you how he created the image?
See, again, you keep repeating this. You keep repeating this.
Photo.
As the 1972.
Are you aware of that?
Just do a little more research about the 1972 one. That's the photo.
Oh my God. Okay, go ahead, Alpha.
Yeah, so I'm just pointing out the fact that even if you show this cartoon image, there's no way that you can validate that that's what the Earth looks like because the Earth is outside and it's not this cartoon ball that you think that it shows.
It's not a cartoon.
Yeah, it is because can you then show me how you validated this photo being what reality is represented as?
It's like I keep repeating myself.
No, you don't have to. You can just show me. Bro, do this. Now, show how you can substantiate that image is what the Earth looks like.
Well, unless I go to space, I cannot provide you.
Well, I don't know what to call you. SD, whatever. Like, that's the problem. They're putting the standard of evidence to validate is so far out of your reach that you can't validate it. You can only trust them, which is what you said you did. I trust the organization. That's not science. That's not empiricism. That's you believing an image. And all I'm telling you is that
it's not just black
there's
and
not.
white.
This is it, man. This is all that there is. They're handing you information, and you're just choosing to believe this is what the Earth looks like. You can choose not to. You're choosing to believe it. You can say, "Wait a minute. How did you figure this?" I don't see this image when I go outside. I don't look at a ball
because you're
looking at a ball.
SDF. Is this
so? It's a cartoon, dude.
Flat Earthers.
I can't hear two people at the same time. I'm sorry.
Is this like? Are you new to debating flat earthers?
Oh my God, dude! We don't need commentary from the peanut gallery.
No, it's not commentary from the peanut gallery. I'm after.
It's commentary from the peanut gallery. I don't need that. Go ahead.
Look, it's not black and white like you're making it seem to be. The reason why it's reasonable to believe this is an actual picture of Earth is going to be because NASA. First of all, their objective is outer space exploration. We know they've been to outer space.
No,
we know they sent man to the moon. We know they have. What do you mean we?
You don't. How did you validate? How did you validate any of the information you just said they did? How do you know they did that?
Because it's recorded. What do you mean? Like I don't know.
Recorded? No. Yeah. How does SD, as a human being, know that they've done that thing that they said it? I don't care about it being. Avoid pictures and video. How do you know they did that?
So you're just going to reject every sort of evidence there is that actually provides.
Okay, so if evidence substantiates a claim, then it would be validated. Did you validate the evidence?
Did I validate? Yes, I watched
the evidence of the video. Did you go to the location that the video was said to be shot in?
Dude, No, I didn't go to outer space.
Okay, so then you
no.
didn't validate evidence, so therefore it's not evidence. It's tossed out as not evidence. Your evidence needs to be validated. In order for it to be evidence, in order for it to be evidence, it needs to be validated as evidence, and it wasn't, because as we can say, they can show you videos. You can only trust that information. You can't validate it. Therefore, it's not evidence. It needs to be validated for it to be considered as evidence. Otherwise, we can toss it out as not evidence.
No, you're missing the point.
No, I'm not. I got the point correctly. You're saying it's evidence. I'm saying, did you validate it for it to be evidence? You're like, no, then it's not evidence. We can toss it out. Got
But
anything else?
it's primitive, okay? This is like the basic.
No, it's not primitive. It's empirical.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think majority of people accept the fact that NASA.
Yeah,
won't
who
do it.
cares, dude? Who cares? You don't have to appeal to the majority. You can only appeal to whether this is evidence or not. And it's not. We can toss it out. You didn't validate it. Nor can anybody else. Dude. Yeah, this is the realm of the real. We don't deal with cartoon balls. We deal with what you can test and you can provide as evidence. You can validate. That's what we're dealing with, dude. And you have a great imagination to think it's a globe, but there's no evidence to back up the claim. None that you can validate anyway.
Okay, I guess if we're gonna move away from pictures and videos, then I'm gonna be like, I want to talk about like family members that are in Europe. When it's morning for me, it's night for them.
No.
So it's reasonable to make an assumption that the world is a sphere because
You just used the word assumption, SD. Why are we going to assume things? Why can't we validate? Why can't we validate the things we know, bro? Why does it have to be an assumption?
How could it be possible if the sun is up and we're on flat plain ground?
Think about this. You're asking me a question. You should be able to produce the evidence that it is the case that a globe would show that you're having night and day cycles. But you can't do it in a form that you're showing me that it's the case. You have to give me a question. Well, what else do you think it could be going on? Like you don't get away from asking me questions.
Hold on. No, just give me a chance.
Get away from asking me questions. I want you to show how night and day shows that the Earth is a geometric shape. In other words, it has to be a ball from this example.
Okay. So if I guess it's going to be, okay, if we, for a minute, make an assumption that the world is a sphere.
We don't need to. SD, we don't need to. Okay, so if it's an actual globe, you don't have to assume. You can just show me how it's a globe. Don't assume that.
Okay, then the fact that we have different time zones prove that it is a sphere.
No, you're not proving geometry, brother. You're assuming geometry. It's a begging the question, logical fallacy. You're just begging the question that a sphere exists because you have night and day. You didn't prove that it exists.
If it was not a sphere, it would not be possible for certain points.
No, that's incorrect too. That's incorrect
How is that
too.
correct?
Because did you experience every other shape that it could possibly be?
Every other shape, but it cannot be flat. Is the point?
No. I didn't say flat. Flat is an aspect of a shape. I'm saying the shape of anything that it could possibly be. Did you experience all the other shapes?
I guess it would be possible in some other ones, but it's going to be like
okay. Then it couldn't be.
It's going to be like a
only
rectangle square.
Then you answered your question. It couldn't only be a globe. That question is false, or the premise is false. I'm sorry. Premise.
Dude, okay.
You just moved yourself, bro. Nice job.
Yeah. You admitted it yourself. So now you know. It can not just only be a sphere. Could be a myriad of other shapes.
Yes, but the reasonable one is going to be a sphere because
no, we're not trying to reason with the idea. There's established information like the size of the Earth being a radius, diameter, and circumference. So they're already saying it's a ball, dude. You can't get away from that. So it's not just it's reasonable, it's established. How did we get to be established if we're just reasoning with ourselves? It could be.
And assumptions aren't reasonable. That's the opposite of reason.
I want you to think about this, SD. Many people come through here and they're trying to produce evidence in the form of trying to reason with themselves, trying to use popular information because other people think, or the trust me bro experience. Well, NASA, bro, I trust them. It doesn't get us to how you know the Earth is a globe, not a sphere.
I wanted to point that out to SD that it's a little frustrating when Alpha says, "Please let us know how you know that it's a globe," and he starts out with, "Well, if we assume it's a globe."
No, I was trying to show a hypothetical. But
I know you are, dude. Many people come in here that way, but at the end of the day, that doesn't get us to how we know something is true. You're just assuming it like every other person on the earth.
I think it's funny that they'll stack a bunch of logical fallacies and then say it's reasonable. No, buddy, that's the opposite of reason.
No, that wasn't logical.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Nah, it's good,
shit.
man.
Yeah, I've talked to this guy before. He's just a long series of logical fallacies. You don't even know how to think. Oh, you know it, Stevie. He did. Yeah.
I got my chef hat on, dude. I've been cooking this morning, so.
Yeah, I heard you earlier too. I was listening on the live stream on YouTube. You've been cooking. You got the buffet going, man.
I got the buffet, dude. What you need, man? I got some shrimp on the grill. Got some prawns on the barbie.
Some chopped
got some
cheese.
steaks.
What about Amateur
Dude, it's
Wizard?
like the band utility belt of globe arguments, man. You're just bringing everything out of the closet, out of the basement, the freaking garage. Like maybe this will work.
They're dusting off some old arguments from 2015, like an old LP. You know, blowing the dust off the.
Yeah, maybe this will work. Maybe they forgot about it.
We haven't used this one in a while. Let's try this. Possibly. No, but the guy had a link to you know how they're trying to get these measurements, and you read the article, dude. It's so convoluted. They're like, well, we got a lot of confounding variables that could cause pressure reading changes, and like, dude, how you're reading any pressure, like, it's so these articles that come up, it's just a bunch of like people that are trying to confuse.
I heard you talk about that. That was Pads, right? So you argued with him about that. Like, what was it, like 2 weeks ago? And like, you know, he's been like, I mean, at least he's doing his research, right? But it took him that long, right? 2 weeks of searching to find something that even remotely supported what he already believed. That's the crazy thing. And he's trying to pass it off as like, oh, everybody knows this, right? This is 100% fact. No, it ain't a fact. It's a blind faith in the story, right? It's a story you heard. That's all it is.
He's trying to pass himself off as a flat earther. I'm like, dude, shut up, dude. You're not a flat earther. Yeah, I am, dude. I'm like, well, dude, shut up, man. Every time you.
Dude, like he thinks it's going to keep him out of crosshairs. No, that's going to put you in. Now everybody's being locked and loaded on you. Now it is.
Yeah, if you're a flat earther failing this hard, yeah, there's a problem.
Hey, our peanut gallery is back. Amateur Wizard. What's up, dude?
Was I talking to you?
Yeah.
Oh my.
I was talking to that other SDF guy. I was trying to understand where he's coming from. I wasn't talking to you, Creation Bear. But if you want to back up, Terrence, that's fine.
Talking to you now.
This guy.
Dude, it's easy to understand where that guy's coming from. He's coming from, he has a worldview, and anything that goes against it has to be wrong. Otherwise, his whole internal world will collapse. So
interesting.
We have to be wrong for him to go on in life.
You don't.
It's a coping mechanism.
Critical saying that.
No. So if you want to engage in a discussion about the shape of the Earth conversation, that'd be great. If you actually think it is, and this is just your long way around, I think it's better if you just like dive right in.
Okay, sure. So I've had dozens, and when I say dozens, I think the longest I ever had debating with flat earthers was probably like 8-9 hours. And
excellent. Now, what was it that you even talked to them about? Let's get to the crux.
The thing that I got to, the thing at the core of it was that most of you guys, it's not even about the Earth's shape. It's mostly about the government.
Quit your yapping, bro. Tell us if you know if the Earth is a globe and put some evidence forward. Enough of the yapping.
Government,
organizations. Hell, bro.
Yeah,
hey, Linda, stop telling me.
And I understand to a degree. I understand.
Amateur
no one gives a fuck,
skepticism, but it's like no, you can't.
These psychoanalyzations, bro. These psychoanalyzations of yours It's just a bullshit time waster.
I'm not
Get to the
psychoanalyzing.
fucking point, bro.
You are.
There's nothing to do. I'm
Amateur
saying that
wizard,
about you. I
what
said
you're
my
talking
experiences
about-
debating flat earthers.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? You're off topic.
Yeah, amateur.
Can you prove to me that it's flat?
We aren't,
Stop telling me what I
we aren't-
think and
we
give
aren't-
us your globe proof. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we aren't the topic. The topic isn't us, right?
Great. I asked you to
Yeah, okay, so
explain
let's
to
talk
me
about
why it's flat. How it's flat.
I asked you a question, and you've just deflected to asking us a question. Why did you deflect,
told me
and
to
why
get
didn't
right
you
into
answer?
it.
No, I do want to get into it. So how do you know it's a globe? Go.
How do you know it's flat?
Stop asking. I'm the one that asked you. Well, you don't have an answer, and you're just going to
No,
deflect.
Listen.
See, here's the thing. I'll let you listen. I'll let you ask us the question if you give up the fact that you can't prove the Earth as a globe. Just say it. Say it for the audience. I want it to sting when you say it. Say it. You don't know how the Earth is a globe, and then I'll tell you all about flat Earth. I'll gladly tell you everything you want to know.
Okay,
Do it.
Go for it.
No. I want the words coming out of your mouth. The concession live. We're recording live on YouTube. I want to record it.
Yeah, I know. I've been on
Say it.
Flatter 24/7.
Say it.
Whatever. Say what?
I don't know that the Earth is a globe.
I know beyond plausible deniability that the Earth is a globe.
Give us your evidence.
Okay, then now you're going to have to produce the evidence. Go. See what happened? You just
go
affirmed
this
that you
way
know the
every
Earth's a globe.
single time.
Produce the evidence.
Spice it up a little bit. Produce the
Yeah,
evidence.
good. Because now
Explain
it's
it to me
time to
like I'm
show.
5.
Yeah, it's now it's time to show.
You have people coming in here every single day.
I don't care. I don't care.
And you go through the same rigmarole.
I don't care.
I want to hear
Go.
it from you because you know better.
No. You just admitted that there's, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the Earth is a globe. Show.
You've heard all
Audience
this
wants to know.
information before. You're just in denial about it. That's fine.
Okay, so you're not going to give me the information that you said you had?
I asked you to explain to me like I'm 5.
No, I'm not gonna feed into your little red herring. It's not gonna work on me. You might work on some other guys that are out there. Not in here, sir. Show that the information that you think the Earth is a globe is true. Go ahead.
The basis of this entire channel is that you ask people.
Amateur wizard, this isn't amateur hour. Okay? So show that the Earth is a globe, or else you're just gonna
Then
stay
you sit
on
there
me.
and you.
More Yappuccino,
You're so
dude.
confident the Earth's a globe, you have nothing to present us.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that's what we're all hearing. We're all hearing your confidence levels dwindling. Yeah, Mr. Big Shot, Mr. I'm going to tell you how I know the Earth's a globe. Look at you now. Not doing it.
Yeah.
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 You like that? You like the taste of that? Of you being wrong? Because you say it is a globe, now you're not able to produce the evidence? In 2025, you should be oozing with evidence. You're not doing that, are you?
I am. I just can't be bothered repeating something that
I can't be bothered. Is that all you're gonna say? I can't be bothered when everybody here listening to you say that you're confident enough to tell us, oh, it's a globe. Now you can't be bothered.
For someone who claims they debated flat earthers for 9 hours, you're bad in
I did on 24/7 Flat Earth Live. If you want to go back and find the video, that's
no one cares.
15 minutes of this debate, you suck, Linda.
Yeah,
I'm not doing it again. It's a waste of time.
Okay,
But I
so
want
if
to
you're
hear
not gonna
their
do
perspective on it.
if you're not gonna do it, then just sit there quietly. We'll wait for the next guy, the next champion.
Then you already know, if you lasted that long, then you already know what our evidence is.
Yeah, but
So why are you playing to pretend?
he's like, man, I got you guys. I got all the evidence, man. Okay, where's it at? I can't be bothered.
Literally have a clip of a girl on Fresh and Fit saying the exact same shit line for.
Oh my god, dude! Can you
I think what he
believe
meant
this?
to tell us is that for 9 hours you got cooked in 24/7 flat Earth.
No, I think for 9 hours he was saying the exact thing. I can't be bothered. Dude, come on, give us your evidence. No, I can't be bothered. Like, then why would you come in here saying to another person when that's what you were doing? You came in here. Do you know you're arguing with flat earthers? And then you can't even do it. That's cool. What are we going to do? Probably talk about you some more, but I don't know. That gets boring. We'll wait for another world champion.
The consistency of the lack of evidence and arguments and just like rhetorical gimmicks. Oh, I'd show you the evidence, but you'll just say it's fake, or like the copium and just the nonsense. It's like it never stops. It's like you think that like every once in a while someone would come in with something solid. Just like if there was anything to the globe, right? Every once in a while, by random chance, someone would just make a random argument that would be solid. Instead, it's all smoke and mirrors.
The interesting part, and is that he came in like with this chip on his shoulder. He was telling the other guy who was in there talking to us, SD, "Oh, do you know you're in a room full of flat earthers?" And it's like, dude, you know what? He's trying to belly up to the bar, so let's give him that opportunity. And then when the spotlight's on him, he's like, "I can't be bothered." Yeah, real good.
Yeah, because we all know what he's going to do, right? He's going to just like read off the list. And then we're going to ask him for the evidence of the things on his little list of things that prove the globe. And then he's not going to be able to even produce any of those. And then we're like, okay, so you have a shitload of claims. Now where's the evidence of the claims? And it's going to be, you guys just deny everything. Yeah, we just deny claims that don't have any evidence. We don't even have to deny. There's nothing even to deny, technically.
Dude, my freaking deflection meter is over 9,000, bro. They can't get past it. He's trying to get away from the point. No, you tell me how the Earth's flat. You tell me how the Earth's flat. I'm like, nah, it's not going to work. Not going to happen.
I just like a globe astrophotography zealot tell me that. So I showed him like a image of Saturn where Saturn looks like an egg that's supposed to be taken from the Pioneer 10 spacecraft. He's like, that's because it's stacked. Like it was 1972. Like they didn't do stacking then. He's like, they've been doing stacking since 1841. 1841, dude, they're stacking digital images. How did they do that? Like, dude, like they're so crazy sometimes. They'll just say anything.
Well, that's the newest syndrome. They'll say anything syndrome.
Or they don't say anything. They will say anything, but then sometimes they won't say anything. Because like that guy was like, I could tell you, just can't be bothered. Fucking hell, bro.
I think it's one of those things where like
and repeat it, it becomes real.
It's one of those things where they think that if someone reads the thread, that they can say anything and they'll be believed over the flat earthers, just automatically. And that is probably the case for some people. But when you say something so outrageous as like, they stacked images in 1841. They didn't even have film. They smeared a chemical on a piece of cardboard and then exposed it, right? You can't stack an image like that. It's not possible. They're called daguerreotypes. I'm sure you guys have seen them. Old photographs are called daguerreotypes. But they're not on film. They're just like on a piece of paper. It's like, how would you even stack that image? You guys know what image stacking is. They take a bunch of images of something and then they digitally process it. So that it only takes the best pixels to make a full image. Well, obviously you can't do that on a piece of cardboard. This is crazy. And this is more of the same with this guy. Going to come in and gossip. I talk to flat earthers, and flat earth is this, and flat earth is that. And, fuck your social commentary.
I like the way he said it. Well, I mean, he's debated for 9 hours, and that means something, right?
Oh, he's a real veteran.
9 freaking hours. Who is the flat earther doing now with him? Come on. Who is it? Are you in this room right now? Did you debate 9 hours with that guy? If it is, dude, we got to take stock of how you're doing flat earth right now at the moment. Like a 9 hours.
I know who it wasn't. I know it definitely was not QE.
No, hell no, dude. Fucking 9 hours, bro. Golly. That's way too long for exposure.
Y'all
even I'm saying that. Fucking 9 hours? God dang.
You all got to know it wasn't me because I'd have been calling crayon muncher.
Exactly how much is.
Is that freaking Neil?
It sounds like it. Yeah. And we got Helios.
How you doing, Neil?
I'm walking here.
We got Helio Skeptic in the chat saying 9 hours sounds like a filibuster. Yeah, don't disagree with it. He said in the 24/7 channel, so that must have been that was long time ago. There's two Dazes in here. Have we spoken to Daz Waz? I know Daz 68. Daz Waz, are you there? I guess not. It's been more of that this morning, though. People just coming in here saying things and not backing up their claims. I know Pads is usually one to start the conversation moving because he's like, "I'm a flat earther." I'm like, no, you're not.
Like I said, man, that's not gonna. They think that like that's gonna get him out of the crosshair. No, like now everybody's crosshairs are on him. The global crosshairs, and now we're gonna be exactly because like now we're gonna be like, yo, you're a flat earther, and you said that. Oh no, you can't. Dude, stop. Right now we're gonna be criticizing them too. They think that we're just gonna go, okay, you can say anything because you're a flat earther. Nah, dude, it don't work like that.
Hey, let me see if I can pull up what was said earlier.
Yeah, Paz thinks the Earth is flat, but believes in gravity and outer space and the core. Like he has like 18 like globe attachments still.
You what?
You say globe attachments? What is this, Call of Duty?
He's got a bunch of globe strap-ons. Shout out Adam.
Oh my god, I was actually here for that.
I wonder why I can't find it. That's what Pads put up. I think. Oh, it might be still in text chat. Let's see. Scroll up. I hate that this chat erases things like within what, an hour, 2 hours.
I know. I need to
Like, I
spend
can't
some
go
more
back.
time over on our home server. Every Thursday or something? I don't know.
Scrolling through. We got Kevin Kozlana. Little Kevin denies reality.
Yo, that always blows me away when they say that we deny reality. It's really like, dude, you're standing the situation on its head. You guys deny reality. Okay. You deny directly experience a globe? No. Well, then aren't you denying reality?
It must have been way earlier. I don't see Pad's link anymore. He must have deleted it or it moved off the chat. But it was a whole pressure argument. The air pressure said to be in the region where they're claiming it is. And he posted some information, but I thought I had the link to it, I guess in my history, because I clicked on it and it's an elephant hurling fallacy for sure. He's like, this substantiates that the drag on a satellite will show that the pressure values on it. I'm like, dude, you're going to tell me what instrument's measuring that? Still nothing. And he got all up in a tizzy about it.
Yeah. Here's more links. Oh man! But don't read. It's crazy that he got mad at you for reading it.
Yeah, because I looked through it. Right, the link that Pads put up, I just kind of glossed over it, and it didn't have anything where it's having any pressure values being read at the altitude that they say it's supposed to be, where the high vast pressure differential would exist for the surface. And it's like, well, if you're not producing, that's what I'm asking for. He's like, it kind of, you know how they act like they're feigning ignorance at that point. Oh, are you saying that this other one, you're asking for that? No, like, dude, listen to what I'm saying. I'm asking for the pressure values that are supposed to be empirically measured at the altitude you said they are. He's like, well, that's how they do it. I put the link in, and I was like, that doesn't show that they're reading any pressure values at the altitude, dude. I kept reiterating that point over and over again. And he was getting all frustrated and whatnot. He's like, I've only looked at it 5 minutes, but dude, didn't we have this argument before? Like, that's the other thing too that you mentioned. He was like, dude, he had months to kind of look through this. Now, and he just made it seem like, you're not giving me enough time, Jesus. And I'm like, dude, first of all, he ain't going to help you. And second of all, you are saying that this information exists when you haven't even looked into it. Like, you're just now doing it? It's a bit frustrating.
We're so cooking. We're so winning right now.
All we got lately is people psychoanalyzing the people in here. Let me just tell you about you flat earthers. This is what it's like. You guys don't ever do this and that, blah, 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 yada, yada. Like, dude, god dang. Never about the topic. Always about the people. You're muting people and shit like this.
Give us your evidence for the. Let me tell you what you think.
Yeah.
You flat earthers think X, Y, and Z instead of giving proof of the globe.
That amateur loser sounded like that 1 304 we talked to a couple days ago. She's like, you guys don't really think it's flat. You just come together as a community. Like, remember that? This is pretty much
You
what
talking
he
about
was saying.
Allison? No. Psych or some shit her name was?
Yeah, the one that's like, I study occupational therapy. I just know how people work, whatever. Remember this? This is just
Psych.
a few days ago. This guy came in with the same shit. Oh, you guys
Indio didn't hear that conversation, I don't think.
Yeah, Indio, you missed it, bro. I think it was like...
Dude, it was like... It was a conversation you would love to be in chat about.
Everyone had their rifles out pointed at this bitch. It was hilarious.
Dude, I came in with the Hadouken, bro, because it was like oh hell no. You know how we feel about those psychoanalyzation types? They come in here and like, well, let me tell you what you guys are. I'm like, oh, fuck that, dude. You're about to, this is gonna be a brawl fest. And then the thing is, AI was in here, so she went on to proceed to tell us, who we are, what we're about, and everybody was like, "Dude, what the fuck?" And yeah, everybody wanted a pound of flesh at that point. So everybody's trying to get, chomping at the bit to get on the mic.
If you came in with the Hadouken, freaking Meta Tetrix came in with that Falcon Punch.
Falcon Punch!
Bro, he was so hot. He was like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch!"
Yeah, I dropped a big C on her. Oh, so good.
Oh, hey, Overlord.
Yeah.
Overlord.
Was that? Oh, that was AI. Yeah, that was mad funny. I was dying, dude. So funny.
He, as well as I, and probably Indio, like the Scott Mackey types, right? Those guys. Tell me why you really think the Earth is flat. I know you don't think it's flat because you look, Well, I want to know the real reason. Like those types, dude. I'm gonna fucking roast those guys hard.
Yeah, man, funny. That was funny. Whole chat was. We had her in our sights.
I've got you in my sights.
Yeah, but Indio would have been like twisting his cat back and everything. Oh, fuck this.
You're drive-by psychiatrist, dude. It's laughable.
Yeah, but
Like
she stayed in the chat, bro. And dude, she even she had the audacity to play the victim, bro. She was playing the victim in the chat, like, oh, we're all ganging up on her. I'm like, motherfucker, you're the one coming in and talking shit. You're telling us that she's demeaning us, essentially. That we're lowbrow, that we fucking just need this chat because we want to have a community and cling to each other, and we're only here because we want to belong. And fucking hell, bro, it was like, oh, dude, yeah, it was epic, bro.
That was pretty.
I'm like, what's the basis of it? Why are you saying all that? I mean, have you interacted with a lot of flat earthers? Like, you have some knowledge, or you just like feeling?
It was her assessment of like the flat earther experience.
It's just like anything else, right? You make an assessment, it has to be based upon something. Can't be. I've been in the chat 30 seconds. Like, how do you make an assessment from that?
Yeah, it wasn't of this group at all. Period. It wasn't if anybody here. It was what she's been out there of seeing flat Earth on the internet. Well, I know flat earthers, and they just like.
Dude, I bet you she ain't seen nothing, dude. Like, listen, it's just like anything else. Like, what's your evidence? I would ask her, okay, what's your evidence for like this? And it would have been like, the same crap. Go look it up. Google it. Ask ChatGPT. Like, we would have had to go find her evidence. It's the same thing. These people, they all think the same way. Like, their methodology of analysis is all the same. You believe something, and then you go look for the evidence to conform to your belief. But then they don't even do the looking part. They just believe it first and just assume there's evidence for their belief. Because why else would they believe it, right? Why would I believe something without evidence? Obviously, there's evidence because I believe it. Like, this is how they think, like the circular reasoning thing. You heard the guy you were talking to about the space fix, right? How do you know the space fix are real? Oh, because NASA took them. Well, how do you know NASA's doing what they said they? Why would you trust NASA? Because they took SpaceX. Like, dude, like, what the fuck you are? you just made a big circle. Wasn't even a big circle; it was a little circle.
That was it a day ago, 2 days ago. When did that conversation take place?
What, with the girl?
Yeah, I think it was maybe 2 days ago.
You remember her name? I'll go back and listen. See, if I know their name.
Psych. It started with psych something. It was more too. It was a big word. Psych something or other. But she was
it's easier to find, like, because everyone's name on YouTube that pops up, so it's easier to just like skim through the video, to just watch for the name to pop up, than to like listen to it.
You might have clipped it.
Who clipped it, Neil?
I think AI. He might have clipped it. He's been clipping stuff lately.
Oh yeah, clip it.
Sex therapists make terrible lovers.
Clipcord, if you're in here, clip it.
No, I was just gonna say, I love how like girls will claim, "I know people, man. I know how people operate." Blah blah blah. Then you look at their personal life; it's absolute wreckage, right?
Yeah.
Everyone in their personal life, they're shitheads, right? And they run through strings of fucking men that they can't keep, and they're telling us they know people. Well, here's a person you don't know yourself.
Yep.
Well, her whole shtick was, she's like, I don't want to talk about evidence. I just want to analyze you guys.
Yeah.
That was like what she said. I was like, what?
That's what I'm saying. India would have been all over that shit. He'd be like, come get some.
Like, how does that even make sense?
Dude, if you search for that clip, dude, you're gonna want to find out who she is on Discord. You're like, fuck this shit. It was bad, bro. It was really bad.
Has she been in before, or was that like?
Not to my knowledge. The name was new, so.
Yeah. AI, he flat out bitch slapped her though. It's like, damn. I'm just gonna finish my drink.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go do stuff.
I had to step away for a second. Did Miggy leave? What happened? He's not allowed to leave, bro. All right, we got ninjas leaving. Are we still live? Is this thing on?
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay. We do it live, chat. Literally, probably the nicest day of the year here right now. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna stay. Are we gonna bounce out too? I'm going to the beach right now. But I hate to see a good panel die out. Nate, what's up?
I'm here now, man.
Hey.
What's going on, Nate?
Oh, not much. I just got home. Yeah. What about you, man?
I'm about to leave home. But
no.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Where
what's strictly hanging around the flat earthers?
That's a good question. Mostly it's just analyzing psychology.
Classic. Right, Indio? Classic, bro. You're more interested in, like, this psychoanalysis or psychanalysis over just the actual, like, presentation or the argument? What do you think, Rotowalks?
What about our visitor here?
Yeah, you know when people come in, like, do the psychanalysis shit, they don't actually address the topic.
It's not even an analysis, dude. It's literally
Right.
just feelings. I mean, let's call it what it is. They're trying to pretend it's some, objective analysis, where it's really just their feelings. How do you feel about flat Earth and flat earthers? Oh, well, let me tell you. Pull up a chair. Like, I don't give a shit about your opinion. Honestly, I don't. Yeah. Like, why would I care? When, like, we've been doing this for, like, a while. They just, like, you know, just like, oh my God, I'm in a room with flat earthers. I'm literally a flat earth virgin, but somehow I got this crazy, strong, convoluted opinion about them, their motivations, how they think, what they do, what they have for breakfast, what their social security numbers are. Like, shut up, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you know, the irony of all that is that they themselves are in a curated box.
Well, imagine going to China, right? You've never been there before. You never interact with Chinese people. Your plane lands, you walk from the airport to your hotel like a mile, and you have opinions about Chinese people because you were exposed to Chinese people for fucking 5 minutes. That's just retarded, dude. It's so retarded on so many levels.
You know how the museum is curated for the visitor?
Oh,
right.
You know, it's pre-planned to be viewed with the story. You know, for the viewer.
Are you saying the globe is like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
It's curated for you.
Oh yeah, all mainstream information is pure. And the weird thing is, like, didn't you ever take a science class? Yeah, like, these are facts. Like, why do you think they're facts? Well, I learned them in school. Okay, who wrote the textbook? Who fact checked the textbook? See that what they're printing in it is actual facts. They don't know. You're just told this is the information. They're not even told it's true. They just say, "Listen, this is your textbook. We're gonna have a test where what's in this textbook, and you got to get the answer that it says that corresponds to the answer in the textbook." That's all they say. They don't say anything more than that. They don't say it's true. They don't say it's false. They don't even make declarations about it. They just say, "Hey, this is the content that'll be on the test. Make sure that the test matches the textbook." I should show you how shit our education system is on so many levels.
Yeah, when it's all colored in for you, then you don't have to swim deep. You can live the shallow life. You don't have to bother looking in the door that says, you know, taken care of by NASA. Right? You put a whole lot of trust of the contents of that, what's inside that room, you know, that it is being colored in for you. So when they make an announcement to the public, then they're doing it for the benefit of humanity. To share, right, the cutting edge science and technology and man's achievements with the public altruistically, freely. And the decades fly by, man. Who's looking? More and more people are, though.
I think you guys would have like a way better chance if you were just called NASA deniers or NASA skeptics. But going the whole like full on the Earth is flat, that's where you lose a lot of people, I think.
You think so?
Well,
I disagree with that. What do you think about that?
Well, why do you disagree?
I think this information is resonating with a lot of people. in a very common sense. What do you think about that?
I think you might be using a lot of people in a different manner than I'm accustomed to. Oh, yeah.
What are you accustomed to?
Well, a lot of people would be a significant amount of the populace, right? A significant amount is not flat earthers, so that's what I'm accustomed to.
So what do you know?
Just gonna move away from that. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna go in the whole ontology and 100% certainty. I'm just gonna say, I think, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the Earth is round, right? A spheroid. Yeah.
Yeah. Based on what you've been told?
No, based on research.
Such as?
Well, I did my due diligence after school, and I referenced all the international space agencies, so the ESA, Roscosmos, NASA, Blue Origin, SpaceX.
Why'd you do that? You didn't believe it, or you didn't?
Because I have gone through university, and you're taught to look at different sources for the same topic matter if you want a complete understanding that's not biased or less prone to bias. So that's what I did.
I see.
You just say, dude, you just saying freaking weasel words, dude. You think this gimmick is actually work? Weasel words
I
like
just said I took in a lot of information from
Weasel words
different
like
people.
reasonable doubt when you've done nothing reasonable.
Well, I explained to you what I did, and I think it's reasonable. You can disagree, but you
Yeah, and you're no, it's
you'd
not
have a
agree,
hard time.
disagree. It's objectively not reasonable. Objectively. Not reasonable as a matter of logic.
And I guess you're the judge of objectivity, huh?
No, analyzing the qualities of the person making the claim does not determine the truth of the claim, does it?
Well, I mean, you didn't answer my question.
Does it? No. Does it? Does analyzing the qualities of the people making a claim tell you anything about the truth of that claim?
No, that's why I
Is it
specifically
even
avoided
possible?
truth, and I said I'm not 100%, but I think beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm invoking a
But you're
system that relies on
Okay, no,
on
no,
uncertainty.
that's not reason. No, that's not reason. It's a logical fallacy. Reason uses logic. Using logical fallacies is not reason. It's irrational.
Well, you haven't heard my modus ponens, so how can you conclude that?
There's no way you can construct an argument that the truth of a claim is true because of the
Then why
person
even
that
bother?
said it. It's not possible because they're not even the same questions. One is a question about a person, an entity saying something, and the other is a question about what they said and whether it's true or not. They're two different questions. One question can't answer the other question as a matter of logic. It's not possible to even construct an argument, period.
I think you're attacking the wrong thing, respectfully.
You're the one who said NASA and all these space agencies. It's irrelevant. It could be fucking Adolf Hitler, fucking Stalin, and Mao. It doesn't matter who said it.
Oh, okay. Let's not go there.
You think it matters who said it? You think it matters who said something, whether they claim
Yeah,
it's true
I
or not?
absolutely do. Yeah.
Then you're a retard. Congratulations.
No, because you didn't ask if I did any other research, right?
Doesn't matter.
Independent research, measurement.
Doesn't matter.
It
You're
doesn't matter.
retarded,
Okay.
dude.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fair
because
enough.
you're retarded. So
Well, this is
Hitler
why I
says,
say I'm not here to convert you
we
guys,
lost World
because
War
this
II,
is not a
which is not true,
conversation,
because-
right? I just see how you engage with me. You bring up
Hitler
like
says
dictators,
we lost.
call me
So Hitler
retarded.
says,
I mean,
so if Hitler says we lost World War
this
II,
is what I'm
the
here for.
Germans. Yeah, we lost World War II. Hitler says that. Is it not true because Hitler said it? Yes or
Is
no,
that a
dude?
legitimate question?
Yes, that's a legitimate question. It's called a reduction to absurdity, dude. Showing your argument is absurd on its face.
Well, you would have, if you want to go like autistic about it, I would say you would have to give me the requirement of winning a war, and then we would use that as a measuring stick, right?
Okay, Germans surrendered. They signed a surrender. They lost.
Okay, so if the requirement is
Unconditional
you have to
surrender
not.
means they lost.
Okay. Okay, I'm not denying. I'm asking you, right? What is your requirement for winning or losing a war? You've given that. Then we ask, okay, did Germany declare a surrender or ask to surrender? Yes. Okay, so they lost.
It was an
So it's not
unconditional
true.
surrender.
Yeah, so it's not true.
No, I said
According to that.
if Hitler says he lost the war, I didn't say won the war. Lost. Is it not true because Hitler said it?
I just said no.
Is Hitler's credibility a factor in whether that event happened or not?
I mean, I
No,
answered
it's
your
not.
question 3
The
times.
credibility of the speaker has nothing to do with the substance of the claim. Nothing. And to even argue
Yes.
otherwise, you are retarded.
No, so this is a common misconception in logic and rhetoric. So it's only a fallacy if the argument is not sound. But if you appeal to an authority, it actually strengthens an argument as long as the argument
No,
is
it
sound.
does not, dude.
Yes.
No, it does not, dude. That's horseshit.
Okay, I mean, I'm not going to
at every
bother
level.
teaching you about rhetoric and argumentation because you're not in the mood,
Look,
right? But if you want to have a
I
conversation,
gave you an example. I gave you an example.
yeah,
I
but
literally gave you an
here's the
example.
difference. Yeah. Can I respond, or do you want to
Is Hitler
keep
not an authority on
chatting?
World War II? Is Hitler an authority on World War II?
He's one of them.
Yeah, but is he one?
Yeah, he's one. Oh, he was.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. So,
Yeah.
so does anything you say about World War II? That's true. No, because he's Hitler.
No,
He's an
that's not
expert
what it
on World
means
War
to be
II.
an authority.
Okay, what does it mean to be an authority? Let's see if you can salvage it. Then I'll play the game. Let's go.
Dude,
Let's go.
I
Salvage this one.
literally just
Salvage this one.
explained to you that if you're invoking an authority in an unsound argument, then your argument is not strengthened, and you should not believe that person because the argument is unsound. However, if everybody agrees on it and they all have sound arguments, or one authority on the matter agrees with it and he has a sound argument, as long as that argument is not rebutted with a sound rebuttal, that is a strong argument. It's stronger than you having that argument.
Okay. If you say nothing, you lose by default. Okay? You lose by default. That's if you say nothing, right?
Yeah, but what do you mean say nothing?
Well,
I understand.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me, dude? I let you fucking
I'm
talk.
asking you to clarify.
No. I am not asking
Okay.
for clarification. Only absurdity of what you're saying. Okay? And I made a declarative statement.
Yeah, let's
If
not
you-
try and understand each other. You're right.
You're interrupting again, dude. Okay? Why? So I said, there's a ancient maxim. He who moves the field of battle loses by default. If someone makes an argument and you don't rebut it, then you lose by default. But if someone makes an appeal to a majority and you actually made an appeal to unanimity, that if everybody agrees on something, it's true. It's horse shit. Everybody
And they had sound argumentation, is what I said. And you removed that part quite conveniently, huh?
Everybody used to agree the Earth is flat. Is it true?
If everybody agrees on it and there is sound argumentation, right, then that strengthens the argument. It's not necessarily, listen, you operate in this.
Sound argumentation doesn't need anything else.
Wait, dude.
Yeah, you don't
operate in
need
this.
to agree, dude, if the argument's already strong. What an idiotic claim.
You know what? I'm not trying to change your mind, so I'm
You're
done
trying
talking.
to mix subjective and objective as if they're like mixable. They're not mixable.
I mean, I'm done talking to you. You're outside the scope of normal conversation. So
yeah,
he's saying if 90% of people saying that ice boiling water, then ice boiling water.
Or if they have a PhD in chemistry and they say ice boils water, ice boils water. Obviously, because they have a PhD in chemistry.
yeah, so you ignored what I said. It was a two-parter, and you
What
only
you said
picked
is
one of them.
stupid, and you're just digging a
That's
hole.
kind of crazy.
Look, if you're not allowed to question the authority and there's like, oh, they have sound argument,
But when you question it and you actually have a good question and they can't rebut that question because their argument isn't sound, but yet 90% of humanity agrees with it, that's not a sound argument.
I agree. I never
Yeah,
disagree.
so 90,
You're the only
so,
one that listened so far.
So what's your next argument? If 90% of people agree that unsound arguments are actually sound arguments, then they are sound arguments.
I don't think you're listening, dude.
Yeah, I am listening. You're stupid, dude.
Okay. You have a college degree?
Yeah, you said that because they have a sound argument.
Why do you care?
And they're the authority, that they must be right. That's what you said.
No. I said it's then more likely that their argument is strong. Their argument becomes
No,
strong.
it's not.
It's not about being right.
An argument is an argument.
Probability fallacy. So use the logical fallacy to support.
No, so here's the thing, right? I can make an argument that is the earth is flat because I see no curvature. So absence of curvature means flat, right? And I can make a modus ponens if I wanted to. I'd be like, yeah, if spheroid, it has curvature. If no curvature, it cannot be a spheroid. There no curvature, therefore flat, right? Or therefore not spheroid. That would be a non-glow argument in modus ponens. But I'm just saying I could make that argument, and that's an argument. But that argument is not as strong as if I had said, I have scoured every single inch of Earth, and I've found the edge 4 places. Here it is documented. Here it is peer-reviewed. And you can see all these angles and different mechanics that I use to capture this information. And you can come here and here on these coordinates, and it's been peer-reviewed by these and these people, and these authorities have vouched for it. That's a much stronger argument. Now, they both accomplish the same end goal, and they're both right, in that world. But they're not equally strong, right? One is
Let me
more.
ask you this. If I falsify your argument, but I don't have a replacement argument, does that mean I'm wrong?
No, of course not. But it doesn't mean that you're right either. It just means that I'm wrong, right?
Okay, so if the Earth is not curving, then the Earth must be what?
That's a fantastic question. You guys seem to think flat, right?
Well, if it's not, if the surface of Earth is not curving, then what's happening?
Yeah, well, it is curving, right? So I'm glad we're not in that universe. But you would think the thing is
you're indoctrinated, bro.
What it is, right?
Okay.
And how it's curving? Is it any scale that it's curving, or it's curving whatever?
No, I mean, here's the thing, right? I've had this conversation.
Is it their scale for the curving, or it's curving wherever you want?
Yeah, try that in English.
Is it any scale for that curvature, or it could be everywhere where you want?
Is there? I don't understand. Like, are you saying it's curving everywhere?
If basketball has the size, can that basketball be bigger 10 times than size it is?
Are you saying can you create a bigger one, or can the same thing be different?
Can we speak about the same size? Let's say about this Earth. Let's not speak about someone that, but because of that, I'm asking you: is there some?
The Earth does not change. Yeah, it doesn't change in size. If that's your question.
Okay, and what is for your size height? What is observation distance on this sphere?
How am I? I'm 6'2".
How much you can type it on Google it. How much I can see on this Earth, and then it will give you the answer.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
This is not my first rodeo, brother.
Yeah.
I've had this conversation.
Okay, can you tell me this? If you see 10 miles of flat surface, if you measure the 10 miles of the flat surface, how you will call that surface?
Can you try to say that in a different way?
If you measure the distance of 10 miles flat, not changing elevation, how you will call that surface?
Oh, then you would call it flat.
We have that surface.
Great.
Okay, now another sentence. You cannot have 10 miles of the flat surface on this ball. Maybe on some bigger, yes, but on this, no.
I don't think anybody is saying you can't have that, but you, right? Or
No,
flat
you cannot have 10 miles of the. That's my claim. You cannot have 10 miles of the flat surface on the globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Yeah.
I would say like this: if you're trying to say I have a measurement that is going against what is to be expected on a globe, therefore I'm debunking the globe. That's a fine argument. But the problem with that argument is the argument only holds true if the flatness is consistent throughout, right? You can have a basketball and you can make it so that
the flatness is consistent.
Listen.
Yeah, you asked me if
If you don't want to listen, I'm done talking to you, okay? If you want to interrupt me, I'm just done talking. Okay.
And Nate, you're not saying anything. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk to yourself again if you want.
No, I'm saying when you speak, you're not saying anything.
Well, I'm telling you why your argument doesn't hold true. So.
No, you're highlighting how dunce you are and how naive you are.
Okay, yeah, I'm Nate and I'm dumb. Now, can we move on?
Yeah,
I don't care whether or not you think I'm smart or dumb.
Out of it,
really
bro.
don't give a shit.
Snap out of it.
Me. Yeah, but it's not about me.
How elevation changing in reality? Due to what?
I guess movement of an object. What do you mean? How does elevation change?
How the height of the mountains and distance, how that's changing due to distance? Due to what?
Like how far you can see? You're asking?
No, you have a mountain, for example. Your town has the elevation height. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess that would be the same, right, for a mountain?
Yeah. What if you... Yeah, I'm asking you that. What is reference to?
The ground level or sea level, or I guess where you measure it at. You could
sea level. Sea level. Yeah. But what if is your town? It's in the middle of the continent.
Well, then you add the sea level difference that you already have, right? So you know how high your city sits, right? Because you have a coastline and you can measure from that, and you could go in. Or I guess there are ways to dig a hole and do like supersonic waves or some shit.
I'm asking you this: how you have a 100-meter hill 2,000 miles away from the sea level, above the sea level, 100 meters above the sea level?
How they measure? If they added, I said I guess they added because you know where your city's at. You can find your elevation height in your city if you Google it.
Yeah. If you and now let's move and let's put points on every 10 miles. From that, you point in the middle to the sea level. Okay. Then you have a valley, that is flat. You have like a 1 kilometer or 1 mile of the zero elevation. Then you go up, you have 200 meters above the sea level. Then you go up, there is a mountain 2,000 meters. Then you go again valley, then again it's zero, and it's going like that to the sea level.
Oh, it's flat all the way to the sea, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's measuring all the time the height, and the base is...
Oh, you would see at sea level, right?
Yeah, that means sea level everywhere, even on the ground.
I'm not following. Is this a question?
You are not following. How much of the curvature is on the 2,000 miles?
In this example, there is none.
There is none.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, but you don't have a 2,000-mile distance with no curvature. That's a made-up example.
You have a hill of 100 meters above the sea level in the middle of the continent. You have that.
Brother, I'm not trying to change your mind, and you can't change mine either. Right?
Brother, I don't want to change your mind. I don't want that you deny reality. It's not about the mind. It's about reality.
Okay, I don't want that you're talk this, bro.
I don't want to change yourself.
No, you're 8 people, and you're all losing. You should at least win.
Bullshit.
You should at least win the argument where this many people are going in and out.
Yeah.
You're saying that flat.
Dude, it's simple like this, okay? If it was the case that the Earth was flat, you would have an edge. You don't have an edge. The Earth is
We
not.
have an edge. We have an edge.
Okay, show me it. Where is it at? Or where are they
I
at?
will not. Do you know what the swimming? That swimming pool has the edge.
Say that again. What has the edge?
A lake has an
Swimming
edge.
pool has the edge. Does lake has the edge?
A lake has an edge.
Lake has an edge.
Can you actually
That's not an edge.
Let me ask you this, smartass. Hey, Nate.
That's just.
Nate.
No, what's up?
If the Earth were a ball suspended in an ever-expanding universe, can you show me where the edge of that is?
There's no edge on a sphere.
No, I'm talking about the ever-expanding universe. Take the wax out of your ears. Where's the edge of this expansion? Because if you can't point to the edge of this expansion, oh boy. Do you see how that works, Nate?
No, I don't, honestly. You're trying to argue that instead of staying on Earth, I should now go
feigning intelligence instead of actually working on your comprehension skills.
Yo, so
You
check this
said,
out.
if there's not an edge, listen, you said if I can't point to an edge of Earth, then the Earth can't be flat. So if you can't point to the edge of your ever-expanding universe, what bin does that go in?
I'm not arguing an ever-expanding universe. I'm arguing
I hate to break it to you, that claim's been made for you, hotshot. That's where they say your ball is.
They want to straw
This doesn't bring your own ball, dude.
No, that's a steel man.
No, that's not just coming to straw.
Well, you're strawmanning flat Earth, man. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Not a globe.
Well, there you go.
Smack yourself third time.
Yeah, but the problem is it is curving, and you haven't proven that it's not.
Yeah, we have. So this
Yeah,
is
we have.
You're just making.
And you have no edge, also. So
Okay, so you claim that if the Earth is flat, necessary condition of that is that it has an edge. Okay, demonstrate that. Demonstrate that it's actually.
Let me
demonstrate that it's for there to be an edge. Go
yeah, let me pull up a.
Let me guess. If the flat Earth has an edge, then you should be able to jump off of it, right? And fall downward forever.
Yes, not forever, but you should be able to jump off.
What's pulling you down if you jump off the edge of the flat Earth?
Like in this weird fantasy land, I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
So shut the fuck up.
Well, what does that mean? You're asking me a fantasy land question. This is me saying if you were Superman.
Because you think flat Earth is fantasy, and you're making shit up in your own mind.
What's the distance that you could fly if you were Superman right now?
Nate, you're only claiming that bullshit of flat Earth society claim. That's old, like 10 years. Like
society once.
Let him escape, dude. He has to demonstrate.
I made a logical argument.
No, you're not. You need.
And
to
you failed.
You make it seem like you can leave the terrarium, dude.
Demonstrate your premise, dude. Your premise is if Earth.
I can trade a mathematical proof with reference to geometry. Would that suffice?
Let's see it.
I'm asking you if that would suffice.
Well, I already know there's a proof that the question can't be answered. I already know that. It was proven by Zeno 2,000 years ago.
No, Zeno's paradox is about something else. That's about a race between...
It's about boundaries. It's about boundaries.
No, it's about distance halving. No, you don't even know Zeno's paradox.
Distance halving to where?
Well, it's a fantasy race with a...
Distance halving to where?
Huh?
Distance halving to where?
Well, to the goal line. It's a thought experiment.
To the boundary.
Yeah.
To the boundary. Yes, to the boundary.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm familiar with Zeno's paradox.
And he proved it's not possible to prove that an edge or a boundary is necessary.
That's not what Zeno's paradox is.
Okay, you can boundaries exist. Okay, we know the boundaries exist. You can't prove their existence mathematically
geometrically or logically. Not all things can be proven, dude. Right?
Okay, so do I understand you right if you're saying prove me something that I will accept no proof of, and then I don't think exists any proof of, and that is your task, mate. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then what are you saying? Clarify.
What I'm saying is
because I'm dumb, right?
a necessary condition based upon nothing.
Well, I'm telling you, this is not one of the instances where you cannot derive a proof logically or mathematically. I can derive a proof.
Okay, show me where flat Earth has to have an edge. Go for it.
Okay, so first of all, you invoke boundary, right?
Well, you're using a bunch of words, dude. Proof.
No, I'm using the same word that you just used. I said boundary.
How about we'll just, instead of flat Earth, we'll just say flat surface. Prove that a flat surface has a boundary.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to write this down. If I have to do it mathematically.
This is a must.
Well, I can't contain that in my head. I'm sorry, can you?
It's a must claim. So that means you have to prove that this and only this.
Okay,
you know
wait.
you can't do it.
Listen. Basically, what I will do in just a second, right, is I'm gonna walk you through the formula of why in geometry it is a necessary component of a flat surface to have an edge. I'm gonna do that in a second. It takes a while. I'll have to think. This is quite hard, and it's been a while since I've done that, so I'll have to Google some shit. But I can pull it off. I've done it before.
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're at it, I want you to imagine something that lies on an x-axis, because the x-axis would be a flat surface, right? So how long is the x-axis?
So the x-axis exists in a 2D space. We're in a 3D space.
As linear, yeah.
Flat, yeah.
We're just describing the surface of something. A surface is flat, right? And a surface, a flat surface appears two-dimensional, right? Because it's planar.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct. But it sits on a three-dimensional object.
Okay, that's fine. I don't disagree with that. But show me how something that has only an x-axis has a barrier. Where's the barrier at on an x-axis? Geometrically or algebraically?
Well, origo would be the left side barrier, right? Or I mean, it depends if you go into negatives, but that's kind of weird because like we don't have negative distances, and I don't know. I guess like the answer would be origo or negative infinite and infinite. So it depends on like your mind and how you operate like negatives.
Okay, so let's take this. What is a Mobius?
You're not saying that Earth is infinite, right? That's not a claim that you've made. I hope.
Does a Mobius strip have an edge? Does a Mobius strip have an edge?
A Mobius strip?
Does a Mobius? Yeah, does it have an edge?
Mobius strip.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't think I'm familiar with that.
You know what you're talking about.
I said like.
I don't know what a Mobius strip is, and you're going to talk about topology. That's fucking hilarious.
All right. So I had to mute Nate. He obviously can't answer that question, so I give him a chance to Google it. However, we glossed over a fact that I got to bring us back to, which is he said out loud, spheres don't have edges. That is categorically false. You can look up the definition of edge right now, and it will say the extent boundary of an object, the furthest point away from the center of the surface. Okay? Literally, what is that defining? The ideal shape with an edge is a sphere. So the literal definition of edge constructs a mental image of a sphere. Where it has a surface, I'm talking, thanks. Where it has a surface, right, everywhere, and that surface is the furthest part from the center. So that means that he actually has an edge to his worldview. Now, his edge is accessible. It's tangible. It exists in concrete reality. It's called the curve of the earth. His edge supposedly blocks the bottoms of boats. His edge is supposedly a geometric consequent of a giant ball. So he has an edge that we can test. He has an edge that we can hold to scrutiny, right? And he can't demonstrate that that edge exists. And we falsified that edge by demonstrating that the geometry of that edge that's necessary isn't have any consequence in the physical and natural world. So according to this claim, where's your edge? If you don't have an edge, then your claim is disproved. Then he disproved his ball. I rest my case. Now on you.
Yeah, everything you just said is wrong, and I posted in side chat references that disagree with you. I can cite Wikipedia. I can cite any mathematical source. What you said is something you imagined in your head. So you're wrong. But thank you for muting me, though.
Do you think Wikipedia is a valid source to cite?
No, that's why I said you could name any mathematical source that you'd like, or you could find one that disproves me. I'd be happy to see that. I don't think you can. Because what he said, again, was something he made up in his head. Yeah, AI overlord is a retard. That's fine. But let's continue. So let's continue, right?
Usual interest. So I'm going to have to put you on mute because you're clearly in pain, and I don't have any sedatives at the moment. Okay, so let me post this for you. Read this and weep, dude, from Oxford. A second. I got to boot out and boot back in. Posting. 1 second, bro. I got you covered. Okay. There you go. Edge from Oxford Language Dictionary. Noun. The outside limit of an object, area, or surface, a place or part furthest away from the center of the thing. That's exactly as I described. And a sphere fits this categorical definition perfectly to a T. So yes, sir, you have an edge of the globe you claim to live on. Your claim and your worldview is that that edge cuts off things, and that's why you can't see things in the distance. So you have an edge that's testable, friend, whether you realize it or not, whether you agree or not. Too bad for you. I'm so sorry. Now let's unmute him to see him spaz. Spaz away.
Well, I mean, it's not my fault that you can't interpret definitions correctly. So the furthest away, right, the sphere from the center is everywhere. There is no single point. Therefore, it does not have a single edge. It doesn't have multiple edges. The only place we
It's the extent of the surface is the edge, dude. Every moment of the sphere on the surface is the edge. That's what this definition says, dude. I know it's hard for you to grasp that the worldview you believe in is testable, and it has an Achilles heel because it is testable, and we have access to it directly, and we can prove that this edge that's supposedly cutting the bottoms of boats off and the reason why you can't see things in the distance doesn't exist. So I know this is hard for you to grasp. I know your brain is fighting against it. I know you're in pain. Don't worry. I love to hug, and I would gladly give you a hug, and we can, sympathize together. All right, let's unmute him and watch him spaz. Spaz away, bro.
I mean, you're the one spazzing. You keep muting me. I don't know why.
Oh, you don't know why? Let me mute you so I can tell you why.
Go ahead.
I keep muting you because I don't like to be interrupted. I don't like to fight for the mic, and I don't like the chaos when there is a fight for the mic where a third wheel comes in and adds even more chaos. So I just mute you, say my piece, then I unmute you to let you say your piece. That's entirely fair. Nothing wrong with that. And I want you to notice, everyone, how rather than addressing my point in any meaningful way, he just talked about being muted, much like a spazzy chump would do. So let's unmute him to see if he's going to talk about being muted. Go ahead, friend.
Cool. I'm going to try a final time. So in side chat, I've posted references to what I'm about to say, right? So when you look at what an edge is, even the definition you gave, it doesn't comport with the claim that a sphere has an edge. Now you can ask directly on Google, which is screenshotted, and you can do it on your end as well if you like. An edge does not have, or a sphere does not.
Yep. So if a sphere has no edge, then it has no boundary. If it has no boundary, it's infinite. So congratulations, you played yourself right into my trap, demonstrated that you're retarded and your worldview is incoherent, and I win, you lose. So now I'm going to unmute you. You could say your final piece now that I buried you in a pile of dirt. Of your own making, by the way. All right, go ahead and finish and tell us all how your worldview and your beliefs are incoherent and can't possibly exist in reality. Go ahead. Go for it.
Why would I waste more time on you? You're an imbecile.
Why would you, dude? Why don't you be a man? Why don't you be a man
I'm
and
muting
lead?
you. You just know that I'm muting you, so I won't hear a single word when you're giving your speech.
Yeah, that's a death knell right there.
That doesn't work here, bro.
Here's the funny thing. I told him earlier, which is an ancient maxim. Those who leaves the field of battle loses by default. And now he refuses to answer. It says he's going to mute you.
Yeah, that's a trifecta victory right there. Now notice he was completely isolated, put out on public display, aimed for public consumption, put into a trap of his own incoherent worldview, and I didn't even have to swear at him once. I didn't even have to yell at him. I didn't have to do any of those things to eviscerate him for public consumption of his ideologies on full display, that by his own admission, he can't define the boundary of the earth he claims as an object that has a boundary by dithering away the definition of edge. And by the way, friends, when he asks us for our edge, he is admitting with a Freudian slip that his position's weakness is the edge. He's trying to deflect away his weaknesses onto us. The edge of the earth is irrelevant to whether it's flat or not. However, the curve of the earth, which is the edge they claim cuts off both, et cetera, is intrinsically necessary to their worldview. So we have no fear of an edge in our worldview. In their worldview, it defeats their proposition because it can be easily proven to not exist. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past.
That is one hell of an insight. I will be using that, by the way. Stealing that shit.
Yes, when Achilles' mother dipped him in the golden fluid to make him invincible, she had to hold him by his ankles. And she was too retarded to just flip him upside down after she did that and dip him again by holding him by his hair. So rather than actually make him invincible, he made him have a fatal flaw. And much like the globe has a fatal flaw. Its Achilles heel is that you can actually test their edge. And when you go out and look for their stupid edge that they think they're going to pass off onto us, you don't find their edge. And so they'll do everything they can to make you think you have the burden to talk about an edge, when it's really their problem.
It's their whole problem. The entire construct is you standing on an edge.
Now, rather, what I could have done, friend, just berate him, call him retarded, tell him to F off, and mute him, and then he just leaves, and then the Globers think they've made a victory and nobody learns anything. So I'll choose option A, which is my way, which is the best way, usually.
Yeah, probably, but he's still retarded. I don't know if you were here earlier. He was making some pretty absurd arguments.
I also posted that link to Cycloon, beginning of that convo. For you. Yeah, I was listening in. So let me put it this way. So like if you went to a furthest extent that you thought you could reach and you saw what appeared to be a cliff edge and you looked to your left and it looked like it went on forever and you looked to your right and it looked like it went on forever as far as you could possibly see. Does that mean you've reached the edge of the earth? Of course not. First off, you can't see past 350 to maximum 400 miles horizontally outwards, right? So the atmosphere would preclude you from seeing the entire structure. And then you'd look at it and be like, oh, this is the edge of the earth. But what if it's just a hole in the bottom of a globe and you arrive at it and say, oh, look, I found the edge of flat earth, therefore the earth is flat. Well, you'd be retarded because that doesn't logically follow. And if you took a picture of it, if you gave me the picture, would debunk you just like I just did. I'd say, well, this doesn't show the extent of the entirety of a boundary. This just shows an area which you have access to, and it could just as easily be a circle, a hole, a giant hole. And then you'd be like, oh, dang, I guess I spent $1 billion going to Antarctica for nothing. Or wherever you may go.
Yeah, and you could even drop something and it would fall, right?
Yeah, exactly. It falls. Or let's be more exotic. Let's say you drop something and it doesn't fall, it just floats because there's some kind of exotic media or energy there. And then you come back and say, look, I found the edge of flat Earth. Well, personally, I'd scrutinize you, and then you might fight me on it, and then I'd laugh at you and smack you around a bit. Or you might be like, yeah, you're right. Logically, that doesn't follow. And I'd be like, well, what does follow? If the Earth ain't curved, it's flat, right? And then you'd be like, yeah, of course, that makes sense. And I go, so regardless if you found a fountain of energy that can make things float, which is on the edge of a cliff face, doesn't change the fact that the Earth isn't curved, right? And you'd be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, these guys they're so cooked. It's like because they've constructed this idea of like the flat disc. It's like, dude, you think there's an edge and like you can go to it and you'll either fall for no apparent reason because there's nowhere to fall to, or that you can jump to space. Like both of those ideas are absurd. In fairness, someone like that, I mean, like the other guy said, like I want to know if he talked to other flat earthers. And like, yeah, like I know where he wanted to know where he was coming from. I can tell you where he's coming from. He can't not believe the Gulf because his entire freaking identity will collapse. He'll be like Forrest Gump, right? With a fucking long ass beard running across America, fucking trying to find himself.
Life is like a box of chocolates. Everyone proves the globe, regardless of what flavor it is. Oh, Indio, I got TikTok live broadcast terms the other day. We're going live on TikTok. Coming.
Is that the TikTok Creator Studio then?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I got it too then. I just saw it in my thing like 2 days ago.
Yep. It might be a promotion because I checked my stats and I'm not 100% sure if my stats would normally qualify. But whatever. Either that or they change the algorithm about who they're going to give it to. Because before, I think it was
You
just
only
like a hard
need 1K followers.
What'd you say? I have 4K followers, or you have 4K followers?
I think I have like 200 followers, something like that.
Well, there's something like followers of followers, you know? So you have a network that's connected to you that can access your stuff with like as soon as you go live or something. So I think once you have enough of a web, maybe they give it to you. I just don't really know. I just know they gave it to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it right now. Yeah, I got it's in there like this. I got a system notification that says it is now available. Cool. Do you have to do that from your phone, or can you do it from PC too?
You can go totally live from your phone, and on the PC, you have to download their software called the Live Studio. On your phone, it just is right from the app. Now, there's one crucial feature that you can't do on your phone that you can only do on the Live Studio, and I can't remember what it is. But there's definitely a difference between the two.
Because if I do a live on that, I would do an OBS.
Oh, I think what it is, bro, is that people on PC can't join your live panel. They have to join your live panel from their phone. I think that's what it is. So like when you go live, you have to, if you want to do like a whole studio experience, you have to do it from the software. But people who are on PC, that like they have to access it from the phone in order to be able to comment. It's kind of weird like that. But it's also a genius marketing tactic because it forces people to use both platforms. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm only going to use one."
They definitely want you on the phone. They do everything possible. Because the phone, dude, it will give them the most amount of shit they can siphon, right? The most amount of personal data. Dude, how the hell is this a half a gigabyte download? Was this bloatware, man? Like, what the?
Yeah, so I remember the issue. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to join Lo-Fi Guy and do like an interview. Like he was going to do a little show with me and stuff. So I was checking it out. I'm like, okay, well, I want to be on your stream with my really nice microphone, which is, on my PC. And so I'm trying to download the software and get it so I can join his stream. And like, there's no freaking way you can do it. Like, I guess the only way is you'd have to emulate a phone on your PC and then have a pass through to your good mic. Other than that, you just can't use the software as it naturally exists.
I mean, they got Android emulators, so you could probably use that.
Yeah, I might try BlueStacks and see. So like I said, it's no problem if you're the host and you're the broadcaster, but it's if you want to bring your high quality stuff to somebody else's stream, you got to jump through hoops. Oh, Indio.
Yeah.
I want to send you something. I want you to watch it. It's like less than a minute, and it's a guy that just showed up on my TikTok who says he's interviewed on TV, debunking the globe and explaining flat Earth. And when you listen to this guy, you're going to get so frustrated. You're going to be like, dude, I'm going on TikTok to smack it down. I'm going to post it right here. Oh man, dude, his arguments are so bad. He's like the F team flat earther. There you go. I just posted it. I'm going to do some painting.
So Alan and Shane St. Pierre debated McToon and Colby McGlobeface on modern day debates. And I'm kind of like disappointed in those guys. Not for like, man, they're fucking soft. Just fucking soft, man. They let those guys talk mad shit, dude.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
Yeah, so like every time they would bring something up, McToon and the other guy's rebuttal was scoffing. Scoffing. That was it. Scoffing. It was crazy, dude.
Yeah, they let too much slide. You know, they don't hold people accountable quickly enough, and like we are.
Yeah, McToon made like a huge fucking mistake. I'm actually gonna. I got it down on the video and clip it. He said, "What are the two variables you put in distance for the Haberstein formula?" Or it says there's two variables you put in the Haberstein formula. One is what do you say? One is the angle, and the other is what? Shane's like, I don't know. Oh, so you don't know? He's like, the other one is distance. No, the distance is not. The Haberstein formula finds a distance. It was so funny that he was like ridiculing Shane, saying, "You don't comprehend it, you don't know it," when he didn't know it, dude. Sitting there saying that he said you punch in your latitude and longitude and you put the distance per degree, which was absolute horseshit. The Haberstein formula finds a distance. It doesn't give you a distance. You punch in you punch in a radius, and the radius will give you the distance between two angles in the latitude longitude coordinate system. So I'm gonna clip that dude. That dude gets away with saying garbage, and nobody catches, or no one calls him out. I don't know what it is. It's so weird. Whenever I see McToon debate someone, I'll hear him say something that's just completely factually untrue, and then say you don't understand it to the other person. I've heard him do this many, many times, and I'm like, why don't you know this, Flat Earth? They're like, why aren't you calling him out? Like this is like he just put himself up on a pedestal and be like knocked right off him, and they don't do anything. It's fucking sad.
Hey, Indio.
Yeah.
When you say it gives you the distance, does it give you the arc segment on the ball, or does it give you like the sagitta? Like
no,
linear
no.
distance?
It gives you the great circle distance.
Yeah, it's
so
an
like
arc.
the arc segment. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it's like quadratic or something, right?
It gives you the arc length or whatever.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you.
But he said that you had to put in your distance per degree. Like just completely made up bullshit, dude.
Like 69-to-1 ratio. He's probably thinking that, you know.
Yeah, that
doesn't even make sense, right? Because longitude is not 69 miles per degree, right? So
it's not. I thought it would have been theoretically it would give you the perfect ball.
No, because the longitude lines converge. Remember? So remember they converge
to 69-to-1.
Right. Oh, that's true, right? So in the northern parts, the distance between one longitude line and the other is shorter. Yeah, that's true. That's right. So only at the equator it would have been, theoretically.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I just don't know how he gets away with saying that stuff. And like, if anybody should know that, right, it should have been Shane and Alan. That's why I'm just like, I know they went there to present like one thing. They went to present like, you know, the slush of theodolite, but
oh no,
you can't switch gears, man. Like, so
are they still pedaling that around, Indio, the celestial theodolite with the same angle, with like 35 miles of separation of observers?
Yeah, I don't know. I think they've done more to it. They've added more to that shit. I don't know exactly what. They had like a follow-up presentation when now they have more data sets and blah blah blah. I'm not keeping up on that.
Yeah,
but I do know that McToon's reputation was to put it on the Gleason's map and say, this would mean that Polaris is 300,000 miles away, and we know that's not true. Dude, so stupid. Like, oh my god,
this is like FE 101 bullshit, man.
It's all genius. It all proves one thing and one thing only: that when you start making geometric claims about where objects in the sky are relative to where you are, definitively, that whether you're a flat earther or a globe earther, you're talking out your ass.
Yep.
Well, I mean, they did bring it up. It's like, because like when he was asked about the Habersign thing, he was like, well, that has nothing to do with my argument anyway, because it's just a projection of the coordinate system that doesn't show that the Earth is doing that, right?
Right.
But McTuan obviously ignored that and went to, you don't know, Shane? You don't know what's in the Habersign formula? That shows you don't know what you're talking about.
No,
And he was,
gosh.
but the things he was completely wrong about everything he was saying about the Habersign formula. That's what's crazy to me. And they didn't catch it. I don't know. I think they go in like forums like that, and I think they start reading the chat, right? Like on modern day debates. Because I was like watching Shane, and it looked like he was like reading the chat. Like, bro, don't read the chat. Like, what are you doing?
Oh man, it's disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing. I only watched like a couple segments that I looked through, but it was like they were so disingenuous. They literally what McTuan and the other guy did: scoff, make factual errors, and just basically thinly veiled insults, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean that's McTuan and Globey both. I mean they're both extremely like toxic, spastic individuals. That's so and Shane guy, now he's chill. So they just took advantage of that.
Yeah, I couldn't deal with that, dude. I'd be firing back. I can't. I can't just sit there and take it.
I wish they'd spend more time here because I think the 24/7 training ground provides people with much better foundations than wherever else they're going.
Well, I think that the best way to deal with, the rhetoric and gimmicks that these guys, you just need to point it out, like while they're doing it. Like those guys, instead of like, they don't point out like what the other, like when they get off the topic, right? When they stop addressing the substance, what are they saying? What are they talking about? You have to point that out, that they're not actually addressing what you said, and that they went into some other shit. They're talking about me and whether I'm stupid or whether I understand or whether flat earthers understand or, or whether, especially McTuan, right? And his slogans. He's got his slogans, dude. The first law of force, second law of force, third law of force. It's like sloganeering, dude. I would point, he even said that shit, right? So if he would ever say that, and I'm like, dude, are we sloganeering? Is that it? We going to hold up signs? Black Lives Matter? Is that next? We're going to do slogans. It's a slogan debate. Or are you going to adjust what the argument was? Which they never did.
Whatever you say, Hulk slogan.
Yeah. And like Colby McCloudface, he was just doing like color commentary, like heckling from the side. That's the only thing he did the entire time. He didn't even engage the substance at all. Like when Shane or Alan would say something, McTuan would say some straw man gibberish, and Colby McCloudface would make some sarcastic comment. Like that's all he did like the entire time. Like what the how do you like? Oh, it's a 2-on-2 debate. My debate partner is just going to heckle the other side. That's what they're here for, heckling.
Well, the couple times Globey's been in 24/7, that's all he did too. He just came in and basically Professor Dave explained his way through arguments by insulting and heckling.
Yeah, we need better opponents, dude. This is really where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I want to make a space where academics feel like they can come in and have mature discussions with grown-ups. I'm tired of all the shit talking and, but that's me.
I mean, I think our record shows that when if we deal with like honest people from academia,
they get polite treatment. It's the other people that don't.
It's true, unless they're Franco.
Yeah, that's because he's rude.
Yeah.
German
I mean,
people
one of my
tend to be
favorite back
pretty
and
rude.
forths was. Do you remember your discussions with Ariel? A few times he's been in here. I thought those were very interesting.
Ariel.
More so for the things he wouldn't say. Yeah, he's a Boeing propulsion engineer. He's got a PhD.
Oh, is he like British or something?
No, he's American, or he might be at SpaceX. He was one of the guys that our team had to debate to get the room set up and permanently fixated in here.
Oh, so that was a while ago. I don't remember, man.
Yeah, and he'd popped in a couple times since just to check in, and I don't know if you were paying attention to the chat, but he was in here, and both of you had a really polite and high level discussion. So I wish I could remember the exact date.
Yeah, dude. Listen, I'll be very polite. Like, people are honest with me. Don't say shit they don't actually know. Like, just say, well, I think this. Because, listen, I'm familiar with academia. I know what they do in academia and how they talk to each other, right? They want to have a intellectual academic. There's a certain, certain decorum people follow. When they start deviating from that decorum, I'll deviate from the decorum. And if they want to go in the mud, I'll go in the mud. I'll go wherever they want to go. But if they just want to keep it collegial, I can do that. It's no problem. I'll say this shit I don't know. I'll say, like, we haven't figured that out. Or, we're not sure about that. I have no problem with that. I ain't got all the answers. That's for sure.
Love to stick around and chat, but I'm actually doing yard work, so I'm going to mute myself. Somebody's echoing.
Corbo, man, dude, your speaker's coming through your microphone, dude.
There you go.
That was crazy, dude.
It's like that meme gif with the guy in two bullhorns.
I'm surprised that didn't feed right back into his mic. I mean, that was freaking pretty loud. Oh yeah, it's true. Look, I haven't had a chance to look at the last DMs you sent me. I see the 9 fucking messages. Just haven't. I haven't had a chance to look at it. I will look at it. That's been super busy,
Thanks.
like the last 5 days.
Yeah, just some like stream of conscious stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I got to come back and read. I mean, I skimmed it. I didn't like it, but it's information dense, man. I need to actually read it.
Yeah, I realize that.
It's not light reading, brother.
I know. I'm sorry. Let me tag you actually to some of our back chats in the server, the mod server, where I flesh this out and with much more clarity, I think. So let me go do that. Probably better than reading the stream of consciousness crap that I was probably 3 beers into.
Hey, as long as it made sense to you. I haven't even had a chance to read it. I just know it's like information dense and like it's like reading a freaking actual published paper. Like you actually need to focus on it. You can't just like skim it. I would say it's more like reading like a meta study. Those are like reading meta studies and stuff is like, because you got to go look at each and every study and look at the methodology and see if these are actually analogous methodologies that are comparable to each other. I mean, they're like a pain in the ass.
I know what you mean. Like, so I first started writing this paper a year ago, and I lost track of what I was even supposed to write about. And I put it away, came back to it. It's basically about geometry of celestial navigation, nautical almanac, and projections to Cartesian coordinate systems and stuff. So I've been also back and forth on my own stance on this too over that time. So I originally wanted to include like some calculations showing the process of using the nautical almanac and calculating distances, getting position fixes, and triangulating positions. And then I'm like, well, fuck, now this paper is all full of formulas. Nobody's going to read that shit, have the time to like sit down and work it out. So let me put it at the end. And then I started filling the empty space with more text. And I'm like, crap, let me delete all this. Nobody's going to read all that wall of text either. So that's kind of where I am. But, you know, I need to put some information out here because I think both sides, particularly on the flat Earth side, has it wrong. Like, the nautical almanac actually constructs a sphere, a spherical coordinate system, and there's no way to square that with a flat plane and make it work. You're not going to be able to triangulate anything. You'll have open triangles or triangles with curving sides on the XY plane, which means you don't have flat baselines to distances. So you can actually use the celestial sphere as not a sphere, but more like a field, and still do angles to stars, in which case you'd end up with something that looks more like a map with run lines in the pinwheels. And this actually shows much greater distances than what we would think is happening on a ball. So there's a lot to this, I think, but I need to do some yard work before I got to go somewhere.
Oh, you got to go.
Yeah, I can listen. I'll pipe in every now and then. I got to do some weed whacking though.
Well, I don't know. I told you about that. Like I can't remember who was doing it, but they were trying to make a system, a computer system that would take a picture of the sky and would use celestial navigation to get your position. This device was for an airplane. So they tried three different methods of doing the calculation from just like looking at the stars. And the one that ended up working the best was assuming that the sky was flat. It used the least amount of computational power. Yeah. It took too much computational power to do like spherical. Well, I mean, that was the idea. They're going to try 3 different types. They know which ones are the simplest. And obviously the spherical geometry one will be the most computationally expensive. So they tried 3 different types of computation. And it turns out not only was the, planar triangles more accurate, and it was the least computationally expensive and the most accurate method. So let's just take that with I can't remember if this was the 40s or the 50s. I can't remember. I saw it a long time ago.
You're a goddamn genius.
Okay, whatever.
Okay, thanks, dude.
So yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Fuck.
Yeah, it happens, man.
Yeah. Thank you, Sir Turtle.
What was it about the radius of the sphere, or where were you getting lost at, buddy?
Yeah, you're like totally off the rails. That isn't anything like the conversation was going. We don't know where you're coming in. But anyways, Amish, I know you have to do yard work. I was listening in, and when I used to do navigation, we would have these worksheets that we would use. I would really love to take some of those actual navigational worksheets that we use while out at sea and see what that provides based on like some of the information you're providing, and see if I don't know how far I'll get, but I'll see. I'm doing some reading on navigation, reading up on the topic, and from Harold Jacoby is one, but there's several others. Actual books written in the 1900s. and early 20th century. So yeah, that'd be interesting to find out like how that all plays out.
Yeah, like what they've done with the sky is they've given stars a declination with respect to the celestial equator. That's like how many degrees away it is. They've given them a sidereal hour angle, which is kind of like their longitude. The whole thing like rotates. They create a ball out of it with these. And so they force people into using it as a sphere from the beginning when that's just an interpretation. I mean, you're basically dealing with elevation changes. Whether or not that's spherical is up for debate. So there are other ways to interpret the geometry of the sky that can still be used consistently. So you don't have to use it like a celestial sphere. And that's what Indio was saying, that if you treat it like a plane, then you'll get more exact results and less computing power and stuff. Ultimately, what I kind of want to challenge is the 69-to-1 rule, because that's kind of derived from the Haversine. That's on the great circle routes and stuff. I don't think it holds true in all instances.
Yeah, I could see
They already concede it doesn't hold true. That's why they don't use stars that aren't at certain angles in the sky, because they don't obey that rule once they're outside those angles. So it's not true that all the available stars follow that rule for the entire time they're in your field of view. It simply doesn't happen.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables. For instance, how high above the horizon your celestial object is going to create some difficulties, and they have all these declination error corrections and things like that for how high in the sky the celestial object is. So, but I could see how the 69 degree. I don't even know if you call it a rule. I could see how that could be far out, like depending on where you are. Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't work I don't think it does, but the globe treats it as such. Sorry, I did a distance calculation from Tokyo to Santiago using the Nautical Almanac and going through like the 10 steps, and I came to like a great circle route distance of 10,770 something miles. So then I tried it assuming a flat sky and got like 15,000 miles. Well, how do you tell which one is true? That's over ocean the entire way. How do you verify any of that?
Yeah.
Which one is true?
Yeah, because that's nearly 5,000 miles difference. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I don't think a single airplane can do that. They can't. Like, there are the ETOPS regulations. They have to stay within a certain number of miles of the coastline or of airports, depending on their engine and fuel size. So yeah, I mean there's a lot of fudge factor, and what I'm finding is the fudge, like flat earthers say the fudge factor is near the poles. That may be the case, but I'm seeing quite a bunch between the tropics, and let me tell you what, that's where like distances and time breaks down. They start adding more time to like the equation of time or something for the sun. There's all kinds of crazy nonsense.
You know, I've talked about this before, like at the equator, on the equinox, that's where the shortest day should be, where they say the equator is. And it's not. If you look on time and date, you can see that it's not that day. And Goldberg says, well, it's close enough to 12. Well, it's like, but the day that it's actually the shortest. Now, the reason it should be the shortest, right? You're standing on the equator, right? And it's the equinox. The sun is supposed to like travel north, right? As it's traveling north, the days get longer. And when it starts coming back, the days get shorter. And the shortest day, it'll transition overhead and start going.
Uh-oh, someone cut out.
Simple stuff. If you look at time and date, the day that where the shortest day is, where the time descends, right, and then crosses over, That's like in March or not. That's like in April, in August. It's not in March and September.
I remember you mentioned that. I found two places, forgot where they were on the equator, the equatorial line, where there was a 6-week discrepancy, which sounds about like what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a lot of these things, little discrepancies, and it could be like.
I don't know if you're cutting out or I am.
No, I was cutting out. My iPods are fucked up. AirPods.
Yeah. I found a weird place using what SunCalc might have been, or time and date. There's a meridian, a longitudinal line somewhere in northern Russia, not too far north, where on one side of this river, the sun rose like something crazy, like 45 minutes earlier than the other side, and it was not due to time zones. And I took a video of it. I went back and forth and back and forth. I'm like, what the hell is this? On this side of the river, the sun rises this early. On that side of the river, the sun rises that early.
And it was a legit 45 minutes. It wasn't like a time zone differential.
Yeah, it was because they correct for that. They say they do. So now is their software wrong? I mean, does the Naval Observatory have to update their corrections? Like, what the hell's going on here? What is going on? And that's not the only place. I found other places where it was like on this side of this area, it was like 6 minutes earlier. On that, it would snap to like 0 minutes, or 15 minutes off here and 15 minutes off there. But the biggest one I found was about almost 45 minutes.
Right. So, like, let's say
it's like a mile differential.
Let's say you were like 15 minutes away driving time directly. You would expect to see the sunrise 15 minutes later from the other location, right?
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, what it means is the maps are all fucked up. The maps are wrong, whether that's on purpose or not.
Well, there's also this other one. So, if you look at it like Corpus Christi, Texas, and Mount Everest, they're on the same latitude, and they're also like on opposite longitudes. So they're almost exactly, not like antipode, but on the other side of each other on the same latitude. And the sun rises in Corpus Christi, Texas, 45 minutes before it says it rises on Everest, even though Everest is only 5 miles tall.
Dude, that's similar, but that's even crazier. Yeah, I don't think a 14-mile difference from the semi-major and minor axes of WGS 84 accounts for that. That's crazy.
You're already anticipating it's not a perfect sphere. That's funny.
Did I cut out or did they cut out?
Oh, I hear you, sheepdog. You hear me? I hear you.
Yeah, what's becoming clear to me is that I don't think anybody has collated this information of errors in navigation to come up with something conclusive that works in all situations. Like you talked about these errors in distances, like I think it's that they still just don't really know. I think they're still wandering around in the dark with navigation in some respects. Because of how you travel, especially over longer and longer distances of open ocean, there's no way to you can't really correlate all the variables that are happening. You have all wind, speed, and direction, wave height and direction, the wave interval, cross-reference the currents that are underlying all of that. You have a big mess there, and that's why it's been so hard to navigate successfully. Now, from my experience, the celestial navigation taking noon lights every day seemed to be the most accurate. But what you're saying, Amish, is there's some errors in the times and how you navigate using your chronograph on board your ship. There's some difficulties there as well. So yeah, why is that? And
I wonder too.
It would kind of make sense as to why, and I'll end with this, as to why these, we know that the time zones are they're made up, they're artificial, but it might explain some of the problems with how cattywampus those time zones are in the south and the extreme north. I don't know, just kind of spitballing.
I think WGS 84, GPS, a lot of these systems, they work so well, and they've convinced the public that this is all there is because it's so accurate. There's nothing more.
Right.
And we keep finding errors. Like we're like software hackers or something. We're going through the globe and we're finding all the bugs and telling people about it. I keep thinking back to the first Gulf War with Saddam Hussein Scud missiles that kept landing, wildly off target because their guidance system was not accurate. Somebody sold them a faulty guidance system, they said. It'd be really funny if...
Probably Israel.
Yeah. But it'd be really funny just to think about this for a minute. What if... it's part of exports and foreign military sales, right? You give people a busted globe that everybody thinks is hyper accurate. It's not. I'm just speculating.
Well, I'm not one of these people that think GPS is even that accurate.
No.
I really don't. I just think people, when it's inaccurate, they just ignore it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a ionospheric, turbulence getting in the way, causing lag.
Many times I've opened Google Maps and it showed me somewhere that I'm nowhere near. It happens all the time. It's not like it's a rare event.
Well, the military GPS, whatever is different about it, is accurate within 3 meters. And to get sub-meter accuracy, you need ground stations. So like an example in Massachusetts, there's 23 ground stations. And in order to be accurate, you have to tap into those. You can't just use standard GPS.
So that makes me wonder, that thought itself, like you said, on ground navigation, but the navies, especially all the navies of the world, but let's just take the U.S. Navy. They must have a cross-referencing system. It'd be interesting to find out what they're using to cross-reference GPS, because obviously in all situations, you're not going to be able to rely on your electronics. Consistently over long periods of time. There's going to be troubles there. Eventually, you're going to run into problems. You can have power outages on board ships. Discontinued power. What do you do about that? I mean, of course, they got double and triple redundancy with these systems, but that's not a all out like in every situation, especially in wartime, which the U.S. really hasn't been in wartime as far as like submarines attacking our ships or anything like that for a while. I mean, I suppose that happened to some extent in the Gulf War. I mean, think about like how are submarines? How are these ballistic missile submarines traveling? They can stay under for almost indefinitely.
Yeah, make their own oxygen.
Yeah, make their own oxygen, desalinate their water, like the whole thing.
Yeah. Something I was looking at not too long ago was Schuler tuning. So this is how they supposedly correct for Earth curvature and tilting or rotating a body so that it maintains down with respect to the curvature of the Earth as it travels. Basically, they mathematically encode within software in inertial guidance systems, reference units. They encode a formula that it pretends that you have a pendulum that's 3959 miles long and it swings back and forth, completing a period every 84.4 minutes. Excuse me. And if you apply this to the direction, heading, velocity of the airplane or satellite even, or boat, submarine, whatever the case is, then you'll be able to synchronize it with a globe, with the maps.
Interesting.
Yeah. And this is embedded. There are two companies that make it. One of them is Rockwell Collins. The other is, I think, Boeing. And these devices are black boxes. There's this crazy interview with a 777 pilot whose air data inertial reference unit, the ADIRU, had failed, which he learned was responsible for this, for exactly what I described. And the ground crew was unable to repair it. They didn't have any replacements because they normally just swap them out. They told him, well, you're just going to have to rely on your old skill piloting and just, navigate like you were taught to. And so he fully expected, because he was going on like a long, long flight, he fully expected, because it wasn't correcting for the curvature of the Earth, that his systems wouldn't properly show the right heading or the right attitude. And he said, but everything was fine. It's as if it didn't even matter whether it was working or not. The actual device itself had been physically removed from the aircraft. So he said this puzzled him for a while. He talked to other pilots and nobody seemed to know anything. And he went onto the internet to conduct research, and he didn't give up any of the names of the companies for whatever reason. He said he was afraid to. I did my own research and found that out. And these things are like black boxes. Nobody has any information on them. There's no field test data. There's no feedback system in the telemetry data and the avionics to detect whether or not it's doing anything. But this is what should be there if in the pitch data, right, that we have, this is supposedly what is active for setting the x-axis straight on that graph. But nobody can prove that it's even hooked up or working.
Wow.
Yeah.
But to be fair, at the same time, a bunch of people love that pitch data argument. It's the end user interface, right? It doesn't tell you how that data is being constructed. So if there is a system that's constantly reorientating a road, show up on that readout.
Yeah.
Exactly what you said. It would be behind the system, right? So you'd have to get into the system. So just showing a readout doesn't mean that proves what the vehicle is actually doing. I know this is going to hurt some people's ego, but that's just the fact. If your readout on your speedometer says 75, does that mean your car is necessarily going 75 miles per hour? The answer is no, it doesn't necessarily mean that. There's more at play. Yeah. And so if you're pressed on how do you know that, for example, you might be trying to get out of a speeding ticket. You might go to a mechanic and find out that your speedometer was at 10 miles per hour off. And you'd bring that to court and you'd get off on the ticket.
Yep.
So we all know that a final end readout doesn't necessarily tell you all the story. So the fact that there's many people in our community that are acting as if it does, and if anybody questions it or challenges it, that they should be screamed at or whatever, it's I gotta be honest with you guys, it's pathetic. Pathetic. Like, if we can't scrutinize our own side, what have we evolved from? From Globers to flat earthers to back into Glober zealots, where you have to just obey and get in step line, or you get yelled at and browbeat.
I gotta go in a second.
Pathetic at this point.
Let me leave you with this. I gotta go. I'll be back later. But the aircraft is taking Euclidean measurements geometrically, azimuthal angles and elevation angles with headings and attitude indicators. Schuller tuning is supposedly curving that so that it can display on that output that you were talking about what the user sees. WGS84 conformal coordinates. If that thing is doing anything, that's all it's doing. I have to take a shower now. I'm grinding.
Yeah, right on, Amish. But, I was going to add this one little part that I'm reading, and I don't want to keep you long, but I just did a search on what kind of projection nav charts are using. And it says they primarily use a Mercator projection because this is favored. It's favored because it allows straight lines on the chart to represent the line of constant true bearing, which is crucial for plotting a course and determining direction. Boom. That's a big one. And I'll read on. I know Amish has got to go, but...
I'm listening too, so yeah.
I'll just read a couple little blips on this. Here's why the Mercator projection is well suited for navigation. Straight lines represent true bearings. How about that, folks? A straight line on a Mercator chart is a rhumb line which maintains the same direction throughout its length. This makes it easy to steer a ship in the plotted direction. The Mercator projection accurately preserves angles, ensuring that the compass direction displayed on the chart matches the actual compass bearing at sea. Boom! By measuring the angles of a straight line on a chart and using that angle as the course, a navigator can easily steer a ship in a desired direction. Period. That's pretty heavy.
So you're saying you can get from point A to point B without using a globe, Sonny?
Absolutely, and that's...
Wait a minute. Did you just say it was a heavy period?
Period. Yeah, it's having a period. That's the time for the period. Yeah.
Fuck, dude, why'd you have to go there, man?
Yeah, really, AI. Anyway,
I was
Go ahead.
talking earlier about the air pressure values being measured. AI. I don't know if you were listening to the conversation, but that's also a conclusion that people have gotten with the argument of the container. And I'm not saying that you couldn't have that argument, but it's based on already pressure values that should be what they are according to the globe vernacular, being that that's what it is up in the lower parts of the thermosphere. They're said to be at the pressure values that they are to give a high vast pressure differential from the surface. But isn't this a given? Like what we're giving them if we're going to argue container? Like I said, I'm not saying that you couldn't argue container. I'm just saying, are we giving them the pressure values before so we can start the conversation as an argument? Hello? Shit. Did I lose you guys?
Yeah, too many people have canned answers and canned arguments that they can't actually parse out the particulars and recognize the contingencies and what's necessary in the first place, and hold other people to account to provide those. Right? And so what happens is they get frustrated arguing with the Glober because they were taught that this argument wins the argument, and that's the end of it. You don't even have to explain it any further. And it's like, no, that's not the case. You actually have to know what you're talking about to carry an argument.
Yeah, I found it peculiar that we have been having the container argument, and though it can be valid in the sense of demonstrating the container necessitates the pressure necessitates a container here on Earth. When we're talking about some place that they're saying exists, the pressure values are super low in those regions. It's kind of like a given for us to say that, all right, let's just hand them the argument so we could have the container argument, demonstrated.
Exactly. I want to have the container argument because somebody told me this is a good argument that is like carte blanche, can't be argued with. The problem is that the argument itself doesn't actually address the point in question. So the point in question that usually elicits the container argument is, where do these pictures come from? So it's actually not the case that the pictures cannot be taken if gas pressure requires a container. However, most flat earthers proffer the argument as if that's the argument. So you have to have gas pressure inside a container, therefore you can't take these photos far away from the Earth. That doesn't follow logically. It doesn't. Hard as it is for people to wrap their minds around, you could have a moon that you could travel to within the gaseous environment, within the container that you're arguing for, and still take pictures of the globe within that paradigm. So it doesn't rule the day.
There was a guy that came in here that was saying that you're not even leaving the Earth's atmosphere if you're still in low Earth orbit. He was saying that earlier. He's like, yeah, you're not in space. I mean, I know that, of course, beyond the Kármán line would be what they consider low Earth orbit, but he was saying that, no, you're not in space. You're still within the bounds of an atmospheric pressure.
Yeah,
he was just saying that. He didn't demonstrate. He was just saying that. But it's curious that he said something that goes against.
They updated their paradigm within the past 3 years, I believe, to include the moon in Earth's atmosphere. So that argument does follow within their paradigm. So you say, oh, you can't take a picture from the moon because the gas pressure requires a container, and they go, didn't you know the Earth is in the moon's atmosphere? So it would be within the pressurized environment, so the container would be irrelevant. So I still have a picture. Of a globe. What are you going to do about my picture?
Yeah. The thing that I was challenging the guy on, right? Because when we were talking to Brendan, he was like, doesn't state anywhere in any of my studies, or at least proposed, that when you're doing meteorological studies, that there is a pressure value measured beyond what people consider the globe Earth paradigm, the stratosphere. So troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, exosphere. So if you're looking at the altitude difference from like where they're saying you could measure the pressure values, beyond that, it's not measured. It's inferred and or calculated.
Yeah.
And
exactly. And then people arguing like if they can get a person cornered where they have to address the gas pressure without a container argument, that they've somehow got a windfall where they win all points from that point. It's like it doesn't even carry the logical consequence of disproving that the Earth is a globe or proving the Earth is flat or any particular shape. Because you can have any permutation of shape inside a container, right, with a gaseous environment. So it doesn't actually answer the point proper. And too many people get so sidelined with that because they think it's such a lock, stock argument because they've been told so and they've been taught so, and they've never actually thought about the logical consequences. Let me tell you why, friends, because they're not actually thinking logically. They're rhetorically repeating what they heard someone else say with success without actually scrutinizing it properly because they're still got globaritis.
Yeah, it was when I was talking to Brendan about it, I was like, man, all this time we've been giving them the argument for container. It seems like there's been these kind of like assumed ideas for the globe to have the. It's to me, I found it akin to like us talking about either closer or farther away sun with a 93 million mile away sun. Okay, so we have a close and local sun. Remember that was the very beginning of Flat Earth and the arguments putting forward, like we were arguing, no, it's not 93 million miles away, it's a lot closer. But there was no like numeric values given to like how close the sun was. We were just saying it's a lot closer. So a long time ago, that was kind of like something that used to be argued over, close and local sun. But then we got updated on how like that's not, you can't argue for something on a position that doesn't have its foundation to be established. You can't say 93 million a mile away sun because the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder is the radius of the Earth. You can't go from distance, linear distance, to anything if you don't have the premise established. So I feel like that's kind of where we're at with the pressure argument, the air pressure. I'm looking at it now. It's like It's fine. You can argue that gas pressure requires containment, but you're still not putting forward what they're considering where they're at. Like they're still saying, and to some effect, that they're in a pressure system. It's just
Correct.
not like,
and you have to look at it like if you're going into argumentation and like you want to carry your point, and the point you actually want to carry is the Earth is flat, right? So if the gas pressure arguments solve certain points of another argument, that's fine, but it can't carry the conclusion the Earth is flat. So at some time you have to shelf it or move on from it and move on to the actual things that can arbitrate the proposition, which is not gas pressure. Gas pressure cannot inform you on the shape of the Earth. It simply cannot.
Yeah, what we're talking about, though, AI, is the lore that precedes the Earth being within this vacuous environment. So they're said to have this lore that is attached to it, right? The cosmos. So the Earth is residing within this cosmos paradigm in which the pressure values are said to be super low in order for things to exist in a vacuous state. So this is a problem, right? The cosmology aspect, where the Earth resides. So they want to know not just the shape of the Earth, but they want to talk about where it resides. So it's a part of the paradigm. So it's kind of like it's not what's in contention as far as like where we're on, but where it's in. So
and that's fine. And what that can do, what that can accomplish, and it's very effective for doing this, is put a chink in the armor of their knight. It's to show a flaw in their view that they then have to reconcile. So if they accept you have to have gas pressure with a container, they have to reconcile that in their worldview, and then so anything that contradicts that, for example, the nature of the environment between here and the celestials, they're going to have to update that. So they're going to have to patch their own worldview with information that they're coming up with on the fly. So that at that point, they then have to say, wait a minute, why do I have to patch my worldview? And when you're in that position, that's when you start to exploit on that. And instead of just keep hammering the gas pressure thing, you move on from it, accept that they conceded that they have to change something about their worldview, and then start pulling the sweater with that cord until they have no sweater.
Yeah, that's the angle that I was going with, because when I'm talking to these guys, they sound very confident to say that the paradigm is such, and I'm like, no, it's you think it is. That's the issue right now. We're talking about a gas pressure without a container argument, and it seemed like it was easy to have because of the fact that you could demonstrate gas pressure with a container. But the fact of the matter is, there isn't any established values that's by a way of measurement that you can get from anything above what's considered to be where people send balloons up. So as far as they can send balloons up, that's as far as the measurement goes. Anything beyond that is inferred. So you're going to say that these pressure values exist in a vacuous state, but of course your paradigm that you rely on to be there, which is the vast cosmos where the celestials are said to reside in this vacuous environment. Of course, every body that you see could have its own state of like having this gaseous environment too within its own self. But outside of it, going as far as the celestials go into the vacuous state of space, like there's no way that in any way measured that that's the case. So,
any evidence that gas molecules follow a geodesic path instead of straight line?
I don't know, dude. I think you have a leading question in there. Like, what do you mean? You mean
I want to know that too. Like, that's why I didn't answer. What do you mean by that? Did he drop out? Amish, you there?
He must have dropped out.
Yeah.
But I know you can put gas in a pipe and it'll follow the pipe.
Either he gave us a mic drop or
he kind of did, because that brings up a lot of other questions. Okay, so how would you measure the actual path of gas? That would even be more difficult than measuring the actual path of light.
Measure it by the particle or by the whole thing. If it's in a tube, then the tube is the path. But then the particles individually would be taking differential paths within the tube.
Exactly.
Well, don't we have models to display this AI? Isn't that why we have this kinetic molecular theory model framework that people are saying that these molecules are perfect elastic collisions, and they have that GIF that they show on the blue ball that all these little white dots are bouncing off each other and just like expanding outward. I don't know.
Yeah.
I want to hear Amish's point, but I don't know where he was going with that. Pretty sure he had a good point to be made.
Gravity affecting gas.
Do you think that's where he was going with it?
Yeah.
Could be.
Well, space-time creating geodesics, right?
Oh, he said...
Right. The variable distribution of mass creating warped space-time, which creates geodesics in space-time, which an object can travel, right, requires that the object be traveling. It doesn't actually have causal influence to cause an object that's not traveling to start traveling, which is why they need everything to be constantly in motion. Which is also why they had to abandon. Yeah, it's why part of the reason why they had to abandon Newton's idea. And I'm not saying it was Newton who had the idea, but just it's attributed to him. Is that in order for his mass attract mass gravity to work, you need an infinite universe. They very quickly realized with Olbert's paradox that if you had an infinite universe full of infinite suns, you'd have daylight all the time. So that's retarded. They had to throw that out. So they said, well, how can we have an infinite universe without an infinite universe? Well, let's just make it constantly expanding. How can we have first motion without first motion, which we need in the first instance, because mass attracts mass by virtue of mass would create first motion. But a geodesic in space-time in which something's traveling requires that the object already be in motion. How do we solve that? Well, that's simple. We just have everything start at a point, and then everything happens in motion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how'd you get the point to start up? So you still have the first motion problem.
Well, do you remember Larry's always bringing up the crisis in cosmology? Because you have the problem that with the cosmological constant, what Einstein was proposing, and then of course, what did get debunked by what's his face with redshift and blue shift? Hubble.
Eddington.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why you were having this idea that there's no way that you can have a valid reference frame because everything's always in relative to something else. So, where do you start? Where's zero at? There's nowhere. You could.
Yeah, they got a big problem. Got a big problem with that. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, he did do a mic drop. He's saying it in text chat. Gas molecules covering with Earth. Geodesic paths of pressure. He's laughing. That's all he was saying. Yeah, bendy space-time. Thus, gas pressure conforming to that bendy space-time.
Well,
right?
Bendy space-time would mean bendy gas collisions. Like,
well, no, because that's how gas is being pushed into the Earth, right? It's not being pulled into the Earth; it's being pushed. There's a gravity well. That's why the mass can contain the gas. The mass can contain the gas. I rhyme every time.
Yeah, so there's something really funky about that because they make this statement of the fabric of space-time. They make this gravity well. If you look at it graphically, what they've shown, it looks like a blanket that's been warped by this ball Earth. Well, doesn't that mean that what's down underneath is a different gravity than what's on top where the hole into the gravity fabric is? How do they account for that?
Yeah, they have to appeal to down as gravity and then make this whirly swirly gravity by creating an inclined plane for their balls to swirl around. Right? So it's like they're appealing to one form of gravity to prove a different form of gravity and say then there's only one form. It makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
Or they use it interchangeably as far as a concerned with the gravity types.
I guess that's one way to change tires without stopping. What the hell? Can you believe that?
You're distracted by the gift too, huh?
Yeah.
I saw that. I was like, this is nuts.
That's outrageous. What? That's a hell of a driver.
Yeah, all those people's lives are at risk if he messes up.
Yep. So I want these Globers to imagine that fabric of space-time with a ball Earth warping the space-time as in a fabric. How can they how can they rectify their gravity with that kind of a system? Like, really?
Hey, we got Pop Bob 2.0. Pop Bob, welcome. Pop Bob
Hello.
2.0.
Anubis.
What's up?
Who's Anubis? It looks like I see a bunch of names I don't recognize.
Is that Anubis?
No, I don't. No, I'm just saying that's one of the names I don't recognize. Ancient Trevor, I don't recognize.
Yeah, so Pop Bob, I mean, we're having a discussion. It looks like you're playing Minecraft, though. But are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Okay, what is the evidence you would say would lead us to that understanding?
Well, one piece of evidence I would say is the astronomers that we have used their telescopes, and at this point, given how far technology is advanced, we've seen actual planets that are spheres. That's one piece of evidence that I have. Another piece of evidence is gravity itself pulls things together. Just part of why we our planets are spheres shaped and whatnot. That's why the sun's a sphere itself. Gravity pulls everything towards its center.
Well, it sounds like you have a mind. You have a mind already, put forward that you think that the Earth is a globe because you see other things,
right.
And those other things give you an indication of what the thing you're standing on is.
Yes.
And because you say you have a knowledge of gravity, well, that also puts together the idea that things are being pulled together, forming this mass, this ball.
Right.
Okay. So, in what way can you demonstrate that the Earth is like those other things?
I mean, in a way, just think about daily life, right? I mean, you hold like a book, right? Gravity pulls everything down. Pulls it down. If you drop the book, if you let go of the book, midair, right, it drops, right? The same thing can be applied to a lot of things that have a center of mass. Like for instance, like the galaxy, right? We're all orbiting very slowly around it. Each galaxy's got a different sort of shape. There's spiral, ring, all that sort of things. But in the end, we're all getting slowly pulled towards the center of mass. It gets very complicated when you get to like the clusters, like the super cluster of galaxies that we're in right now, but essentially, we're all orbiting towards it. Now, the Earth being more like those things. As far as the Earth being, what do you call it? I guess centered around that is, when, as far as we can tell, right? Like, you know what? I can give you an example. The meteor, right? That wiped out the dinosaurs. That one.
Stop the cap.
But,
Going hard on paint.
Stop the cap.
The meteor that wiped out dinosaurs. What about it?
Yeah, he hold on a second. Yeah. Alpha was asking you a simple question. How did you validate the things you see in the sky are what they say they are? And now you're talking about asteroids and dinosaurs.
Yeah, I was just actually getting him to realize that if he's saying like those things are like what he's standing on, how does he know they compare? The thing he's standing on. How did you make the comparison? How do you know those things are like what you're standing on?
Well, because gravity is also attracted the meteor towards us that wiped out the dinosaurs. I mean, it affects a lot of things too. Like the other meteors that could have hit us or near misses. You know, other planets or other celestial bodies had a stronger gravitational force and was able
Okay,
to pull.
let me see if I got this straight. We're like those things up there because of a meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs.
Not just the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs.
What else?
Pretty much
Meteors are tiny, anyways.
Yeah, but what else?
Yes, most of I will agree with that. Like, you know, usually when they come
Meteors,
into
I think
our
asteroid, maybe. That's what they call it in your system.
yeah, you're not entirely wrong. Some of the times, in fact, a lot of the times.
I know, I'm right. I'm just correcting, anyways. Meteor.
Yeah,
Come on,
he's gonna
bro.
go off on a tangent. I just really want him to say, is the reason why you think we're like those things up there because of a giant asteroid or meteor, whatever you want to call it, that came and wiped out the dinosaurs? Do you think that's how we're similar to those things up there?
I think it's part of it, but it's more than just the asteroid itself. I was just using
else
that
is it?
meteor as an example.
Yeah, what else is
it? Let's see. There's a lot we can go into. I'm trying to think.
Okay. Go ahead, think away.
But yeah.
Give us your best example. Don't give us your weakest example.
No, that's fine. Hold on. Just let the man, give him a little breathing room. Let's see what he comes up with.
Yeah.
So far, we got meteor or an asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. That's how you know, like, we're like those things up there. What else?
Right.
Yelp said drop something.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. I can't think of much more right now because, you know.
Oh, okay. So
Just
we're
got
just going to
into
go with the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs.
I mean, you can if you want to. Ultimately,
Well, I mean,
it's up to you.
I don't want to. You want to.
I'm
Like,
gonna-
this is what I'm asking you.
I'm going to go with it.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're going with and this is how, I mean, if you're going to form it some way logical, it's not, but here you go. So you're looking at those things up there, and you're thinking that those things are planets, right? I don't know if you know what they are or not. I didn't even ask you, but you're saying those things are spheres up there, and those spheres are like that because we're like that. And the way we're like that is because a giant asteroid came and wiped out the dinosaurs. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Well, multiple asteroids were actually hitting us.
Okay, yeah, let's switch it around. Multiple asteroids hitting the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Right.
Does that sound logical to you?
It does in terms of, you know, certain bodies of mass will have a good amount of gravitational pull towards them.
Really? How do we know that information right there that you just said? How do we know that?
I mean, if you take a look at everything around us, we pull
okay.
Slowly, of course. Everything, you know, gravity attracts, you know, one celestial body to another. Mainly the
How do we know that? You're saying something that's very peculiar. How do you know that one body is attracting another body?
You just take a look at the sun.
I'm looking at it. What am I seeing? What do I need to look out for?
Just take a look at Mercury, and if you're to see
the sun or Mercury, which one do you want me to focus on? Sun or Mercury? Both of them?
Both.
One?
Why not? Yeah. Actually, I can give you one example of that. So, there was the.
Hold on. Let's not move on from this. Come on, dude.
Okay.
Let's try to focus, right? So, if we look at Mercury and the sun, we see Mercury attracted to the sun.
Right.
That's your saying.
But very slowly, because in
what way?
Gravitational way. So the Mercury itself, or like us, we're orbiting the sun, right?
How about we just describe what we see and not, hey, let's just describe what we see instead of inserting your explanation as a description. Let's just describe what we see. What do we observe in nature?
Well, we're observing Mercury orbiting the sun.
Oh, okay. So do we have any photographs, video of Mercury orbiting the sun?
I believe we do, don't we? Let's see if we can look this up.
Why are you asking him?
Yeah, why are you asking me, dude? You said we observed it in nature. We certainly do not.
Isn't it in orbit when something goes around something else?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that occur?
Yes, the moon.
You've seen the moon go around the Earth?
Yes.
When?
Really?
Take a look. You notice in the night sky, the moon is always in a different spot each night, right?
Yes.
Well, you notice it's got a certain pattern where it keeps going. But it varies from that pattern from time to time because it's not always going to take the same orbit path twice, right? So
Orbit
the
path.
same way, yeah.
Well, you said you witnessed an orbit, which means something going around the other thing. Do you see the moon going around the Earth?
I mean, not fully because it would take,
not fully. So then that means you haven't witnessed an orbit.
It's a yes and no question. So
no, it's actually binary, right? You either seen an orbit or you didn't see an orbit.
I mean, you can see an orbit happening.
No, you can't say I've seen 1/4 of an orbit or 2/3 of an orbit. You either saw an orbit or you didn't see an orbit.
All right, I'm just gonna leave. I'm not gonna do.
Why are you going, dude? We're getting right down to it. I'm trying to realize.
We're really, really calmly asking you questions about your claim. I just got to go. How sad.
Dude, this is exactly what I was saying, Alpha. They think the explanation is the description. Their mind is literally messed up.
This is why everyone has to do art class. They shouldn't cut art class in favor of the sciences like they love to do. But if you actually did all your art classes, you'd do an exercise called draw what you see, not what you know. And you actually have to practice interpreting the visual world by what you're actually seeing, not what you think is going on, but what the actual visual information is giving you.
He sounded a bit down in the dumps when he said that. I think I'm just gonna leave. I'm like, dude, that's okay. Felt kind of bad for the fella.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd get to the point, but he wanted to leave. But get to the point where
the dinosaurs was funny, man.
Where he could admit that the moon is always above our head, and then when it moves to another area, it's above somebody else's head, not below.
Lock-on, I don't know if you're talking about Overlord or ChatGPT. So, don't know how to take what you just put in text. Anyway, yeah, it was kind of funny. Dinosaurs being wiped out with the asteroid is the reason why he knows the Earth's a globe.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, it's not just that; it's other things too. Yeah, what other things? Well, I mean,
more asteroids.
that's all I can think of right now. Okay.
Oh, shit.
I mean,
it makes
what we really needed in that conversation was Stockton to come in and be like, how do you have gas pressure without a container? That would have solved it.
Oh, crap.
Just teasing. I'm just teasing.
It's a good point you made earlier about that, though.
It's very funny. Nothing triggers them like asking them, okay, where's the observation of an orbit? And it's something they think that someone's actually looked out into the natural world and actually seen one of these things. But then when has to produce the observation, it really breaks them down mentally.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it like this,
it's completely in their head, like fully imagined, right? Fully imagined in detail. He went on about galaxies and frickin' superclusters and all sorts of stuff, right? And all of that was in his imagination. None of it was.
Yeah, let me ask this question from an art teacher's perspective. If I asked you to draw an orbit, I actually would like someone to do this. If they could open up a remix or something in the chat thread, like draw an orbit, draw one, what it looks like. Go ahead.
You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it.
No, there is. You couldn't draw a live orbit, but you could draw the relationship of two objects relative to each other from a vantage point of which you could determine that it's orbiting. So what would that look like?
Like an orthographic perspective?
Exactly. When you're asked to draw an orbit, nobody ever draws a picture of their own point of view looking at a celestial object. They always draw an orthographic God's eye view of what's going on, proving that they know implicitly that they've never witnessed an orbit.
Yeah, so they always present a cartoon view of an orbit. So that's what they have in their mind. That's a key point.
What I was going to say too was, if you were to make a list of all the foregone conclusions, if you just had like foregone conclusion, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, how many of those do you think would start filling up the page? Starting with orbits. Yeah. I could add mine, the one that I've been talking about, gas pressure at certain altitudes. Freaking sheesh, man. I mean, add to what? How many points do you think would add?
You could put that in your show. You could say, let's talk about foregone conclusions. Gas pressure, gone. Curvature, gone. Get it?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't.
Conclusion? Oh, man, it's great. It rolls off the tongue.
Yeah. Well, think about that. Even with just that last guy, how many presuppositions he used? About 6 of them.
Dude, he probably thinks presuppositions is like when you snack before dinner.
Yeah, for us. We snack on those before our main course.
Alp, I've been holding people to account on their claims about this idea, like you can't go to the moon or you can't take a picture from the moon, and then how they're trying to back up with the gas pressure thing. And holy moly, do they kick it free. Talk about flat earthers. Like, they can't even think for themselves. Like, they're so scripted. Like, they're literally having a connection. And I'm like, dude, don't you think for yourself? I mean, did somebody just tell you this argument and you can't scrutinize and think for yourself? Like, what's wrong with you? I thought you were a flat earther, not a cult leader. I mean, sorry, not a cult follower.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about like hanging around in this group is that you can always reshape, reform, get better, you know, like, and so that to me, I think, is important. If we're not constantly progressing and, I mean, not evaluating where we're at with our position, I think that's detrimental, isn't it? Like, if we're just taking canned, information and not being able to look outside that, or somebody says, hey, like, I got some new information on this, and we're like, pish posh, away with you. Like, I don't know.
You know, there's another one that got me recently. I was talking to someone who was trying to convince their child of flat Earth. And they were telling me about how the child was coming up with excuses for holes in the globe Earth paradigm, or fixes, or patches. And he was telling the child, you're not allowed to do that. You have to accept the status quo. And you can only argue within the status quo paradigm. But simultaneously, he was teaching the child, you need to be an individual and think for yourself. And I told him, dude, you're telling him, be an individual, think for yourself, scrutinize your worldview. But you can only argue within the worldview you've been told you have to have. It's like, what are you doing? That's counterproductive.
Exactly. Which is kind of, I think, what's happening in the school system today. No, I mean, like, the school systems, aren't they doing the very same thing? They're telling kids, we want you to really analyze and critically think, but at the same time, they're giving them a framework which they can't leave. They have to work within the confines of that framework of.
Right.
So it sounds the same to me.
Well, I think part of the problem with those types of people is that they themselves can't actually argue the points. They don't know how to think. They don't know how to argue. And so when they're pressed with somebody responding with an alternative heliocentric view that fixes some of the patches that they've been told don't work, they don't know how to handle it. And so they say, no, I can't argue against ideas. I have to argue against the script. So you have to stick to the script so I can argue against you. That's pathetic, bro.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I like these guys. I'm like, dude, I'm going to give you the floor. I want you to tell me how you know this is true. And like, go anywhere you want. Like, dive into it, bring up citations, do whatever you think is possible. Because if it's absolutely true what you're saying, there's no shadow of a doubt that any research, that you've pulled up will lead you to the truth. But if it doesn't, that means that all along you've held a belief. And it's going to be noticed here when we have the discussion. Like when we have the discussion, we're going to find out it's just a belief. You don't have anything to substantiate it. But yeah, I don't care. Like Daisy, if you do, like find something that shows that what I said was wrong. But that's the challenge. Go for it. So I look at it, man. Shoot. If we're saying something that's incorrect, are we above reproach? Of course not. But it needs to be substantiated. That's all I'm saying. And it seems like every time they try doing it, it's just another epic fail. Every time.
Yeah. And to be fair for those listening who think we're scrutinizing everybody, it's like, oh crap, I got to give up all my arguments and rethink the whole apple cart. It's like, no, those arguments are good for what they're good for. They're just not always good for everything, and they don't always carry the conversation to a conclusion. Like, everybody's different. What's gonna lead the combo with them is different. And guess what? If you're gonna try to force them into a script, what are you actually telling them? You're telling them via communication, I don't care about you. I don't care what you think. I don't care how you feel. I don't care how this affects you. I could care less if you believe the truth or not. I just want to get my argument out there so I can pat myself on the victory that I won, even though I didn't affect you in any way. Which, how is that a victory?
Yeah, critically thinking about the topic is, I think, of the utmost importance. Not trying to just get them on a technicality or... That's the reason why, you, me, Indio, Heretic, like some of the guys, we asked them to put forward the effort. Like if there's anything that substantiates what they consider to be the truth, and it's like they struggle. That's the point where they're trying to tell, no, I want you to tell me how the earth is flat. You're like, yeah, we'll get into that. We'll talk about it. But first you have to demonstrate what you know is the case. Then we can really go into the fact that, that you have this paradigm that you've actually substantiated. Now I'm going to tell you my paradigm, and then we're going to compare. Possibly could be a debate if that was the case, but if it's not substantiated, then it's not a debate. So, I could easily present something that's demonstrated, and when you say you can't, then that becomes the issue. You're standing on a worldview that doesn't have any merit. Got CB back in the panel. What's up, bro?
You're all making Pro Force do double takes at the beach right now.
Oh, you're at the beach?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at your pasty skin, and they're like, I should have brought my sunglasses.
Oh, dude, literally yesterday, with me, said I got out of my car, and it says, like, oh my God, you're so tan. Take that, AI.
Oh, the other day,
you could actually have a tan. Thanks, white people.
Wait a minute. Has AI seen you in a cam, CB?
AI, have you seen me?
Yes.
Okay.
I done hacked all your Apple devices years ago, bro.
That's true. I got so many Apple devices.
Hey, CB, but he had to use at least 10,000 apps to do it.
Yeah, I know. For sure.
Well, it doesn't. AI, I'll give one to you. You didn't have to do that because the iPhone unmutes itself, and I get doxxed anyway. So you didn't have to do anything.
Right?
You just self-dox.
Crazy.
You guys know the technology from Batman Dark Knight where Lucius makes him the sonogram thing, which will hack into everyone's phone, and then it'll use the sound and the frequencies to create an optical map of the surroundings. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I know what you look. Yeah, exactly. I know what you look like naked. I rest my case.
Damn, but the thing is,
it looks good,
yeah, the thing is, did you like what he looked like when you saw him naked?
Hey, dude, this is a family show, bro.
I mean, you went that far. I just took a little further. He's like, dude, you're really working out, bro.
Brilliant.
I think though you skipped leg day,
Did I miss
so
any
that's
cooking?
something to be said.
All right, we'll go hit it today. Who else have we cooked it? Anybody?
I just standard rank and file.
DB, were you here with Psycho Loon the other night?
The girl?
Yeah.
Yo, that's who I was telling Indio about. I was telling Indio about that. Where'd he go?
I was charging up my pimp
Freaking
hand so
hell.
strong.
I couldn't remember the end of that person's name, what it was. I thought I knew it was Psych. I didn't know it was Psycho, but I was telling Indio, I was like, dude, you missed like a hell of a conversation. I know Indio would have twisted his cap backwards and come in here like with his eyes flaming. It's just...
It was fun while it lasted, sort of.
Yeah, but I can't stand me a psychoanalyzation like from somebody who doesn't even know who we never had a conversation with us, never even yeah. And the nerve on this one, yeah? Oh, well, you guys are ganging up on me. I'm like, really? Is that what we're doing? Ganging up on me when you come in here saying you're this and you're that and fuck, dude.
He might have well just read off a script. We've heard it before.
You could hear the all hell now coming from AI Overlord wherever he is. He's like, oh hell no. I know she didn't say that.
Hell no.
Dude, there was some heavy mansplaining going on with that night, dude.
No,
Which we got accused of last night by Allison on the PNR server.
Really?
You guys remember? Yeah, Oblivion was there. He's like, dude, shut up, man. Like, yeah, she was like, Jedi was there. We're just having a conversation. Well, I didn't enter the chat at that point, but I was listening, and she had a couple of simps that were in there, kind of like advocating for her. But then she went into the whole, oh, I'm not going to be listening to your mansplaining. I'm like, what? What are you doing, dude? 24/7 never does that. Like, we're only telling people if you are a man or woman, we don't care. Like, you're gonna get the same kind of like.
You missed a part of the story where she was talking to Mary Mom, and she's like, "I don't want to talk to you. You're so rude." And then she's like, "Okay, talk to the guys." And then the guys start talking. Stop mansplaining.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to talk to you because I can't use the sexist excuse because you're a woman. So I need to talk to a man so I can use my excuses.
Your eyes must have did cartwheels in the back of your head, man, when you heard that shit.
I would have went full misogynist.
Well, you kind of did. Well, not really, but I mean, were you there? I think you were.
Yes. No, I wasn't there. I was only there for the psych lady.
And then she had a couple of simps. They came in here and were like, oh, Allison, you know you're talking to flat earthers. I'm like, oh my God, bro.
Oh, okay.
Dude, Allison said multiple times, I know about science. Stop patronizing me. You know, I know about it. You don't have to act like, oh, what's this and what's that. The first thing you do in science is you make a theory.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah, Jedi came through with that old hot sauce, but she wasn't trying to hear that.
Hey, you don't want to hear Jedi? Hey, if you don't
Yeah,
want to hear Jedi, man.
What's the first step in the scientific method? Or no, he said, what's the independent variable? What is it? What is it? She didn't want to tell
He
him.
was like, no, she said you can have multiple independent variables.
Oh my god.
I know about science. Don't try to patronize me.
Such goofy people,
Well, if you
man.
know
Like,
them demonstrate it. I know they're so goofy.
I could have asked her, what are you selling so I could be your patron?
oh shit. Yeah, you'd probably
We're
piss
not
Glue
buying it,
and that other dude off. The biggest simps for her.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, he was going ham skis on you on the text chat. He didn't fucking like you at all, dude. He was calling AI bitches and hoes in the text chat. I was like, fuck, dude. He was flaming
Dude,
AI.
he was threatened. He was threatened because he knows that they polled liberal women, and one of their number one fantasies involves conservative men. And so he knows that he has no chance with Allison whatsoever. Even though I have nothing of a desire for Allison, I actually have a 90% chance if I so desired, and that's what was threatening him.
Dude, he was.
Now, basically, simp don't get it done. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, totally, dude. And I think partly, I mean, the reason why he was just so pissy with you is just, yeah. He just doesn't have what it takes. His simping reached a level that was just like, yeah, but it's not getting it done, bro.
Yeah, Allison was saying that measuring a triangle is science as well.
Oh, yeah. What are you saying? We don't measure? Like, no, but
you can measure anything.
Okay, so if you say a process contains parts, and therefore other things that contain that part are then the same as that process, you've committed a fallacy, known as what?
Composition.
Correct.
Nice.
I knew that one, Heretic. I was just waiting to see if you knew.
Yep.
Dude, that's why I love the Mandela effect, bro. Because if I'm ever wrong, it's because you're misremembering.
That's because you fixed the timeline that way.
Exactly.
Usually when I used to get into those discussions about that, they were like, well, it's always been that way. Oh, like, bullshit, dude. Like, I don't know where... You're from a different timeline.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're here once a month, Saturday of the month usually. Yeah, we're on Republicans.
What? Republicans?
I think he said Republicans are the most virile men on the face of the planet.
What the hell? He's talking to somebody on the beach.
He's like, yeah, I'm a Republican.
MAGA, bitch. Dude, over there, he'd get freaking melee, dude. They'd be like, did he just say MAGA? You'd have the pitchforks and torches lit faster than you could take off running. That's all right. CB's kind of fast anyway, so he's been working out. Right, AI?
And wiry. He's wiry, too. Squirm out. But yeah, we had somebody the other day, dude, making bold claims about you can't do this and you can't do that. So I just pressed them on, well, how do you know that? Based on what? And they said, based on this. And I said, well, that doesn't follow. Then I got accused of having an agenda. I got accused of beating up on somebody. I'm like, I'm just scrutinizing your claim. You claim this to know that this thing can't happen. So I just said, how do you know that? What's wrong with that? So for example, here's one. I'll harp on that again. Is there an outside of the container of the? So you have a contained environment. Let's say, is there an outside to it? You know, someone says you can't have gas pressure without a container. Therefore, we live in a contained environment. Okay, is there an outside to that environment beyond the container?
I believe so.
So you have to have one, because if you need to contain gas for filling an available volume, you'd have to have an available volume, which would be the space outside the container, right? Otherwise, the container would be irrelevant.
Yep.
So by appealing to a container, you're appealing to a boundary from where there's an inside and an outside. The gas is on the inside, and whatever is on the outside, right? Now, we also know that containers that hold gas can have gas come in and come out through a port, right? Or a door, or an airlock, right? So just because you have an inside and an outside in a gaseous contained environment doesn't mean that you can't travel outside of it. It doesn't logically follow. Yet this person was saying, yes, it means you can't travel outside of it. You can't go past the container. Can't do it. And I'm like, did you ever hear of a door? Like, you know, a door? You know, a door? You know, one of those things that's a door? They're like, oh my goodness, you got me.
Hypothetically, could a looping boundary condition confine existence such that you have a pressurized container?
Sure. It's a fixed available volume, correct?
Correct. No embedding space required.
With nowhere for the gas pressure to leave to. Therefore, there's no reason to have a boundary to prevent it from leaving there.
Yeah, you just have existence.
Now, some people who are flat earthers find this concept unpalatable because then they can't use their gas pressure argument. Because then it's basically like, well, if you have a fixed volume, then the fixed volume could be the universe, and that scares me because then I might be conceding, outer space exists. Well, guess what? You've already conceded outer space exists with your container argument because you've conceded an inside and an outside. So if you have the inside space within the container, what would that make the space outside the container? Outside space, out space, and you would also be conceding that it's preventing the gas from entering an area in which it would otherwise occupy. So let's say there's no gas in that area, so it would be a vacuum. It would be an outside space with the vacuum that is separated by a barrier containing the inside space with the gas. So whether you realize it or not, part of the logical options is that you're within a container inside a giant vacuum space, whether you realize it or not. Now, you could say, no, I don't believe that. No, I don't have any evidence for that. But it's one of the logical options. Then you have to be honest with yourself and say, yeah, that is one of the logical options. Instead of being a terrified little girl about it and be like, oh, no, because if outer space exists, the Earth can't be flat. Well, that's not true. Not true at all. The Earth is flat because it's flat. Not because it's in a gaseous environment or not in a gaseous environment.
What is that a proposition that
see
you
the
have,
headlights
Amish?
now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm asking Amish what proposition. Like, where did you? Is this a proposition of a making of your own, or are you borrowing this from somewhere else? Oh, I guess he's busy.
Well, to be fair, Arwen had that idea a long time ago. I'm not saying that this guy didn't have his own idea, but I'm just saying Arwen posited that idea that you're in a rectangular loop. Much like the the military grid map. There's actually a video out there called "The Earth is a Rectangle." Very interesting video. Whether it's a rectangle or not doesn't matter. It's just an interesting video where they talk about the accuracy of maps and that if it was a looping model, then the military maps would work perfectly.
Because it sounds to me, correct me if I'm wrong, but a Pac-Man model.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, I just want to point this out philosophically that right now there are Globers out there laughing at us. You guys are so dumb, you think you can travel straight forward and then arrive at a different location in space by transposing from one location to another without traveling actual space. That's retarded. You guys are stupid. Oh, well then what's a wormhole in your view? Oh, what's that movie Interstellar where they have a piece of paper and they poke a pencil through it? Guess what? Guess what, guys who just laughed at flat earthers for believing that? You already believe it in your model. Wow. They watched Interstellar and didn't bat an eye with all that nonsense.
Believe that could also
about how black holes are like depositories of ancient
I told
knowledge, and you can go through a wormhole. But if a flat earther says it, he's an idiot. Get real.
Oh, I don't know. AI, you've been
You guys
kinda
got such double standards. Go ahead.
You're going in and out a little bit. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was trying to figure out where the pause was, but I don't know if you want to give a mic check again.
He's on a freaking Android. What do you expect?
Oh shit!
Yeah, I'm gonna talk my shit. Yeah, I'm gonna say it.
I can't say anything, dude, because I got an iPhone. So
Well, man, Apple ain't that good. That pencil through the paper was done in Event Horizon first, so don't talk shit about frickin'.
no, like the idea. Okay, so that
You wish you had an
particular
Apple wheelchair, man.
that particular idea is not old or is not new at all. Goes really far back. But Enoch has also talked about this very same thing. The sun's moving through these portals. I mean, it's just the way it described the way the sun's movement is. Goes into a chamber, and it's like we don't ever see that because, according to the way we're proposing, the sun's always above the horizon or above the earth. So if that's the case, then it never goes through anything. But the way it's being proposed is that it does. So I don't know. Like I was telling what's his name that comes in here and says the Earth's like a Pac-Man model. Like in the way he says it, it reduces the proposition down to redundant. So I don't know if I was just saying it that way because it's what's been proposed already. But how do we know what the parts of reality where we can't really figure out like what the sun is actually, like knowing what it is and how it mechanically operates. If we don't know these things, how can we presume to say that it does something that we are saying that it's doing if we don't know what it is?
Consider this, and there's a concept in geometry where you can have an XYZ Cartesian space where everything is flat but repeats on itself. It's called a 3 torus. In any direction you go brings you back to where you started. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
A Klein bottle or something?
No, it's
it's similar concept, right? Where the lines reconverge and there's no way to break them apart. And if you do cut them in half, they just end up with multiplicity of the same shape. So you end up with an infinite permutation of loops that always bring you back where you started. Right? And so a lot of people will laugh when people talk about this stuff, but I just want to point out, like, they laughed at Arwen. Globers make fun of him hardcore about it. Even flat earthers make fun of him. And then some of those very same flat earthers believe that the Enoch is describing a teleporting sun. So, like, if you have a sun that can teleport in your worldview that you already concede and believe in, And why? How can you make fun of Arwen for saying, well, if you just travel straight, you end up looping back around through some kind of, cosmic metaphysical transposition? So I'm just pointing out, like, a lot of people believe this type of stuff in their own worldview while simultaneously mocking other people for it.
Hey, shout out to that boy Arwen, man. Hope he's doing all right. I ain't spoke to him since like last summer.
But he's been popping in the FED server after
He was coming
hours.
around for like a little bit.
Times.
Oh, that's
cool. He's been the past couple of weeks. He's been
He's
around.
still doing all right, man. Oh, cool. Wait, is it like Oakley's show?
He pops into, I think you and CB are on
No, he
a
just goes to
delay.
the server and hangs out.
He pops into Earth Awakening. CB, you might be on a delay, man.
Am I on the delay?
Well, yeah, you were cutting right in the middle of AI. I don't know if he was or you were, or like how that worked, but I'm just making you aware.
It's got to be the Apple Android thing for sure. It's the Apple beat for sure, man.
Freaking
Am I coming through all right?
I will pop it in the Earth Awakening server a few times. I've seen him there.
W. I got to give a shout out to Arwen because he's a big reason. Actually, he's the reason why I have my name currently. He didn't choose it for me, but I was rolling around on the internet with my actual name. If some of you guys know what that is, and he thought I was trolling, right? Because it's another celebrity's name, and he's like, "Who is this? I'm gonna ban you right now." And I'm like, "Wait." I was like, "Wait, hold on, dude. I'm for real." No, he's like, "Get you another name, man." So I came up with Creation Bear. Shout out to Arwen, man. That's the homie, low key. Only some of you guys know my actual name, though.
Yeah, it's Edward Pendle Smythe the third.
Yeah, Charles Flaggington the Third.
It's Flaggington. That's funny.
Dude, there's so many people out right now. I had to jump out because there's a big Trump thing out on the boardwalk there. I had to like go talk to them real quick.
Hey, go dab the homies, man.
I did. Honestly, it was so funny. I was like, "Hey, how many people freak out on you guys?" And then, like, literally, as I'm standing there, like 3 girls walk by. "Ah, fuck you!" I'm like, "Oh, classic. We are in California, bro.
Holy smokes!
You're ugly." Like they had no argument or anything. Just like you suck. Just
So
we had
far
like a
back,
nice
dude.
talk,
You'll be
though.
like, dude, I look good, man. What's up?
No, well, they were talking about the other guys, of course, you know. But
Yeah. Oh, you talking to me? Me? Nah, that can't be. I'm looking fly as hell.
In a book by Michio Kaku called Hyperspace, I think it came out in the 90s, he conceives of a universe that is both expanding and loops in any direction you go.
Isn't that the conception of the cosmology that we're in, right? It's the universe. There's a way I read it. The universe is expanding into itself.
Right, and it also loops such that you could take a telescope and see the back of your head.
Yeah. It's going to fry your noodle if you try to think about it. How does something expand into itself?
Well, what does that tell you? It tells you that they don't have an answer about the overall structure of the universe, and they require exotic answers to the edge, how it functions, where it is, how it's being in the space that it is, all of these answers. The same kind of questions they ask us. Well, if the Earth is flat, where's the edge? Where is it? It's the same problems they have in their model. The problem is they don't understand that they have the same problems.
Yeah, check out the AI answer if you guys don't believe it. Watch this. I'm gonna clip it right here. Oh shit. I put it in text chat. Link. It's expanding into itself.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's a toroidal field, guys. Toroidal field. Hey, Alpha, humor me for a minute, and I put a prompt of some kind for you in text chat. I'm curious to see what the AI says.
What's the prompt? Let's see.
Oh, wait a minute. So if a flat earther makes a video, Earth is a toroid field, they're an idiot. But if a globe earther makes a video, the universe is a toroid field, they're a Nobel Prize winner. I get it.
That's how it goes.
All right, let's have a look.
But don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they're both not idiots.
Yeah, but then when they talk about a toroidal topology, it's these flux lines of an ether field, which it's like, okay, dude, how'd you measure that? How'd you determine the geometry? What's up, Alpha?
Oh man, it goes. I can't even fit this in the screen. So, topographical structure of a 3 torus universe, no embedding. That's what you put, right? Imagine a 3D space where each of the 3 spatial dimensions loops back on itself, like how a video game map might wrap around when you go off one edge and appear on the opposite side. This space is called a 3 torus and has the following properties: closed but unbounded. The universe has no edges or boundaries. If you travel far enough in any direction, you'll eventually return onto your starting point. Despite being finite in volume, it's unbounded, meaning you can travel forever without encountering a wall or limit. No external outside. There is no higher dimensional space than the universe is embedded in. The 3 torus exists purely as a topological structure, self-contained. This differs from imagining a donut-shaped universe sitting in 4D space. Instead, space just is. The outside has no meaning. Local Euclidean, every small region of space feels like normal, flat 3D space. Euclidean, local physics behaves just as it does in a familiar Cartesian coordinates. The curvature is 0. The topology is flat, but globally twisted. Global identification. Say again.
How about them apples?
Yeah, no, it's always, it needs to just, like the whole idea of saying Pac-Man model, it reduces all of this to absurdity.
Yeah, I know, and it's often proffered by people who don't really know what they're talking about or never really looked into this. They just smoked a bong and said, dude,
the Pac-Man model, dudes. They're like, yeah.
So we talked to the new guy?
Carolina Reaper colonoscopy. That would hurt like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing on Taco Bell, dude.
He ain't new. That's just his cope avatar.
His cope avatar.
Yeah, it's obviously an allusion to some of Quantum Eraser's rhetoric about, concertina wires, Carolina Reapers.
Yeah.
Is he one of our boys?
No, he's one of the damned that's probably got chewed out by Quantum Eraser before or something. I don't know.
He got it so bad that he got it so bad that he had to put it as his name. Like, dude, I feel like I've just had a Carolina Reaper colonoscopy.
How about a Carolina Reaper suppository? Heyo.
Dude.
Oh my.
That would not be good. Not even a little bit.
Dude, he's boofing them fumes straight off the Carolina Reaper gas.
That man said boofing, man.
That's an old word. I haven't heard that in a while.
I always perform better on interviews that way.
Have you boofed today?
You know, when I was in high school, that was a term for smoking.
Oh yeah, I remember that too. Yeah, I mean that carried on for a while, bro. Like when I went to high school in like the early
Let's go
'90s.
boof. Yeah, that's crazy.
Hey, you know, I've seen
All
this
right, Carolina.
this particular proposition demonstrated within the Bugs Bunny cartoon, where what's his face puts a shotgun into a hole and then it comes out poking him in the back.
Oh yeah, that was a good script. That's a good one.
That's exactly what this is describing.
Wow.
Yep. Now, interestingly enough, though, a lot of people will discount this. A lot of flat earthers will laugh at this. Fair enough for the reasons that they have, but they haven't really thought it out. It's because a lot of these same flat earthers who laugh at it are actually specific theists who believe in an entity that's responsible for the creation of the universe, who itself is non-spatial. So they believe in an entity that has no spatial dimensions, can give rise to spatial dimensions, yet they then think that spatial dimensions are the ultimate arbiter of where things can be located. That is not coherent.
GPS God positioning system.
Oh, or glob.
This stated exactly what you just said, though. AI, the intuition without embedding. Look, it actually almost verbatim. Dude, it's kind of scary that you just said what I was looking at. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it. And
Yeah, bro. It's very powerful because if you think about objects in embedded space or entities in embedded space, now, if you are a specific theist who believes in a transcendental creator type thing, where's his embedded space? If you say he has to be an embedded space, then how could he have created space? He'd be subordinate to space. And you're shooting yourself in the foot because now you don't have an all-powerful deity. So you say you believe in an all-powerful deity, and then you take him right off the throne, and you make him subordinate to your limited worldview because your mind can't understand non-embedded space. But guess what? If non-embedded space exists, who would be the one who could understand it? The very gods you claim to believe in, but yet deny.
I almost need to draw a parallel to the Kabbalah, where they say that God basically inhaled, and the act of inhaling created the embedding space outward as the universe.
Yeah, look at what it says here, though. To visualize the universe without embedding, don't imagine it inside a larger space. Instead, understand that the connections loop back are inherent to the fabric of the universe itself. Like a video game where space is coded to wrap, there is no outside, only what the internal logic defines.
Yo, a room full of village idiots can't even point me to the edge.
Crying out loud, dude.
The edge
Come on. All right. So what I found was interesting is I was researching and I looked really deeply at ECEF, which has a topographical plane that has in a higher dimension a point of origin that is equidistant to every point on the topographical plane, and the topographical plane loops in every direction it goes. So what you basically have is a ball, right, in a higher dimension, and from the point of origin extending out to the surface of the ball, boundary, you have a local tangent plane, but the local tangent plane is not quite local. That local tangent plane extends forever out in every, well, not forever, it extends in every direction, and it's infinite insofar as that it loops itself after a specific period, which you can define with a modulo operation, which is like taking remainders and rounding it, basically like taking a piece of string and wrapping it around a clock a number of times. And so how far that string goes is your modulo, and if you have excess string, then you go back further than where you started, and so on. So you have basically it looks to me like ECEF itself operates such that it provides a 3-axis coordinate reference system where the XY plane, to use that convention, loops in every direction, and the Z-axis extends basically outward forever from the point of origin. And the reason why they do this is they need an absolute reference frame at the point of origin to do asset tracking. And they're doing this with mathematics, even though it doesn't exist in reality.
It's funny that they have in the paradigm of the Earth being a globe this concept already worked out within the idea that the black hole would actually bend space-time such that it would connect you to different locations instantaneously. They've already have this idea has been thought of already. Like it's not like a new concept or anything, but why does it seem alien to them that because when they propose it, it's within the system that's declared as, the infinite vacuum of space. So that's a part of it. It's not it. It's not the system. It's a part of the system.
And we're the crazy ones, right? This is what they say. This is what they put out in their literature. This is what they take seriously. And we're the crazy ones for saying that, hey guys, you don't experience curvature or earth spin, and you can't measure it and you can't detect it. And nobody ever has or ever will.
Three Taurus universe. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, there may be something to it. I mean, like the whole Globus Cruciger that Aethergress likes to post, which was a symbolic representation of the world, was a sphere, right? So if you think about it, the sphere kind of represents the 3 Taurus, but in 2 dimensions. If you're an ant on that ball, you can go in any direction on the ball and end up where you started, as long as you go in a straight line, a great circle route. Well, extend that to 3 dimensions. It goes from a 2 sphere, which is a flat spherical surface that loops, to 3 dimensions that loops. And you have the same thing. You just add an extra dimension to it.
All right. So what you're trying to say is that we in the Terra live in 3 dimensions, but the cosmos above us is in 4 dimensions. And our interpretation of 4 to 3, when we have to lose the 1 and carry the banana, we end up with the interpretation of the Earth as a sphere rather than the true interpretation that the sky is not the Earth.
AI, you're like, that's exactly what I'm trying to say, except, sans banana.
No, the banana is required. I'm sorry.
It's crucial.
Yep.
The banana is crucial, yes.
That's the scaling factor. Hey, yo.
It's a family show, guys.
I mean, how else are you going to translate the coordinate system from one to the other? You need the fucking banana, guys.
Hey, you guys ever seen a 4th dimensional rotation?
Funny you bring that up. The human mind is capable of conceiving this.
Well, it's a question. Have you ever seen one? Have you ever seen one?
No, but I can conceive of one, but I have never seen. Well, I don't know. Maybe I have. Maybe at nighttime.
No, you have. It's a trick question. You have. You just don't know that that's what you were looking at. You see it all the time.
Yeah.
So the 4th dimensional rotation that you see all the time, what something would look like if it was rotated in 4th dimensional space, you see it all the time. Guess what it is? Your reflection.
I like it. You get all 5 gold stars, AI. I mean, I can see this. I bow to your intellectual prowess. It makes sense.
The same. You could practice this with 2-dimensional objects, like a shape, right? Like an L shape, and then you rotate it in the 3rd dimension. So if you rotate a Tetris piece, remember Tetris, right? It was 2D point. Mm-hmm. And if you rotate the Tetris piece, it just rotates like you'd expect it to.
Right.
But what if you can rotate it on an additional axis in the 3rd dimension? You end up with a shape that can't be reflected back to the original shape. It's gained a new property in another space.
That's right. You need the 4th dimension to do the rotation.
Right.
I mean, that's
when you return. Yeah. So when you return it back to 2D space, it no longer is similar to the previous shape. So it's gained an attribute by being in the next dimension for a period of time.
This man knows what a quaternion is. I'm just saying, folks.
Yeah, so where's the experiment? Where's the experiment that proved uniformitarianism? No, why was that question relevant for those who don't know? As well, because most people assume that whatever's going on in the Terra, the rules that things obey, must also be going on in the cosmos. And so you have a unified space in which everything has a uniformitarian approach. So the same rules of physics, the same rules of dimensionality, et cetera, et cetera. But if you've never been to that space, a million jillion light years away, how can you tell me it operates the same way as here? You can't. You can only see the end result. So, for example, you can only see the reflection. You have no idea how many dimensions that's been rotated in first. You could never make any of these metaphysical claims. And so they operate under the assumption of uniformitarianism because it's simpler for the human mind to wrap their head around rather than operate in all these unknowns about space you don't know about. Think about it this way. They don't want to operate in unknowns about space they don't know about. So instead, they just say, I know about it. Like magic.
Yeah, wrap their head around. I see what you did there.
You could be in the same space and experience non-uniformitarianism, right? Like, it brings to mind J.R.R. Tolkien, who wrote in Silmarillion, I don't even know if I pronounced that right, that the Earth used to be flat, and then, God came in and bam, whacked it, and it turned into a globe. Which means it had to transform the entire geometry.
Why did he do that? Right, but why did he do that?
Oh, well, it's a deception.
I think it was because man was a bunch of assholes and he didn't want him getting out.
Make time zones.
And look what happens with WGS84, the ECEF reference frame. I mean, everything that you can look at in the official documentation, the literature from all the science and engineers out there, it appears as though we're in a bounded reality of some kind. I almost hate to give credit to the Gnostics for figuring out that we're confined here, but I'm also okay with it.
That's why they say this phrase, till I shuffle off the mortal coil. Then I will escape the prison.
Yeah, that snake wrapping itself around the egg, huh? That little snake loves that egg.
Yeah, Matthew, is God powerful and smart enough to make a universe that's simply flat and has a flat Earth? But because we are humans and flawed and we misinterpret information, we perceive it as something that it's actually not. Is that possible?
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
All right. So you're
smokes,
saying there's a chance. You're saying there's a chance.
Fucking AI's got like he's on fire mode, dude. He's just like flaming everything. There's no stopping this man.
We got to record this whole session. Thanks.
We have to contain him in a bounded space because he's just broke free from the Matrix.
Yeah, you know what else broke free?
Free Taurus, man.
You know what else broke free?
What else, man? Come on, tell me.
Your brain broke free. Yeah,
broke free.
You think the
free these chains, man. We broke free these chains.
Just let the girly laugh again.
Oh shit!
Wait, what are you talking about?
You're still broke though.
Well, no, but you think the Earth is flat. I'm not broke though. So
your chains are wrapped around a ball, man. You got to free those chains.
Brother, hold on.
Cool boy. Do you have it? Do you have anything as far as the conversation in this room goes? Do you have anything of substance to add about the shape of the Earth?
Well, I can prove to you that the Earth curves easily.
Okay, how did you do that?
Here he goes again.
Have you done that?
Hold on, I'm about to show you something. Let me go outside real quick. Give me 2 seconds.
Let me go outside. I'm going to show you something outside.
All right.
I'm going to show you my 18th account on here.
Hey, just remember, chat, we cooked this dude on gas pressure. Oh, it's been confirmed. He's done. There's no coming back.
This is his 80th time here. Yeah, he's
what's
been
his
here
name?
about 80 times, guys, on different accounts every time.
This is stupid idiot master.
Yeah, that's it.
Is it? Hey,
Jedi, it sounds like you're talking to us from Dimension X.
Yep.
Through the
And he said, good. Jedi. He's like, how about fuck you? Good.
He's a YN, guys. So if you need to put me in, I got it.
Oh, this is the dude that was trying to say that you're not hard enough, right?
He said, what you know about them YNs, Amish?
Listen, I read a lot and I've got a good memory.
Okay.
He said you're not a YN, however.
I am.
No, I know. He said you're not, though. That's what he's.
Well, I am.
I remember if it's a guy that was in here the other day.
Okay, I'm outside, but I'm about to show you the curve.
Go ahead, man.
Oh man, it's gonna be hot.
I'm about to beat right now. There's curve everywhere, my boy.
You're lucky I can't turn on my camera because too many people have their cameras on. So.
I would say we're fortunate that you can't turn on your camera, to be honest, but okay.
We don't want to see those spaghetti arms of yours.
Yeah, I can easily show you that the earth is, flat.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we go, picture of a hill of dirt.
Did he say you could easily show the earth is flat?
Listen, cool guy, a guy who calls himself Pea Drinker did it before you, so.
Oh man, dude, hold on. You pulled a switcheroo. At first he said he's going to show us the curvature. Now he says he's going to show us everything flat. What's up?
Good catch, man. Yeah, look, what's up with that, dude?
So you can't hear anything proper, so you're stupid. Okay.
You're reversing the proposition on us. I mean, come on. I mean, you're basically going from like accepting the alternative hypothesis to rejecting the null.
Well, no, I just showed you that the earth is flat. Excuse me, around. My bad.
Freudian slip,
brother. Clipboard, where you at, brother?
He's not even nowhere to be found, man.
Clip that. Somebody clip that.
Clip what? Oh yeah, you're gonna shove it down so it looks like I said the earth is flat. That's interesting.
Well, dude,
say
you
it again.
said it, man. Come on.
Well, I just corrected myself. I corrected myself.
You were correct the first time. You don't need to correct.
No, I wasn't. You're wrong, okay? I can easily show you. And look, even right here on the ground, there's a curve. What are you talking about?
Take a picture.
Dude, P Drinker did it better than you. He talked about earthworms. Earthworms cause earth curvature, bro. Earthworms curve the earth, man. That's what causes it. Scientifically causes. People ask for what is a scientific proof of earth curvature? It's supposed to be a trap. Freaking earthworms, dude. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, the P Drinker guy had something going on.
This guy's laugh is like a cartoon character.
I'm going to crash out right now.
You're lucky I can't turn on my camera. Hold on.
He laughs like the guy from. He laughs like the guy from Don't Be a Menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood.
It's kind of
no legs. Remember legs?
Man. Yeah. I have no legs.
Still's about to happen. I'm about to show you the curve.
Oh, man, we'll come.
He's going to leave a footprint in the beach on the sand. He'll be like, boom, there you go.
I'm doing that right now. I'm literally doing that right now.
Man, hurry up with your evidence, dude. Like, we got all day.
Yeah, hurry up.
Look in the chat. Yeah, what do we see?
The curve right there. You're stupid.
On the fence.
Where, dude? The hell?
You're actually stupid.
Dude, that fence,
is that your backyard? Is that your whip, bro? Is that your whip?
This is my backyard.
Oh, that's cute, bro. That's cute, man.
Dude,
no,
that's a fire whip, dude. That shit fire.
Now I went to the neighbor's backyard.
That's your backyard. Let's be honest.
That ride is slammed, yo. You got bags on that ride?
Wait, are you jumping on a trampoline?
No.
Yeah,
that's what it is. That's what it is. It's a trampoline.
I went over the fence.
He's on a trampoline.
Hey, that's cute, bro. That's cute, man.
That's cute, right? Now I wanted to go up here because you can see more clearly.
I didn't make any excuse, CB. No, man. I just wanted to go up there to like show you the earth is curved.
Cool boy. If you want to impress me, cool boy, listen, bro. You gotta get an infrared conversion camera in the lens.
But I just showed you the curve.
To us in infrared, man. We want to see the curve that's not refracted, dude. Show us an unrefracted curve. Go in your backyard, pop on an infrared lens.
But I just showed you the curve of the earth.
No, it's refracted.
What do you mean it's refracted? I just showed you the curve.
Oh, do you deny refraction?
I just showed you the curve, though.
No, that's totally refracted.
Meanwhile, you clearly saw the curve. You want to show the picture again?
No, listen. If you put your hand in front of your face, you're refracted, bro.
No, but I just showed you the curve of the earth, though. Crazy.
Is that your head in front of you?
Your face, man.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Now you're denying it. Okay.
It's a curve of your nose, man. Your nose got mega curve.
No, that's crazy though. But hold
Oh,
on.
what is he? One of them boys? Oh, snap!
Oh, he timed out.
Oh, weird. Hold on. Yeah, though. I showed you the curve. It was that simple.
Listen, man, he has some tribal needs. Know what I'm saying?
I just showed you the curve of the earth. Hold on, I just showed you the curve though. You're stupid. You're actually stupid.
Wait, why was your fence concave though? It was curved the wrong direction.
No, it isn't. What are you talking about? You dumb?
Post that picture again. I want to see your. Go hop in that whip.
Okay, bro. I'm not.
Are you? Oh, you don't have your license yet? Yeah, you're a passenger princess.
No, it got taken away, man.
You swerving too hard?
He thought he saw a curve and it was straight.
Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, I just showed you the curve. Can't deny it. Funky.
Officer, I swear to God, officer, there's curve.
Could you stop, dude? Could you stop crinkling the chip bag for goodness sakes?
Well, he's trying to get in the backseat of the whip, man. You gotta give him a chance.
Hold on, I'm about to leave. Okay, I'm back. Hello.
All right.
That's really crazy that you think that there's this flat. That's embarrassing.
Dude, is that the police siren? Hear that
Wait,
shit? Dude. Police are coming, cool guy.
There's literally an officer right here behind me. That's crazy.
Don't be paranoid, man. Act normal, okay? Just take a deep breath.
He's writing tickets for guys drinking beers on the beach. It was savage.
Remember, it's not like 3 drinks only. It's not 2 drinks. It's not 1. It's none, officer. I had nothing to drink. Got it?
That's really funny. Right.
Yeah, I mean, you say 1, you're done, right?
Wait, where's the stream at? Hold on.
Hey, remember when we cooked you on gas pressure, bro? I remember.
Cooking with gas, man. Cooking with gas.
Yeah, methamphetamine.
You remember that? How you need a container? Remember?
Yo, how come you said cook them on gas pressure? He's like, yeah, methamphetamines. Like that was his first response, like a Rorschach test.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I'm smoking meth right now. So.
Oh my gosh, Globers, man, they're degenerates.
I'm a degenerate.
That's
really
some watermelon warrior.
Really ironic coming from you. Really ironic.
Oh yeah, well I'm drinking a Cab Sauv right now, man. I'm just having some wine, and you're like smoking freaking crack or something. Jeez.
Meth and crack are not the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know because I'm innocent. Well, okay.
Matthew, do you condone this degeneracy that the globe belief clearly results in?
Anyway, that's pretty ironic because you think the Earth is flat, even though I clearly showed you the curve of the Earth. So,
I think drug use is not correlated to the belief in the shape of the Earth. I think they're separate questions, and I don't condone drug use.
Dude, have you read Michio Kaku's book on hyperspace?
No, I haven't.
Go read that book on hyperspace and tell me that he was not. No, I'm saying
on the myth.
On something, dude.
Yeah.
All right, kid, you gotta go on mute, Holmes. And listen to your crackly ass mic anymore.
Frito's bag.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Just use your iPhone. You're a YN. You can get this.
Shit, someone killed the chat. Fuck. Was that Jedi? It sounded like a microwave. Oh wait, he's gone. Oh, he's here. Okay, so that wasn't Jedi because he's still like muted. Bueller.
What's going on?
There he is. Jedi, it sounds like the mic is like on your teeth.
Okay, thanks for letting me know, mate.
Okay. That wasn't harsh criticism, man. Like we're kind of like chilling out and having fun.
It's alright, mate. I was just in the bathroom brushing my teeth. I just heard my name being called, that was all.
Were you brushing your teeth with your microphone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn.
That explains it. Yeah, please don't wipe your ass next.
Hey, wait a minute.
I wonder what that might sound like.
He does not speak for. Look, he does not speak for all of us. Okay.
I mean,
I'm going to say this. I mean, there are some people that I would absolutely accept somebody speaking for me. Jedi is one of them, and among them. He's deafened too, man.
Yep. That doesn't count. Doesn't count.
All right, good. I take it back. For the live stream listeners, I take that back. I'm going to reset.
I was gonna say disavow as a joke, but
That's good too. Yeah. Oh gosh. Okay. I have to make some popcorn chicken and grits.
So we got Bra 1 just popped in. Oh shit! Wait, you got some watermelon with that?
I said popcorn chicken and grits. Oh wait, you're talking about a side, like on the side. Yeah, I thought you misunderstood me saying watermelon. Shoot, man, watermelon would be great right now. Grill? You ever grill watermelon?
I've heard of that actually.
Dude, yeah, slap it on a smoker. Cold smoke that watermelon, baby. That's and then make a drink out of it.
Nice. We got Bra 1 just popped in. Long time no see.
Bro 1 is that? Oh yeah, Brule. Brew 1. Like Brule.
Ew.
Yeah.
Wait. Ew.
Yeah, that
Wait,
guy.
is that you? That's not you.
What? Like a rogue.
Brule's actually a thing. This is a family show. Let me just focus.
I thought it was pronounced Bra-El.
Yeah, me too. Brule. I was like Brule.
Oh yeah, it is Bra-El because he's taking hella L's. You're right. Yeah, he's just gonna sit there and let us dog on him. That's crazy.
Well, we might recognize his voice from some other account, maybe.
Well, he's been over at 24/7, like
recently.
Lingering. No, this was back when we were hopping over there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's one of us. He just took the dark path, like all the anti-FEs.
Nice. Welcome to the dark side. All right. Yeah. Who's next? We have L Double, Daz Was, Matthew Learns. Ben was in the back there. You know what, Ben? We're gonna have to explain your profile picture there, Bubba.
I've got you in my sights.
I've got to explain my profile picture, or somebody else. I missed the name.
You got some splaining to do. Yeah, you.
What, the broken egg? It's a globetard in the background which
Yeah.
has been smashed.
Eggshells.
Okay. And then what about what's the thing on in front of that?
That's the egg.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
Well, there's not much more in the image. Broken
This is your globe on drugs.
Nice.
Hey,
Do you
Matthew
think the Earth
Lawrence,
looks
did
like
you-
that, sir?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My bad. Probably just a little bit of beach lag. Do you think the Earth looks like that?
Yeah, lag.
Earth is a fried egg.
I was wondering, hey, Matthew Lawrence, did you hear our earlier discussion on differential geometry and topology with regards to the universe and the world you inhabit?
No, I didn't. I'm not that good at that type of mathematics anyway. So
that's
like
fine. That's
the shape
perfectly
of space-time is like 4D or something, right?
They say, and people say it's like, well, 3 spatial plus 1 time, but it's really 4 spatial and then plus 1 time, so it's like 5D.
It might be. I don't know the math well enough to know the arguments for and against that, though.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, some people like really get good at like algebra and trig. And some people like gloss over that and then get into like the crazy crap that, you can program video games with. And it's not to denigrate one or the other. They each have practical uses. So,
yeah.
Have you ever seen this? There's a guy from Cerritos College in California. He does a geometry class on Plato's divided line. And he takes a segment from Plato's The Republic, section 509D, which Ken Wheeler's also talking about a lot. The divided line, which says that, I'm going to advance. I'm going to put a whole bunch of stuff here in one sentence, but the phi ratio is a line that is divided by the mean and extreme ratio. And what this means is basically it's a pattern for fractal geometry. And why this was important to the Greeks is because they related everything in terms of analogies. And analogies, like in English, we're seen geometrically as the same as fractal patterns and relating smaller concepts to bigger concepts. It's only 40 minutes long, and really 20 minutes is the lesson, and the other 20 minutes is commentary. He's taking questions from classes. It's freaking sharp, man. It is really good. He goes into Pythagoras, Thales' theorem, and the phi ratio, and relating it to philosophy. So if you're interested, I'll post a link here in chat.
Yeah, please do.
Kind of interesting.
Oh, okay, yeah. And Matt, I think you're honest. You can friend me. We can have chats. I'm not going to blow up at you.
Nice.
All right, I need like 2 minutes.
Yeah, take your time.
And we are still live. There's so much coverage out here, guys. It's not even funny. I wish I could turn my phone on, dude. I can't even fathom how many people are out here right now, dude. Feels over a long time.
Ooh, hey guys, I found it. Like, if I could demand everybody watch this and force you to, like Clockwork Orange, and hold your eyelids open and stuff, I would. So here it is, 17 minutes past the hour. This is worthy of attention. It's worthy of taking very slowly. If you're not familiar with the concepts, pause it, go ahead and learn on the side and figure it out.
I'm rubbing it now.
Yeah, go
rubbing it
rub
hard
your face in
now.
it, Frank. Yeah, geez.
I'm rubbing it now.
All right, there we go. Anyway, so there it is. Oh, another one. We got two of them. We got two of them. They always come in pairs. They always come 2 by 2.
No, it was the
Look
same
at that.
person.
Oh. Anywho,
No, it was two people.
Thanks for the link. I'm in the middle of answering emails and stuff, but I will watch it at some point today.
Yeah. I'm out of academic interest. I mean, from one of us to another.
And I'm actually close by. If it's Cerritos College that I'm thinking of.
Okay, well, I didn't know how to pronounce it, so it sounds like you know what it is. This guy knows what's up. Yeah, might be worth connecting to. Might make a friend.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, so Matthew, a long time ago, I thought you said that you were from Loyola University. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's a Jesuit. He's in Maryland. He's a math teacher there. And I'm like, I know exactly where that is. I'd probably go to the same sandwich shop. No, different college.
Yeah, so there is a Loyola University near me, maybe 30 miles from here, but I teach at Biola, which stands for Bible Institute of Los Angeles. That's where the name comes from.
Yeah.
You said it was a 45-minute thing. It's like 6 or 72 minutes, which is fine.
Okay.
I just want to make sure it's the right one that you're thinking of.
That is the right one.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So yeah. Excuse me. I don't think I watched past 40 minutes because, unfortunately, there's a lot of Q&A. In the Q&A, you can't hear what the audience is saying, and the lecturer doesn't repeat what the questioner asks. Like, come on, it's basic.
Teacher fail.
I know. He might be an adjunct, but he's really good with geometry. So, and he knows the philosophy of geometry. And I love this because, like, with geometry, with simple ratios, without even measurements, but ratios, right? You can build a computer with a piece of paper, a pencil, a straight edge, and a compass. And your compass could be a string that you hold down with your thumb and a pencil on the end of it. You draw arcs with. And he seems really keen on using these very primitive tools to show just how sophisticated the ancient Greeks were in coming up with this stuff. I mean, the ancient Greeks would build entire buildings by applying the same concept just at scale. They'd get something called a gnomon, which is a gigantic pole. They'd shove it into the ground. They grab like a rope or chain, and they'd drag it out at a specific radius. And they'd put a stick on the end of that rope, and they'd like draw arcs. And they would perform geometry, and this became a template for the temple. That was an ancient blueprint. The blueprints were done in like real life on the ground with dirt.
Interesting. Yeah, so there's this idea called the Turing machine that with just if you have a simple machine that can only do some really basic operations, that you can build any digital computer. And that's not what the Greeks were doing, but I'm just saying it's a similar kind of idea.
That is, yep. You take the concept and you just scale it. It's like how microarchitecture with CPUs getting smaller and smaller. It's basically doing the same thing. And they do it iteratively at a faster velocity with greater precision. And I was just talking about a couple hours ago how it's like we're still using principles developed between the first and second industrial revolutions. We haven't really progressed beyond that. We're still in like 1880. And we just got better at doing everything they did in 1880.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's other things that we do better, like new types of things. I mean, flight, like airplanes.
Oh yeah, space. Satellites. Okay. I mean, to be honest, like the Tsiolkovsky rocket equation was developed in the 1880s in Russia under an orthodox rule.
Yeah, I don't know much about the history.
Well, in the 1920s, a bunch of rocket scientists in America stole it and developed it and tried to say it works in a vacuum. The end.
See, I don't understand why some people think that rockets wouldn't work in a vacuum. I mean, I understand if people say a vacuum doesn't exist and all that, but physically, there should be no problem with a rocket working in a vacuum, right?
Well, so I think it's a false analogy. They use like Newton's cannon, or they have like an ice skater concept where if you take a solid object and you throw it away, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So when you throw this mass away, you move forward, or the other direction rather, by the quantity and the force applied to that mass that you tossed away. Well, gas molecules don't behave that way. They disperse. Well, I mean, conceptually, they have atomic mass. But gas pressure itself is not dependent on mass. Gas is freaking weird, dude. So you can have really like massive gas particles and really not massive gas particles. And you can put the same number of these in two different boxes. And you can elevate the temperature to the same temperature in the same size box. And the pressure on the walls of the box are the exact same. This is called Avogadro's. Yeah, this is Avogadro's law. This is a law, dude. This is a law from kinetic molecular theory. It's immutable.
Say that again. If you have the same amount of gas inside of a box and you increase the temperature?
If you have the same number of gas molecules, regardless of how massive they are, you can have radon in one, and you can have helium in another. And suppose you could conceptually count them out with like a butter knife, like a pharmacist, right? And you're like 1 pill, 2 pill, 3 pill, you can count them out. So you got a clump of helium, and you count them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you got a clump of radon, which is like much more massive, and you count them, you also have 10. You put them in a box, you heat up the box, and they disperse in the box, and they fill up the container. They exert the same pressure. And it's a law of nature.
Yeah, that sounds right. Okay.
Yep. So, how come more massive particles don't have greater pressure? Right? Like if I were to take a sledgehammer and swing it, it's not going to be the same as if I take like a broomstick and swing it against a pressure plate.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it has
gas is weird, dude.
With the speed of those things, the
velocity will be. That's a good question about velocity.
I think it would be the same.
Yeah.
Because I think it's the momentum of the molecules that determines the heat, right? It's not. It's the velocity and the mass. Kind of like if a car crashes,
same temperature, same everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Same temperature may translate into different different speeds for different molecules, but that's beyond what I know.
In physics, there's if you were to describe the total thermal energy of a system, like with gas pressure, it's 1/2. Oh gosh, okay, hold on. It's 0.5 times mass times velocity squared. So K is the thermal energy. K equals 1/2 times mass times velocity squared. Velocity of a gas molecule is 1 over the square root of mass. When you write these out, mass cancels out, and you're left with K, which is thermal energy, equals 0.5. Mass is not a factor in describing the amount of energy there is in a system. It's not a factor in describing the pressure there is in the system.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I know. Look, I mean, there are guys like in the Caltech forums for students and teachers, and they talk about this stuff all the time. They deliberate. There's all kinds of crazy stuff like this. The science, quote unquote, is not settled. There are contradictions all over, even like 8th grade or 11th grade physics that you teach kids. And when you get into college level stuff, they kind of do a bait and switch, and they remove Einstein and give you, or they remove Newton and give you Einstein instead. And astute students pick up on this, and they're like, "What the heck is going on here?" And so some of us, I mean, we're considered nuts. There are a lot of crazy people representing themselves as us online. And, we're not those people. I mean, some of us aren't. You might talk to some of those kind of people in here too, but we have some big questions, Matthew.
Yeah, it's good to have questions.
Yeah. It strikes to the core of accepted science going back hundreds of years. It's crazy. So gas, mass, and has no effect on pressure, which means that if gravity interacts with mass, right? Because the more massive an object is, the more gravitational field it has, it should have a greater attraction. Gas does not behave that way, even though it's said to have mass. Gas ignores mass, which means it ignores the gravitational attraction of mass attracting mass. I've been struggling with this. It's one of many things I struggle with. I'll tell you another thing I struggle with. Why does the wavelength of light determine how big of a perpendicular hole that it fits into? I mean, that's what diffraction is.
That's a good question. That's a good
question. Yeah. Flip it 90 degrees and it doesn't fit. Well, it's not going through the whole 90 degrees. So we have these questions, Matthew, and we talk about this in our back chats. I mean, I run a couple of back chats myself where we're digging into these issues nonstop. I mean, it drives you kind of nuts. How come everybody believes stuff that's accepted that is contradictory on its face? I don't know. I have no clean answers. So, I mean, if it makes me a flat earther, then so be it. I need to get started on dinner here, so I'm going to mute up and.
Yeah, thanks for the link. I appreciate it. That'll be interesting to watch.
It's really cool, man. Yep. Thanks for listening to me. So I think T-Dub, if you're active, take it away. You're along with Jedi, or among the people that I would say that could speak for me in my absence. Trust you, man. Good luck. Oh, sounds like he's doing something else. So, okay. Well, cheers.
Man, hurry up and leave so I can get him to make a bet on your behalf. Hello? I heard you.
Hello?
I heard you thinking. My microphone started smoking. I was like, that guy's thinking. All right. This is impromptu show idea junket brainstorming session. So, ideas for a show. Hit me. It's obviously going to be a Flat Earth show. It's obviously going to be broadcast from one of our venues. It's obviously going to include us as the stars of the show. It's obviously going to be like a broadcast live maybe, or recorded. Hit me with the ideas. Cooking show? No. Request denied. All right, next idea.
I got one. How does the speed of light invalidate the black swan?
Interesting. It doesn't. All right, show's over. That was the quickest show we ever did. All right, next.
Indio did a video on it.
Okay, idea. New perspective on how light reflects off of surfaces.
Okay, what's the new perspective? Or are you saving it for the premiere?
So let's take the the Black Swan, for instance. We know that the Globers are going to say that. Well, I'll just preface. They're going to say that the light is bouncing off a surface, right? So my preface is that the light bouncing off a 10-mile away horizon. What angle is the light bouncing off the surface of the water? Because it's bouncing off the surface of the water at a certain angle. Well, unfortunately for the Globers, according to the globe, that surface that the light is bouncing off is facing away from the observer. And I don't want to give too much away, but that's the basis of it.
All right. Not bad, not bad. You got sources? You got citations? You got reference videos? You got clips? You got audio? You got any of that juiciness to add to it?
I don't really have any of that. I don't really have any of that.
Get it. Get it done. Are you willing to get it done?
I can make some diagrams, probably, and yeah.
Maybe some references that explain, like total internal reflection,
right,
refraction, other type things. Andrew Thomas Young, Homeboy Sauce, whoever you need to cite.
Yeah. Based on like how reflection occurs and what angles the reflection does occur, because my point is that basically the light, if we're seeing an image of a 10-mile away horizon, that image would be reflecting up into the sky, and you would never see it as the observer. It's pointed the wrong way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, because the law of reflection, right?
Yeah.
Angle.
Yeah. So basically, if the light
of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection.
Yeah. If it's a light.
So it has to be zigzag tallywag. I got you.
Yeah. So if the light coming from the sun is at a 45-degree angle to the surface, it's going to bounce back up at approximately a 45-degree angle. It's going to be bouncing up into the sky.
Oh, yeah. So what you're trying to say, I got you. And then you won't see it because you're not in the sky.
Yeah, it's something I thought of a few years ago about refraction. When they
really all by yourself, piece. Oh, good.
Well, yeah. When they first started talking about refraction, I started thinking about it, and I'm like, no one's talking about this part.
Well, plus or minus all the ideas that helped you spawn that idea that other people helped. It's like no man's an island. I got you, but you came up with it.
Right on.
Why that's relevant? I'll tell you why, Sonny. I'm gonna give you a little critique.
Go ahead.
I heard you the other day say an argument almost verbatim that somebody else has said. And it was kind of cringe. It was kind of cringe. Not because it was a bad argument, but just because it felt like you were just copying that person rather than having your own ideas. I'm going to tell you, you have good ideas and you're actually able to carry a conversation by yourself and you don't need to copy other people. So I'd encourage you to focus on your own style and just, drop mimicking people. And so in other words, you're awesome just the way you are. And I also want to comment that the type of argument you were employing at that time was actually quite abrasive and unnecessary. And so I'd rather you not exemplify mimicking that individual in that manner and just be yourself. Because we need more individuals and not more copycats.
I gotcha.
So see, you got an original idea right there. We can make a whole show about it. It's freaking awesome.
Sounds good.
And even if you weren't the first person to come up with it, doesn't matter. It's still original to you, and it's credit to you for thinking of it.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody mention this part of refraction. And so for anybody to come up with a model, if they're not including this part of the angle of incidence on a reflective surface, then they're missing a key component.
Yeah, did you see Walter Bislin trying to make up his little thing about Black Swan?
I think I have.
And it was like, well, light rays were coming in all curved, and then they crisscrossed midair.
I don't know. I'd probably have to go back and review that.
And then he tried to pass it off, but Indio caught him out real quick. He was like, dude, if these light rays are crisscrossing before they reach the optic, then the optic is going to flip them.
Right.
And you're going to see the image upside down because the optic's going to flip them. If the bottom and the bottom's not the top, then the bottom will be the right side up. So,
yeah, wouldn't that also make it a diffused image?
Maybe.
I think on the back end, he didn't use a ray model, but just a spreadsheet lookup in a table.
No, his model was basically have a point out in the distance, have a point of the observer, and then just draw the rays however I damn well please.
Crazy.
So that they arrive at the observer. You know what I mean? As long as they arrive at the observer, everything's solved.
Yeah, it does whatever he wants it to do.
It's like a heat-seeking missile. As long as it hits the target, you win.
Yeah, my question is, are they using a reflective surface of the image? Because are they using a side view of a sphere, a curved line?
I don't know, dude. He's like, so the Black Swan has like the horizon way out there, and they're like, oh, it's refracted. So you have to have the horizon refracting over the real horizon, and the object coming up over the hill. So he had to get the light to travel over the hill of water, etc. And so he just drew curved lines to get the light to arrive back at the observer, but the lines crisscrossed, which means the top of the item and the bottom of the item are now inverted. But the image we see isn't inverted, but if it was inverted before the focal plane of the optic, then it would be flipped a second time, which would mean it'd be upside down. So you would see it upside down, which you don't. Kind of like one of those mirages that might be upside down. But it's not upside down.
Yeah, so my point is, like, if this reflected image of the horizon is bouncing up from the surface, it would also have to go forward and back down to make it appear exactly as if it were horizontal from the observer. Exactly horizontal. So good luck to the Globers in making that happen.
Well, that's kind of what he was trying to do. He was trying to do that, Sonny, something like that. And the only way he could do it was to flip the image upside down. The problem is it's not upside down when we see it.
Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't that have to be like appearing as an inferior mirage or something?
Yeah, if it's upside down. I mean, if you look at the Black Swan and the oil rigs are literally upside down, then maybe he had a case. But they're not.
And they would have
They're right side up.
They would have. Yeah, they would have to be, and it doesn't make sense. Like none of it makes sense. At 1 foot above, like the horizon should be 1.22 miles. So all the rest, all the way back as far as you can see, past 10 miles, needs to be a mirage.
Yep.
It needs to be some sort of reflected image that you're seeing beyond that 1.22 miles. And I'd really love for them to show us, but I've never heard a Glober even attempting this other than maybe what you just said. But I bet any money Walter Bislin doesn't have, he can't make up for the distance between 1.22 miles and 10 miles. They have to make up that difference of the image itself. So that means everything beyond 1.22 miles and everything above it needs to be accounted for.
But yeah, it's basically they just draw a line on a piece of paper. Say, look, I can draw a line from this point to this point. And if I can draw a line from point to point, then that must be what the light did, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the funny thing about the Black Swan is you never hear the Globers talking about the actual original video with the island off in the distance, Santa Cruz Island, at 30 miles away.
Yeah.
In the same view of the oil rigs at 10 miles away. Like what? Like why haven't they discussed how the refraction is causing that island?
Which means what? Yeah, but what does that mean, Sonny? So if I'm not mistaken, that's the only island that exists in that field of view within the visual range of the atmospheric occlusion, which means that eventually you're not going to see through the atmosphere because it becomes opaque. So that island is within the range where you can see it, but all other land masses are outside that range. So that means that you can actually see from that vantage point every single thing that's available to see. So everything that you could see, you can see.
Yeah, and I could almost guarantee
we had before you go on, we had Castle King come in here and say, "Oh, from there, I don't just want to see the oil rigs or the horizon. I want to see as far as you can see." So I go, "Yeah, you can see the island. That's everything you can see. As far as you can see is available to you to be seen." Go ahead.
Well, you know what bothers me? Sorry, Sonny.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, like, this means that all rays of light are following independent optical paths at different arcing rates over the curvature of the Earth to produce a flat image.
Whoa.
Yep. So just to really
conspiracy to be flat.
To really quickly dovetail on what you just said about the island. Now I've sailed in that vicinity many times to the Channel Islands, which that island group is a part of. I've sailed past them, and I can almost guarantee you on some days now, for all points and intents and purposes, that view of that day at 1 foot above the surface was pretty phenomenal. But I can almost guarantee, growing up in Southern California, as I have, and on the water, many days I've been out on the ocean where there's been even a farther view. So I could almost guarantee you there's probably times you get there at a certain day where the conditions are just right.
You see to Australia?
Probably see the whole line of the Channel Islands going all the way out past Santa Cruz Island, Santa Barbara Island, and out to San Miguel, which would be the furthest.
Yeah, but you won't. Yeah, but you won't see to Australia, brother.
No, definitely not.
Because let me tell you why. Because we have a problem called the air. The air is full of particulates and oxygen and things like that. And there's a dithering rate where they will scatter light. And so after about 300 miles, no light can get through the atmosphere. So you're not going to see something 1,000 miles away looking out over the ocean.
No, but they use anti-aliasing. They use anti-aliasing at that distance.
Well, dude, okay.
You get lots of popping.
You can't see through. I know, but you can't see through something that's opaque. So you're talking about video game artifacts and camera artifacts.
It's only until the system loads them into the memory, and then you get popping.
That's not reality on Earth.
But look, he's not necessarily wrong. I mean, it's kind of a similar
games, isn't it? I'm sorry.
effect. Well, dude, you're not 100% wrong. So, like you remember old games, like on Nintendo, used to have fog, and so there'd be a fog before they would render. The render distance was so close, so they'd make this fog. Then as you would go, they'd render objects, and it's kind of the same way. It's like objects greater than a few hundred miles are essentially behind the fog.
Damn.
And it doesn't matter how powerful your telescope is, you can't see through something that's opaque. But the definition of opaque is light can't pass through it. Can't see through it. Man, Sonny, that was good.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but I think I heard.
Fool me once, can't fool me again.
If you can, when you get back, just repeat the last part you said. I didn't quite catch it all. AI.
I said that was a good show. What's next?
Yeah, awesome.
He set. He was going to.
Oh, damn.
Overlord, you are hot miking. It sounds like hum.
Well, what else is going on? Nothing. So I got my club on.
All right, man, you got it. Keep going on with the Hummers.
When I hear you paint,
I'm painting.
when I hear the brush, yeah, when I hear it
So you
louder.
knew I was painting. See? Somebody knew I was painting. Good job, bro. How'd you know?
Like a fine-tooth ear.
All right, guys. Well, you know what? If you're typing in spreadsheets, I'm going to know.
Thank you, man.
Oh, yeah? What color paint am I using? That's what I thought. Amateur hour.
Acrylic.
Close. It's trim white.
I was going to say off white. I could tell by the sound. Just kidding.
Yeah, I heard the eggshell there.
You didn't say what color is it. You said what type of paint.
Yeah, enamel off white. He's painting.
What brand?
That's a little bit tougher.
DuPont.
No, it's not paint, Duro. It's not paint. I think I'm going to have to give Kiwi some shellac.
Milwaukee.
Who else is scrambling?
No one got that reference?
Who else is scrambling
Nobody got
on
that
Google
reference?
to try to find out all the different brands of paint? Like, come on.
British paints.
Sonny, if you're giving someone some shellac, what does that mean?
I don't even know. Like, I used to be a varnisher. It's similar to shellac. But when
If you're shellacking someone, what are you doing to them?
You're basically encapsulating their entire argument and saying, like, you're full of shit.
Sort of. It just means like, you're giving them the whooping.
Okay. Regular shellacking.
Maybe they never said that in the Navy.
That's a hockey term.
Yeah, don't say that in the Navy. Don't say, hey, let's go shellac Johnson tonight.
Yeah, I was never in the Army. I was a civilian, but I was like amongst the Army.
We had a game in the Army called Go Navy. What it was is you see somebody walking, you just come up right behind them and you slap them as hard as you possibly can, right on their butt cheek, trying to bring them down. Well, let me tell you, dude, sometimes you can whack somebody on the butt so hard, like they'll just instantly fall to the ground and screaming.
And then they become your buddy falcon.
Well, the moral of the story is then after they fall, you say, go Navy, and walk away.
Is that like no homo? Go Navy?
I don't appreciate these, I don't appreciate these anti-Pogue commentaries. Just kidding.
That's exactly what a Pogue would say.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was around water most of my life. So, like, what other choice was to be in the Navy? Like, and then so we were basically like grunt transporters.
Well, doesn't the Navy have Title 10 and Title 50 and other title authorities that the Army doesn't have?
Yeah, several.
Which are what?
Basically, they can operate in peacetime. Right. So the Navy fulfills a diplomatic mission apart from the other branches. So they can project power, and naval officers can perform diplomacy, unlike Army or Air Force or anybody else.
Never thought of that point.
Interesting.
Right, so if you're going to organize a special unit, you might put them under the Navy, so they get all the authorities inherited from the parent.
You guys ever seen Lone Wolf McQuade?
No, I got so much
Well, Chuck Norris
PTSD,
movie?
I never watched any of that stuff.
So in that movie, he's got a dirt bike, which has got rocket launchers on it. And he like blows up the bad guy at the end by peeling off on his dirt bike and shooting the rockets backwards as he leaves. Just blows them up.
It's like Charles Bronson, dude.
So that's actually, but that's actually that. So the old Bradleys used to have that dirt bike mounted to the back, and so the dismount on the Bradley for the scouts could get out, get his dirt bike, and ride around. Rocket launchers and everything. So I thought when I joined the cavalry that I was going to get to ride one of those dirt bikes. Because it was in the training video, like, not training video, but like promo video for the MOS.
The recruitment videos.
And so I got to my unit and I was asking about the dirt bikes. And they're like, oh no, we got rid of those because too many retards who are just running into trees. Yeah, but they said too many retards were running into trees. So we got rid of those.
That's pretty funny, man. That's like G.I. Joe. Like I had G.I.
Joe.
Joe
my whole career without the rocket dirt bike, bro.
It's like they got a private aircraft that have like doors that open up with Hellfire missiles embedded within them, and pew pew, and then they fly off.
Yeah, dude. So if there's going to be like World War III or any home turf invasion, dude, I'm bringing the rocket. It's just a dirt bike on me. My one chance.
Yeah, dirt bikes and pickup trucks. We only saw a Toyota overseas.
So pickup trucks with mounted weapons is called a technical. Technically.
You might be lagged, AI. Drop and reconnect.
Nah, dude, it's all the lead paint I'm painting.
It's refracting the Wi-Fi signal.
I thought that was one of the conspiratard reasons why they stopped using lead paint, was because of Wi-Fi and its inability to go through it.
Yeah, because that's all we do in here.
So I sent my wife to New York City.
Yeah, because that's all we do in here.
A couple of her friends. She's having a blast. I'm like, you're like having a boys' night out with my sons, just cooking and messing it up and trying to keep everything together.
When you DM me,
Don't ever discount what your wife does for you. She keeps the household together. She's the glue, the mortar that keeps the bricks together.
ugh.
I don't care how misogynistic you might be. Like, I'm trying to cook grits, and it's like water and grits and heat, and I'm struggling.
You think Kanye West is a flat earther?
Who's that?
Our Lord and Savior.
Kanye West? Like Condé Nast? What? Who?
What?
What? Connie? Connie, like...
Huh?
Connie Chung?
Actually, that's not Kenny West. That's Kenny East, because he was replaced by the high powers.
Is he a robot, boys? A lizard man?
That's not the same guy. He's a different person.
Based. You should fucking put out a flat earther song. Represent.
We got lots of Flat Earther songs, man. We got like playlists with like hundreds of songs from us. Yeah, man. If you look at Mark Sargent on YouTube, he's got a playlist he compiled from all kinds of producers. Some of us have put stuff together. So, yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
They're Flat Earthers? On God?
Californication?
Based.
Yeah, so Red Hot Chili Peppers are, and you know the Deftones? You ever listen to Deftones? They're like classic.
Remember Red Hot Chili Peppers?
They're not Flat Earthers, dude.
The Red Hot Chili Peppers told you that space might be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Based.
One of the guys from Deftones is an activist on our side.
Fucking Chad, dude. When did we become Chads? We were always Chads. That's the verdict.
Is that what you're looking for? You're looking for like the cool group? Like if all the cool people are flat earthers, then you're in?
No, I'm just here to meme.
So if you want to go back in time, you can find our YouTube channel, scroll back and hear all kinds of technical discussions, geometry, mathematics, so on and so forth. Yeah, within the past 2 hours.
Yeah, what genre music do you like?
I don't know. I don't really have a favorite. I like Kanye West's new song, though, unironically.
Do you like, let's see, do you like 311 and Linkin Park? You don't know 311? Oh,
dude, 311, man.
Wait, like the time?
No, the band, homie.
Oh my gosh, 311's my jam, dude.
Oh, we're old people. We're old people, bro. We're old people. Dang it.
We love hip hop and reggae. You put that together, that's 311.
No, bro. Today we just found out we're old fogies. We just found out we're old fogies, Holmes.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're over the hill, dude.
It's wild.
Dude, 311. Go listen to this song. It's called, what's it called? Blur?
Yeah, hold on. Which one? Blur. Blur, of course.
Where it goes. I don't know what he says. I can't even remember the lyrics right.
I don't know.
I'm like 3 cups of wine in, so I can't either. But yeah, man, like I haven't listened to 311 in like 20 years. But yeah, you know who else is cool? Sublime and like the Mighty Bosstones, same era.
Mata Boston.
Listen, brother, I'll post my song and you tell me if you like it. It's at 311 in
I
Lincoln
already
Park
love it, dude.
at a rage session. I also have it in a country, rap, and melodic version.
Yeah, I've heard that. You're talking to people in chat who like played Pac-Man at Pizza Hut on tables, and like played lawn darts with the spiky tips.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Hey, do you know that they have a physical Pong game? It's actually real blocks that float on like a track and it plays the game. Pong. It's awesome. All right, there's my song, Pong. Listen to that song. You will be amazed.
I had a pair of pogo shoes.
All right, that's it. I gotta go. on. Definitely listen to my song. It's so good. All right.
Have you ever heard the song Sweet Dreams?
Sweet dreams are made of these. Tracy, no, not Tracy Lords. Who is that? Eurythmics?
Eurythmics.
Don't be Mandela affected now. It's this, not these.
No.
True. This.
No. You can't tell me that.
He just did, dude. It's over.
Annie Lennox.
Dude, I remember watching.
How many
Empire
Linux
Strikes.
is it?
Listen, guys, I was watching Empire Strikes Back at a drive-in movie theater on top of a conversion van in the 80s.
Dude, the world is round.
I don't remember seeing C-3PO with a freaking silver leg. He had 2 golden legs.
We can't listen.
They say that's because it was so shiny that it reflected the gold off his other leg.
Oh man, refraction off the drive-in movie theater screen.
Yeah, you can't say that, dude.
I'm sorry. Well, you know what came after Empire Strikes Back was He-Man, Masters of the Universe. In Arizona, dude. I'm like in Yuma, Arizona. No. Yeah, you're talking to a bunch of old dudes on the internet. Congrats.
Based.
Yeah, my uncle took me to see The Black Hole at the drive-in cinema when I was like 8.
Yo, Black Hole, where they took the spaceship like into the black hole and they had like demonic stuff happening.
I fell asleep. I haven't even seen it.
Meanwhile, the kids are like, "What do you mean by drive-in? What's a drive-in, dude?"
I had to. She's pointing. She has the globe on the table, the horizontal, motionless, flat table, right? And she's pointing towards the screen, the Hollywood or the space rocket, and saying the sweet dreams are made of these. And she points to the globe on the TV. It's just a sweet dream.
We knew all along, boys.
She's playing with the globe on the computer and hitting the digits on the keyboard.
True.
Who are you to disagree?
True.
All right, I'm back. What I miss?
Everything and nothing at the same time.
Gemsy was singing a couple songs. He was, I think, next he was going to do the "Kisses of the Sun" song. He was going to sing that one.
Oh man, I'm all jazzed up. That song made me want to slap smack somebody.
Well, there was somebody that piped up and said, "Earth is round."
Pizzas are round. Well, some of them. Round tables, coins.
My eye is flat,
Coins.
just like my face.
You have a flat face?
I have a flat face, dude. I got picked on in school.
They smack you with the books on the face?
I mean, maybe you could segue into that because there was like a globe proof made by Eratosthenes, right? But then there was another guy, Chinese guy with a flat face. He also had made the same measurements, proving a flat Earth with a local sun. Maybe you're more into that guy.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I'm just kind of retarded.
Don't worry about it. So was Aristophanes. You're in good company.
Oh, based. I was hoping you would say that.
Did you listen to my song? I'll take that as a no. Deeply offended.
All right, Gems, you're back up. The kisses of the sun. Good.
The 311 song was called Down. That's what it was called. Oh, yeah.
It's actually funny. I went to a concert with 311 and Deftones both playing. It was Metallica, 311, and Deftones. I mean, that must have been like, I didn't even know it back then, but I guess I was getting flat smacks.
That was a pretty good lineup right there. Metallica, King Nothing.
It would
King
be
Nothing. That's about curvature. It's very noted curvature.
Is Kingsley's up? Kingsley, you're up.
What do you mean I'm up? I'm just listening.
Like you're up. Like you're up to bat. You just all you got to do. You don't have to really play a full inning. You just got to throw a or I guess field a pitch.
Okay.
Oh, based.
Mary McGill be my favorite to the world. Very young constellation. A teenage baby inside.
Hey guys, we can't play royalty music on the YouTube.
Yeah,
Got us over.
The accounts that the guys
Jamsey, you're gonna get us copyright
you
struck.
get the accounts will get copyright struck.
A clip of the song does that?
Sometimes, yeah.
I thought that was his voice.
I think like 5 seconds might be okay, but any greater than that.
How about 0 seconds? How about that?
Yeah, just to be on the safe side. I mean, the globalists tried to do that shit. You know, I mean,
There's no time limit.
Okay.
I looked into it. That's why I got rid of all my music off my clips. So there's no time limit. If they can prove that it's off their particular song for copyright, they'll have me for it. So yeah.
Yeah, that's why people play. They play it at double speed and shit.
Well, Kingsley was going to throw a pitch anyway. He was going to, I don't know if you're up to bat or if you're going to pitch, whatever you're going to do here.
I'll tell you what, there's one person that can risk the whether they're going to play copyright music or not. And that's the owners of the YouTube broadcasting channels, which are none of us. How about that? Is that fair? Just err on the safe side and just don't air any of it. Heck, we already had Helios channel. We had Helios channel down for like 8 months because of stupid, what was that guy's name? Dr. Bob, remember that? Copyright struck us.
His parody?
Bob the Science Guy.
Because he did the parody song, so he got hit for it?
No. There was an episode that we had which had a small screenshot or clip from one of his commercials that he had. So he was running for office in Arkansas, I believe. And he had a commercial on television. And we had that on our stream, and he copyright struck us for that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I know Helio does those parody songs. That's what you were talking about.
No. So in actuality, technically, we were allowed to use that content because it was a public official running for public office, and then what they broadcast in that capacity cannot be copyrighted. But, YouTube just sided with him, and it took Helio like 8 months to get his channel back. But Bob was a nice guy. He said, guys, I'll totally release the copyright strike early if you just make me a mod so that I can mute Miggy. For real, that was his deal. He wanted to be able to mute Miggy.
The science guy is a scum. The science guy's a scumbag liar.
If Flat Earth were so ridiculous, why would a so-called science guy even be talking about it? Why isn't his channel just full of experiments and stuff instead of bashing on Flat Earth?
I'm too retarded to do experiments.
Oh, I know.
I mean, yeah, he also could have just done, like, working out on the beach with his shirt off. That would have been a good channel. Would have been more use of his time. Reggie, did you ever see the episode with him on Ranty's show?
I can't remember.
He was demonstrating that the Titanic sunk because of refraction.
Yo, the flat Earth is a lie. Fuck this shit.
It's a crazy.
Bro, dude, he's here. Our champion.
Yo,
wait, did he just say fuck his shit? Bro, your shit, when it falls flat. Don't you know that?
Oh my god, I'm like this close. I am this close to joining
Checkmate.
Even this one.
Look at his profile. Is that a dog? What is that?
It's a fucking dog. His name is Jake. Jesus
That's not
Christ.
a dog. Those are round circles inside another round circle, and then a curved shit that he dropped on top of the.
Hanging out in a
Did you
channel
poop
called
on your
24/7
camera, dude?
Flat Earth has
Is your
done
profile
nothing
a picture of
for
your
your
poop?
intellect.
Oh God, audio chaos.
This is devolving quick.
Wait, I'm describing his picture. He said it was a dog, but that's not a dog. Those are round circles.
It takes infinite patience to talk with someone like you, because that's a dog.
And you don't have any of that.
What are you talking about? I don't have any of that.
To the ground.
This is non sequitur to the ground.
Yeah, circles, like the ones that you have on your picture, those are flat and round.
Yeah, sure they are. They're flat and they're round. You give them a break. They're just pixels. Look, it's not meant to be anything else. It's supposed to stimulate your imagination.
And
let
it's
you see
not a dog.
but you can't see
And it's
a
not
dog.
a dog because
You
dogs
can't see
go
a dog.
woof, woof.
You're blind to the dog of it all. Jesus
Yes, I
Christ.
am
My
blind.
dog in Christ.
Dogs in Christ. That's right.
Correct, I am blind, but I know dogs go woof, woof, and your picture is not a dog because it doesn't go woof, woof.
Yeah, but check this out. Look at my picture real quick. Look at it real hard, okay? Ready? Set. 1, 2, 3. Woof,
Hard?
Woof, woof.
Like the floor?
Did you hear that? Or were you too confused?
Dude,
by
you
the
got him to woof in front of you.
the
You're winning.
confusing shit that
He
I said.
woofed.
I
So
woofed.
you're a dog.
Yeah, there we go.
He's a
Argument
dog,
for the
bro.
globe.
There you go.
How about some
You know,
proof of the
listen,
globe?
so since you're a dog, how do dogs work on a globe?
Check out. Look in my eyes. You'll find the answer in my little doggy eyes. I
Yeah,
mean
we just want your
circles.
proof of curvature.
My circles. Proof of curvature.
Yeah, proof of curvature. You were going to present it. We thought
Pie.
we had our champion here.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
called
don't eat
pie,
too many pies, you'll
motherfucker.
get fat.
Yeah, that's just trolly though. Everybody
Hey,
else
can you
is
get a
just
We know
saying
you're a
dog?
troll.
right.
Can you get a dog to walk on the side of a spinning ball?
I could get a dog to eat a ham sandwich upside down in an elevator while listening to Katy Perry.
All right, but like
Give me
on
a
a serious note, though, could you I agree you could prove that that's a circle. Would there be consequences, or is there a way that you know how to prove a circle?
Pie. God
Okay,
damn
the
it,
ratio of
I
a
have to say that shit.
the ratio from a straight line to the circumference.
Yo, oh my god.
Pi. That's pi, right?
Mathematics geniuses.
Pies are flat, round, and delicious.
Yo, that's why this is
Nice.
24/7 flat Earth. This 24/7 degen retardism. Sorry.
Yo,
I'm
take
just
it
saying
back.
So that you could prove a circle using the ratio of pi, which is the straight line, the diameter.
A circle
in
is
reference to the
described in a mathematical equation, my friend.
Yeah, so you can
Mathematical
prove it.
equations cannot be refuted. They are true whether you like it or not.
All right, so we
Sorry,
got this. All right, so I want to make a circle. What could I use to establish a straight line? What tools
What do you need a straight line for when you're drawing a circle?
to get the radius or diameter, so I can then make the circle? I can scribe out a
The
circle.
shortest distance between 2 points and find any medium which follows the shortest distance between 2
Okay,
points.
what medium could I? What medium could I
Consider
use?
water
Yeah.
or string.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree.
Obviously.
Does anybody else agree with him? That water is a
No.
tool for establishing a straight horizontal line.
Well, the problem is, though, that the curvature of the Earth, like, it's only straight and horizontal within the curvature. So it's not really. But I think a string would do better than water. Because water's got to conform to gravity. It's variable.
It is a problem because the curvature of the Earth doesn't exist, so it is a problem for the globe.
Hey, what happened to you right there, dog? Let me look what your name is, student president dog. What happened when, like, if you weren't in this conversation about globe Earth, flat Earth, right? You would have been a-okay with being like, listen, everybody, I can make a straight line. I can use the surface of standing water at rest.
Yeah.
But now you're
Yeah.
like, wait, let me back that up.
Well, that's the point of 24/7 flat Earth. Is it's 24/7 troll you for everything.
Well, dude, the way you came into this chat dictated how people were going to treat you.
Well, am I supposed to have some kind of a response to that?
No, I mean, but dude, you can't play the victim here. You clicked on this channel. of your own
Victim.
free will. Yeah.
Victim.
Yeah, victimhood.
Show me that where I've played the victim.
Like you think everyone's being mean to you. This channel's all geared to make fun of you. You came in here like a bitch, and you're being treated like a bitch.
I didn't say those things. You said those things, and you used the word bitch.
Oh,
Like a bitch, I might add. No, you
might, but you did.
misunderstand. I just came in, expected trolling, encountered trolling, dealt with trolling, and then talked about trolling with trolls.
I tried to straighten it out. I tried to like bring it to something sensible because they're making fun of your circles, and like me and you, we both know that in reality we can make a circle from a straight line. We can establish a straight line using the surface of water. Now we're on track.
Yeah. Absolutely, we agree on that. See, and these trolls, they'll try to troll you on that. Go ahead, somebody. Go ahead, troll us. See, they're kind of withdrawn now because of what happened earlier. So now we have kind of a unique chance to actually talk some real sense. What do you say?
Really?
Yeah. Really?
Wow. Really?
Yeah. We could use the Pythagorean theorem to describe a circle. Right?
I love it. We could do it. We could revive all the old disciplines and be like, yeah, what about that, bitches? Right? And then they'd have no response.
That's right. Dude, what are they going to do? They're cooked.
What are they going to do? They're cooked. It's just commonly recognized as true. Sorry.
Where's the QE guy? That guy's really funny. I like that guy.
Yeah. Well, we shouldn't dismantle what we've built, obviously. But we certainly can't continue to perpetuate it in the form in which it manifests. But flattening the Earth, I don't think, is really the answer to that. I think it's more of a pattern, like an invitation.
Well,
hey, we're ready for something. Yeah.
Yeah. You had some deep spiritual thing to say, again.
No, I don't really.
It sounded like that's where it was. Yeah, but we don't always have to. I mean, you don't have to flatten the Earth. You just have to do it for, like, say, your house or something, right? You're going to flatten the Earth in that area, and then you want to plant like Earth and build little river, like you can do like a little water feature or some trees.
Hey, the curvature of the Earth is negligible at such scale. Come on.
What curvature?
Yeah, exactly. Cut the landscapers a break. Let's not talk about curvature when we're talking about my yard, okay?
No, I'm wondering what curvature of the Earth is negligible. Which curvature of the Earth?
Well, the curvature that naturally intersects with the particular plot of land that's called my yard.
So what curvature?
Exactly. That's my point. What curvature, indeed? Let's just pretend there's no curvature.
No, that's the point of getting in there. We know there's curvature. We have to get in there. We flatten out the land.
It's my yard. How big? How much curvature is there? Come on. Just regard it as flat. Look, for ease of talking, so we don't have to consider complex mathematical equations, let's just regard it as flat, please. Look, I can pay you in cash. See?
I'm listening.
It's natural.
It's listening.
Just flatten it. Because it's easier for everybody. I mean, it's certainly easier for us. I don't want to have to pay employee overtime as they calculate the zenith of radius x and all this shit in order to
I'm not going to need to account. I'm not going to need to disregard any curvature because it's negligible if it doesn't exist.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Think of it as not existing because we might as well. Because at this scale, it might as well not exist.
What might not as well exist?
The curvature of the Earth.
What curvature?
The one that does not exist.
Okay, there you go. Thanks.
Listen, he's confused because of the point that I brought out in the beginning. He thought that his cartoon is a dog, but we know it's not a dog. Now he thinks that the Earth
I
is the
explained
cartoon.
that it was a dog. and you accepted that
1
it was
second.
a dog.
Hello.
I don't think so.
Stop talking over
You don't win by talking over me.
Excuse me, I was in the middle of my sentence. So now you believe that the cartoon that you see on the TV, that's the Earth that you're standing on, and that's where you're confused. You see curvature on the cartoon, therefore there is curvature on the ground that you're standing on.
Yeah,
but that's the thing.
That's not
Those are two. The cartoon and the thing you're standing on, those are two different things, not the same.
Yo, listen, I don't know what you're talking about, but the cartoon shows around Earth.
No, we're not listening to
my
you.
real life shows around Earth, so I don't know what you're on about. I mean, why would the moon and the sun both be round and the Earth not be round? Think about it.
True.
Yeah.
What if the sun's flat, dipshit?
But how stupid it would be in terms of physics for it to be flat. How strange it would have to be in order to be flat.
Hello. And what in the way of physics have you done to even manipulate, modify, or anything to the sun or moon?
The mathematics just make
No, physical. You're speaking physics, not maths.
The mathematics of physics. How would you do physics without maths?
So you're still trying to prove your curvature with mathematics. All you math students are saying it's an equation.
The universe through mathematics.
The universe through mathematics. So what you're saying is the universe doesn't really exist. It's just numbers on a page.
No, it's not just numbers on a page, but
yes, it is. That's what you're basically saying to us. It's all mathematics.
Recorded as a series of metrics represented as numbers and printed on a page. Yes.
So metrics like the distance to the sun. How was that measured?
Sure. I mean, in whatever units.
How was that measured?
Choose, whatever units you choose.
How was it measured?
Why do you sound like a robot?
Because you're not fucking listening. You're waffling on with other shit. How was it measured?
How was it measured? And I've told you.
Yeah. It's not just numbers on a page. Those numbers represent something.
Yeah,
how was it measured?
As measured.
So there must have been a method by which they attained. Yeah,
absolutely.
And describe it. What did they do?
They fly satellites and probes into outside of the Earth's atmosphere.
To Uranus?
Yeah, you bet. Straight to Uranus. Yeah. Exactly. See, that's one thing. And then they also establish weights and measures. They apply names to those things. And they hold standards of those things.
One sec. Wouldn't that have required understanding of the nature of Earth to begin with, like its dimensions?
Not exactly. Like, if you say that this kilo of gold, when placed upon the scale, should measure 1 kilo in weight for that gold in order for
so they understood orbital mechanics before they understood the dimensions of the Earth.
They understood commerce and common sense and stuff, obviously.
Oh, bro, man. I'm done with this guy.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there's a point at which it just becomes common sense, and then argumentation becomes silly, and then one finds that one is utterly wrong. And it can be.
So there's a point at which becomes common sense. Okay, so water at rest is flat and level. How much more common sense do you need?
That's pretty goddamn common sense. And
excellent. So how can you have a ball tart if it's flat and level?
How can you have a what now?
A ball tart. Your so-called spherical Earth. How can this exist if water is flat and level?
Right, which is the wonderful thing.
Right, so think about it. Take a step back. You've had your little laugh. Yeah. That's the cog disc kicking in. Your alleged Earth, a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. How can this exist if 72% of it is water? And as we all know, water at rest is flat and level.
Yeah, I mean, it is in a drinking glass, isn't it? But it isn't across,
Okay, so it's flat and level in a drinking glass.
What about in your bathtub? Is it flat and level?
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
What about in a swimming pool? Is it flat and level?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Excellent. You go down to the local lake.
Yeah.
Is it flat and level?
It's starting to get where it's like, well, let's see.
Okay, stop. Where does it change from it's flat and level to it's starting to curve? At what distance does that happen?
At the point at which the human involved in measuring...
At what distance? Give me a number. Stop being a clown. You're all about mathematics? Start putting numbers out.
Well, it technically doesn't.
It doesn't curve. Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Are you aware of truncation? Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, it doesn't curve. You've just stated that quite clearly. It's flat and level. We're talking about water. You can laugh all you like, but that's just cog dis. That's just your defense mechanism.
It depends on the
You're in pain. It depends on the application. It's water. It's on the fucking ground.
For which you're measuring.
It's making a lake because there's so much of it.
It has to do with precision.
It has to do with precision.
An arbitrary decision that has to be made by the person asking for the measurement.
Okay, it's scientific fact. Water at rest is flat and level.
Well,
how much more precision do you need? We can cite this if you like.
No.
Yes. That's not a that's a yes. We can cite this
because a cloud of water in space would be neither flat nor level.
Yeah, your game over. See you later, clown. Does anyone else want to be stupid like him? Say again, Boomer.
You cooked him, bro. He's cooked.
His brain's broken, that one. Is my game sound effects coming through? Anyways. If anyone wants him unlocked, just yell. I did like the little laugh he had, though. You could tell he was in pain.
Yeah, he was nervous. It's that laugh when you got cornered, dude. You beat the crap out of him.
Okay, where's the doggy? I'm back. Doggy.
I think he got muted and left.
No, he got tired of getting owned.
I wanted to play with the doggy, guys. Come on, man.
It was rabid. It had to be put down.
You guys are having all the fun. I can't have fun. Damn it.
That thing wasn't fun, Jamesy. That was a doormat. He was an idiot.
I just wanted to point out and try to bring it back that he's believing in the cartoon. Like, you see, this dog this is a dog right here. He has a cartoon, and he believes it's a dog. He thinks it barks, shits, sits when he says sits.
Hey, Jamesy, he was trolling you.
He was trolling me? No way. I don't believe it. Prove it. Do you have any evidence?
Yeah, you believing he was pushing that was a dog.
I don't believe it. I know it.
There you go. You've been trolled perfectly.
I know he believed it was dog. And you believe I didn't know that he didn't know that it wasn't a dog.
True. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
True, though. True.
What happened?
Well, we had one troll come in, and that was about it. Wasn't anything exciting.
So a premature reaction. I mean, not like 30 minutes ago. We had AI Overlord. We had Alpha. Other people like Jedi. What happened? Yeah.
What do you mean what happened? Now we got T-Dub, Sporadic, Gemsy, we have a Batman, we have Crit. No, Crit is gone. Oh, Crit is here. We have Boomer. I mean, what else do you want? You want some rice and beans and chicken?
Mushcan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jemsy, if you could make some Mexican rice and beans, I'm all in.
All right.
Yeah, man, send some my way. That'd be awesome.
Love you, bro.
I'll share it with T-Dub.
Coming right up. We had a troll. Well, Tito believed he was a troll. I believe he's just a guy that believes that dogs are cartoons, and he believes that he lives in a cartoon. And he was demonstrating that. That's why Tito believed he was a troll, but he just believes he lives in a cartoon. And dogs are cartoons.
Empirical evidence. T-Dub. If you don't have empirical evidence, you know what that means.
Yep. Get him. He's just lucky QA's not here.
So, no globe evidence, no globe proof today? Is that right?
Moshkin has some. Moshkin, can you get it out of your pocket and show it? The evidence. Mochkane. Earth to Mochkane.
Earth, what's your definition of evidence there? Gotta make sure we're on the same page.
Well, it's whatever you can like dig down with your hand in front of your pants and pull up.
Yeah, not coming up with much there, so yeah, I don't think I can do that.
Coming up empty, yeah, I gotcha too.
How about not a cartoon of Earth that shows that water can be on the outside of a spinning ball that is in a vacuum? Not a cartoon of that, like a real example, like a real globe, real curve, real water attached on the outside of it. Can you show that?
What is a bubble?
Is that a proof question? What is a bubble?
Oh, you said you're looking for water conforming to a sphere, right? What is a bubble?
You're saying that there's water on the outside of the spinning bubble in the vacuum of space?
Oh, well, if you're going to put that into it, then no. But if you're just looking for a sphere of water.
So you say a bubble contains soil, heavy metals, plants, all those things, gas pressure on the outside of it, not in the inside, on the outside, while spinning in a vacuum. And that a bubble is an example of the globe Earth.
Would you also surmise that the band 311 is one of the best bands in the universe?
Can't be too good. I've only got one album.
Let's ask Boomer. Boomer knows about this stuff. Boomer, do you think a bubble is an example of a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space?
No.
Have you heard?
There you go, Moshkin.
Yeah, Boomer, have you heard more than one album by the band 311?
I don't even know what to think about anything. Kind of retarded.
311 has more than one album. They've got at least 3.
Based.
They are based. They're a bunch of white dudes from Oklahoma who does hip hop and reggae better than hip hop and better than reggae.
Reggae who? Don't even know who that is.
Music style, reggae.
You got to come original. You got to come original.
Come on, man. Like 90s kids, they remember.
I'm 35. Is that my time?
Could be. I'm like late 40s, so almost there.
There's no way you're 35 and don't know who. I mean, that was during your high school years was when 311 was big. Come on, man.
35-year-old boomer, dude.
Yeah, so like if you know 311, you might know Deftones.
Oh, I love Deftones, dude. That's my biggest shit right there.
Yeah, you know the guys from Deftones are also flat earthers, and they're part of our group.
No way. No fucking
No,
way.
I'm totally serious.
Fucking way.
I'm not even joking, man. Not even joking. Yep.
There's no way, bro.
I'm totally serious. Yeah, the Steve, what's his name? Yeah, like guitarist.
I don't know their names.
Dude.
What?
Yeah.
I just know there's a hole in the earth, dude. Cherry waves and shit like that.
Yeah, they got that song about a hole in the earth. Maybe I got to re-listen to that.
Yeah, dude, they're not flat earthers, dude. They're hollow earthers and flat earth. I don't know.
They come on and talk about flat Earth, dude. Like Karen B's channel, Mark Sargent.
Oh, do they really? That's pretty funny.
Yeah, they've been some backers too of some of our endeavors in media online. Yep.
The original, like the straight up original idea is that flat earthers made music and artwork and poetry. That's how it started on Discord as like an outlet for creative expression.
Okay.
It's
I'm intrigued.
ODD TV or whatever it is, Odd TV. He was the original owner of the very first 24/7. And then people got more involved, and as more and more people joined with Flat Earth, not everyone is creative or can do writing or singing. So like, well, how can I participate? And they're like, find what you can do. And that's when people started looking into logical fallacy and started looking into the proof, how to present arguments.
Yep. So it started off as like that free speech platform, bunch of artists, right? Here we are, a bunch of empirical rationalists.
And the art's still around.
Chads, dude.
The art is still around. You got special roles that give you access to it. The people who want to participate. So it's not like it hasn't gone away. It's just expanded exponentially.
Yeah. The founder was a big producer, man. So attracted a lot of people from the arts. I mean, how many actors and artists have now come out for our side? Shaquille O'Neal, like we can just go down.
No way. Really? Shaquille O'Neal or whatever his name is?
Yeah, he's one of us. He's a flat earther. Yep. Who else?
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson?
Oh, yeah. For sure. Yeah, he's been out too. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Kyrie Irving.
Also,
Kyrie. Yep, Kyrie Irving.
The president of the Philippines, Kila Tequila. No?
Yep.
It's like when the globalists used to joke around, like, hey, flat earthers, you've got members all around the earth. Yeah, you thought it was funny, but turned into a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I personally know. Hey, Corit, so one of the guys who ran for the governor of Pennsylvania recently was a flat earther. I know him and his family.
Yeah, the globalists fought flat earth so hard that people thought, well, fuck it. Let's check it out. Let's see if these people are that worked up over like such a minority group who doesn't bother anyone and minds their own business, there must be something there. And they found out it was like the anti-flat earther who's just dumb as shit. That's why they always got to try to brand you as something other than a flat earther. Like you're an audio-visual club. You're anti-Semitic. You're a conspiracy theorist. And they'll talk to you anything other than what you identify as. And at the same time, their proof is everything other than the surface of the earth.
The girl from Stranger Things.
Oh yeah, that's right. I get drawing a blank right now.
Millie Bobby Brown. Yeah, I just posted that clip the other night. There was a Vanity Fair interview. Did you see that? I posted it in the back chat. She was on some Vanity Fair interview, and they were like, "Oh, you had a video when you were younger where you were like, oh, I've just found out the Earth's flat,' type of thing. Do you still believe it?" You can tell they were trying to shame her into saying, no, I don't believe that. But the answer she gave, you can tell she's like, yeah, I know it's flat.
Yeah, she hedged her bets. Like, I'm not a flat earther, but the earth is flat.
Yeah, she was like, well, I've never seen any curvature. And then her handler, whoever this old dude is next to her, is like, but you've seen the pictures from the satellites in space. And she's like, yeah, old retarded guy, whatever.
You remember, if you want to keep your contracts and your good looks in the Hollywood place, you have to follow the lead.
But she ripped in Hollywood. She totally ripped in Hollywood too. Like they said, like they expect her to be like the that sort of like damsel in distress, cute girl, sort of like heartthrob. She's like, no, that's when I was a child. I'm a woman now. I got my own voice. I'll play the roles I want to play. I'm not
well, nowadays, if you're going to want to be a successful Hollywood style celebrity, you pretty much have to be anti-Hollywood, because the public's so sick of Hollywood celebrities. It's like they're only going to respect you if you're being different, speaking out. So
yeah, like that guy who played was it Henry Cavill?
Yeah, he's a good example.
It doesn't get talked about much, but in one of Hibbler's docos, John Cena is quickly like asked about it, and he says, "Yeah, it's flat."
Full disclosure: I was picked up for a cabinet position under Trump. I said no. I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, there was also a baseball team. Remember, there was a clip, and some like sports commentators had a guy from one of these big American baseball teams in the booth with him, and he was saying like, "What's going on in the locker room? What are you guys talking about?" And he was saying they're all talking about flat Earth. They're all flat earthers. So yeah, in the sports world, it's huge. All these athletes know about it.
Some soccer team or something too. That I can't remember which country. Is that Brazil?
I think it's maybe Portugal,
Spain. Yeah, it's not. It's just,
they made like Flat Earth United or something. They called their team Flat Earth or something.
Yeah,
that's funny.
You got
there's a
UFC fighter. Well, a couple of UFC fighters, isn't there?
Yeah, bunch of loads of MMA people do it, because a load of them go to Eddie Bravo and do his 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, and that's just like got to be a flat Earth hotbed. The Gracies, a bunch of the Gracies know about it. Yeah, but there's a channel in the home server called FE in Pop Culture or something like that. That's an interesting channel if people are interested in little
all the
flat Earth
mentions
references.
it gets.
Yeah, the little mentions in like movies and TV shows and even celebrities and stuff. And yeah, we store a bunch of it in those channels. I don't know if anyone's posted in there in a while, but I was putting stuff in for a while.
Kat Sajak from Wheel of Fortune. He is too.
How's that Wheel of Fortune clip where like the answer is the Earth looks pretty flat to me, and the blonde woman can't get it? Like she doesn't get it.
Yeah, and guess who does? Uh-oh.
I don't seen that one, but I remember the clip where it's like a game show. I don't know, it's an American one. I don't know how it works, but they're like, what are the top responses to you go out on a date and your date says the Earth is flat. What are the responses? And it's like the top answer was, "Wow, so clever," or something like that.
The bottom answer was like disagree or argue.
Yeah.
Wasn't that Family Feud?
Yeah, Family
Feud.
Was that
He's like, I didn't expect him to agree with me.
Yeah.
What's the conspiracy?
There's no conspiracy. Nobody can hide the Earth from you. Get over that, man. The Earth is right there, bro.
Yeah, that's the talking point I was going to say earlier with Eddie Bravo, is that the king of conspiracy, Alex Jones, wanted to fist fight, get into a brawl with Eddie Bravo over Flat Earth. Like, he's that triggered over Flat Earth. That alone, if you guys really hate conspiracy theorists, jump in Flat Earth. It triggers conspiracy theorists, like Rob Noxious.
Yeah, they think we're giving them a bad name somehow. Just hilarious.
You know what's funny? Like go into an anarchist forum and start talking about flat Earth, and the anarchists start defending NASA and
Yeah, they
licking their
start.
boot.
They become statists in a second, right?
It's hilarious. They're like, but NASA, trust the government. I thought you were an anarchist.
Yeah. Oh, the existence of the Loch Ness monster's more credible than flat Earth, right?
Yeah, they don't get. We're just pointing out the horizon and shit like that. Just observable reality.
Yeah, let's democratize observations, guys. Come on.
We got any new people in?
Then you've got like major like CEOs of major engineering and construction companies doing blogs on websites like where they're giving small lectures and courses, right, in various fields, saying things like to be level with the world means to be level with the horizon. I mean, it's
that's kind of on the nose.
But you can imagine that if you were to ask that guy, right, he'd said, no, the Earth's a globe, of course, right? But his practical use, like in reality, when he's out doing his job, he's treating it as flat.
Welcome to Cognitive Dissonance.
Where's all the Globers tonight?
I don't know, did Oliver come back?
Oh, what piece of shit he was.
Dude, I server muted him because he said he could provide evidence of the Foucault pendulum and all the data, the good tests and trials, the bad ones, and all the errors and all the discussions that would go in between to figure out how to make it work. He said he'd provide that, and he's still on server mute because he didn't and he couldn't.
We got
Are you guys
absolutely
speaking to
smashed.
Kingsley?
Kingsley. What's up, Kingsley?
Not much. Just listening.
Do you know much about Flat Earth? You heard about it?
Yeah, I would say I'm flat. I could play devil's advocate if you wanted.
Ooh, shit. Well, what makes you say you're flat? What's your arguments for it being flat?
It's just how we see it, how it's measured, how we use it. Typical stuff.
All right. How long you known for?
About close to 10 years.
10 years. How did you find out about it?
I actually had a kid working for me, and he mentioned it to me, and I just kind of clicked.
Well, what's your vocation? If you don't mind. What do you do for a living?
What's that? Sorry, what did you say?
What do you do for a living?
I'm a glazer. So I do like glass work in high-rise buildings, cars.
Okay.
Glass, yeah.
So this kid mentioned it to you, but then you must have gone and done some research. Like, you're not just going to believe it because this kid mentioned to you, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, it just, like, when he mentioned it, it just clicked in my brain, and that's when I basically started researching, and then every avenue I ever went down was was flat. I just found you guys probably, I'd say like maybe a year ago. I would say I was much more esoteric before I found you guys. And I've been listening. I've been listening to you guys pretty much nonstop for the last close to a year.
Good man, good man. What do you think of our little channel here?
It's awesome. You guys are amazing. I love Alpha, Crit. Everybody's awesome. You guys are.
Yeah, I would love to hear it. It's nice to have some positive reviews because we've got so many upset Globers who just try and trash us, even though they know our content is sick. So that's nice. We appreciate that.
Yeah,
is it not a relief like that you don't have to be esoteric about it? You can be empirical. You can be like, yep, this is what everybody sees. It's objective reality. It's not subject to esoteric experiences.
Yeah, for sure. Like for me, the relief was like I just don't know stuff. You know, I know I can admit that I don't know a lot of stuff, and that's just the way it is.
Right.
Have you spoken to Globe believers about it? You had debates and stuff, or do you not really get into it?
I wouldn't say more debates, more so just like my close friends. I actually have kind of a funny story if you guys want to hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So I have a good buddy. He's like a hardcore Glober, and yeah. So we've been arguing like just all in good fun, I guess, for like 2 years.
He hates you, bro.
Yeah, I know. Deep down,
I'm joking.
But he's gonna hate me.
That's what they like, though.
He's gonna hate me even worse after this. So, anyways, I got him to take a bet that we're gonna go out this summer, and at 10K, the bet was that he won't see my mirror flash. He's like, no, there's no way, and he took it like the snap of a finger. And so the bet is the loser gets the winner's choice tattoo.
Oh no!
Okay, but it's going to get even worse. But so no bigger than the size of a baseball. You have to wear it for 1 year before you get it covered up. So I'm going to put me on his belly button, like bent over, and my belly button's going to be my butthole. And I'm going to be looking backwards at him, saying, "I told you it was flat."
Cyclone, make this man a moderator right now on the spot.
Well, yeah. I hope your friend's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah,
but hopefully that comes off for you though, bro. Because the thing about the long distance observations is you kind of need to. You could get the conditions right where it all works out as you expect, but generally you want to do it a few times because the conditions can change so much that you can get one result one day and another result the next. So could go either way for you. And if you're going to lose, what do you think he's going to do for your tattoo?
Yeah, I hear you on that.
NASA tattoo. You're going to get stuck with a epoxy
You're going to be a flat earther with a NASA tattoo.
Yeah, something. It's not going to be nice either way if I lose. But I've been doing long distance tests quite a bit. Furthest I've done is like 17K kilometers. I'm in Canada.
Okay.
10K is pretty easy. I got a P1000, and the bet was just on the water at 10K. So.
Yeah, I'm sure it will come off for you. I'm just saying because sometimes you can get days where there's multiple factors as to why you can't see as far as you should in terms of just whatever the air is doing, how much moisture, humidity, whatever else. So if you get unlucky with the day, might end up with a big fat Don Pettit tattoo on your face or something. Who knows?
Yeah, I hear you. I might. See
Dude, Kingsley, man, welcome home. We're your people, dude.
That's brave, though. Props to you. Good for you, man. You sound legit. We appreciate it.
Ever since I found you guys, I've felt at home. So I appreciate
legend. What a boy.
Yeah, I'd say
Good
10
stuff.
years. 10 years. I've been at this for like 3.5.
So let me ask you another one then. So if you were to give like 3 points to a new person, a general globe believer, to make him think about the flat Earth, what 3 points would you generally go for?
My first one is usually just like, how do you view it? You've never viewed curve, you've never seen it. Like, trust your senses. Why would you not test it? Like, that alone should make you want to go further and test it. But most people don't care, right? They got better things to do. There's hockey on or whatever. Go have beer. They don't care. So that's my first one. Trust your senses, and then I usually try to wrangle them into a bet.
you just go straight in with the let's get tattoos bet.
Yeah.
You could have a bunch of friends with these fucking weird
mad
tattoos.
butthole belly button tattoos. Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
Well,
so
being a glazer,
who's your?
Sorry, I was going to say, like, so you being a glazer, right? You know about the production of glass and how hydrostatics plays a role in that, right?
Yeah. Like you're talking about the production of like flat glass and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The force of pressure against the container.
Yeah, for sure. They used to what it was called like a long time ago. They used to have drawn glass where they would have big, huge, high-story buildings, and they would draw the glass upwards, and that's how they would get it flat. Now they use big, huge rollers, like kilometer rollers, where it rolls the glass out flat along roller stations for forever. So that actually, now that you mentioned that, that'd be kind of, I've never really looked into it, but that's actually like a pretty good proof.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no like molecular theory of gravity. Like nobody can show that gravity causes the bonds of molecules to contort in such a way that they form curvature.
Yeah, for sure. I was more so thinking like the glass is 3 kilometers long. It's perfectly flat. Like
That's
not
right.
curved.
Yeah, like the Coulomb, like the force between the electron and neutron and proton and all the bondings of atoms, right? They form a horizontal boundary layer that is perpendicular to the force above it. So, I mean, there's no like gentle curve. Nobody can prove that. Same with like gas molecules. Gas molecules go in straight lines. They don't go in geodesic arcs around the globe. They go in straight lines. So how is it that we have a curving gradient of gas pressure of Earth?
Yeah, would that be molecular theory?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
We need to find Kingsley here, a glober.
Yeah, I'd say. I mean, let's drum one up. Hey, any dorks out there on YouTube? You think Earth's a globe? Come on, get in here, YouTubers.
Come get your new tattoo.
So Kingsley, who are your favorite flat smackers on 24/7?
I like Alpha. He just the way he draws them out and kind of wraps them up into a pretzel with their own words. But like everybody does that. You guys are all pretty much legends. It's wild how much knowledge is in this server.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Just imagine the target on our head from those who hate us.
I'm trying to get my buddy who's getting this tattoo to come chat with us, but he's I don't know. I think he knows he's outgunned, but he doesn't give up. So I'm still trying to get him over here.
Well, tell him he can have a casual conversation with us, or he can have a chat with you, and we can moderate it.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I mean. Like, as long as he's respectful, and the biggest thing is honest, right? That's the hardest thing.
That's the biggest thing. That's it.
So
yeah, and go ahead and shave around the belly button.
Yeah, time to get that belly button spot prepped. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, Miggy is a legend. Shout out to Alpha Veritas. Probably listening somewhere.
You know, I love that we run into people like us in the wild who haven't had much contact with 24/7 over the years. And they independently develop their own ideas, their own views, their own worldview based off of empirical evidence without us trying to convert them into a cult. Like they came to this on their own.
Well, that's why I always like to ask the new people how they like to go about talking about it to new people, because sometimes they come in with stuff that, you know, we don't really use that much, or sometimes something totally different. That's good stuff.
Yeah, Kingsley, like you stick around for a while, hang out with us, and get into the trenches with us, right? Like start engaging people, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I think I'd love to have you as a wingman.
Yeah, we're gonna bump you straight up to blue belt. Good for you.
That's pretty cool. I'm honored. I wouldn't say I'm too outspoken, but you know, I'm not scared either at the same time. So,
what's there to be scared of? It's just a horizon.
Yeah, exactly. I just mean, like, you know, as far as speaking wise, I'm not really a public kind of speaker, but at the same time,
that's wise.
I'm ready to roll too.
Kingsley, I didn't open my mic for like a year and a half, maybe almost 2 years. So I lurked. Yep, I mean Cyclone knows. Yep.
Yeah, I was similar when I came along. I just was like, I'm getting into this and being like, holy shit, the Earth is actually flat. I need to go and speak to someone about this. Who the hell can I speak to? There's no one in my personal life that I could speak to about this. Even though I had friends who, you know, we spoke about the government and all the shit that was going on, but flat Earth, I mean, that's just a different level. So I went looking around. I was like, damn, who am I going to speak to about this? Because I don't really do social media and all that either. So I was like, shit, kind of out on a limb here. And then I just randomly came across the live stream on YouTube. And I was like, oh, these guys are speaking about it on Discord. I'll join up. But I just listened for ages because I was like, I need to hear other people who think this speaking and just hear what they sound like. Are they intelligent? Can they defend this point? Like, what are the discussions like? Then after a while, I just heard them absolutely smashing all the Globers. Globers had absolutely nothing. I was like, shit, this is crazy. And then eventually they were like, man, you've been here for a while. What's going on? Do you think it's flat? And I was like, yeah, at this point, I mean, what else is there? And that was it, all those years ago.
And then you drive home from work and you look at the sun, you look at the moon, you look at the clouds, you're like, okay.
I still remember my first day. I still remember my first day in VC. I think it was Panto that checked me in, actually. And he's another Scottish guy. So I couldn't believe it. The first guy I was speaking to just happened to be a Scottish guy. I was like, no way. And then I spoke to Jedi and then Miggy. It was me, Panto, Miggy, and Jedi in the room. And Miggy at the time was going by Dr. Science, which I still love that name. But yeah, I remember speaking to them like for ages, for the first little while.
That's funny. Panto checked me in too, among others.
Yeah, he was prolific. He lived in that server, man. I don't know. He's
dude, he started this place here on this server.
Yeah, him and Heretic, right?
Yeah. Is he still like okay? I mean,
I think he's going through some things, but hopefully one day we'll see him back.
Hope he's normal, yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Panto if you're out there, buddy. You're missed. A lot of fallen comrades along the way.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Yep.
A lot of people, I think, like that, because a couple of days ago, I heard Kiwi Buzz speak in PNR for the first time ever, I think. And,
no way. No.
Yeah,
really?
He came in to speak to another Kiwi, right? And I think I could kind of tell that he kind of feels like he's not that confident of a speaker. He's sort of like, But he just knocked it out of the ballpark with what he was saying. So I gave him props. Like, man, that was just awesome. Like, giving him that bit of confidence. So next time he comes in, he doesn't seem less confident when he's speaking, because man, he just nailed it, man. Like,
nailed it.
So a lot of people out there that probably should be more confident than they are to speak up.
Yeah, we need to encourage that. I mean, it took some of you guys to bring me out of my shell, and now I'm like, yeah, I'm yapping, and I suck at
You're in the labs, got the protractors out, you're delving into the papers.
Yeah.
There's no
Dude,
stopping you.
I love math and philosophy, so yeah.
Was there a guy who was trying to get in while you were talking, T-Dub? We got a new guy.
He was OpFX. I muted him, thought he was trolling, so unmute and let's see what he's got.
OpFX, you don't need to troll. We're just normal people. You can have a discussion. Well, can you? Maybe you can't. Maybe the education and media system has made you incapable of coherent thought and speech. Let's see.
Hi.
Hi. Good start. What's going on?
Wow.
I was just saying, man. How could we know? How could we know 100%? I'm going to be honest. I'm going to tell you from my soul exactly what I believe, and you can argue with it if you like. But I'm going to tell you what I believe.
That's fine.
How can we know either way whether or not the Earth were flat or globe shaped? How could we know either?
Great question. That's an excellent question. That's a very good question. I would say, I mean, there's a bunch of ways that we can know this. But the main way that we talk about here is that you can go and look up what the globe claims in terms of size. What size of ball are they claiming that we're on? And what curvature, the drop down and away from us due to a curved surface, what rate of curvature that is, and how it affects long-distance observations and line-of-sight tests. Right, so if you go on to Google and you type in curvature calculator or distance to horizon calculator, you can see the numbers. You can plug in your observer height and it will tell you the horizon should be X miles away from you at this observer height. Now you've got something you can test, because you can go out into the world and say, okay, at this observer height, 6 feet, I'm being told that the horizon should be no more than 2.5 to 3 miles away. Then you can go and test that. And what you'll find is the horizon does not match that claimed curvature rate. The horizon is not the leading edge of a ball that boats are going over, that buildings are being hidden by. It doesn't match. So basically what we're doing is we're taking the globe model claims and we're comparing them to what we can observe and measure on Earth. And they don't match. Does that make any sense to you, what I just said?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay. So, I mean, people can post examples in the chat and we can send you a link to our home server where we have hundreds of these demonstrations.
Yes, that supports what I'm saying, is that there's contradictory evidence on either side. And so I believe that it's neither, and that the true nature of the
Speak to my fadeaway. Yo.
Well, carry on, dude. That's another upset globe believer.
It might be some really awkward shape that we've...
Well, we're not claiming a shape. We're not claiming a shape, right? Because flat isn't a shape.
Do you believe the Earth is the center of the universe?
Well, we're the center of whatever this system is in terms of the luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars. They're revolving around us, yes. Like a clock. But when you say universe, you've got this, presumably, a heliocentric conception of the universe. Right? This an ever-expanding vacuum with balls of gas and rocks flying around it. That's not the situation. So you need to get that out of your head entirely, right? We're not saying that there's a flat disk floating through a vacuum, like the heliocentric solar system model, like they teach us at school. That whole solar system space idea is a falsehood. Doesn't exist. So that's the first thing you need to wrap your head around. The whole place where you think you exist on a larger scale isn't true. So no, and it can't be that it's
where I come from, and you don't know where I come from, so I'm gonna let you know I'm diagnosed schizophrenic. So I'm gonna let you know, just as skeptical as I am about the globe model, I'm gonna be skeptical about your flat model as well.
Well, this is the thing. I'm not presenting a flat model. I'm just going by what is observed and measured in reality when you go outside. So you can say you disagree with me, but all you would be disagreeing with is the physical, natural world outside, because that's all I'm pointing to. I'm going with whatever that says. I want to know what the Earth is. I'm going to look to the Earth. So, I mean, we're just pointing out the horizon is too far to be a globe. And if you disagree with the horizon, then that's between you and the horizon. Nothing to do with me.
No, I'm going to defend my perspective. I believe, as a earther here, whether globe or flat, my existence, my life, my career, my contributions to society are largely unaffected by what I believe the shape of the earth, whether flat or round, is going to have on it. I'm going to make sure that when I die, I have contributed the best I possibly could, regardless.
Yeah, that's admirable.
How does
That's admirable.
believing either way going to improve the quality of my life?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily make a claim that there will be an improvement or a detriment to your life, but it's about what's true, and if you value what is true. And yeah, if you've not thought about it for that long, you could be forgiven for thinking that this is inconsequential and doesn't really have any bearing on your life. But when you think about it a little bit deeper, you'll start to realize that it, low-key, on a very subtle level, affects everything that you think. Because it's where you are. It's the foundation of your reality. Right? You think, if you believe in the globe, that you're on a spinning ball in a giant vacuum, and you've come about by a big bang. An explosion of nothingness into everything. And now, for no reason, you're essentially just a speck of dust in an infinite space for no reason.
I get what you're saying, because there are laws of physics that are applied to, let's say, the inner workings of our brains, our neurons, and our neurochemistry. But what I'm saying is that reality is much more than that. It's a qualitative existence. We experience the quality of life rather than the quantity of it.
Okay, well, that wasn't really addressing what I said, but that's okay.
And the quality of life isn't really affected by whether or not the Earth is shaped a certain way.
You experience quantity of life too. That's how people have birthdays.
I guess birthdays, or whether or not you're living in a city or in the country, yeah.
Yeah, or whether or not you're living on a ball hurtling through outer space.
Right, and you'd be surprised how much of an impact it could have on the quality of your life. I mean, you're probably not going to mention it straight up at a job interview that you're a flat earther.
No, you definitely shouldn't do that.
No, bro, I have a homie that I work with at my job that's a flat earther, and we joke about it all the time. He says, "Why ain't you flying off the Earth if gravity exists?"
Yeah, you got that messed up, but
he says, if the Earth is really spinning at the speed that it is, why aren't we falling off? And I'm trying to tell him that the amount of space-time warpage going on is that we're falling on the Earth faster than we would fly off it because of its spin.
Yeah, but have you ever considered that that's just a baseless story that you've been told, and you've never been given any evidence for anything called
No, I wasn't
space-time
even
or
told
its
that.
bending
That's
and
just what I
warping?
figured out. That's
No,
just
you
what I
didn't
figured
figure out the bending and warping of space-time. That's a concept from
No,
Einstein's
I did.
mind.
No, I figured it out. That's that's
No,
what
you didn't figure
Einstein
it out.
said.
Yeah, so you didn't figure it
and
out.
I thought
This is
that
the
it's right.
story
What
that they've
about the
told.
atmosphere?
Yeah,
Why
that's a good
is the
question.
atmosphere still on Earth?
So the atmo, well, that's a good question, because we understand that gas pressure, which is what the atmo is, the air that we breathe, we understand that you require a container for gas pressure to be achieved, because the
That's
gas
false. I can explain
molecules.
why if you'll give me a
No, let me finish. Well, then you're saying the definition of gas pressure is false, because gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container.
gas pressure isn't a force. Look, the gas
That's the force
atmosphere
exerted
on this
by the
planet
gas
has
molecules.
mass, does it not? Does the gas have mass or not?
Okay, what's your definition? What's your definition of gas pressure?
Does the gas have mass or not?
I'm not claiming anything about the mass of gas. I'm talking about the definition of gas pressure.
Oh, so you're ignorant. All right, I don't want to talk to
What a liar.
Wow, dude, you just kind of spazzed out there.
Sounds like
You
it
held it
doesn't matter,
together
huh?
for a good 5 minutes. But that's all right. You should. It sounds like you'd probably be better listening for a while anyway. Did he jump? Did he walk the plank? Or did he just slide off because the plank is curved imperceptibly?
Oh, unfortunate.
I never get my head around that. Like, why would it matter? Like, even when I just first heard about it and didn't put any thought into it, I could understand why the Earth not being the globe that they've told us would matter. I don't understand how any kind of rational thinking person could ever claim otherwise. You've been lied to about your base reality and where you are. You're saying, why would that matter?
It's pretty monumental.
It's insane.
And it's deeply ingrained into society, like psyche. Right?
Yeah, it's just a mad cope. Why would it matter if everything I think about my reality is wrong? All right. Anyone else new in? Here we go. I'm not looking at the chat, so you guys are going to have to keep me updated.
I'm not looking at chat either.
Who's got eyes on? Need to be operational here.
It's the usual suspects.
We've got
Thanks,
Kingsley. It's Kingsley.
Kingsley is our newest Flat Earth brother, Timbo.
Oh.
He's been listening for 10 years. He's a good lad.
10 years.
Well,
Listening
no,
for 10 years.
not listening. Listening for a year, he said. He found us a year ago, but he's been a Flat Earther for a long time, by the sounds of it.
That's cool.
Yeah. One of those very rare occasions where someone comes in and you don't even really need to do any work. He's already there. It's like, all right, take your seat. You're on the panel.
Yeah, there's no one else.
He'll be responsible for a bunch of Globers getting around with flat Earth tattoos.
Is he a tattoo artist?
Hell yeah.
No, Well, are you? You're an artist?
No, he's a glazer.
No.
But he said he's going to bet his friend on a long distance observation, and the loser has to get a tattoo of their choosing.
There's no way I'd take a bet like that if I was a Glober. Well, to them, that would be a weird bet to take because to them the long distance observation to the horizon would be not where it's supposed to be anyway. So he's already lost before he takes.
No, Timbo. That's the Discord Glober. He's dealing with just a normie Glober.
Oh, he thinks the horizon is the physical
Yeah.
Earth curve.
Sounds like it.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's what we were taught at school. So
yeah, I much prefer those. At least they're honest. This new breed of gamma globe earther from the internet, they're the ones who now claim that they never said boats go over the horizon, which is hilarious.
that was the argument in the first place.
When they started making the argument, and in the textbooks and everything, they say that's been the argument for thousands of years. It's not even like they're just saying, oh, hey, check this out. They're like, Aristotle knew this. So for them to now turn around and be like, we've never said that. The globe side never claimed that things were going over the horizon. It's like, dude, you really going to try and rewrite history just this shamelessly? You piece of shit.
Like Tim Osmond, like on FED, he comes in saying nobody ever said the horizon's Earth curve, right? And they bring up one of his videos where it's showing things go over the horizon, right? With the title, "This is Earth curve."
Yeah. Yeah, I was showing that Bill Nye clip the other night to, I can't remember who it was, one of these idiots. Actually, I do. What's his name? I won't name and shame him, but a British guy, Glober. And he was making that argument. Oh, we're not saying it's a physical curve. And I said, okay, well, here's Bill Nye on the TV doing his little boats over the horizon demonstration, and he's got.
I know who it was. Yeah. I remember that.
He's got this curved surface that he's using as the water, and he's pulling a boat along it and making it go below that curved surface of water. And he's saying that doesn't mean he's saying that it's a physical curve. He didn't say the words physical curve. It's like, dude, he's pulling the boat over a physical curve. What the fuck? The dishonesty, man. They just defend it. They're like, there's no problem teaching that on TV to everyone and aiming it at the kids. Like, they don't even see that as an issue.
Yeah, lying to kids is not a problem.
Yeah. We're the problem.
Yeah.
Oh, well, lying at all is not a problem, even if you're a Christian.
Oh, yeah.
I better like caveat that that's a dig at what's his face?
Will Duffy.
Will Duffy. Yeah, we got it. That's all right, Tito. For the viewers, yes, that was about Will Duffy.
The mega church pastor at the forefront of the globe argument in 2020.
How was he the other day? Right, he was on he was in a debate with someone, and he said in the debate, "How are you claiming?" What was it? Fuck. He was saying, "But the sun doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth." Yeah, and you go, what?
Yeah,
Did you just spend fucking $1 million to take people down there and show us the sun?
yeah.
Yeah, and
I mean,
that proves
they
the Earth's
can't
curve.
like consistency on the globe side was never their strong suit, was it?
Oh, when I heard that, I went, what? He just wasted all that money from his church. He could have given it to the homeless or fed some starving people, and he just defeated his own argument.
Proving the shape of the Earth is obviously more important.
Jaron fell for it. Retard. Has anyone watched any of Jaronism stuff recently?
No, I never watched him to begin with.
Yeah, I know, but I just had to watch because he talks to these anti-flat earthers, and now he's like mates with them, and telling a story like how he got caught up in the flat Earth community, and this and that. It's like a AA session, yeah, with anti-flat earthers. It's so fucked up.
I can imagine.
And then the Glober's just on the other camera, just nodding, going, "Yeah, yeah, yeah," like, "Yeah, I was
Yeah,
an
like
alcoholic
he's
once
just
too,"
yeah, like he's just freed a Scientologist. It's like
Yeah.
I understand how they duped you. It's like, you pieces of shit.
It's so weird, man.
Which is so funny because it's the reverse. The reverse is the situation. That's the inversion, isn't it? These pieces of shit.
So does he still think they're faking space though? Because that was his original. Like, that's how his channel started, right?
Yeah, I mean,
NASA
I
faking
don't see
space.
how he can now take the position he has after countless hours of videos just pointing out the fakery, the endless fakery of NASA. I mean,
Yeah.
that alone.
There'd have to be 1,000 episodes, wouldn't there? Easy.
Yeah, sure, easily. Thousands of hours of stuff. I mean, I still rate the video that he did called 100 Quotes That Tell Us We've All Been Lied To, or something like that. And he's just going through quotes from all these astronomers and scientists and philosophers talking about heliocentrism and just straight up saying, this is a philosophy. This isn't empirical. This is a choice.
Have we got that backed up or mirrored?
I don't know. We've got it on the bot. Well, at least we used to. I don't know if it's still there. But yeah, if you just put in
case he takes it down,
quotes or 100 quotes. If he takes it down, I mean, surely he's not going to stoop that low. But yeah, how do you get around that? Like, how's he just going to ignore that and be like, well, the sun was in the sky for a super long time?
Yeah, he did that video like not long after they were on their way back or whatever, and he released that video, and he's like, well, yeah, the Earth measuring flat explains the Earth being flat, sure, but the sun, right?
Maybe all of this for Jaron has just been a quest for friends, and he's realized that he can get more friends being a glober. He was on that plane with Will Duffy and that, he's like posting jokes online with them, like buddy, like, hey. He's just looking for friends.
He's definitely getting more views on YouTube, so that would mean, and he's not getting censored anymore, so that would mean more money. Yeah?
Yeah. Maybe he's like some kind of celebrity or notoriety at any cost, and he'll be like, I'll be that dumb flat earther who got taken in by the flat earth and he's now seen the light. Maybe New York Times will interview me. Why were you so dumb? Oh, well, I just kind of thought NASA's not telling us the truth, but then I saw the sun, so I figured it out. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think. Some kind of desperation.
Did you guys hear about the new house he got?
No. Are you joking?
No, seriously. He
Here we go.
right before the trip, he like moved to a brand new like ballin' house, and Flat Earth Dave actually found out about it and called him out about it, and he said it was because he had to move because his identity got doxxed, and he had to move. But yeah, he's in a brand new house right around the same time as all of this.
His
Nice big
identity
pool.
got doxxed, but his name's on.
Yeah, he puts his name.
His name.
Jared Caponella, man. Like, what the fuck, bro?
That's funny because I was making the jokes around the time.